Good morning, everyone. Hope we are doing well rested here for Series 20. Obviously, this is such an important game for both these teams. Obviously, you know, these are the 1-0 games. This is where you can propel yourself to such a good position here to be in the Swiss stage. But obviously, before we delve deep into kind of the games and the teams, obviously I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD. Charlie, how are you feeling today? How you doing going into today's games?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I mean, I got to catch up with a decent amount of these sort of round 1 games. So we're already getting to see a couple of these teams play these round 2 games and play their second matches and get a good idea of where they're looking. A couple of worrying signs, as obviously we did start with a lot of the lower matches, so we're already seeing a lot of teams, and a lot of teams I think a lot of people would have predicted to make it to the playoffs in that 0-2 record now. So there's some pretty scary times ahead, it feels like. But I mean, luckily for teams like Fnatic and Monty and Paravision, of course, they equally could have been in that spot themselves. So, yeah, they're going to be very lucky that they are able to at least be 1-1 now after what was, here you go, you can see on the screen, a pretty terrible starting day for a lot of these teams, like Fnatic getting 2-0 by Apogee, like OG losing that nail biter, like Monty getting sort of humiliated a little bit by Iberian Soul, and Paravision with huge upset, or a huge upset loss against Sinners. So, yeah, sort of these round 1 games have been mental. Round 2 games seem like they're sticking on that similar trend, really. But I'm really hyped to be diving into these ones.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, as you can see, you know that we're doing the high matches today. We kick things off with Navi Jr. against Iberian Soul, then Sinners Ecstatic, Sashi against Zero Tenacity, and to end the evening, we'll have 500 versus Apogee. And I think when you look at that last game, I think Apogee, that was a crazy upset against Fnatic. I think we weren't really expecting that. And I think when you see a game like that, it's going to instill so much confidence for a side like Apogee that probably are lacking in confidence. Let's be honest, right, Charlie? It seems like this Polish side, okay, yeah, they are pretty promising and obviously young talent, but when you face Fnatic in the round 1, usually it goes against you. But the fact they do find that victory, they're going to be feeling so confident here for the rest of their Swiss stage. But obviously, Charlie, we can now delve deep into this first game being Navi Jr. against Iberian Soul. Obviously, I got to watch Iberian Soul yesterday in the game in Series 19 against GTZ, and they had really promising moments. They looked really good at times, and then they looked really poor. It was really weird. But look, hopefully today can be a different day. Hopefully they can treat this series as a fresh new start. And look, as we said, the winner is going to make their way to that 2-0 stage. But we've got the Iberian Soul roster here. Anything you want to talk about them?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a really weird team right now in terms of what we're seeing. They had a lot of good pieces come together. Don't get me wrong, a lot of it came from that Koi roster, and then again, Alex involved as well. The issue is, the results sort of since this team's iteration have just been pretty terrible. In the most sort of kind way of saying it, it was not good at all. But then, something weird happens. We see Davey G basically announces that he's going to be stepping down from this roster, and he will continue playing with the team until they can find a suitable replacement. Ever since then, this team's form has turned around entirely. Don't get me wrong, they're not smashing every single team, but the results in terms of when they initially sort of came together as this 5 versus more recently a night and day, they're getting some decent results. They're able to take maps off of teams that we're looking at and saying, yeah, they probably are in a better spot right now. I mean, look, already in Series 20, we got to see some big things. In the closed qualifier, taking down Fireflux 2 different times, 2-0 is great there. Taking a map off of a team like Aurora, then obviously just progressing to the Swiss stage. For me, on the outside, thinking this team done. I thought there's no way they even make it to the Swiss stage. Proved me wrong there. Opening game against Monty and a dominant 2-0, and the Fireflux that and the Iberian Soul that it felt like we were watching struggle heavily. It feels like they've got some really good pieces now.
Yeah, and I'm happy you touched up on that. I was saying to Nexus yesterday, obviously Iberian Soul did lose that series, but I feel like there is a bit of unnecessary hate on this roster. Yes, they did have a bit of a bad start and a bit of a kind of a bad patch, but I think they are coming together now. And as you said, they're getting some good results. You look at that 2-0 against Partisan in Series 19, you look at that win against Monty here in Series 20, I think, they are performing pretty well. But obviously their opponents for today being Navi Jr. When we look at this Navi Jr. side, I feel like when we talk about individual talent, this is certainly the roster to look at, because there's so many pieces here that can step up. There's so many kind of individuals that can have these big moments. Obviously, Maazi being probably one of the players that we will look at to provide such kind of fragging potential. I've actually been really impressed with Krebeni as well. So I think when you look at this Navi Junior roster, it is very young. The way in which they play their T sides is absolutely incredible. It seems like they've got a very simple game plan, but they execute it to a T. It's just perfection at its finest. It's so nice to watch. So I'm actually quite happy that I get to do this game this morning, because it's always nice getting to see this Navi Junior roster. They are impressing and improving, at rates that we've very rarely get to see. So look, I think it's going to be an exciting game here. Obviously, one of the determining factors for victory will be the vetoes, Charlie. And I think when we look at the vetoes, we can have an initial idea of where things are going. And obviously, Iberian Soul, generally their insta-ban is Dust. And Navi Junior haven't been playing much Train. And I think that works out quite nicely for Iberian Soul. Not only have they got Navi Junior off a very puggy map like Dust, but obviously Train's one of Iberian Soul's weaker maps. So out of these remaining 5 maps, there's some decent strengths here. Obviously, Iberian Soul, they're going to be picking Nuke. They absolutely destroyed GTZ on Nuke 13-4. It was a very impressive game, but it was their Mirage that was so lacking. And the fact that Mirage is this second map of this series, I would be very worried here if I was Iberian Soul.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because against Monty, it was a completely different story. Obviously, that one was here in Series 20, but the GTZ was the day after that game. So, yeah, it is a bit strange in terms of just seeing them have such a great string of results on this map and then fall so flat against GTZ. I mean, I'm hoping maybe it was a bit of a bad day at the office against that Portuguese side. Maybe that's the excuse we can use. But I also do think it is an interesting storyline talking about this team that we kind of already know isn't going to be this completed roster.
Yeah.
And the fact that they are sort of turning their gameplay around and turning the form around completely. And it does make me think, sort of, I was being able to speak about Hayes about this a couple of days ago. It does kind of feel like this team is playing with a new bit of freedom now.
Yeah.
And you could put that down to the lack of pressure that these guys are going to know that sort of win or lose, they can always kind of blame it on, oh, this team's not gonna stick together. Yeah. So those pressure of the losses isn't really there anymore, and you can just play with a lot more freedom. And it feels like in most games recently that I've been seeing from this side, that has been the case. Hopefully they are able to step up here. But like you said, this Navi Junior roster side on the other side of things, this is a Navi Junior that we haven't seen sort of have this same level of success since Maazi was on this roster.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time since we've seen Navi's academy look this strong, and it really feels like there's a lot of promise with this team, and it can only go upwards from here, it feels like.
Yeah, obviously I'd like to bring up the Swiss stage standings again. Obviously we had a quick look earlier on, if we can do that. I think when you look at some of the teams that are in this 1-0 spot, I think Apogee are certainly an outlier. I think they're a side that not many would expect. The fact that Sinners, Ecstatic are still here is really, really nice. And obviously that being the second game, I'm quite excited for that match, because I think both Sinners and Ecstatic, they have such a nice core. They have such a strong side. Yeah, it seems like they've not been that kind of perfect polished model yet. But the fact that we can have teams like Iberian Soul, like Apogee, like Sinners, like Ecstatic, that can get themselves to a 2-0 spot really early on, I think the latter portion of this Swiss stage is going to be so exciting to watch. The fact that we're going to have teams like Fnatic, like Paravision, potentially your Gun 5, potentially your Partisans, who are obviously 0-2 at the moment, but I'm sure they're going to want to upset. I think we're going to have so much excitement towards the latter end of the Swiss stage that I think it's going to be very difficult to judge on which teams can make it through to the playoffs. And if anything, it's going to lead to an exciting playoffs, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, when you think of it, that a lot of these teams that are sort of 1-1, there's a good chance they're going to sort of end up in that 2-2 record. And that's the point where, yeah, at the end of the day, we're going to have to say goodbye to one of them. We luckily haven't had to do that just yet, but we're getting to the point where some of these teams are going to have to go out. We're going to sadly see some of them be eliminated. And sort of coming into this one, me and Hayes were talking about it after sort of the round 1 games were played, and it did feel like a little bit on both sides of the Swiss stage. You kind of would have expected coming into it, it would have been flipped a bit more. You got your Fanatics 1-0, your Paravisions 1-0, but in fact, yeah, there was a lot of upsets that did happen. Sure, there was a couple of ones that did go the way that they probably were intended to, but yeah, right now, things are looking really interesting for the Swiss stage, and I do think this is going to be another interesting one to delve into, because I mean, we may as well talk about it a bit more now, but is there anyone you're massively favouring in this game?
Look, from what I saw from Iberian Soul yesterday, the fact that they lost to GTZ in Series 19, and I think GTZ are a team that are really kind of inconsistent, it just goes to show that Iberian Soul, once again, are quite similarly inconsistent. I have always been very impressed by Navi Junior as well, so I'd probably favour them. I think that's probably the easier option. Don't get me wrong, you're looking at the vetoes. These are maps that Iberian Soul, obviously, these are the exact same maps that we saw them play, obviously, against GTZ. And, they could have won map 1. They probably should have won map 3. I know it was a 13-4 loss, but it was more tailored to them. Mirage should have been their battleground. But, yeah, I'm not too sure. I think it would be probably smarter to favour Navi Junior. I think they're on better form. And I think the inconsistency of Iberian Soul has been seen. But, look, I think it would be... Yeah, I'd probably go Navi Junior. I think they will go 2-0. And they probably will go 3-0, to be honest. I think the way their form is currently, I think it's deserved of a playoff spot. Something that I do want to mention, though, is you look at the team... I want to talk about Partisan. Obviously, it's a roster that kind of we've known for quite some time. Obviously, we've got Kindo, we've got Dragon, we've got Vladen. There's that kind of, I guess, the core of that old iNation roster back in, 2021, 22. It's interesting because they were making waves. They were looking really, really promising. They got to the finals in that Series 17. And it seems as though the loss in that finals has kind of, I don't want to say kind of upset them, but it seems like there's been a real loss of firepower there. I feel like, we haven't seen that same kind of fresh and kind of able Partisan that I think we've all come to love. So hopefully for Partisan they can turn this around, because realistically that kind of the 2 early losses is so tough. And obviously when you look at the teams that they have lost to, it was a 2-0 loss to OG, who obviously lost 2-0 to Navi Junior, a 2-1 loss to Sashi. I think when you look at that game, they probably could have been a bit more compelling on map 1 and map 3. But look, I'm interested. I think there's going to be so much excitement here throughout the whole of the rest of this Series 20. So make sure that, if you guys are enjoying, you stay tuned. But I think we have just got word, Charlie, that there's going to be a slight delay regarding the start time. So I think what we will do is jump to a break, and then we will be heading into Nuke as soon as possible. Big game here for both of these sides, Charlie. The anticipation of 2-0 on the horizon. A victory in this series gives you such a spot to prevail to playoffs. But Navi Jr. to be starting on the CT side here of Nuke. I like the idea of this pistol here from Iberian Soul. They apply a lot of pressure towards A. It keeps the attention and the eyes here on the A bomb site, and it allows players to creep their way down secret. Maazi already rotating down. Salzol surely the first to fall, and with Maazi getting that kill and no trade coming through, Navi G, he's on the wrap through heaven. He can get one onto Symmetry, and now this is what Iberian Soul have so many options. Whether they're going to continue to head towards B, it's going to be all conditional on whether Navi G can get this kill, but things get really awkward and difficult for Navi Jr. now. Especially with Demon falling. That's the lobby player taken down. There is a double ramp flank, but man advantage. If we see Krabeni fall, this round should be over. Iberian Soul, a great start to their pistol. They have just lost a man towards Squeaky, but still advantaged. We've got Navi G in heaven. Zugas. Nice idea. He's not quick enough, though. Alex taken down. There is a fair bit of time remaining. Maazi, though, without a defuse kit, he's going to have to stick this. It is just a tap. Navi G. All about timing here. Maazi spotted off the bomb. Great from Navi G. Oh, Maazi can get the kill, but no kit, no round. And Iberian Soul, they will win the pistol.
Yeah, great effort there from Maazi towards the end. Just the lack of time really came back to haunt the CETs there. No diffuse kit. You can see how punishing that really was. But it's just the outpositioning Iberian Soul did have.
Yeah.
Despite the kills that Navi Jr. got, it's just that one position towards heaven. You don't have a choice to push it or anything. You need them to peek into you. So the ball is not in your court at that point. You just got to hope that the team makes somewhat of a mistake. And even though WG does maybe show a little bit more than he should have at the end, it didn't matter. As, like we said, no defuse kit, no chance. But an M4 being bought out from Maazi here.
I like the decision.
Is this force buy?
Yeah, I think it's a good decision. We got this double secret setup as well. Obviously,
speed though.
Yeah, Navi G is going to go unnoticed, but they are playing discipline. I've got to say, that pistol round, they throw the smoke and the molly here towards the A bomb site, and it takes all the attention away. I think it's a brilliant idea on their pistol, because it just allows for so much pressure to be applied elsewhere. Look how heavy the secret setup is. There's 3 players there. Demon is completely alone on the A bomb site. There's got to be a rotation. Symmetry's here towards outside. Zugas, his shadow's been spotted, but Zugas finds Mopos, though, dealing with Demon. Krabeni towards Squeaky will get one, can retrieve the Galil. We've got a man advantage scenario here now for the CTs, but Salzol, quick reposition towards Squeaky, will take down Krabeni, and with the lacking in health of 2 of the players, Zugas falls, and now it becomes really tough. Maazi, he's just holding for Alex. Alex doesn't need to move, though, and with Salzol getting that kill without a trade, it's just going to have to be a save, surely, for Maazi once again. But the lack of head armor, you'd assume the Mac 10 might have some promise. There's no time, though. Great from Salzol once again. Iberian Soul, in these 1v1s, they do well to kind of make sure, look, we don't need to overfight, we don't need to peek, because they're not going to have a defuse kit when they're going for the force. Back-to-back rounds here now for Iberian Soul. But we have to say, Iberian Soul with just 1 survivor in both rounds, or no survivors in the pistol. We could see a reinvestment again from Navi Jr.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's certainly on the cards. If Navi Jr. do opt against it, which they're not going to, I was going to say they could go for at least a bit of an upgraded pistols investment just to try to keep the economy as low as possible for that sort of instant full buy reset if you do get the win there. But yeah, they really want to shut this down here and now. The buy's only getting better as well. It's just the lack of use of this a bit of a concern. So obviously all this space towards places like outside can be taken. Oh, huge clear there from Navi G. The dink did connect, but it was through the water. Did very little damage, but you can see there's 3 rifles in play. There's 2 MP9s as well, and on the flip side of things, Mopos has a Tech 9.
Yeah, I think Iberian Soul. I think if you look at that last round, it's the fact that Demon gets nothing on the back of the bomb site. If Demon gets 1 kill there, I think we're looking at a very different round. I think Navi Jr. clearly take it, but I think that's the problem that we see quite a lot with the kind of the A anchor. If if you don't get your kill or at least delay, things can go so wrong. But looking at the kill feed, things have only gone right here for Navi Jr. Demon can get the trade, and finally, they will convert. The force buy goes their way, and you look at the finances here for Iberian Soul. 2 players just have to play with a Tech 9. Alex, in fact, could get out of Mac 10, but Navi Jr. now can go on their streak.
I mean, honestly, they could have actually made the argument of not even to buy. And just have Stadodo with a weaker weapon, probably a Galil, and the rest of the team could have got rifles out, but yeah, they want to try to shut this one down. The issue is, it's just with 3 rifles, all premium rifles being saved across for Navi Jr. Everyone's got more than enough. We've seen how limited their util was in each of their force buys they've gone for, though. Not in this one. They had 4 utils. Don't get me wrong, they've used a huge amount of it early, but 5 rifles. And Iberian Soul just have these techs, and they're all going to be dropping down as Kraveni, or at least Mopos is, and might be regretting that, and these techs are falling very flat. And look, you've got this ramp control, but you've lost 2 players. The CTs have all this information. Got 2 bits of util, and Salsol is just 12 HP, and these bits of util could likely be disappearing. Salsol somehow finding that kill there.
Maazi's fired a bullet as well. He's given up his position. An accidental shot, you assume. Salsol's creeping closer. All timing on this nade! The nade would have taken down Salsol. He peeked into it, but he looked to find Maazi beforehand. Alex as well. He's tucked away here. He's in a good position, but cleared. Great awareness from Maazi. Stadodo, all that remains. No armor tech. How's that even possible? He opted for what? Full util? I respect it.
Yeah, Stadodo was the player with the least money, so honestly might have, but a lot of players outside. Yeah, the aim punch instantly affects him, but might not have got the kill anyway. As Navi Jr. have shut down that force buy pretty comfortably. And now this should be the reward of these constant forces that they were going for. Just going to be the eco for the T's. What do you think it means for Iberian Soul if they do go down on Nuke?
Look, I think when you look at map 2 and map 3, I think there's certainly possibilities for Iberian Soul. Obviously, we saw that game against GTZ get very close on Anubis, and arguably, I think they should be having positives on Mirage as well. So, I don't think it's the kind of the end of the game. I don't think for them they're going to say, well, we've lost our map pick, it's all over. But I don't think it's going to be easy. You know, if they can't find Nuke, or at least if they keep things competitive, I think that'll be important. But look, I still think Iberian Soul have shown a lot of promise on Nuke in the past. You just have to look at both teams' recent results. It's for Iberian Soul 13-4, 13-1, and you know, for Navi Jr. they lost against Fnatic 13-4 here on Nuke. So it's clear that Navi Jr. they're not perfect on Nuke, but what I do have to say, it's clear that Navi Jr. have done their research. The amount of rounds that they've sent 2 players down towards Secret so early on, because of the fact that Iberian Soul at least try and get a player down Secret very quickly, I like the idea of. It's clear that Navi Jr. have done their research.
Yeah, certainly here at least. And the eco actually is finding a decent bit of success.
Oh, the ecos for Iberian Soul, you can never question them. This is something that me and Nexus learned the hard way. They won 4 ecos, or at least like Tech 9 half buys against GTZ on Anubis. It was insane. Like they were better with the 5.7s than they were with the AWPs and rifles. It was ridiculous.
I mean, that is pretty crazy.
And they still lost the game, by the way. That was the maddest thing of all. It was a full eco with Glocks. And 3 players forgot to buy head armor.
Taking the space outside. A great fight from Alex, yeah, towards Garage. That cheeky way to find the kill. Maybe a bit of luck involved as well, but he offers up this space down. I think that step might have been heard from the main player of Maazi.
Yeah, we're going to have to see a rotation from Navi Jr. Well, Kraveni's already here. He's got a Molotov as well. The problem with this off angle is, with the amount of players in CT, it's surely just a 1-for-1. Yeah, we're going to see that trade every day of the week. There's no kind of back away potential. You see the molly towards double. Maazi's in kind of a similar kind of scenario where he's surely just going to go 1-for-1 at best. These are not the positions to be playing when you're towards Secret alone. It's only ever going to be a 1-for-1. I was praising Iberian Soul for their trading throughout the whole of their game yesterday. It seemed like they were very cohesive. And I think Navi Jr., this is not the side that you can kind of just easily get, you know, double kills against. I've got to say, I think Navi Jr., those off angles, especially when you've got util to defend, really can't be the idea. Surely just a save here for these final two. We'll see an investment in the next. Both Demon and Zugis can drop over to Grabeni and Symmetry. But Maazi's 12-4. What a start.
I mean, like, he's the player that I think we can all say is fair enough that Navi Jr. do look to a decent amount of time. I'm not saying that there isn't a lot of other individuals on this team, because there certainly is, but Maazi, we know the heights that this guy's already shown. And then when you've got a number of other players who, every single game, they can just turn up and absolutely silence the other team themselves. Yeah, it's a great combo that that this Navi Junior side do have. And firepower is certainly one thing that you can never say that they don't have enough of. But Maazi on this occasion, he's certainly the player leading the lines.
I've got to say, there's going to be a moment where Maazi gets snapped up by a tier 1 team. You know, or at least a tier 1.5 side. I think it's going to happen. It's inevitable, right?
I mean, look, I think there's a thing right now with a lot of these rosters similar to Navi Junior, where the roster is pretty much, look at your Spirit Academy, teams like that, where it is a very young team in general, and they're still shooting their way up the rankings. And I am just honestly desperate for them just to stick as a 5 and just see what is the height you guys can actually get to.
Yeah, maybe
you can see this Navi Junior team sort of rolling a number of sort of tier 2.5 teams. So I'd love to see what is the limit this team can get to. And when you still look at sort of the average age of this roster as well, not even being 18 yet.
Yeah,
I mean, it is interesting.
I think as well is that there was a moment last year where Maazi NXT were higher ranked than their main team. Obviously, it's not going to be easy for either Spirit Academy or Navi Junior to do that, as Spirit right now top of HLTV and Navi Junior, Navi not too far behind. But I think, you know, I wish there was a little bit more competition, I guess, between the Academy and the main rosters. Obviously, that's kind of what we saw with Monty Gen and Monty, where we saw that progression between individuals on the Academy roster. I think don't get me wrong, it's not going to be easy to get into either Spirit or Navi's main roster, but I think Maazi's certainly a player to kind of put a pin in and look, give it a year, and I think we'll see him at the top level. Symmetry, great find there. Maazi finding Davi G as well, and it puts Navi Jr. in a 5-on-3 scenario. Grabeni's in a good position as well. Oh, great find there, and now Alex taken down. That's the bomb. Mopo's all that remains. Lonesome in lobby.
I mean, look, what can you do at this point? You're kind of just hoping that plays peek into you one by one. You can maybe find a couple of kills, but they are certainly going to be peeking after locating his position. But Demon, in fact, just holding that restraint, waiting for his teammate to actually double peek with him. I mean, he gets peeked into himself, actually, but still just handles it so comfortably. Navi Jr. A big win to stop Iberian Soul from reclaiming their lead that they want, thanks to the pistol in the second round as well. But, I mean, look, Iberian Soul in this game, if they can just keep things sort of toe-to-toe, that is good enough. That is sort of where they need to be on this D side, and their map selection as well. But, yeah, they just can't really allow Navi Junior to run away with this game and sort of extend that lead too much. But it is another weaker buy here for the T's.
I do have to say it as well. It's the Navi Junior CT side here on Nuke that they usually struggle on. And I think that goes for most maps for Navi Junior, because they're such a threatening side on their T side. The vast majority of their stats are favoured to the T side because of how they play, because of kind of their structure and, you know, ability. Zugis, that's a great double there. He gets the third as well. They line up nicely and ramp. 4 survivors again. Money's looking very good here for Navi Junior.
first tactical pause that we are seeing. The weapons are back out for the T's. Obviously was not the full investment. Alex did it by like a bit of a hero Galil, so he was a little bit weaker financially himself. But yeah, the weapons are in play. The only thing that I'm a bit disheartened by is there was weapons invested in the last for the T's, and by doing so, we still do have 2 Galils, and obviously Alex buying that Galil himself in the last. He's only got Tech 9 now. So even though this is the weapon round for Iberian Soul, this is what they're calling the tactical pause for, there's still just a few more limitations that I would like.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think it's okay when the odd person goes for the hero Galil, hero AK, but it's only like, you're only ever going to praise it when they get kind of a double kill or a triple kill or set your team up for a round or at least give your team a chance. When it falls flat like that, I think that's where we have to say, well, look, was it really worth the investment?
Yeah, I think in hindsight you can do that for a lot of rounds though, couldn't you? So you get stomped on a full buy and you're like, oh, I could have decoed that round.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really how CS sometimes goes.
I love the speed.
Very quick down.
Yeah, brilliant hit. And now he's got 2 more to face. Alex will be able to retrieve this rifle. Flashbang coming through that he can just crouch under. Mopos though peeking from vent. Oh, the tag comes through. So much damage. Zugis though facing against the orb. Missed shot from Mopos. Zugis can find him. Maazi's rotated in as well. In the Molotov. Not the best of sprays. And now he's wondering whether to push through or back away. He goes for the right decision though. He can find 17 and 5, Charlie. What are you meant to do if you're Iberian Soul?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're just given the first instance there of this player being human with a bit of a laboured spray onto the B-bomb side, but still able to get a double, still able to reposition, and got a chance to find his 3rd of the round, and will do so. I mean, yeah, this is one of the games that you sort of finish and you say, okay, look at the rest of the team here. Look at, okay, Zugis on 9 kills, yeah, Krebeni's on 8.
Not bad.
He's not too far away from the rest of our players individually. But then you look at this one man and you're like, okay, that's why we get stuck.
But I think that moment there, when we see that flick come through, it's a bit unfortunate because I think if Mopos gets that kill without taking any damage, I think it maybe looks as an easier round. But yeah, it's been so impressive here from Maazi. He's 18 and 5.
Yeah, no signs of him slowing down whatsoever. In fact, it's only after 9 rounds as well.
It's nuts. He's got 2 KR.
Yeah.
Usually we're impressed with the 2 KD.
Yeah, exactly. He's certainly got a bit more of that.
Yeah.
But nice easy work here from Demon, finding a double. Krebeni's advanced position is enough to catch off Stedodo.
Yeah, and the problem here is Iberian Soul have thought, well, we can sneak our way down Secret. That's our way into this round. The problem is you've lost 3 players towards Lobby. You've lost 3 players towards the A bomb site so early on. And now with Davi G trying to progress up, then Demon can find as well. You look at this game for Demon, he's 7 and 2. But he's, you know, in the bottom half of his team's frags. Certainly not the bottom half of the server though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an interesting round there. I mean, potentially it was just attempted to be that B split. The smoke was down. Maybe the players were just intending to go down towards Vent as they know that there are 2 players going down to the lower side themselves. But it does make you think, why weren't both those players towards Squeaky sort of going together then?
Yeah.
And also,
spend $200 on a flash.
Yeah, just things like that. And also, Stedodo could have just joined them as well. Or even just maybe made a bit of presence towards ramp before going for that if you want to try to sell a bit of a... just something that might take a bit of Demon pressure away.
Yeah.
A bit of his attention maybe. But, yeah, look, not the case at all. And 7-3 is the scoreline from this once close game. Things are starting to go more in the favour of Navi Jr. But obviously, things needed to. They were on this CT side, so they certainly would have been disappointed if this was a 6-6 half.
Yeah, and I think for Iberian Soul is when we looked at the start of this game, it was looking quite competitive. It was a bit back and forth. We had the idea that, you know, it could go either way. But now when you take into account that Iberian Soul, they were the winners of the pistol, and what have they really found? Not much, but this could be their avenue in. Symmetry here with the AWP. We see Maazi rotating in. Zugis as well from Heaven. Mopos now. He's kind of alone on the A-bomb site as we see Davi G rotating in from Heart. Zugis can survive. The late drop He's going to molly towards Hart. This is going to force out Davi G. And Navi Jr. again victorious here. And it's brilliant. They've only lost one round since the kind of initial in this initial pistol and force by loss.
Yeah, and Jugis isn't far off Maazi now either. He's having a monster game as well, but he's just been sadly overshadowed slightly. He's 13-3. I mean, he's someone we would be talking about singing their praises. But sadly, there's someone with somehow 6 kills more than him.
Yeah, ridiculous.
Fun around the half though, Fred, and things could get even more dicey for Iberian. So I do think 4 is going to be needed from them. I think a 9-3 is where you probably are saying that's going to be a very difficult comeback. Not one that's impossible, but not far off getting to that point.
Well, I think the fact that the T side here for Navi Jr. is usually better, that's the really scary thing, right? Down to the B site, already Iberian Soul have taken control. The bomb's going to go down. Symmetry posted up. We've got a close angle from Davi G. Alex has kind of got to get this kill, but with Mopoz's positioning, he's assuming that if anyone rotates down, he's going to get this kill, which he certainly should. The problem is, it's very reliant on these players on the site surviving, and the swing from Davi G is so simple. Mopoz now has the reposition. Krabeni has caught him off, and Demon drops down the vent. 10 HP on Mopoz. 1 versus 4. He can get the first, but this becomes so difficult. The amount of utility, the AWP posted up, there's nothing he can do. And 9 is found now for Navi Jr. What an impressive performance here from them.
Yeah, kicking things off on Nuke exactly how they needed it to be done. Iberian Soul's map selection as well. And
certainly doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not from what we've initially seen. And you've got to say, if pistol round does not go the way of Iberian Soul, there's a very good chance they're going to end up wanting to force it, and then things could be over there. I mean, even if they don't, we're going to be looking at 11 rounds potentially if Navi Jr. can go on to take this pistol. And things on Nuke could be over before they even really started, and that's the worrying sign.
I have to say as well, when we saw the first round from Iberian Soul, it was the fake A util, send players down towards B, take that control. We had Davi G flanking in heaven. It seemed like such a well-drilled pistol strat, and Iberian Soul, it had a lot of creativity about it. It seemed like players were hitting their shots. I was quite impressed with that pistol, with the discipline they showed, and it seemed to just fall flat. But Mopoz, nice find there. P2000 ringing true, and he's going to search for more here. Bomb has made its way down the vent though, but still, very alone is Demon. And he is completely alone.
Yeah, super easy pistol here for Iberian Soul, and the pistol that they needed. Demon spotted. Not found though.
Oh, a Demon 1v5? Is that what's on the specials for today?
I mean, he'll have a couple of 1v1s that he can look to take, but sadly he's opted to go up super, and there is a player waiting for him. Davi G Jawlies. We'll remove him from this one, so it is just a 1 kill found onto Alex. And that is a step in the right direction for the Spanish core. But one of the biggest issues that was causing Iberian Soul so many difficulties in the first half is, out of all the 12 rounds we saw play, only 2 of them they found the opening kill in. The other 10 went the way of Navi Jr. So, look, I mean, Iberian Soul won 1 round where they were disadvantaged, but even then, you can't really ever expect to win rounds when you're just not able to find these early kills sort of ever. The chance is normally around 70% of the time a team who gets the opening kill will convert it. Navi Jr. did it more than that one, but Iberian Soul just didn't really even have the option to have that.
Ooh, Stadodo's going to be under pressure here. There is a FAMAS in play, but Stadodo, nice find there. That's the bomb dropping. We can see some rotations as well. There's a second player maneuvering their way up. Stadodo's just cleared this angle on the right-hand side. So much damage dealt here. If Davi G goes down. Searching for this FAMAS. Reveni can just get the reload off. This is a 1 versus 3. You can try and isolate these fights.
The positioning though of Alex, it could be good enough.
Reni's just going to wait, though. He could have gotten back to lobby. This is something that Iberian Soul do need to think about. This was smoked off. Oh, he's been spotted now. Surely found. No more here for Navi Jr. But look, 2 kills isn't bad. I think if they get Navi as well, obviously they've got an open site on B, and that's where things could have gotten very, very costly. But I think Navi Junior, they're still 4 rounds in front. They're going to be getting the investment in this one, and to be honest, now they've got the AKs in play. I think they can really show what they have to offer here on the T side of Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not able to be successful in this one, though, it will certainly give Iberian Soul a bit more of a grip in this game.
Yeah, a bit more threat potential.
And I think that's all they can really ask for at this point. Just a bit more of a lifeline, because their T side was disappointing and underwhelming. Alex looks like he was going to get cleared, but hasn't fully been checked. Ooh. Able to get 2.
Yeah, great from Alex. Absolutely brilliant. Zugas falls as well. So much damage dealt to Mopos and Stadodo. Demon, though, with a great find. With the low HP of a couple of these players. Oh, the nade finding Stadodo. It's a 2 versus 2. How have Navi Jr. come out of all of this outside engagement with the advantage? And Davi G, the position of this, well done. You take this position, but it only really works if they wrap back to lobby. He's going to be completely out of the action. The rotation's going to be really tough. So is Mopos. I genuinely think Iberian Soul, once this bomb goes down on B, are just going to have to save. Obviously, it's conditioned on Navi Jr. heading to B. Obviously, they can make their way up the vent, but I don't see Iberian Soul giving this one a go. We've got a low HP on Mopos, Davigi without a kit, no utility. Once the glass breaks here, I think the round's done. Davig's so far out of it as well. It seems like they're going to give this one a go, though. I think Iberian Soul are not really in the position where they can give rounds away.
I mean, look, it's still a 2v2. Both the T's will still go down to 1 headshot with these guns, so if they're clean enough and quick enough.
Double dark. What a setup. Oh, one was rampant. Oh, no, it is double dark. It's a great setup, though. They're not going to expect 2 players here. Not in the slightest. Mopos clearing. We'll get 1. But look, they don't expect it. Why would they? They will be clearing it, though, and it is Mopos' double. He's the only one that can get the defuse off. A great retake, I've got to say. The T's fumble massively, though.
I mean, it's a low HP. Mopos doesn't take any damage there whatsoever. And this is why Iberian Soul did give it up. It's still a 2-on-2.
Yeah.
You still have the chances. I mean, the double dark set was a decent idea.
They play it quite poorly, though.
But, I mean, it's the issue. You got 1 player holding towards ramp. Demon just clearly not expecting that he can get peek on from that specific angle, because his teammate is watching for what in theory should be that peak. And yeah, it just looks like potentially the fact that Mopos was looking at that player towards dark, who didn't even have a glance towards ramp, maybe he just had a bit of an inkling. Okay, there's a good chance there is a second player here.
To be honest, it could be something just as simple as when, was it Stadodo or was it Davi G? Well, when they were in that fight, obviously when taking the shots at the other player, their name will flash up red, right? Maybe I'm overthinking this, but could it have been something like that? Where they realised that the player he killed wasn't the one that was shooting him initially?
It was the one that was shooting him, though.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was Demon both times. Either way, had a bit of a DC from Quebeni. Back in the server, though, so it looks like it is just going to be a bit of a quick one. But Iberian Soul, they've been doing what they've needed to do, taking these rounds slowly but surely and able to get them on the board. But obviously, we saw them have a good start to the first half. Similarly, a good start to the second. It's all about how long can they continue things for, because they're still trailing, but the closer they bring this game, the more sort of this pendulum swings into their favour, because they are on this favoured side. If they're able to level things up, I think that's where our sort of mind shifts from, yeah, Navi Jr. are in a great spot to completely the other way.
Well, I think as well, we've got to say that every round that goes against Navi Jr. will be another moment where they'll be thinking, well, we won the half 9-3. We won the half that we usually struggle with, 9-3. How are we not going to win this game? So I think if Iberian Soul can come back and find victory, that's their, their obviously their best opportunity. But it's an important clutch, that last one. It's a big round, Iberian Soul. It's not as though they just find the pistol in the eco. First gun round goes their way. Upgraded pistols here, though. Fair bit of utility as well. I like the idea here from Navi Jr. Potential for a bit of a fast A. Benny spotted, though. Found by Mopos. Stododo on the big green. Stododo's really struggled recently. Just have to look at his rating. I think, obviously, we've seen a lot of difficulty with AWPers. We've seen a real decline in their kind of individual ratings, but Stododo, 0.95, it's not really been enough, has it?
No, I mean, he certainly has been one of the players who was very impressive.
Yeah.
Sort of not too long ago, but yeah, has certainly struggled. And look, there's still a player in there. It just feels like we're still waiting to see the time that he does come back, which is interesting considering Iberian Soul have been on a much better run of form, but he hasn't exactly been a major part of it. And I think it can only be looked at as in if Stododo is playing to the level that I think people are hoping he can once again get to. I think this team, honestly, a completely different look to them.
I do have to say, upgraded Tech 9s seem like going towards secrets can't be the best idea. Whether you rush towards ramp, rush towards A, the fact they didn't even inflict a single point of damage is crazy to me. We can see those rounds go the way of the T's, but Navi Jr. now, they lose this one, and we could be seeing a 9-9 scoreline. And that's what we forget about kind of all-round scene so far on Nuke. Smoke here from Alex. What are we thinking, Charlie? We thinking Iberian Soul can come back and win this?
Yeah, 100%. Look, I said 3 rounds isn't going to be an impossible comeback, but it's going to be a difficult one.
Yeah.
And yeah, so far they have made things very easy on the second half.
I think because when you look at the pieces of Iberian Soul, there's a lot of experience. There's a lot of individual ability.
I mean, look, they've always had good pieces of this team, even when they came together and the results were poor. That was one thing we could never say against this roster. It was never that they didn't have the players behind them. So yeah, that's something that they've always had, 100%.
Quite reminiscent to Iberian Soul's pistol here. Navi Jr., they opt to show some contact regarding utility towards the A-bomb site, and they creep their way out to secret. An unknown game plan here. With the AWP posted up from Stododo. Very rarely you get to see the AWP on the back of the A-bomb site, and we've just seen a reason of why you maybe can make it work. Symmetry, though, gets the double. Aware that Stododo is still here. Stododo with another shot, though. 3-on-3. Low utility here for Navi Jr. Salzo finding Krebeni. Maazi, though. Maazi gets a double. And this is why he's 21-9. Such a great set of kills there. And now Stododo questioning whether he's got enough time, whether there's the utility. If he peeks now, he could have found Maazi with that P250, but Iberian Soul, they just have to give this one up. Obviously, finances are strong enough for them to get an investment in the next. Demon's got to be cautious. P250, though. I think in that moment, Stododo's got to maybe just pull out the AWP, and I think the P250, I think we know what can happen in those moments. It's this double here, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a great double there. Maazi as well coming alive. Had a bit of a slower start to this second half than what he did on the first. I think he only found 1 kill on this second half, I want to say, before that round. So a pretty major double kill from him. And it feels like this is what Navi Jr. had in sort of leaps and spades in the first half. Individuals. Symmetry's sort of the only player who didn't have the greatest of first half. I think we finished at like 5-9, 5-8. But the rest of the team definitely had their moments. Second half so far hasn't really been the case, and I do think that might need to be what happens again. Just have some more of these guys step up. Last round showed that they can do so. You're 3 rounds away from taking Nuke, taking your opponent's map pick, and putting yourselves in a wonderful spot in this series. So if we can keep things like that going, I think I think, look, I think the first half showed perfectly that when Navi Junior, when their players are on their A game, even a side like Iberian Soul will struggle to slow them down.
Yeah, definitely. Look, we have seen both Maazi and Krebeni disconnect. I might be wrong in saying, but maybe they're on boot camp. I'm not too sure. Would that be silly to say they're both from Kosovo? Maybe they're boot camping together. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it was just randomly internet's timed out for both of them at the same time.
I mean, Krebeni's had some issues already. Has DC'd once. Yeah, it could be. I mean, yeah, there's certainly a good chance that it honestly could be something like that. We're hoping it isn't going to be anything too serious, though. Because, look, we finally see Navi Junior win their first round of this half, and I think momentum is the one thing that they'll want behind them. But, yeah, it might be a little bit of an extended one for so far.
Yeah, look, Navi Junior, they only need 3 more rounds here on this game of Nuke to take it. I think, obviously, if Nuke goes their way, things become quite difficult for Iberian Soul. You know, we're looking at Mirage being not only Navi Junior's pick, but a map that very recently we've seen weakness from Iberian Soul. I think we can see Anubis be a very strong map as well for Navi Junior. I think if we do somehow get ourselves to Anubis, I will be very interested by it. You know, this is something that me and Nexus were talking about when Iberian Soul played Anubis yesterday. You look at their losses. Okay, yeah, they've got a 50% win rate in their last 10 games. Their losses, they have 4 13-11 losses and 1 16-9 loss. They could be, you know, very close to 100% win rate on Anubis if they were just able to kind of close out games and able to have that slight difference. You know, one round really could change everything. But obviously, we're not here on Anubis as of yet, and we might not get there depending on the result of this one. If Iberian Soul lose this round, we could be seeing 12-7, and that's where maybe we're saying Navi Junior, congrats. You just need 1 round on the T side of Nuke, but
yeah, asking Iberian Soul to get 5 rounds in a row is a really big tall order. And not going to be an easy one for them to overcome, but they're luckily not finding themselves in that spot just yet, but they certainly could be if they're not successful here. Great spam through the smoke there for Alex. Maazi just about getting caught in that. So it is man advantage for Iberian Soul, and Navi Junior, without that outside presence, Krebeni's had to rotate on over.
Look, I do have to say, Alex is 9 and 15. I feel like the majority of Alex's kills have had so much impact. Stododo, though, on the AWP. Nice find onto Zugis. But attempt to back away. Alex again through the smoke, taking down Krebeni. Stododo falling, though, to Demon. A 2 versus 5, gone 2v4. Already we've seen a rotation here to single door. Symmetry, though, in a good position. If he can find Alex, it opens up some avenues. But Alex, a great third in this one. And look, I've said it, Alex has had a lot of high-impact rounds. Navi G can take down Demon. They deny the 11th here for Navi Junior.
Yeah, most of it is off of the back of Alex. Not just finding the opening kill, which is great enough as it is. Finding the second as well. So keen. You can see Stododo, it looks like maybe he just misses the jump there, and that hinders him quite a bit. But even with that, Stododo is still able to find one. He still just delays a bit, gets the information, but it's the triple from Alex, and then obviously the final kill as well from David G.
Yeah, look, if that third kill doesn't come through from Alex, I think Symmetry can open up a bit of an avenue towards A. A little bit more time can be given to Demon on the lower side. He can try and catch players off from rotation. I think Navi Junior, although it was a 2v5 that could have gone 2v3, although disadvantaged, I think they would have had opportunities in that round. But just a half-fly here. Peeking in front of the smoke is Stododo, but misses his shots and misses again. Certainly not the round for confidence here for Stododo, but for Alex, firing from heaven, he can find one. Navi G rotating in, and just a tag here. Krebeni, or Demon, sorry, to fall to this HE grenade, and with Zugis taken down as well. Just a 1 bullet connecting here. This is the second time that we've seen these Tech 9s and kind of upgraded heroes, you know, saved and hero AKs in play where Navi Junior have struggled. It makes you question, why didn't they just go behind these smokes?
Yeah, I think trying to get a time in, able to get close towards main, hoping that and AWP isn't going to be peeking them. Stenodo hasn't really played like that so far this game, but yeah, not working out for them on this occasion. And you mentioned Navi Junior's T-sides normally was better. It's really sort of lacks that ambition right now, and they're getting caught off on multiple occasions and only finding a single round so far. Iberian Soul are right on the heels now of this T-side. Demon trying to spearhead something towards ramp.
Great HE damage onto Symmetry and Demon. The problem now, though, for Iberian Soul is they've lost this ramp control. We have seen Alex back away towards CT, which I think is a really good call. Kind of denies any heaven pressure. Mopos has got to be cautious, though. Navi G is going to be rotating in. Ready, we've got to play on the back of the bomb site. Spotted, though, but Salzol finds a really important frag. Utility to be landing on Salzol, though, and he gets another. How has he been able to find 3 and no trades come through? No damages come through. Great individual performance here from Salzol. He's on for the ace. Maazi, all that remains. What a round there from Salzol.
I think Navi Junior just needs some more time. That they need to be able to discuss things, get Coolio on the mic and try to maybe rally the troops, because whatever is happening on Nuke is slipping out of their hand. Since this second half, Fred, we've seen 7 out of the last 8 rounds go the way of Iberian Soul. Obviously assuming this one's going to.
Well, look, Maazi's got to get all 5 kills in 3 seconds. I think we know that's not happening.
Well, I mean,
I get a couple, though.
I mean, the play is good enough. You can never count him out. But I do... It does make you worried, though. Look, Maazi there's 2 more of his kills. I think he has only found 5 kills on this second half so far. And 2 of them coming from that save right there. So you can say they're not hugely impactful. But he was having a monster first half. And it does feel like since we've seen him slow down, a couple of the other names slow down as well. Zooix as well. He was 13-3.
Yeah, really struggling here.
And this is the thing, the individuals just have been super slow since getting onto this T side. And it's allowed Iberian Soul to level up the game. And now they're at a spot where I think we have to say that, yeah, they could easily take this.
Yeah, look at that round from Salzar, though, is brilliant. I don't know how he's been able to find 4 kills there. It should never be happening. Iberian Soul, though, they've now leveled it up. They've now kind of reclaimed that lost ground and lost control that their T-side showed. And a round victory here can put them in the driver's seat. It is just a half buy around this saved AK. There is a Galil invested on Krabeni as well, so... Alex towards outside has been very impressive. There's a dink that comes through for 6 damage.
Yeah, not the greatest thing we've seen. Actually, not far off being able to spot Alex, but Alex still just crouched, not giving anything up.
Alex can peek here towards outside and should be able to find Dugas. Nice kill there with Maazi falling as well. We can't expect much. Demon, nice find with the Tech 9. That's the bomb dropped. I would have liked to kind of see Maazi stay towards top main, get players down secret, and then when we're seeing rotation, he can look to cut them off.
Yeah, this has to be 11 here.
Who for?
Oh, unless we see...
Made it the smoke.
Yeah, just
brilliant stuff, that.
Fully exposes Symmetry's positioning, and Krabeni's a little bit out of this round. Might be able to find Alex, but Alex has been on hot form. Alex was insanely negative. And
7 and 14.
I mean, he's even less than that at one point.
Yeah.
In less than 5 kills. I remember seeing, ooh, won't highlight him just yet. And I mean,
wait, we know the CT
so.
side. Yeah, look, I think we know what kind of the experience and the individual ability that Alex can have. And I think the CT side is truly shown it. It's been brilliant. And you look at that round, yes, he gets 2 kills, but it's not the kills that kind of have so much impact. It's the discipline he shows. You know, he spots Maazi towards Silo. I think maybe a more inexperienced player would look to go for that fight. But Alex knows, well, I've got teammates close by. I don't really need to take this head-up fight. Mopos, though, speaking of head-on collisions, will take down Zugis. Demon is in front of this Molotov. If he looks to go out now, he will catch up the CTs massively. And we're going to see it. He spots one in the smoke. He's just trying to clear out the rest of the A bomb site. He's not seen anyone. There's no one here. Maazi, if he can take down Davi G, this round becomes so difficult. There's 2 players in main. Demon's got this information. Demon must have communicated to his team, well, they've got to be in Squeaky. Demon's got to pull the trigger at some point.
Yeah,
We'll get
just
one.
waiting for Steve
He's
to
the
get
player
a
in
little
heaven.
bit closer, a bit more prepared.
Great round, though. Demon, the timing that he takes and obviously the kill and space that he acquires. Oh, no one holding vent currently. This could get very costly. Salzol dodging the molly and the nade. But speaking of that vent play, Mopos, he will get one. He gets the collat. The damage onto the second in Maazi. He's low HP. If Maazi sends out the nade, it will take him down. And there we see it. The nade will acquire this kill. Molotov and bomb retrieved. Needs to be so worried about this smoke. It fades, taking him down, and we will see Demon in the clutch. The Dodo sends out the nades. The Dodo, all it takes is 1 bullet now. He's 13 HP. Demon tapping the bomb.
Yeah, he now is actually going to start to question exactly where he is. Second tap of the bomb here. Finally, the third, and it's a stick, and it's the Dodo. Him actually attempting to make that wraparound might have won him the round. No chance he could have tried to call his bluff. As he
Why is
wasn't
no
even
one
there.
holding vent? Why is no one holding vent for Navi Jr.? It's the elevation up vent. Not only gets one, Mopos gets the damage onto Maazi and the kill onto Krebeni here. It should never be happening. And I think the problem in that clutch for Demon is he kind of outplays himself. If he sticks the bomb first time of asking, he wins that round, I think. Or at least has a better chance. I think in those moments, if you're going for the tap, you've got to keep tapping and get the round on the kill. Salzol unable to acquire the double. Important trade from Maazi now. But it's 12-10. Iberian Soul, they've got 2 opportunities to close out Nuke now. They were 9-3 down.
Yeah, and this one looks like it could be ending the way of Iberian Soul. Look, they've already won round disadvantaged. They've got the advantage in this one, Navi Jr., but I mean, I don't think there's any sort of level of confidence that they can be having right now. Just 1 round on this T side.
Well, the money's good enough as well for Iberian Soul to give this one a go, and obviously this could be a bit disastrous as if they get a couple kills, if they bring this down to a 1-on-1, and even if they lose it, it puts them in a great spot. Zugis gonna have to swing. In the flames, he can find one. Zugis again. 1 versus 4 into the Dodo. There's no real value in sticking around. Obviously, Mopos might need a drop, and Alex won't get full utility. And the steps towards secrets are just saving in T-spawn.
Yeah, question for a second about maybe attempting to take these players down, but opted against it. I mean, look, a couple of things that could have went very well for Iberian Soul. The molly there towards Dark, but Zug is able to find 2. David G tries to back away from the side player who's swinging him, but Zug is quick enough to find him. But it's him finding the first kill that's especially good. Someone full HP, he's in the flames right there. There you go, finding Alex is the kill that does it. So it's all going to come down to round number 24, but Iberian Soul just losing their second round here since this second half.
Yeah, look, I think now Iberian Soul, they've got a full investment. I'd like to see Stadodo drop a weapon to either Alex or Mopos, just get out another defuse kit. It's the last round. You know, there's no point having an extra 3,000 in the bank. Although it is a minute factor, I think it's something that, if it comes down to it, Iberian Soul will feel very, very silly if Alex and Mopos don't have a kit in the clutch and they're the last one there.
I mean, mean, look, you'd hope so.
Maazi's going to go searching. He's heard these steps towards the lower site. Smoke down here from Stadodo. Maneuvers back here to window. Navi Jr. don't seem confident.
Yeah, not sure whether they should be pushing behind this smoke or not.
This is not the Navi Jr. that I was hoping or kind of assuming we'd see today.
Or on this T side at least, I think that's fair to say. They didn't really put a foot wrong on the CT at all.
Molly and Dark. There's got to be a smoke here towards window. The fact that it's gone 9-3, and now we have potential for not only Iberian Soul to win it, but even overtime. I didn't expect either of these results.
I mean, 40 seconds on the clock now. Time is ticking.
Smoke towards Squeaky.
Iberian Soul send David G up towards the A-bomb site as well, as 30 seconds is all that remains. Symmetry might have taken that fight onto David G, but they are going to be waiting. Time is ticking. Maazi is going to be this flank. This round is going to come down to the wire. He's putting so much stock into his teammates, taking down the CTs and taking them down dominantly, but there's still 2 more players here towards A.
Oh, and Maazi found! Zugis takes down Salzol in Heaven, though. It's a 2 versus 2. 1 towards Heaven, 1 towards Vent. They've smoked towards main. Utility has rained down from Heaven. Alex has given up his position. Obviously, the steps on the ladder has given it away as well. So Dodo, the eagle in hand. He's maneuvered up the Vent now, just holding towards Squeaky. Alex, he's got great information of one of these players now. Flashbang to come out. He's cleared the back of the bomb site. Zugis on the front side now in the clutch, but he gets the first. It is all on Alex. We praised he's had a good CT side, but in the final moment, he cannot win it. Zugis with the 1 versus 2. A 3k overall. Only 3 rounds found from both teams' T side, but it's gone to overtime, Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is madness that we even got here. Iberian Soul, we've got to give them so much credit, despite not actually able to close things out here. The fact that they're able to make this comeback work, it didn't look like they dropped their heads once. Always in this game, they always felt like it was possible, and just since the start of their CT side, they made things look very easy. The Navi Junior rounds, don't get me wrong, they did come down to the wire, they did come very close, but at the very least, they did manage to get these final rounds to bring us to this spot. And again, the odds are now looking favourable for Navi Junior. They are the team that a lot of people are going to be sort of given the slight edge to win this game, but they still need to show a lot more on this T side, and maybe just those final 2 rounds could have sparked a bit of confidence that was desperately needed in this side.
Yeah, and look now. This is where Navi Jr., they've got the opening kill. Utility has been somewhat drained. Mopos is going to be searching here, but it goes down to Demon, and Mopos had 4 pieces of utility there. Davi G looks to be aggressing. Demon was so well drilled on Davi G's angle, yet the second he turns, that's when Davi G strikes. Great timing there on that push. It seems like it's going to be an A play here. Zugis pushes through his own Molotov. No fight onto Davi G. Maazi needs to get the trade, and we will eventually see it. Quick, kind of speedy approach out of Heaven. Where are his teammates? They have both maneuvered. There's one still in Squeaky and Symmetry. And the Molly's landed down to ramp. Krebeni's going to maneuver back here. He can take down Alex. Salzol now in the 1 versus 2. This round gets so difficult, quite unnecessarily. If Maazi had teammates there, I think we're looking at a very easy round going the way of Navi Jr. Symmetry now, just going to be shotgun warping. Salzol has smoked off a perfect angle, but in fact the T's can just both push through this. The problem is for Salzol as well, he's not 100% sure of whether players would have gone towards Heaven. He heard steps towards ramp. There was a molly there as well. Great fight from Symmetry. Navi Jr., they get themselves 1 round here on their T side of overtime. I think whoever finds 2 on the T side have surely taken it.
I mean, sometimes Overvast is a mysterious beast, and you can never really see exactly what it does have. There can be a lot of madness that does happen on these things. But yeah, like you said, Salsa with a perfect smoke drop there towards Squeaky. But it's the fact that in a 1 versus 2, the fact and the sort of risk that you'd have to take to really have the nerve to stick the bomb there, it is so unlikely. So obviously it's just that tap and Symmetry peeks on out.
Well, I think
even
even if
he
it's the
goes
stick,
down, we'll see the other player swing.
I think Symmetry finds the kill on the stick of the bomb as well. Important round for Navi Junior though. It begs the question, realistically, we should have seen them take this game, right? Oh, Stadono, what is that? That is a ridiculous shot through the smoke.
Yeah, a couple of nice moments from the Orpers, but Stadono's only allowed 1 chance before it does get shut down by Navi Junior's own Big Green.
Yeah, Maazi's taking this control. Obviously, the smoke's landed. He won't realise that a player kind of maneuvered down the vent, dropped the smoke, and has gone back up.
Oh, Davey G. The position's so strong. Demon doesn't get the timing. What?
Missed shots from David G. Painful there. Alex now tucked close towards Squeaky. Found by Maazi. Symmetry there as well. And with the heaven control that's been taken by Zugis, Mopos with so much to do in this round. It's a 2 versus 4. Feels like a 1v4 with Salzor's positioning. Mopos traded out by Maazi.
Yeah, kind of needed to double down there. And then maybe see if he can keep himself alive for Salzor to be able to rotate on in. But it's not what we've seen. It's a 1 versus 3 for him. You said you think 2 rounds will basically confirm our victor. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case. There'll still be obviously 1 final round after this one. And if Navi Junior can take that, I mean, I'm fully with you. But for now, the Iberian Soul comeback that we've seen, I still think they've got a chance.
I think obviously they've got a chance, but I've got to say, Iberian Soul, to make that comeback, to go 12-10, go OT, and then lose these first 2 rounds, Iberian Soul are going to be ripping their hair out. It's just such a painful game. I guess, you know, it's Counter-Strike at its finest. You know, you see the team who have been looking at pretty poor at the moment. They go down 9-3 on that first half. You know, with the pistol round and the force buy being the only ones that they won. You know, we're looking at the game overall and thinking, well done, Navi Junior, you've won this one. Iberian Soul are the first to get map point. It's so painful to watch. And I think Iberian Soul, when you really think about it, Charlie, I think sometimes in games like this, it would have been better for them to just lose 13-6, 13-7 than have all of this energy kind of zapped and kind of taken away from them from that comeback just to lose again. It's a horrible, horrible position to be in. Navi Junior, though. They are in prime position to take this one. Salzol, though, speaking of positioning, already here down towards Secret. Oh, Maazi, what a shot there. Alex, though, through the smoke with a quick trade. We have seen a rotation as well. It is from Mopos. Here towards Single Door. He's maneuvered out. Zugis realizing, look, the only way I'm going to find Mopos is if you get out of the way, mate. So I'm pulling the trigger whether you're there or not. But it leaves Krebeni in a 1 versus 3. Iberian Soul have been given a gift here.
Yeah, ton of team damage dealt there. But like you said, Symmetry just sort of fumbling util out in the open. Didn't try to move so his teammate could find the kill. So yeah, you don't really have a choice other than to try to just see if you can find them both at least. But Alex, that initial kill we found, that massive kill through the smoke, just kept things so possible. But yeah, as soon as the contact's made, Alex communicated exactly where Krebeni was, and the other 2 CTs get ready to swing, and that's what they do, and swing perfectly. Alex is a bit of a smoke criminal this game. So many kills through smokes.
I'll be honest, I generally think he's probably got more kills through smokes than he has without. Yeah, it's this moment like this. It's unfortunate for Symmetry, but before he gets out into the open, why doesn't he have his Molotov or his smoke primed? Why don't you have it ready to throw and then he can get his gun out? But Look, a bit of fortune going the way of Iberian Soul. I still think it's going to be a tough game for them now. Navi Jr., you know, their CT side looks so nice. Obviously, I think a lot of that was helped out by Maazi having what it felt like, you know, 20 kills, 19 kills, I think.
It is Navi Jr. on the half now that they showed so much successes on in the first portion of this game.
Oh, look at the damage onto Salzo. I don't know whether that's a leg with the AWP or a dink with a rifle, but either way, it's a lot of damage. The Dodo already posted up here towards Secret. We've got Symmetry here on the back of the bomb site. Iberian Soul, they've taken this control, but the problem is look how limited their utility is. They don't even have a single smoke to work with in this final minute.
Yeah, if you find the kills in one or massive, though, Grabeni is posted up.
Yeah, I think a boost play, I like the idea. They'll clear out this initial double doors angle, and then they'll do it again for single, surely. I love this. Absolutely brilliant. It's got to move further across, though. Davi G. There's a lot more wall for you to... Great. It's the Dodo should look, mate, you're doing it wrong. I'm just going to peek.
Yeah, it'd be one of those ones, if Starodo goes down, he'll probably be a bit annoyed at his teammate, but no need there. Maazi just in the vents. Tries to take the shot beforehand and just allows Navi to know exactly where he is. And yeah, I mean, it has to be, well, I say it has to be a B play. The bomb's dropped. Oh, David G. Desperately tries to see if he can find the kill on the player above.
Both players die after time.
Yeah, it's probably not actually going to matter, though, because, look, we're at a spot where Iberian Soul can't lose a round, so they've got to win
very true,
anyway.
very true.
But tactical balls for Iberian Soul. We saw this scoreline a little bit flipped, where Iberian Soul had 2 opportunities to close out the game. Now it's Navi Juniors to have 2.
Yeah, and this is where Navi Jr. are going to kind of pounce on this opportunity. Obviously, I think if they take Nuke, Mirage looks very positive for them, so does Anubis. So I think we do have to say, if Navi Jr. do scoop up Nuke, that's where things can look very costly and very scary for this Iberian Soul side. Don't get me wrong, I think they've had kind of a bit of lacking confidence, but to be honest, I've got to say, a game like this, I've already mentioned it before, I think it would be better for Iberian Soul if they just lost 13-6, 13-5. However much you can say, oh, well, at least it's going to give them some form of confidence. After a kind of a comeback like that, getting the lead, having 2 map points, fumbling it, and then losing your map, you've got to imagine the kind of the negative impact that's going to have on the player's mentality. Great opener here, Davi G falling to Maazi. Zugis here towards ramp. It's an excellent position. And they're going to line up again. We've seen this type of fight from Zugis before. Demon goes down, though. Symmetry on the AWP. He can peek at any moment. Zugis, it's all about taking attention away. But the problem is, we've seen missed shots from Symmetry. We've seen missed shots from Zugis. Down towards the B-bomb site they go. Not a single Navi Jr. player in sight. Iberian Soul can plant this now. Grabeni will be rotating down through vent. It adds a second prong to this retake. Symmetry with full utility. Just posted up here with the AWP. It's the Dodo tucked away towards dark. Maazi's got a smoke. Grabeni with a flash. Mopos on the back of the bomb site. Important trade from Maazi now, though, but we can see him falling easily to Alex. It's all on Grabeni. How has this round flipped so massively? Tap of the bomb. And Stadodo can find it. But it's disappointing from both Zugis and Symmetry. What has happened in that round? Zugis has got to be getting one more. And Symmetry, he was a player peeking from under heaven. How has he not been able to get a kill? No one was looking at him. It's disappointing.
Yes, it's a tough spot to find yourself in. Look, Symmetry's got Molly at his feet. He doesn't really want to peek out wider, so he just ends up sticking around in the Molly, hoping someone peeks into him, but during that time, could have easily peeked wider, found a kill. Yeah, Zugis going for the wider swing, not realizing 2 players have already crossed. But it was a 5-on-3 at the end of the day. It was a position where Navi Jr. should have been feeling really good about taking that round, and yet still somehow gone against them. So Iberian Soul with a hit towards Ace. Darodo taking the space. The Flames will be what takes him down. But
Profeti's in an excellent...
does find one more. It's a 4-on-3 now. Advantage again. Navi Jr. still 1 round away from taking this game.
Alex is here towards Garage. I don't think Maazi's going to be prepared for this. Alex spots out 2, and Alex will get them both. It's now a 1 versus 2. Zugis can get the kill. We've seen Zugis in this 1 versus 2 scenario before. He was victorious. A huge clutch for Salzol. This is for survival here for Iberian Soul on Nuke. Bomb's gone down. Zugis now realizing it is a B play. Reposition now for Salzol. Salzol's in an excellent position. The problem is all going to be about timing. He's open to 2 angles, and Zugis, he will be going into one of them. Oh, he's broken the glass, though. He's given up his intentions. And now Salzol, he's been able to maneuver. Salzol, it's all going to be about timing. Zugis seems aware, and Zugis will find him. Navi Jr., the best Iberian Soul here on Nuke. And it comes down to Zugis again in the clutch. Maazi had some big moments on that initial CT side, but I've got to say, Zugis, although 10 kills behind his teammate in Maazi, Zugis went huge there. He had so many important clutches, so many important rounds. Navi Jr., though, claiming victory on their opponent's map pick. It doesn't bode well for Iberian Soul.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant awareness at the end there, but like you were saying, things do get 10 times more difficult now. If you are Iberian Soul, that was your map selection. You're moving onto Mirage, which I think it's fair to say. We've seen some great things from Iberian Soul. We've also seen some terrible things from Iberian Soul. So they can be a little bit up and down on this map, and that's not really where you want to be at as a team. After going 1-0 down in this series, you're against you are against a side where I think it's fair to say you're probably rated as the underdogs in this game in terms of just recent form alone. And now Mirage is really where your fate is going to be sealed at potentially. Whether it is going to be you keep on fighting onto that Anubis, or whether Navi Jr. are going to be able to take this one in 2-0 fashion. I do think this is going to be a really interesting finish. I think Iberian Soul have showed some decent things on Nuke. Their ability to make their comebacks great. A couple of days ago, seeing them on versus Monty, they stomped teams in Mirage, but obviously, like you mentioned, like you and Nexus got to watch yesterday, GTZ proved too much to handle, and maybe Navi Jr. could prove the same thing. Yeah, look, I think now for Iberian Soul, they've got a real uphill battle, not only needing to do it on their opponent's map pick, but on 2 maps that we've seen a lot of impressive results from Navi Jr. Obviously, though, they've got about 10-15 minutes of a break before that second map of Mirage commences, and look, we're going to be jumping to a break ourselves.
just want him to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
An impressive comeback from Iberian Soul, but sadly matters not. They still lost on Nuke, and for Navi Junior now it gives them 2 chances to go 2-0 in this Swiss stage. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings here as we head to Mirage?
Yeah, I mean, look, at least we got to see a bit of fight left in Iberian Soul. At least we got to see the players warm up a little bit. Alex has some massive moments. We saw a couple of big ones from South Soul as well. I think this is what they need to be able to have a chance in Mirage. But Fred, we're not going to be messing around talking. We're going to be jumping straight into things now as Mirage is live. I think it's fair to say this is a massive one and a necessary map for Iberian Soul. Look, a 1-on-1 spot's not a bad one. But we know some of the teams that are waiting in that 1-on-1 spot.
Not easy.
And that's the thing that makes it scary.
Yeah, most definitely. And look, for Navi Junior, they are so well poised now to close out the series. It would be a ridiculous comeback if Iberian Soul can do it, especially with the result of their most recent Mirage game. But ooh, miss smoke here allows Mopos to have a bit of freedom. He can play in front of it, missing the initial shots. Daviji will find Demon. Maazi gets the kill onto Mopos, but with Stadodo finding Krebeni, there's still the advantage here for Iberian Soul. Another miss smoke here in Con. It allows a bit of space here for Stadodo. Bomb down though, timer ticking, and without a defuse kit, things could get quite difficult for Iberian Soul. They're going to have to hurry along this retake. At least they've got a smoke and a flash here in play to work with. Surely to recognise very shortly that they're all towards CT. Alex. He's going to have to be a full 10-second stick.
Yeah,
it's going to be so tough. They don't have the kills yet. It's the tap of the bomb. It's not even the stick, but the T's might be firing quite heavily here. Finally, the stick of the bomb. They assume that's the diffuser. They assume it's the diffuser, but the fact there's no other swing coming through, they realise it. Navi Junior with a great pistol. Maazi as well. He gets on the board so early. He's 4-0 already, Charlie. Very reminiscent to that beginning of Nuke.
Yeah, a monster start to Nuke from him and a monster start to this pistol as well. See, I was starting to question Iberian Soul. Okay, they've cleared out that bomb site very quickly, and they've confirmed, okay, all 3 players are towards CT. But one great flashbang, even piece of util that Navi Junior had just to delay a bit of time. And then, like you said, we just weren't seeing the kills come through. It felt like Iberian Soul maybe a little bit too hesitant to take that fight because they knew how many players were going to be waiting for them there. But that was the issue. That's what came back to actually haunt them in the end. They had to try to stick a full 10-second. That's where you do need them to see a straight heads-up fight taken from Iberian Soul. You can't really just be sitting, or maybe we tap the bomb hit. No, you do need to fight that.
Yeah, double scout in play here for Iberian Soul. They've opted for the force. The first scout could go down here. Maazi tagged though, and it allows these pistols towards short to have a lot of impact. But the space that's been taken here by Krebeni is perfect. The problem is, they're not going to be ready for Mopos. Not in the slightest. Tucked away towards default. Scout Stadodo, nice find onto Symmetry. Needs to connect the shot though onto Maazi. He's already been softened up. The Deagle struggling here in ladder. Krebeni has been chipped away at. There's a minute to work with. Mopos finds Zugis. There's still that low HP of Maazi to deal with, and obviously we've got Mopos still here towards default. Gets the kill though. Double scout here. The 5-7 of Alex needs to connect, but Krebeni takes him down, and now things surely to go the way of Navi Junior. Salzo attempting the no-scope. Oh, Demon with a Glock in hand. Salzo will connect, and now all it takes is a body shot here from both players. One bullet. Krebeni victorious, though sadly the force goes against Iberian Soul, but they're in the same position that Navi Junior were in on Nuke. We could see a reinvestment here from Iberian Soul now.
And look what it did for Navi Junior when they went for that second force. Maybe to finally break Iberian Soul. They ended up going on a big streak. themselves. They only ended up dropping one more round on that CT side, and Iberian Soul, they're also making that risk. They've gone for the investment. It's the 2-0 start for Navi Jr., but could it lead to 4 if Iberian Soul are not successful here?
Yeah, nice early damage onto Alex as well. Symmetry on the Mac 10 in an attempt to maximize the money made. Catches off Mopos, the flying Mac 10. Zug is finding Stadodo. Out in the open is Salzol, but Symmetry while high flying, falling. Salzol now, he's got the remaining rifle. Maazi's in an excellent position as well. Will take him down. Krabeni in middle too, and it's all on Navi G. Deegan hand spamming away. Will get his first and the second. If he can find this third kill, there's a real argument he wins that one, but Maazi, important pick there. And as you said, the loss in this one, we could be seeing a 4-0 start for Navi Jr.
Yeah, nice couple of kills at the end there from Navi G, just to soften up the economy slightly. I mean, maybe we could have seen a world in which they could have gone for it again if he did find at least one more. But it is the tactical pause now for Iberian Soul. Luckily for them, losing 3 rounds in a row. And with it, obviously the new, well, I say the new, it's been like 3 years since the sort of pistol economy's changed. But with obviously that coming in as well, there is going to be enough money that Iberian Soul can half buy and get out a couple of weapons here or there. So it's not going to be an easy one for Navi Jr. to go on to take, but it certainly should be a bit easier.
Yeah, look, the fact that we see this hefty start for Navi Jr. is a big problem for Iberian Soul already. On a map like Mirage, we know it's very CT-sided. And the fact that Navi Jr. can have, you know, an early 4-0 start, the remaining 8 rounds, even if they get 2 more of them, an excellent performance. You know, 6-6 on the T side of Mirage, you're going to be happy with every day of the week. Close angle seen here from Iberian Soul on A, as they've got 2 towards close ramp, and the elevated angle of Stadodo towards top balcony, 5-7. Maazi a little bit worried about the idea of a CT in that smoke, so just systematically spamming.
Yes, a big lean towards A, and with Alex rotating in as well, the call from the CTs could be perfect here. And without too much intel gained from Navi Jr., they might be a bit blinded to push into this bomb site without really getting any info on where any of these CTs are beforehand. But with middle being taken as well, they certainly can try to look to force the CT's hands, or at least maybe look to take some deeper angles, and that's what they have done, boosting Krabeni up in window. It's the first player to clear, and they will do so. The MP9 fall, and the player under Balk has been heard through the flames, and you got one more on the bomb site in Demon. Krabeni and Symmetry all combined to take these players down.
Look, it looks good initially, it's a nice call, but I think we've come to expect the excellent openers and the individual brilliance that Navi Jr. have to offer.
Yeah, I just didn't think to that degree, though. Look, there's so many players towards A. The issue is...
no swing.
Yeah, look, there's no initial swing. It does feel like 3 1v1s on the bomb site. It's a good setup initially, but just a little bit disconnected in terms of how they wanted to play it together, and that's the issue in terms of you can have as many players towards A as you want, but if you sort of take 1v1 fights when there's multiple players pushing at you, you're never going to be favoured.
No, definitely not.
Weapons in play now, though, obviously. Stadodo's got the AWP out.
Control's been taken here towards ramp from Iberian Soul. They've not left a player there. I think what they're going to do is kind of rotate heavily towards mid and look to fight there. The AWP Stadodo's got this information, obviously, of the players towards under. This fight in middle, it really should favour Iberian Soul, just based on sheer numbers. Smoking window. Krabeni's been chipped away at. Maazi now needs to find this pick. He will get his first in connector. Stadodo here towards short. Oh, Symmetry spotted out Mopos. Oh, what? Player towards stairs. Hello. Navi G. Not cleared. Symmetry will be found.
Oh, it's a bit of an awkward fight. Navi G somehow still alive here.
He's so worried about Con, and quite rightly. Salzol's taken so much damage in that molly. Playing in front of the flash, though.
Teammate.
Well, it works out well, doesn't it? He finds the kill because of it. But a 3-on-2 still. Navi Jr. They can take control of the B-bomb site. Surely just a save here for Iberian Soul. It's going to be a 5-0 start here. Iberian Soul. Look, we saw a huge comeback there on the CT side of Nuke, but it is slowly getting closer and closer to a point where we might be saying Iberian Soul. I think it's too much work for them.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to force Iberian Soul into a similar position again where they have to go on to make another big comeback just to keep themselves even in the contest. So we are going to need to see a few more rounds start getting on the board sooner rather than later, because you touched on it, it's the 5-0 start for Navi Jr. This is already a brilliant... I mean, you'll look at it and say, if it ends 5-7 in favour of Iberian Soul, out of context, you say, yeah, it's not bad, T-side. Maybe like a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it certainly will do a job. And the fact that there's still multiple rounds left to be played, we're expecting Navi Jr. to find more successes, and sort of at a bare minimum being able to win the half. Iberian Soul, they've kept these weapons alive. Let's hope they make good use of them in the next.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think the hunt there from Kraveni is a bit unnecessary. You're looking at the money of Navi Jr. It's not perfect. They've got no loss bonus, so players might struggle to invest in the next if they do lose this. I think Iberian Soul, it's clear, though, that they're not too confident with their CT side. Mopos will take down Kraveni. Not the best of fighting from either individual, but Mopos comes out of it with that kill. Alex, he's had a really troubling start, and for a player that looked so good on the CT side of Nuke, here on Mirage, massively troubled. We will see Zugas take down Mopos. The smoke towards Palace should delay the extension from Maazi. The problem is there's still nobody on the A bomb site. It's going to be a double retake from CT and 2 players in connector. With the smokes down now, things could get quite difficult. Spray from Maazi's good. Davig finds one. Alex taken down though in connector. 2-on-2 now. A very possible round here for Iberian Soul. All conditioned on this fight though.
Yeah, Zugas, great understanding not to jump up on the bench, I was going to say, as he jumps up onto the bench.
Yeah, unfortunate that. He seems so sure of it, yet kind of got to a point where he thought, well, we'll see what happens. And
yeah,
look,
maybe
now
you're wasting enough time that they might not look there, but when the smoke's down, there's nowhere else to really look.
Yeah, exactly.
It's good awareness from Davig to be able to hold his nerve there, but Iberian Soul, first round on the board, we said they need to start to get them. Constant trading back and forth here. From that 5-on-5 to the 2-on-2, that's where things started to favour the CTs more, and it's all thanks to that initial kill that does come through. But obviously, some of these rounds have got a lot closer. So Navi Jr., they don't have a lot of money in the bank despite winning these first 5 rounds. They've got enough for another buy, but they won't have any more if they aren't successful in it. So this could be the turning point that the CTs need.
Nice utility here out of Alex. Kraveni's in an excellent position here. He can find Davig so effortlessly. The Dodo now repositioning. We'll get one. Quick trade surely seen by Zugas, but Sal's already prepared from short. A 3-on-3 here with a low HP Maazi. But he's going to take a risk. I love the idea of this. Salzol. Oh, Salzol prepared for it. He finds the pick, and that gives the advantage now to Iberian Soul. A split approach here from Navi Jr. Kraveni has taken excellent space here in jungle. The real question is, oh, it's going to be a crunch towards the B-bomb site. Kraveni's taken so much space here.
Yeah, Salsa as well, now pushing towards the lower tunnels.
Yeah, this is so awkward on timing.
The issue is because Kraveni slowed down slightly, but his awareness from Symmetry. Kraveni has to start to make his move now, because he is the player who's spearheading this attack. Alex is aware of this.
Yeah, he is just holding it. Great understanding from Alex. I don't think Kraveni's going to be so wary for this, but Alex is 0-6. And that fight is kind of a perfect identification of why missed shots like that from Alex can't be happening. Kraveni is giving up this 1v1 to Mopos, though. Not really a draw. What has happened? How has the shots missed? The molly will find him. Kraveni, what have I just witnessed? Mopos has no indication or idea that you're there, and he misses the shot. The round still goes the way of Navi Jr., but it's disappointing for Alex. He's 0-7. And although he didn't have the kind of the best of stats on Nuke, you look, he's got a 1.05 rating, went 22 and 24. But the amount of kind of high impact and important rounds and kills that Alex found was monumental, yeah. Iberian, so it's still 6-1 here for Navi Junior, Charlie. This gets so difficult for Iberian Soul. And I think this is why they're pondering, look, are we going to have to take a risky investment here? It might sound a bit odd, but I'd love to see it. Stododo drops an M4 to Navi G. Salzol drops an AWP to Stododo. Mopos gives a Deagle. We won't see it. It will be a buy, but you're looking at the util, you're looking at the weaponry. There's weaknesses throughout. And with the lack of AWP in play for Stododo, it's clear that they've been in need of a big green to have a little bit more threat. Nice find from Krabeni. Zugis as well. Navi G gets the eventual trade. So much weight has been put here in middle. Symmetry found, though. This is the bomb. Mopos can retrieve the AWP now. Worried about the kind of promise of Palace. That's obviously where Demon's coming from. He spotted out one. Not ready for the second, but a quick flick. Great shot there from Demon. It leaves Mopos in the 1 versus 3 now. Maazi's just holding. Maazi, poor spray there. Mopos is being given these isolated 1v1s. An elevated decision from Krabeni will change everything. Oh, Mopos is going to clear Demon. Great idea. Krabeni quick to trade, though. Navi Junior. It's another round with just the one survivor, or low survivor, sorry. And they are still victorious. Alex still yet to get a kill. It's so tough.
I mean, look, Alex had a pretty bad start to Nuke as well. I mean, it wasn't this poor, but it was pretty bad. And he did turn things around in the second half, but when you're already mapped down in a series, I don't really think you can wait a second half to start to come alive again. But a nice attempt there from Mopos. It's a tough position to find himself in. Does find 2 kills towards the end, but it's just the T's knowing exactly the specific area that he will be in. They just start to push together. The trade was always going to come through.
Again, we do see Mopos taking this kind of quick control here towards ramp. I like the idea from Iberian Soul. I think they've got to be very proactive here on this CT side. I think they've got to catch timings and take space. That's the only way they win this, because I think Iberian Soul, they need these final 4 rounds. Without them, they are going to massively struggle. But Mopos' positioning is excellent. He's got Alex by his side. They're able to take the control. The problem is, Navi Junior, it's just whether they get out into the B-bomb site without much resistance. But speaking of resistance, we see the 5-7, the FAMAS of Navi G finding as well. And this should be a round definitely going the way here of Iberian Soul. It's a 2-on-4 now, trying to deal with a player towards Van. Missed shots from Navi G. Symmetry taken down from the flank of Mopos. Iberian Soul on the half by fine victory.
Yeah, it's a hit towards B, but Navi Junior are not ready for 3 players to be stacked up there. Not anticipating the double flank. Just so quick that space was taken again. But the issue is as well, even the actual main attack we saw, no one was really blinded on the bomb sites. He's a little bit staggered in terms of the actual approach. We saw one player jump out of the window, get caught in between the crossfire of Forrest and Get Right. And then from there, look, you've got info, okay, there's at least 2 players on B, but no one's actively looking to push or force these guys out.
And look what it's done to the finances. So many rounds in a row here for Navi Junior, yet they lose 1 and already money broken. Maazi searching for Navi G, wants this kill back. He wants the advantage again. Worried about progression through the smoke. Smoke down towards ramp now as well.
And so much work is going to need to be done by Maazi there, but Mopos.
Oh, Demon with the double again!
And it is the Deagle from Demon that makes so much magic happen here towards the A bomb site. Navi G's position looks so great there, but it just starts to move, not anticipating the push through the smoke, but actually perfectly timed.
Yeah, brilliant there from Navi Junior. They've got weaker weapons throughout. Yeah, the double from Demon is excellent. And I think this is the problem that Iberian Soul are going to face when it comes to kind of a young, talented roster of Navi Junior, is the individuals are so good that when it comes to rounds where there's the Eagles, when it comes to rounds where there's weaker weapons, you still can't overlook Navi Junior's success. And you're looking at the kill discrepancy. The The most being Maazi with 11, Zugis 6 and 8, but everyone else in between, you know, it's been a really, really good performance here from Navi Jr. And I think for Iberian Soul, look, it's 8-2. Already we're in a position where we could be talking about the kind of end of the series.
And that's the thing, every moment so far in Mirage where Iberian Soul have had that sort of moment that is, okay, this is where we can start to make something.
Yeah.
This is where we can start to go on a streak, start to give us a foothold in this game. Navi Junior instantly rip it away with whatever their buy is. Look, they've never financially been stable, but they've never actually been in a point where they needed an eco. And with just 2 rounds remaining, double digits is certainly a possibility.
Yeah, exactly.
And the way they're playing, yeah, I mean, I believe it could happen.
Yeah, look, obviously we saw Navi Jr. find 9 rounds on that first half of Nuke, but they were on the favoured side, they were on the CT side of Nuke. Mirage is a map that has become so CT-sided and maybe not comparable to the levels of Nuke, but very similar. 8 of the smoke here from Stadodo. A lot of utility damage seen, but speaking of util damage, the HE grenade, absolutely excellent. Zugis here with a Mac 10 in hand. Salzol blinded. Salzol will get one. Maneuvering around here, absolutely brilliant. Salzol continues, and with Stadodo rotating in, it leaves Krebeni in the 1 versus 4. Iberian Soul, they will put a halt here to Navi Jr.'s success. What a round there from Salzol. 4 kills found.
I mean, Salzol, every game I've watched of this Iberian Soul recently, he has gone huge in so many different occasions. This being one of them. Navi Junior honestly needs to just sort of pack up and cancel any sort of hits towards B they want to do. They haven't been great. That's sort of been the chances and the rounds that Iberian Soul have won. And look, it's a decent execute initially in terms of the speed that they have, but you should never come up against a solo B defender who's able just to sort of out-position you on 3 different occasions to find 3 different kills and delay enough time for his team to rotate in.
I think it's a composition of both a very impressive B defense and kind of maneuvering from Salzol, but also very poor and very weak from Navi Jr. As you said, it never should be happening. Bazugis, nice find with the Tech 9. Shoots the AK away, so won't be able to retrieve it. We've got Stadodo posted up here, holding for Palace. Elevation. Drops down, Demon tucked away. Navi G, though, will find. Navi G's had a pretty decent game here towards short, but with Salzol falling to Krebeni, it now leaves a very difficult round here because he can take all of this space. Alex is still yet to get a kill here. Krebeni found by Navi G. Quick rotations towards short. Navi Jr. potentially should have just left Krebeni towards the B bomb site and gone A. And Zugis, he has opted for that game plan. We can see players maneuvering towards under. They do need to be worried about short, but Zugis, great find onto Navi G as well. And now all need to deal with the AWP of Stadodo. Caught off guard. And Navi Jr., they will end this half, finding 9 rounds. Alex still yet to get a kill.
Yeah, it's not been the half that you want to see, but at least players like Salzol and Navi G are having moments of brilliance on occasion, but you can't just have these 2 guys getting a couple of rounds of big performances here or there. When you're 9-3 down, it is the exact same scoreline we saw on the first half of Nuke, but look, Navi Junior didn't need to eco a single time that half.
Yeah, and even with those weaker force supplies, they won both of them.
Exactly, yeah. Iberian Soul on occasion. In fact, more than just on occasion, pretty much for most of that half, they had Navi Junior's economy on ropes, but just couldn't actually ever reset it.
Yeah, exactly. Big pistol here, though, for Iberian Soul. Zugis a bit frantically tapping away, taking quite a lot of damage. Same with Symmetry. Pushing through the smoke here is Mopos, and he can find and isolate Maazi. Zugis with work to do, but with Zugis and Demon combining to find 3. It gives the advantage, and look at this flank, Charlie. We've got Krebeni in the back lines. Demon, it's all about how much attention he can take away. Krebeni gets the kill, aware of Mopoz's position, and I love that from Demon. He's spotted backing away, and for Mopoz, he's just thinking, well, he's kind of playing with his teammate. He's looking to double up, and no, we see the swing come through. A round goes the way of Navi Jr., and surely the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like it now. The thing that they couldn't do on Nuke, that's where the similarities end. They weren't able to win that second half pistol as well. This time they do. Force buy from the T's. These techs have to come up clutch. Have to save the Spanish cause. Chances here, otherwise, yeah, Mirage could be a swift and brutal finish to this series for them.
Not much utility remaining here for Navi Jr. Just going to be a weaponry in hand type moment. Mopoz attempting. Oh, great awareness from Mopoz there. The symmetry's just going to be tucked away. Krebeni here in window, though, can get one. Smoke grenade, he's going to look to peek beforehand, but won't be able to connect. Still a 4-on-4 here, though. Krebeni. Oh, Krebeni, does he spot him? Well, he certainly does now. Great find from Krebeni. Again, second of the round. Retrieves a Molotov. Just going to send that in connector as well. And the boosted angle of Demon. Maazi by his side. Leaves it all on Salzol. 1 versus 3. Salzol is able to isolate that fight. Demon can swing and Demon can find. And Navi Jr. winning that one. Surely we're going to see Iberian Soul force again. I think it's a force until the end type mindset.
I mean, look, yeah, it is a hole that you've dug yourself in. By going for the second round force, it does put you in a spot where, yeah, look, you can eco, play for a big 9 rounds in a row, which feels obviously slim, or you do have to take the hit, eco, and at least give yourself 1 full buy to play with, which I honestly think probably is the best play, but it feels like once you're in this spot, there's no really 100% correct plays to make, is there? Because you're in such a rough spot.
You won 3 rounds of the CT side. I think this is always going to be the spot you're in, always the position. And as we said, without that pistol, this game becomes a near impossibility. But they're going to be heading towards the A-bomb site. Zugis mollied off, needing to reposition. He's just holding mouse 1, though. Quite like the idea there from Zugis. Oh, I like this. The boost here could be excellent. Demon. Oh, he crosses paths with Navi G. Attempt of the denial of the plant. So much damage dealt there. Maazi needs to find Alex. Is successful here. It's the Dodo. Smoke fades. The Dodo found. Maazi now switching to the tech, and he's so confident. Aware of the final players towards Palace. And this one is over. Salzol, just give it a save. There's no way you win this round.
Yeah, and I think he has just clocked onto that. No flashbang or anything to send any of the CTs in to try to take away this Galil. But it's 12-3, and I don't think Navi Jr. will mind this Galil being brought in for the round too much.
Charlie, I have to mention, Alex is still yet without a kill.
This will be mind-blowing, by the way, if we see this, because not long ago we watched Rafax have a 0-kill game, and I don't know if our entire sort of time of casting we've ever seen anyone have 0 kills.
No, very rare.
We saw Rafax have it. If we see it literally, like, what, 3 days later? Alex do it as well? That will be outrageous. He's got a Galil in this round. But being the player that really felt like he spearheaded the comeback on Nuke, this is it feels like it's a bit of a limp end to this series. Alex a bit late to arrive as his team are starting to clear towards A. So much damage has been dealt, and the kills are paying off here. And David G with a triple is all on Demon. 1 versus 3 to win this one. Denial of the plant. Not going to be done, but Alex does go down. It feels like that's just a bit of a BM kill there. I'm losing the round, but I'll at least take Alex down.
Take Alex with me, right? Something I've got to say, obviously Alex is a player that's very experienced. He's played on some top rosters. Obviously his time on NIP. But when you look at Alex's stats, he's played 1,692 matches. He has yet to have a 0-kill game. His lowest kills was against FaZe back in September. He went 1-13 in a 13-1 loss. this could be, well, could be on track for Alex's worst game. I think he has got a couple assists, but still 0-14.
Yeah, I mean, it's never where you're going to want to be in a game like this.
No, definitely not.
After having such a great performance against Monty as well. Don't get me wrong, it was a close game on Mirage. Sorry, it was a close map number 1 in that series, but a very one-sided Mirage. Sadly, just not what we remember expecting from Iberian. So here, the spam through the smoke, though, might just end the game here.
Yeah, so much damage. Salzor's low HP as well.
Yeah, smartly backs away from top middle. He knows that the nades are going to be coming. Starodo has a chance to find a kill into connector, but the flashbang's too good to force him back.
It's going to be this playthrough B, though. Zugis is in a great position, but Starodo can still find Maazi with a trade. It is still this playthrough B. Demon, surely not to be prepared for this. Players emerging their way out now. Demon has been spotted. Isolation attempt, but Navi still falls. Alex, this is your best chance to get a kill. A low HP Demon in play.
Demon being allowed to get out. It's all on Alex.
He goes down.
Found 0-15. No. More importantly, that is Navi Junior dominating Iberian Soul 13-4. What a game from them. I mean, look, all in all, map number 1, I don't want to say it's a skewed result, because I don't think it massively is, but it could have been another result very similar to what Mirage was. It was a 9-3 again, but they just really slowed down. The individuals maybe got a little bit complacent. Who knows exactly what it was, but the momentum was definitely on the side there of Iberian Soul, where they made a big comeback, but still failed to close it out. It went to OT. Navi Junior did it there, and it felt like they sort of had a bit of a discussion in the break and said, okay, let's not let it get that close again, and rightfully so, they didn't. 2-0 from them. That is going to be a game for Alex to try to forget, though.
Yeah, definitely. Look, his only ever HLTV game out of the 1,700 near matches that he's got. It is the only one he is yet to get not a kill in, which is a ridiculous stat. I don't know whether it'll be his lowest rating. He actually had pretty decent ADR. I say decent, it was like 22, but in comparison to what we've seen from Alex in that phase game, I think he had like 12 ADR. So I don't know whether it'll be his worst rating. Obviously, worst kill game. Can't really get worse than 0 kills, unless if we're counting in TUKs. But either way, an impressive result for Navi Junior. They will be going 2-0 now in the Swiss stage. It puts them in an excellent position to make their way through the playoffs. Obviously for Iberian Soul, though, you touched upon it. A lot of these teams in the 1-1 spot are looking very promising. You've got teams like OG, like Monty, like Fnatic. I think Paravision are there as well. So now for Iberian Soul, things can get really, really difficult. I think this is going to be a difficult battle for them. Not to say that Navi Junior were to be kind of a team that they could take down and probably should. I think Navi Junior were definitely the favourites. But obviously, Charlie, we've got another match on our hands kicking off in about an hour's time. It is Sinners versus Ecstatic. And I think this one's got 3 maps written all over it. When you look at both of these teams, kind of their initial map picks and where they kind of gravitate towards, I think there's a lot of interest, a lot of intrigue. But obviously, Charlie, we will be jumping to a break before that Sinners Ecstatic game commences, so we'll see you guys back here in about 40 to 50 minutes for that Sinners versus Ecstatic. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into the second series of today. It's obviously Sinners against Ecstatic. Look, I'm very much looking forward to this series. I think both teams have the kind of idea that you win today, you go 2-0, you probably get a good chance in the playoffs. But I think this is going to be a 3-map thriller. Before we head into the action, though, Charlie, how are you feeling about this second series?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this series. Got to watch Sinners' last game. They really impressed me there. I thought they looked great. I haven't actually got to see Ecstatic for probably a couple of weeks now, so I'm looking forward to getting to see where they're at themselves. But yeah, like I said, in terms of Sinners, look, they came into Series 20. They faced off against Paravision. I think not many people, including myself, didn't give them much of a look in, much of a chance. And yet they completely proved me wrong. And I think a lot of people at home wrong as well, as they managed a 2-0 Paravision, which is a huge outcome for a team that I think a lot of people were favouring as one of those who should make it to playoffs first. Losing 2-0 to Sinners in that fashion, yeah, this is a great look for Sinners there.
Yeah.
On Inferno, they looked excellent. Their game plan and just sort of the fundamentals that they had of that map, so sharp, really clean, great bit of chemistry. But one thing I will say about that one, Fred, Ecstatic really felt like he was leading by example in that game. Not just in terms of the plays he was making, not just in terms of the opening kills he was getting, but just by the firepower and the amount of sheer kills he was actually able to achieve that one. So I do think for Sinners, maybe if Ecstatic's a little bit absent here, if some of the other players aren't stepping up, this team for me, and I think a lot of people, does have a little bit of lacking of firepower at times.
Yeah, and I think, look, we can talk about Ecstatic as well. We can bring up their roster. We'll bring up Sinners first. But I think Ecstatic are another side where you look at that 2-0 against Gun 5. It's an impressive performance. And I think now that they're on a bit of a better trajectory. Yes, they've fallen a little bit out of favour when you look at Series 19. Didn't get through the qualifier. Series 18 went out of the Swiss stage. So I think when you look at this, I think obviously for Ecstatic, they're going to want a better run. But look, we can talk about the individuals here for Sinners. We've got Beastick, Moresco, Shock, Pippo, and Zedco. And I think when you look at this roster, they brought in Pippo and Zedco fairly recently. It's clear that they've been decent additions to this side. But I think when you look at the individuals here, realistically, it's kind of pretty level across the board. I think very rarely you'll have kind of one crazy outlier in the both positive and negative regard, which I think can always be a good thing and a bit of a bad thing. But look, I think for Sinners, if everyone's playing well today, look, there's an argument that can be made that they can take this series. Whether they do it 2-1, 2-0 will be the question. But obviously the Ecstatic side as well. Who do you want to pick out in this one to be that difference maker?
I want to pick out Chris too. Chris is someone that isn't normally top of the leaderboard. I desperately do want to see a bit more from this player, and I constantly do demand that. But one thing I can never fault him for, he does his role, and he does his role well. I do just sometimes want to see a little bit more in terms of pure firepower from him. He certainly can have games where he comes alive and absolutely tears people apart, but for the most part, it feels like he does what he needs to do and does it reasonably well. But I do want just that bit extra. And I think that's going to be important for Ecstatic to be able to take down Sinners in this one. Because honestly, I don't immediately know where this one was going. We had a little bit of a discussion in the break before the games. And I think both of us are in agreement that this certainly could have 3 maps written all over it.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think when you look at the kind of the general stats of these maps, obviously we can bring up the vetoes now, but you look at the general stats of a map like Ancient, great sample size for both teams, pretty much the same win rate. You look at maps like Anubis, like Inferno, they're all fairly similar. Obviously both of these teams have adopted Train quite early on as well, so I'm quite excited to see where this veto does go. Obviously Ecstatic, they've got a 90% win rate on Train, but it seems like they're picking into Sinners' weakness of Nuke, which I don't mind the idea of. Obviously Sinners have played 8 maps of Nuke in the last 3 months. They've only won it once. In comparison to Ecstatic's 18 games played, obviously their most played map, it seems to be their kind of go-to pick. Obviously you look at the victory against Gun 5, the victory against Tricked. Okay, yeah, they won Nuke in both those games, but 13-11 against Guns, 16-14 against Tricked. So I think for Ecstatic, Inferno in the roster as well, picked by Sinners. I don't think it's a bad pick, but obviously Ecstatic are pretty decent at that map. And the third and final being Ancient, I think it's a bit of a coin flip. I think the only map that we can kind of put any real, I don't want to say guarantee, but any real kind of promise behind would be that Nuke. I think that's the one map where we can say, okay, Ecstatic should be taking it. When you look at map 2 and map 3, I think it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't even actually think Nuke's as bad for Sinners as the stats might show. The one thing I always think is impressive is when you see a team with, like, the Sinners equivalent of their sort of stats on it, they've only got 12%. You look at that face value and say, okay, they're awful in Nuke. The one thing they've done well is they haven't got blown out on any of these maps. They haven't had a single one where it's like, wow, they got bullied there. A lot of their games that they do lose, they're reasonably close. Like, some of their more dominant scorelines are like 13-9. So there's a competitive game in there. I think if Sinners can keep that going, similar to what they did against Paravision on map number 1, if they can keep things competitive, but eventually be able to push on towards the end and maybe take it over the line, I think sometimes that can just be what they need. And I certainly don't think there are any guarantees in this one. I don't think there's any maps where we can particularly put too much weight into. I'm in agreement with you where Nuke probably is the most one-sided of them all, but even then, I don't think it's necessarily as one-sided as the stats might say. I think Inferno is going to be a really interesting one. If Sinners can play like they did a couple of days ago, I am going to be favouring them in it. And I think Ancient as well, I mean, that's got all the signs of a perfect map number 3 between these two. Because I think they've both shown very good things in the past. Sure, there's been a couple of moments where maybe just a lapse in judgment at times. But other than that, I think this could be a really exciting 3-mapper between these guys.
Yeah, definitely. And look, it all commences now. We're going to be kicking off Nuke here. Selection of Ecstatic. You expect them to be starting on that T side here. Look, I don't think we really know where this series are going. I think it'd be tough to predict. For me personally, I'd probably lean just towards a little bit more towards Ecstatic because of the Nuke game. But have you got any team that you want to side with?
Yeah, I mean, look, we did not set this up at all, but I'm leaning towards Sinners here. I'm feeling a bit more confident for them. The odds aren't necessarily favoured towards them. Certainly not as one-sided odds as we've seen in the past. But yeah, I've liked what I've seen from Sinners. Look, I'm looking at some of the newer additions, Peepo and Zedco, as these guys haven't set the world alight as much as I'm sure Sinners would have hoped after Oscar's department, as well as Mikey's as well, of course. But these two guys, they are going to need to come alive, and coming alive in this pistol is going to be a lot more difficult now, as it's that 2 versus 5 Ecstatic with some quality kills, but Beastic will get one back onto Nut. No defuse kit currently on either of these two players though, and with that bomb already planted, is this a point where you might just say, if you're Sinners, keep hold of that armor for the next?
Yeah, give it a go, but Lele might stop you in that in kind of your path to saving, and we will see that. Look, I think when you look at these teams, Valve rankings, Ecstatic are sat at 81st and Sinners are sat at 82nd. So, you know, I think when it comes to both teams and the ability of them, I think we're going to say they are very close. And obviously, Charlie, with this being an Ecstatic game, we get to see the view model of TMB. Just got a slight glimpse of that.
Yeah, it's a lot more normal now, isn't it? We've seen a lot of pros sort of taking that on, and I honestly think, don't get me wrong, Valve made some bad changes during their time in CS. Valve have made some questionable decisions. I think the most questionable decision we've ever seen in CS is from the players opting to take on this view model. I mean, I don't know about you, Fred. Every time I watch it and see a play with it, I think part of me dies inside. And TMB really feels like he's been the trailblazer of this horrific view. Look at how he's holding his Karambit.
Look,
He's basically holding it sort of in his chest.
You put yourself with no disadvantage, though. The amount, like, there are times where your gun barrel will, or your gun will just kind of take over the right-hand side of your screen and you won't see a player. It does happen, so...
I will say my 10 years of playing CS, I would say that might have lost me a kill once.
Yeah, but look, these...
So unless these guys are playing for these 1 in 10 year sort of situations, then fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, but look... It's a situation that you don't need to have.
To be fair, I have seen a couple of players sort of switch their guns depending on switch side of the guns depending on what angle they're playing. So
yeah.
Maybe just trying to stop that, and obviously it's not as easy to switch guns now. Like, you're probably pulling your weapon out again.
Yeah.
It should be an easy cleanup. There is one nice kill found from Sinners, but everyone coming from heaven, you can see players reacting to that very quickly on Ecstatic. I'll find him kills, Zedco keeping this gun alive alongside his armor. It's going to be, once again, cheap upgrade for the next round from him. I'm curious, with that kill as well, anyone drop over an AWP? Beastic can. I highly doubt he's going to, though.
No, be at the cost of armor.
Yeah,
be fair though, if
he's going to drop over that Deagle or something.
Yeah, look, you know, it's a possibility. It is the type of play that you could see from a player like Beastic, but you know, I don't see the necessity for it so early on. Especially with the fact that there's going to be upgrade, you know, there's going to be weaker weapons. Look, you see a Mac 10 on both Syrah and Nut. I think we can expect something quite speedy here from Ecstatic.
I mean, I really want to highlight the T side when we get into this game. Just watching how Ecstatic is the one to take this space. Done a really good job recently in terms of finding the opening kill. So yeah, he's certainly someone that I think we should highlight as much as we can on that T side and see the successes that he does find. Shock whittled away out from that molly, landed a little bit deeper than he initially expected. So brought down to less than half HP, but a lot of space taken for Ecstatic without too much resistance.
Yeah, the good positioning though of B-Stick, not only will it kind of allow for any rotation up vent, but I think there'll be a denial in sight lines for TMB if he maneuvers up heaven. It still seems like it's going to be a bit of a B play here. I think the idea is TMB and Christy to kind of force some rotations out. TMB going to send the nade. He's gone loud here towards heaven, so the player in hell will have heard this.
More so is this a bit of a ruse, a bit of a fake, but no, the T's are looking to make their way up towards the upper side, but if the early kills go in the way of the CTs and Zedco finding that one's can apply even more pressure to the T's.
Yeah, B6 in an excellent position. Sierra's got to find him. Sierra will get that kill as well, so this actually makes this round quite difficult. That's the defuse kit. We see Zedco and Shock maneuver their way towards ramp. Ooh, ran out of ammo there for Sierra. It's a 2-on-4, but as said, they can retrieve the defuse kit now, so not really a big issue. All yet to be picked up. The positioning here is nice from TMB. Nutnut's kind of got to get 2 kills on the back of the bomb site. We'll just get the 1, and with Peebo finding TMB, there is enough time for the defuse, I believe. So Sinners, they will post their first round here on the CT side.
Yeah, they take things cautiously, they play things smart, and it is first full buy. No need to make any sort of risks that are too costly, like potentially bringing out that orb in favour of having B-Stick with no armor, maybe just a pistol. So, yep, things work out. They win it reasonably clearly, keeping 3 players alive.
Orb in play here, though, in this round for Christo. We certainly know that Christy can have a lot of impact with the big green.
Ooh, and Lele spotting Zedco there, and Christy's AWP will find Peebo, maybe just not ready for an AWP to potentially be in play, and Lele tries to creep down vents after being brought down low,
nice
and
kills.
B-Stick finding one towards outside as well onto TMB, so it is just 3-on-3, but not aware of this, trying to exploit this space, takes down B-Stick and opens up the A-bomb site for the T's to rotate on in.
Yeah, I think the clear thing here is once they know that there's a player not only towards outside, but also in lower, they know it's just a solo A defender, and obviously Nutnut takes that heads-up fight, but wins it, so works out quite nicely. Bomb can go down. I think for Sinners here, if they can find a kill on rotation, then it's brilliant, but the problem is Heaven's been taken. Christy can just post towards Hut, and to be honest, maybe a save's got to be the better call here.
Yeah, have had Morisco just flank all the way through lobby. Shock's going to have a peek in. Christy's AWP surely going to find. And now the save is going to be called, surely.
Look, if Shock survives there, I think we could have seen a far better buy. We know the loss bonus is going to be pretty low for Sinners, but not nothing. Moresco and Shock both could have dropped over, at least you'd imagine they could, and that's where we're seeing a plausible round. Maybe Beastie got a FAMAS or an MP9, yet now there's going to be some difficulties.
Yeah, now it should just be the half buy, honestly. Have Morisco probably just save for the AWP. I don't even think there's a need to drop over any pistols or anything. The money would be good enough to get a couple of upgraded pistols yourself, maybe a bit of armor behind it, but see if Morisco can find any successes in the next. Make sure you get as good a buy as possible in the round after, and more importantly, get people on the AWP to try to contain Christo, who obviously instantly first round with AWP in hand found a double kill.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Christy there as well. And towards outside, they just don't expect him to have the AWP so early. Ooh, on top of Hart here. Nice awareness here from Nutnut. Aided the smoke from Morisco, but Nutnut. A nice second. Molly behind the smoke. Bomb can go down now. Shock. Close by with a deagle. It is the half buy, but the initial start wasn't too bad. We saw some kills. We saw the kill come through. A lot of damage onto Sierra. Jock, though, just going to retrieve this rifle and look to save.
Christu is going to be holding. Shot does get found.
Yeah, nice awareness there from Christu to try and deny the saving rifle. Sierra's now going to go searching for that M4.
Is Zedko still nearby with the bomb? TMB exposed, but it's Nut behind the blue box. That's able to take him down after he makes that step. Ecstatic. Super clean round from them.
Great
But
start
the
here.
AWP is going to be dropped across. Yeah, 4-1 on this T side. Yeah, things look great from that initial 5-7 of Ecstatic, but he would have loved maybe a second player above him in rafters. I think then we could have seen a bit of a different story. Second player probably would have been taken down. It was only one more bullet needed. Whether that be from Ecstatic, whether that be from the player on rafters or something. And then you've got that 2-man advantage initially, and maybe those pistols could find one more. Or if not, it's at least a 3-on-3, and then we probably wouldn't see a player try to sort of push through that smoke. But a 1-for-1 trade early doors, Marisco does a ton of damage onto TMB.
Yeah, so I think we'll say the advantage is still for Sinners currently. Although TMB has taken a lot of control here, Nut is so worried and fixated on a push towards Hut. Progression here through Squeaky. Nice angle here for Peepo. And Lele's got to be cautious. Just backs away. Zedko aggressing. Zedko found here by Lele. Aware that Peepo could be progressing as well. He spots the shoulder. Peepo can find him though, and Lele. It's a little too easy there for Peepo to get that kill. And now he can reset. He can repost on the angle. Not the greatest plays and calls here from Ecstatic.
Yeah, question about potentially looking to push into ramp, but opted against it. Now with TMB's position, they can look to crunch onto A. That is where Shock resides. The Orb's going to be holding, but the Orb gets taken down, and Nut throwing utility isn't able to get the instant trade, but TMB is quick enough to do so from main.
A lot of damage there. And up the vent is B-Stick. It leaves Nut in the 1 versus 2. Out in the open is Peepo. 10 seconds remaining. Can't plant behind the yellow just in case he gets spammed through. And B-Stick's progressed massively. Nut. He has a split second there. Has to hit the instant headshot, but B-Stick with an important clutch. Big round there for Sinners.
Yeah, I mean, Peepo, so much work done. Only 1 kill found, but it's to tag onto Nut. Leaving those final 2 players so low. B-Stick is able to rotate in, not just find the first, but has this easy time taking down Nut.
And Lele gets the information. I don't really know how they're not kind of positioned for a trade, and Lele doesn't swing. Obviously, he's worried, but he kind of allows the Orba to have a Peepo just have a little bit too much freedom there, a little bit too much time to go for that peak. Even with the round victory, though, Sinners operating with a weaker investment. We've got a FAMAS and MP9. Against a pretty perfect buy, the only difficulty being the Galil on Lele. Nice shot from Peepo, though. Excellent find onto Sierra.
Yeah, Sierra not even going for a fight there. He's gone for a bit of a jiggle, maybe swung a little bit wider than he thought, but still a very quick shot from Peepo. I mean, Sinners have done a decent job at actually finding some early kills and finding these man advantages.
Yeah, exactly. Christu. Just posting for any repeak or fight from Peepo. Jump spot of B-Stick. TMB spots it, Nade landing on his position. A lot of util damage there onto TMB. We'll just quickly back away. Smoke down to allow for the cross. Into the smoke, Peepo giving away his position. Christu's taking a fair bit of damage. Nade from top hut. TMB again, he's been really good at catching these timings. Excellent find there. And now Marisco wondering what the best decision is to do. Shock spotted. Christu finding great shot there. In hut though is Zedco. Zedco to be the operative player here for Sinners in this round. Being held currently by Anlele though. Full faith that Anlele can hold for any swing. No denial of the plant. And now it's a question for Sinners. They're disadvantaged. They've got just the one flashbang, and with Nutner getting that kill, surely a save for the final two.
Yeah, you just don't have a choice. You've got to keep these weapons alive. You've got no real positional advantage on your opponents. It's the fact that, like you said, TMB is having so much impact in this game in terms of finding these timings, taking this space towards outside and abusing every part of it. And it's seemingly in every round that Ecstatic have a bomb plant, they've got someone in heaven.
Yeah, it's brilliant. No save for Morisco though. And with that, surely just a half bite around this save rifle once again. Starts off quite nicely here. It seems like Sinners had a lot of control, but it's these kills that come through. Shock forced off the angle, and it was all because TMB took this fight. He was able to survive as well. And I think we look at that round in a very different light if Shock gets that kill onto TMB.
Fred, this is the slightly concerning thing. I mentioned in terms of opening kills, the Sinners haven't really had any issues in finding them. That is true. They found 5 opening kills this game.
Yeah, they've looked good.
Ecstatic only found 2 of them. And yet Ecstatic is still the ones able to convert these rounds. Ecstatic are on the weaker side. This isn't exactly like we're saying, oh yeah, sure, Sinners are finding the opening kills, but they're all on a very unfavourable. That's not the case. Sinners are just struggling to actually be able to convert the rounds, so they're finding these early successes. And this isn't necessarily a problem in terms of Sinners' early game plan. It's more what they're doing in terms of the rotations and the mid portions that are costing them so heavily.
Bit of an eagle spam coming through there from Morisco. Cannot connect though. The play through A here from Ecstatic. I like the idea of it. Christu here towards top lobby, finding Morisco. Bomb finally going down now. And Ecstatic will be able to find themselves their 6th round here on the T side of Nuke. Look, Nuke's nowhere near as CT sided as it was before, but it's still favoured to the CTs. Nice shot there from Shock. It's Christu's AWP, so they might go searching to try and retrieve it.
Yeah, gonna be way easier said than done though.
Yeah, certainly.
Basically, again, very early, decided to save. He can comfortably bring out an AWP for his teammate, Peepo, in the next. The Sinners, despite being able to bring themselves into this game early, making it that 2-1 scoreline, it really has been Ecstatic more often than not able to actually convert these rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I think Ecstatic have had some really good moments here on the T side of Nuke. It's clear why they're willing to pick this. I was a little bit worried when I didn't see them select Train. Obviously, it's a map the Sinners are a little bit better at in comparison to their Nuke, but Ecstatic have played 10 games of Train and won 9 of them.
I mean, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? We see a lot of teams actually who have looked to adopt Train very early into their map pool, actually opt not to pick it into teams that kind of play Train. And I do think that is just the fact that it is this new map, and even though teams who have played it a decent bit early, it feels like they're still not fully confident in actually playing it just yet. Or willing to pick it into a team that don't play it at all.
Yeah, and I think as well, some of the games that Ecstatic have won that Train, it's been where the other team has picked it, and I think maybe Ecstatic are very happy to have it in the pool, and you look at their wins, obviously, as I said, 9 out of 10, they only lost the Spirit Academy in overtime, so it seems like Ecstatic, it's a map that they are really good at, but as you said, just not confident yet. I think maybe give it a couple months and we'll see it.
Yeah, it feels like a bit more of like, this is a punish pick. We see a lot of teams now, especially in this level, where they kind of have a 5-map map pool, where maybe one of their bands is there and they're still not sure, do we play Train or do we start to play one of our bands? And they kind of not picked either. It feels like you could punish pick against potentially teams like that. But other than that, it seems like, yeah, we haven't seen a huge amount of teams massively confident. Let's go and pick Train unless it is that situation. But Shock, lots of damage dealt to Christu, will back away, finishes off Christu before backing up himself. Finally, Lele will get the trade, but at the cost of 75 points of his own health. And the man advantage is just so hefty that it feels like Sinners are going to be in a good spot still. The attempted bomb plant has been denied, but it's a 1 versus 2 for a 28 HP Nut, who will go down on time. Zedko wanting to get this kill and will do so. So no money at all for Nut. Still, despite that, Ecstatic are in pretty good spot financially.
Yeah, and Layla can drop over an AK. TMB can drop one to Christo as well. Not the biggest of problems, but Sinners is a big round there. It's an important one. You do lose a fair few players, though. You know, it's a 2 versus 5 with, what, 15 seconds left and still only 2 survivors.
You have to get in the info onto Shock there. Or Marisco, whoever it was towards ramp. I wouldn't mind if Chris Shot was just slowing up slightly and allowing his teammates to try to see what they can do. Just because he was so low. But yeah, massive trade there. Collat almost looked inevitable, but somehow Lele just tucking his waist in to dodge that one.
3 players here. Zero will get this trade. Marisco quick enough to swing off of it. Down to the 2-on-2 here. Great double hut setup. And Lele needs to find this kill, but Marisco has had a big round here. Not only getting the trade on the kind of aggressors in lobby, but brilliant to find another there. It leaves Christu in the 1 versus 2. Steps will be heard. Christu aware that Shock's already down the vent. Identify there's probably another player heading vent soon. He's got all this information now. Well, the best of positions, realises kind of open to everything, so we'll just reposition. Also recognising that ramp could be an issue, but he should be wary that there's 2 players that have made their way down vent. Shock can find it though. Nice round for Sinners. They get themselves 4, and look, if Sinners can kind of level this game up 6-6, look, it's not the end of the world. They find the pistol, they go 8-6 up, and although on the T side, they definitely can have success.
I mean, there certainly is the chance. In the game that I got to watch against Paravision, Sinners are actually pretty slow to get off the mark on that map, and actually made a pretty hefty comeback from sort of 7-1, 8-2 down, that sort of scoreline, to end up coming and taking that map victory on their opponent's map pick there. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's always the chance, but it's always going to be an uphill battle for them. Good chance to sort of get round number 5 here a bit more comfortably, as it is just these upgraded pistols alongside with Sierra's lone AK, but TMB not slowing down at all, and Zedko maybe miscalculating exactly where these steps are, and this is so cheeky from TMB, but maybe a little bit too much so. Still the bomb site taken, still a 3-on-3, and a couple of weapons that can be retrieved and picked up. Sierra, a little bit slow to get this bomb down. I'm not going to be able to. I mean, Sinners don't want to allow this to get planted. They don't want to allow a post plant.
AD towards heaven. Soften up Shock. Marisco holding here. Epo will be getting to heaven. Shock could just look to deny it, but fakes it with the steps, but Nut doesn't get off the bomb. Holds his nerve. It's going to be tough here. And Lele with so much work to do. Smoke towards Squeaky. Marisco sends the flash under heaven, and Shock gets a freebie. All on Lele, but Peepo with a quick shot. Sinners will get themselves 5. It was just a half buy there from Ecstatic. And a bomb plant will be nice, but look, Sinners, they brought themselves right back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, That's all we can really ask from them, just to try to bring things as close as possible. But it's still a good spot for Ecstatic to find themselves in. Of course, like you said, it was just a half find the last. Weapons are going to be invested now, and it certainly still can be a half lead in for Ecstatic, and I think that's where they want to find themselves in. It's their map selection, of course. This is the one that we had the most favouring towards one team in terms of the vetoes. So, Ecstatic, I think it'd be worst case scenario if they are the ones to fall here. But I'm honestly really excited about seeing what's going to happen there. But Zedco, perfect time on the spray. Honestly, I think first bullet connected on the Anlade's head there.
Already we've seen this kind of drop down towards Secret. Christou's job is to apply as much pressure as possible towards outside. Seems as though they're just going to fade the smoke. Beestick seemingly aware. TMB jumping round. Beestick's giving up his game plan, giving up his position. Ooh, Siri spotted the shoulder. There is another invent. Siri's got to find Beestick here, but whether he's prepared for the other invent is the question. They're going to be crunching down on Sierra. Zedco unaccounted for, but he has made steps. Problem is now Nut needs to try and retrieve the bomb, and great shot from Shock. Double AWP in play. All on Christou this
through
round.
the flank, and the no-scope does connect, so this offers up a chance. The bomb can get planted, vents being held, but players on the Sinners side slowly creeping up the ramp.
Yeah, they've got to go towards the lobby,
I think.
Yeah, I think it's the right decision. Beestick wants to maneuver up heaven a little late. Christou's got to have a slight idea this could be a possibility, and he goes loud, and Christou gets one. He backs away as well. Excellent here from Christou. Zedco now sends out the flash. How does Christou not see him? The scope being the biggest issue. It's going to have to be the stick of the bomb. Can not get here in time. I think the bomb's going to be defused. And the crouch. I don't know whether it helped, but certainly couldn't hinder. Zedco wins it by getting on the bomb. The biggest problem there is Christou's holding on the left-hand side, which just means Zedco can push on out without him seeing.
Yeah, Christou just not expecting him to come from there. Most players do peek on the right, and that's the thing, yeah, it's just Christou overlooking one angle, doesn't even get a chance for the shot, gets crunched on quite heavily, and Nut just so far away, no chance to deny that at all. But a 6-6 scoreline, Sinners certainly making things interesting here and keeping it as competitive as it can be.
Brilliant from Sinners, though. Look, they were trailing 6-2. The fact it is the 6-6 scoreline now, I think Ecstatic, they realised that they kind of missed their mark, they missed their opportunity. Not to say that Sinners have kind of got themselves, you know, the advantage. Obviously, you know, they're on the CT side of Nuke and it was 6-6, but still necessary to give the chance and the possibility. The Julie's at close range now, and Lele, he can get one onto Moresco. Sierra finding Beestick, but with Shock taking down and Lele, it still gives this opportunity to maneuver down to B. Already we have TMB defending. Nut at range with the Julie's. TMB between two different angles here. Zedco's made noise.
Going up the vent is the best play, but they've got to make that decision now because Sierra is flanking on through. Peepo feels like he is just playing as this full-on flank, but he needs to start to take some info towards A, otherwise his team are going to be pushing into the crunch.
Yeah, I think the good thing is here as well is it's luck from Peepo. It offers up very little, and I think Sierra now has an idea. Look, why were they so slow? Why weren't they maneuvering in kind of a 3 versus 1 down into the bomb site? Sierra's got a great idea here. 33 seconds, Sierra can deny the plant, and there we have it. Simple round, but Peepo with finding it. TMB doesn't need to swing, TMB doesn't need to fight. Gives the opportunity up. Full stick of the bomb, oh Peepo! I quite like the idea there. He's obviously gambled that Sierra's maneuvered towards double doors. It's a heck of a gamble to make. TMB makes that round a little bit difficult, looking for that fight. If he fully tucks, I think the round is far easier. But Ecstatic winning the pistol. will be important for them as they can kind of reclaim some lost ground and, I guess, mismanaged end to that T side.
Yeah, it is a bold call from Peepo to try to sort of call Sira's bluff in that position where it feels like a tap of the bomb would have offered you probably the same information. If he doesn't peek towards the econ early, you probably can piece the puzzle together and say he probably has wrapped around. But yeah, tried to fully stick it, did get punished for it, and did sort of just give Sira a nice easy 1v1 despite he getting bought to that 1v1.
Already we see the trade, and Lele flanking. He's behind, he's pushed through the smoke. Beastic unaware. The final players, it's going to be an attempt to make their way out of A, or at least that's what it seems. And Lele through the smoke finds Shock.
Final two need to find success towards ramp. Nut is waiting here with the M4. What a nice angle, just waiting for them to come out, giving them this space and occasionally having a glance. Peepo clearing towards the boost. Risco not even able to fire a bullet with the deagle. And a nice easy cleanup from things from Nut with the triple kill in that round. He's having a good game so far, 15 and 8. And Ecstatic can start to once again take a nice hefty lead on this one, as it should be 3 rounds in a row here from them, as it is just going to be the weaker bite for all 4 Sinners.
Yeah, look. Nice round there from Nut. Nut's having a good game. He's 15 and 8. Great performance so far. Christu getting aggressive here, and Christu, he can find 3. Lovely stuff from Christu. Money management at an all-time high, and that's obviously the intention to get the AWP out as soon as possible. Surely Christu's going to get a bit over-aggressive here, you'd expect. Shock trying to slip the net. Not been spotted. Will be found, though. I wonder if we're going to see Christu upgrade here. Surely we will, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting nowadays in CS. With CS2 being sort of a game that favours so heavily with the hybrid AWPers, it doesn't feel like you're forced into anything like that now.
I like it. TMB's taking the MP9. We can expect to play him playing on top heart. I really like this decision.
Important showing from Sinners here, though. Gonna be giving up giving double digits to Ecstatic and potentially even 11. They aren't successful in this one.
Yeah, big
and
round.
It feels like that response in the first half might all be for nothing if it comes to that.
Yeah, obviously we knew that Ecstatic was going to have a good CT side as well. I like this double setup. 2 towards ramp, a real bait and switch. Oh, Nut falling. Christu can only get 1. Important openers and kills coming through for Sinners. Easy route to the B-bomb site. TMB being the first responder. Ever going to be swinging. Nice find there. Very limited damage inflicted there by TMB. And Siran and Lele surely just the save. A disappointing ramp setup. I think we've got to say it, right? I would have liked to see maybe Christu be the one to take contact back away in the corner. Then we could see then we could see Nut swing. It just doesn't really work, does it?
Yeah, not on this occasion, at least.
Certainly not.
And Sinners, I mean, look, they desperately needed that round. Have secured it. Lele could cause some serious damage here, though, but no, in fact, both Risco and Peepo take down the final 2.
I think it was like a Doja nade attempt, I think.
Yeah, it did look like that. I mean, look, he would have found 2 kills if it did come off. I just got taken down before that. I mean, even if the nade did come off, but he went down, yeah, he still takes down 2 players, and that is going to be very damaging to the Sinners economy. But now you mentioned in terms of the AWP, and Christu is going to bring one out.
Yeah, and it's a very good buy here from Ecstatic. Obviously, the fact it was the force from Sinners, and they kept so many survivors in both rounds, that's what kind of allows for that bonus in the last.
And I can have a lot of action coming his way soon. Drops the flashbang, but probably won't delay at all. Christu has rotated in though, and does want to peek this seemingly, just as the T's slip away from ramp.
Yeah, very limited utility remaining here for the CTs. TMB with an attempted spam. We'll just drop the smoke now. Zera's in a good position. I think the idea is just having the players towards main take this contact away from him. Utility going to be sent soon. Morisco might go searching for a kind of a late lurk through ramp. Another smoke thrown though. TMB's got to be cautious. Because once they hear that reload, we could just see a push through here. Nice find from Christu though. It is going to be this play through ramp. It was all a ruse. It was all a fake. And now Nutnut's in an excellent position. They line up. Great kills. 15 seconds. 2v5. Making a 1v5 for Zedco. Ecstatic get themselves 10.
Yeah, I think Zedco is going to be able to say, oh, he's actually hanging around a bit longer towards the lobby than I think he probably should do. If there was a bit more of a hunt from the CTs, he could have quite easily went down after time, but there is double digits hit. You've got to think those kills that could have come through from Morisco's nade could have put Sinners in a really awkward spot here, but luckily a buy is still able to be bought out.
Yeah, look, I think for Sinners, this is a big moment. They lose this one. We're looking at maybe a 12-7, and I think on the CT side of Nuke, surely they win 1 out of 5. So, Sinners kind of have to find the win now. Nice find from Christu. Christu's having a lot of impact. This is exactly what we hoped for. For a player that has had a bit of a tough time quite recently, this is the exact game that you'd hope for. 19 and 20. Oh, 19 and 10, sorry. Not 17 and 9. The rest of the team on 9 kills, though I'd like to see a little bit more. Shock in an excellent position, and Layla kind of questioning how has he slipped down vent. And this could be the round for Sinners now. Christu tasked with quite a lot. Quick shot from Morisco now, and B-Stick holding here towards Squeaky can find Syrah. 2 versus 4. Now surely just the save here for Ecstatic. Again though, Sinners not 100% of these final players' locations, so why take the risk? Missed shots from Nut. Double swing comes through.
And knowing where he resides, Sinners could look to find this, and yeah, Morisco, he's interested in it, does take down Nut. Just about enough money to buy if Ecstatic did want to. But look, Sinners certainly aren't giving up on this game. Just about keeping them in it, and this is what I said in the pre-game. I think if Sinners can just keep this game alive, and then towards the end start to mount that streak, similar to what they did against Paravision, I think there's all the chance they can go on to take this one still.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Christu's not on an AWP in this one, just the scout. I like this from TMB. Already identified that Sinners love to send a player quick down towards the B-bomb site. Great read and response here from TMB. Ecstatic just 3 rounds away from finding victory on map 1.
Good info from TMB there, but Molly dropped at his feet. He's gonna have to wait this one out.
Can reposition though. Its own selection. Shock will get the kill onto Syrah though. Brings it back to this 4-on-4. 50 seconds remaining. It seems like Sinners are going to maneuver their way back to a split approach. Shock and Zedko through Squeaky. And Lele's holding this, though, with the players in secret. And Lele's going to have quite an easy time of things now. Beastic spotted him. Oh, he certainly has now. And Lele gets the double, making a third. What a spray transfer from Lele. And he taps away through the smoke to find Shock. As I said, we could easily see them line up. I didn't expect him to swing, though. What a round from Lele.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it didn't look like he was ready for it either, to be fair. Didn't even clear Beastic, just was able to find the first. I mean, look at that. Just spots him out. Brilliant spray transfer for the first two. Getting on the Zedko as well was monstrous, and just tapping away with the cherry on top. 11 on the board now for Ecstatic, and that could be the straw that breaks the camel back here for Sinners.
Well, it's going to be the force buy from Sinners. I say force, it's the full investment, but there's an Eagle in play. Util's not perfect. There is the AWP on Peppo, though, so certainly a strong weapon to be wielding in such an important round. Beastic is lining up the utility for his team. Zedko tapping away at the hopes and will hit the heads of Christu. Utility coming down now. Great from TMB though. Deals with Zedko effectively. The man left behind in Beastic. Caught off guard by Lele, and now a 2-on-4. And this should be it. Morisco and Peppo. Not an easy 2v4, not in the slightest, but Lele, although he gives up his life, he does a lot of damage to Peppo. Morisco's going to take a bit of a risk here. I love this. TMB could be found. Well, it takes his timing. Seems like TMP has crept past, though. Morisco, you've had your timing and you've just missed it. Oh, it's devastating. Still going to be this playthrough A. There is no real defender here. But it makes the retake so tough because Sinners, all they're going to be thinking is, where are these guys? They're not on A. We've cleared out main. They're not towards outside. Most likely a player in lobby. Maybe one towards heaven. Going to double up. TMB spots. TMB finds. It's all on Peepo. 22 points of health. And TMB, he spams through the wall and it kind of forced Peepo forward. 12-8 now. Ecstatic. Going to be against a weaker investment. At least for Sinners, they get the bomb down as an added bonus.
Yeah, honestly, it looked like maybe people considered, oh, does he see the barrel of my gun?
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, look, Peepo's low there anyway. Does need to take a fight. But you mentioned sort of that missed timing. Yeah, it would be massive if TMB went down there because it makes it a 2-on-2. The bomb could go down. Ecstatic couldn't feel as confident about things there. Probably need to take their time slightly more, but just one round away now from taking Nuke.
Gonna be a fast A to end it all, and TMB will find Morisco. Sierra on the back of the bomb site to deal with Shock. Zedko in close proximity towards Tetris, and Zedko gets a double. Back to the 3-on-3. Crystal repositioning, playing from a little bit deeper with the big green in hand, which is understandable. There's nut maneuvers up heaven. Beastic, he's got a lot of work to do, and Lele is wrapping through lobby. Christu gonna send the smoke. The bomb's 1/4 ticked now. Smoke towards Squeaky. I think this is all in an attempt to bait Lele in. No utility apart from this flash on Lele. None towards heaven. Oh, the smoke's missed. It's landed. It's fallen down. The bomb's basically fully gone. This is such a late retake here. Are they playing for X? I don't really know what's happening, but it's going to be a stick of the bomb here. We're going to see Nut find the kill. It's planted for Beastic, though. Nut to go down to the bomb. So is Beastic. Sinners with an important round, but look, Ecstatic, you bring it to the 3-on-3. You actually had yourself in a very, very good 5-on-3. It takes them, what, 30 seconds before anyone even shows themselves? I don't really know what's happened there.
I mean, look, you can see rounds like that work. I think maybe if we did end up seeing I mean, look, it would have been a very different round if the player towards Hart found one. Even just a single kill there, if he was able just to hold them slightly longer, maybe if he came even later, could have taken down Beastic from behind, could have flanked on a couple of players. Not a lot of info towards ramp here, as the teams are starting to swarm. Not too many angles and no bullets connecting.
That's the biggest problem with that angle for Nut is it seems though if the T's are pushing from ramp side, you're not going to get the headshot. You physically can't get it because of the little barrier that's in the way. And I think for Nut, you've been spotted at the back. Your only way to live there and have impact is just to progress down ramp. It's clear that he favours that position and he likes it a lot, but...
Not against a full round rush.
No, definitely not.
And another round on the board for Sinners. That one just came from a straight up ramp rush there, but worked out on this occasion. Clearly caught the CTs off guard, not ready for that to come through. And the buy was never great. And obviously having 2 MP9s, you're in a spot where I don't actually think you can really force this. Unless we are just going to see like sort of Siren and Lele drop over MP9s as well and just have 4 MP9s.
It'll definitely have to be the eco. I think going for a force like this is too big of a risk. TMB
blocking Zedco from leaving the smoke.
I'll be honest, if TMB's one of the players of the MP9s there, I think we're seeing him get a kill. I think we're going to OT, yeah. Christu, it's so important that he saves this AWP. And Lele might go searching for that AK. Nice find from Lele. The problem is now he's 12 HP. Where can he really save? He's going to have to wrap towards T-spawn. CT spawn, sorry. And he knows it. He's being held, though. How has he been able to cross?
Terrorists win.
Eppo will go down.
Oh, it's getting tense here. It's getting very tense. Sinners could bring things to OT, and I do think if they take things on Nuke, like I said, I think I favoured them on Inferno. Just what I got to see of them against Paravision was such a good Inferno team.
Yeah, strong look inside. There's a reason they're in this 1-0 spot. But it's all here now for Ecstatic. Christu being able to save this AWP is so vital. But it's going to be this play through ramp. Christu in an excellent position. He will get one, but what a trade from Shock. Instant headshot there onto Christu. Beastic finds TMB. We've already got Anlele chipped away at, and it's a fast play through ramp. How has Sinners been able to bring this back? They're in the advantage now. Not going to be an easy round. And Lele close to the action, close to the smoke. Zedco just holding.
Not sure what Anlele's hoping to do. Maybe just to fade it. Has backed up slightly. And the bombs ticking with Sinners still in the advantage. And Lele being brought down low as well. Nana drops the smoke to give him a bit more room to breathe. But one dropped at his feet as well. And Beastic in the back lines ready to punish. And Lele who goes down. Nut. It's kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and Beastic with some nice shots there, finding his third of the round, all on Sierra. Fred, we're certainly going to OT.
Yeah, like it's a 1v4 with about 10 seconds left. I think we know it's never happening in Sinners. They will take it to overtime. It was 6-2 for Ecstatic on the T side of Nuke. How have we seen this game go OT? It was a 5 versus 3 at one point for Ecstatic when they were 12-8 up. Insane. It was that slow retake, that 3v3. I think that was their best chance. But a great comeback from Sinners. And now, look, Sinners are going to be spurred on to find victory here. The fact they were so far out of this game, kind of initially thought that already over. hypothesized that if they lost, 2 more rounds on that CT side, if it was only 4 found to Ecstatic's 8, we'd be wrapping things up already. But Sinners, the kind of mental resilience and grit they've shown has been brilliant. Christu now on the AWP. Nice reposition. He drops down and instantly elevates again. Catches off Peppo massively.
Shot sneaking slightly out, but TMB just the spam's good enough. And first round of OT certainly not going how the Sinners would have wanted it to, as just a 1 kill found and 3 casualties sustained. Ooh, missed shots from Anlele there, but Sira's nade finishes the job, and all on Zedko, who hasn't come alive as much as we would have hoped here on Nuke so far, but 1 kill. Feels like it is just delaying the inevitable. Just 11 points of health, tucked in squeaky.
Ecstatic, they will get that first round. First side to find 13, yet sadly not in regulation. And I think for Ecstatic, this will be a disappointing loss if they lose on Nuke. Not only were they far favoured going into this game when we look at the stats, when we look at the game, but it's those first 8 rounds. 6-2 up. To me, it should never be going overtime. But look, we said Sinners, it might be enough if they get themselves 6 on that CT side. They certainly do find it. But now it poses the question of, surely Sinners are going to feel disappointed if they lose in overtime now. They've done so much work to keep them in the game. Peppo very fast here towards back red, but this will all have been heard. And with the amount of steps, this is why Sira's taking all of this control. Sira's in the backlines. He's towards top lobby. He will get 1, and now survival for Sira's got to be the goal. Not going to be easy. Even more damage dealt from Sira. We see Nut finding Shock. A 3-on-5 with a 22 HP Morisco. Great find from Morisco, though. Sira gets a little bit over-aggressive. And Lele finally strikes here towards back red. Stayed hidden for quite some time. But again, Morisco, second kill here on 22 HP.
Nice.
Christu not missing that one.
Yeah, super simple from him. The nade of the smoke. Avoja peeking into it. And Morisco with what feels like an impossible task ahead of him. Just 22 points of health, getting flanked on. Seems ready for it, but has missed his timing to actually take down TMB, who finally does silence him. Ecstatic. First 2 rounds of OT go their way, and Sinners might have brought us to OT, just to sadly fall a little flat.
Well, at least for them, as we said for Sinners, in a fair few of these games here on Nuke, it's not like they've been rolled. It's not as though they've kind of had a real dominant game against them. And I think for this, even if they lose here, at least they've shown a lot of fight, a lot of grit. And all that means to me is when we move to Inferno, when we move to ancient maps that are a little bit closer and Sinners have more success in the past, I think that's where they're going to be feeling a lot more confident. But Shock going to be going through this smoke, taking his timing. TMB with a missed shot, a lot of damage onto Zedko. Sira in an excellent position, will only be able to get 1. And Lele, though, nade of the smoke, will be able to find. Molotov landing on the bomb site, and Lele, 9 bullets in the magazine. 3-on-3 retake. Already out is Nut. He gets 1 before falling to Morisco. Already a player towards second vent, but Morisco again. Morisco, what a round. He finds 4. Sinners salvage this first half of overtime by getting that 1. But it all comes from Morisco. And a player who's had a pretty tough game. He's 13 and 20 before that round. Yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, look, I mean, we haven't actually had too many players on the side of Sinners who I think we're sitting here and saying what an unbelievable showing they have. But it's just a couple of these players having moments when needed. And this is the thing that it feels like kind of defines where Sinners are right now. They don't have that consistent star.
Exactly.
It feels like a couple of players chime in every now and again, and that can be the difference maker. But look, they've got 1 player positive. That is your in-game leader. Got the player that we're not expecting to be right up there in terms of the frag department, but it feels like he has been called upon very often recently. But Peepo outside finds Christu. Beastic could be caught out in the open, being whittled away at more and more, and finally taken down. Zedko's aggression towards round finds one. Marisco loud up the secret, and look at the fearlessness in this man's eyes.
Yeah, I think a round like that where you get a 4K where you single-handedly win your team around, especially with the high pressure that overtime provides. I think this is where Marisco will be playing without fear. Missed shot from Peppo though. He's going to drop the molly to try and delay Anlele, but Anlele, in fact, can creep past. We'll be going up heaven now. Shock. On to watch. Oh, Anlele spotted him, so now knows that main is a point of contact. They're all here towards lobby, in fact.
Yeah, look, there's no bomb.
Yeah, that's
and
the problem.
has to go out and try to retrieve that. Not a lot of time left. All angles covered.
Sinners will get themselves 14. A leveled up game once again. It's completely leveled up, Charlie. Are we going to a second OT, or do we think one of these teams can win it here? And if so, who?
Oh, I mean, that's the question that I really wish I had the answer to, because I see a world where we can see, honestly, both teams take it in this first OT. I see a world where we go to 2 OTs. I mean, right now, if I had to bet, I probably would say, yeah, I think we're going to a second overtime.
Yeah, I think that's the safest assumption. I don't think either team have kind of looked threatening enough to win 3 on one side, and obviously that's what Sinners would need to do, but I like the speed and the kind of the approach they take. Marisco very early going down towards Secret. He gets a nice double. Marisco obviously getting the final as well. He's 20 and 20. 7 kills in the last 2 rounds. Absolutely electric from Marisco. He's gone from kind of bottom of the leaderboard right to the top here on the side of Sinners. Just shy of Nut and Christu from 22 and 23. Nice damage from Marisco, but taken down by TMB. Ollie here towards second, then flashbang coming through. Positioning here of TMB is a little bit alone, and Lele not confident enough to go for the trade, so TMB just gives his life up for nothing, but Siri's in a good position. Peppo ready for it though. Man advantage for Sinners. They can take the lead here. They could be the one with map point here on Nuke. A ridiculous statement, I think we've got to say, especially when they were certainly the unfavored side. Zedko on the back of the bomb site with Beastic already and Hut. This round's going to be so tough for Ecstatic. All about timing. Zedko will get one. He needs help from his teammates here. And Lele with an important pick.
I mean,
Christu is still outside with the bomb.
Zedko's able to find one before getting taken down there, because look, he was caught off massively by the position of those players. Easily could have went down to Anlele beforehand, but yeah, the fact he's at least able to get one, that does a lot for his team here.
All 3 in lobby. This is something that maybe Ecstatic aren't prepared for. On the bomb, there's a molly in heaven. Maneuvering towards outside. Both these mollies have missed. This is going to set attention surely towards heaven. Again, it's a slow played retake. This time, though, it's from Sinners. Towards main is Beastic. 3 positions, nice. Util coming through. It's all in an attempt to keep Christu. Oh, Christu spotted one. And Lele's been seen. And nice finds from Beastic. A great double there. Sinners will be the first to find 15.
And now they've got the option for it. I really cannot believe we're here between these 2 teams. This was 6-2 at the start, with Sinners on the favoured side, just able to find 2 rounds. They bought things back, winning 4 rounds of the final in the first half. Then second half, it was all Ecstatic. They had a great CT side start. Once again, winning 6-2 initially on the second half, but again, Sinners 4 rounds in a row to keep themselves in it, and now moving on to OT. Again, they battle back, 2 rounds down, losing the first 2, haven't put a foot wrong since then, and they're the ones with the chance to close things out here.
I like the idea of the double AWP. It can work out so nicely, and there it is, Peppo. Great shot there with a big green flashbang towards outside, fully blinding Nut. We're going to need to see a rotation. And Lele, if he goes down to B-Stick, in my mind, this round is over. But and Lele, what a shot there. Still the low HP of Peepo to deal with. Zedko as well has been chipped away. And Lele might make an attempt to find and secure a second hit while being this lurk towards lobby.
Risk question throwing a nade, but has just snuck down vent, and Lele has spotted this. Is Zedco going to be ready for it? Timing's unfortunate for Lele, but Zero takes down Risco on the lower side. 3-on-3 with each of the Sinners players chipped away at.
Yeah, there's an HU grenade on Sierra as well. He's in an excellent position. Nut as well. He's so close here. Shock. Gonna be sending out the flash. Nut turns. Surely this round goes the way of Ecstatic. Nut gets one, and now with Shock and Zedco both here. Great shot from Zedco. Shock. There's minimal time. Zedco the play without the kit. You're gonna have to hurry things along. Christu pushes out, and Christu gets the double. Ecstatic will survive. We go to another overtime now. As we said, I think it's the only fair assumption.
Yeah, started things off really well with people finding that kill onto TMB. But XBstick wanted to get aggressive, and Lele's so sharp with the shots. And back and forth in this round, but still the chance for both teams. It does feel even now. We've seen what both rosters have to offer. And it doesn't feel like we're looking at a Sinners side with just 12% win rate against Ecstatic 67 on this map. Neck and neck all the way through.
I think when you look as well, Ecstatic's 3 most recent games here on Nuke. It was a 13-11 win to Gun 5, a 16-14 win to Tricked, 19-15 victory against FabBet, and then losses to Navi Jr. and Fnatic in both close fashions. It's clear that their Nuke isn't as confident and kind of competent as it once was.
No, I mean, look, Sinners are certainly making some cracks shown. But neither side, I mentioned it for Sinners earlier, but neither side do have that player who's going absolutely crazy. It does feel like we're seeing a much more even game. And no one's setting the world alight just yet, but all it takes is one player to have a good second OT and they could steal their team the game. Ecstatic dropping down vents. Marisco just playing behind the smoking garage.
Again, that we have to mention that Ecstatic, to remind everyone who's just tuning in now or kind of has slightly forgotten, Ecstatic was 6-2 up here on the T side. This was their game to fully take control of and find victory, and Ecstatic's in a great position.
Just couldn't find anything after those 6 on that T side. They just ended up remaining for that. It's still a great half. Ecstatic has dropped down and gets a freebie onto Lele. He's not even looking. So still a 4-on-4 as the util starts to come out towards A. Zedco on the back of the bomb site has a tall order ahead of him. Shock trying to support from heaven, and he's going to need to do so well. Sierra able to take down Marisco, but Peepo quick enough to get the trade at least.
Great finds from TMB and Nut, and now it's all on Peppo. 1 versus 3. The fact he finds nothing of that first kill, he's gone back, retrieved the rifle, and now attempting it. Steps have been heard, though. TMB and Christu can count this down. All 3 can swing together if they like. They don't want to give him the option. They don't want to give him the opportunity. There was a moment where Lele got a triple spray down. It's possible. Christu takes contact, and then we see the double swing. Ecstatic. They do find 16. First round of second OT going their way.
Yeah, it was just the fact that there was a couple of positions, like the one outside on Sierra, if Peppo was able to take him down before he finds Marisco, we're seeing a great spot for Sinners. But similarly, you can also look at Beastic, a bit lucky that he's able to find, and Lele, I believe it was, towards Squeaky without getting killed by his teammate. So, yeah, an interesting one here, but it's just a hit towards A. Beastic at the back of the bomb site finds nothing, and Lele sent out alone does so much work, and Ecstatic. Seems like they're pulling out some of these gimmick strats, these pocket rounds.
Not ready for Peppo here. Shock's got to come to aid. Peppo gets a double. It's now a 1 versus 2 for Christu. How was this round spun so massively? This was a 4v2 in favor here of Ecstatic. Christu now on the 1v1. Peppo on 11 HP. There is an HE grenade that he can throw. It's got to be perfect. It's got to land right at the feet, and it does! 48 damage HE grenade onto Christu. How in the hell have Sinners won that round? It was a 2 versus 4. They had a surefire kill onto Peppo. They were crunching in on him towards main, but Shock from heaven, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah,
Sinners
he provides the aid. He gets the information, could have got the kill, but Peebo didn't really want to take this fight. He drops out the nade to support him a bit more and does the work itself, perfectly thrown. As you see, Christu tries to use those smokes to his advantage, but Sinners will not allow Ecstatic to take the lead on this T side just yet.
Jolly, we see Lele get 2 openers onto the A bomb site. How has that round possibly gone against them? I love it from Peppo. Morisco finds Sierra as well. Sinners are fired up.
I mean, look, rounds like that can instill the belief, the confidence.
Exactly.
And in a game where no one is playing mind-blowingly, it's all about the impact of the kills that you do get, and Peebo certainly has come alive here, but peeking into Christu. Looked like a dangerous idea, but not ready for the second to be there as well. Nut. Just drops the Molotov, knowing that pushing the smoke is too big a risk.
He might wait for the molly and then look to crunch with his teammate. TMB under heaven. 2 versus 3 now. TMB, it's all about timing. Neither one have spotted, but Zedko realizing TMB found, and it's all on Nut. It's a 1 versus 3. A very difficult round here now for Nut. And I think Sinners realised, look, we can just play this as this 3v1. There's no need to overfight. The molly's going to land. Zedko's going to send a Molotov as his own. Nut, he's got to get this kill onto Peppo outside. Not ready for it, though. Great round from Peppo. Sinners finds 17. Ecstatic. From what should have been them finding 17 with 1 remaining here. Just the 1 round found on the T side. I'm still gobsmacked at the fact that Ecstatic didn't get that second one in overtime.
Oh, it's madness, and it does feel like that second round for Ecstatic would have played such a key role in terms of where this one finishes.
Exactly.
Because in OT, it has been the T side that that teams have been struggling with a little bit more, but Sinners, to win this game, they need 2. Ecstatic need all 3.
And this is Sinners' chance. Look, they get this first round in overtime. They got 2 opportunities to close out map 1. Fast approach here towards A. Morisco, missed shot there. TMB capitalizing.
Utility's good, just nothing to go behind it, but Beastic, the fact that Anlele's not instant to get down those vents allows him to find the kill and get a kill back. 4 on 4 here still.
Yeah, Peppo towards outside as well. Holding for any kind of extremity push, for any kind of late lurk towards outside, or aggressor here from Ecstatic. I think every round has to be treated like a completely different engagement, a completely different game.
Excitement that we've spotted behind this smoke here. He has been, but Peebo getting found before. TMB completely backs away onto this A side, but still such great awareness from him. Takes down a second. Christu still glued towards Hut.
Yeah, nice position here for Christu. He'll go unnoticed. Such a free kill, and it's all on Zedko. 1 versus 3 now. Yeah, Gets the first. He picks up the bomb. He might have enough time to go down towards B, but silently creeping. Oh, not so silent anymore. Still not picked up the bomb. This could be so tough. Nut. Oh, he's out the steps, realizing they're not on the bomb. Nut, you can just win the round. Well done. Ecstatic will find 17 as well. Jolly, it feels like this game's never ending.
I mean, look, this is still a good chance for Ecstatic to be in, because like I said, both teams have struggled a bit on their T side since making it to OT. You remember, obviously, how things initially looked for Sinner's T side. It was lacking quite a bit of that oomph that was needed, and I do still think Ecstatic have a good chance to actually win this here, as there's a chance that Sinners might find nothing on their T side. I think Zedco tries to overcomplicate that one a little bit. But either team now need these final 2 rounds if they want to win it. So tensions certainly are rising. No AWP in this round for Peepo. As the smokes have landed down towards outside. And Lele is behind red box though.
Excellent position here. Sadly, timing goes against him. Peppo with a nice find onto Anlele.
Yeah, Marisco just quickly gets himself in garage.
Yeah, great positioning. TMB does seem aware of it, though. TMB's had a pretty decent game. 25 and 22.
This is a big gamble here from Ecstatic. There's 3 players towards A. Sure, TMB is smoked off, but Marisco not clearing it, and Sierra finding one. No instant trade.
Oh!
So slow from Peepo, and it allows his teammates to go down. I mean, great find there from Zedco to be able to turn 180. The find, the bomb can go down, but there's so many CTs here already. TMB fluffs his line slightly, but not able to take him down. Peepo so hesitant to go for the trade on his teammate, and it allows Beastic to push out Squeaky and still get found before Peepo's even looked at the idea of going for a swing.
Peppo goes down as well. How has Sierra got 3 kills here? It's insane. It should never be happening. Sierra should go 1 for 1. But it's like he goes 3 for 1. But now Ecstatic, they've got the option to close it out here and now. Surely they have to take it. I'm sure Sinners have got something to say, though. Oh, it's going to be a nade here for the ramp rush. Nutnuts got himself away from this. A lot of damage onto Peppo. There's no need for Sierra to fight here. Nice smoke. Nut to be isolated. Zedco can find. TMB already rotating down. And with Sierra finding Marisco, there's still the low HP Peppo to deal with. TMB taken down by Shock, though. He's fighting on his own. He doesn't need to take that fight. He's got 3 teammates who will be rotating in. But TMB, he wants to do it alone. And in doing so, he gives up his life. And Lele to be flanking. It's just about whether there's enough pressure that can be applied. The smoke coming down is going to keep sights on Lele's position, surely. Beastic peeking and Lele falling. 2 versus 3 now. Sierra with a great find. Gonna drop the Molotov here towards one side of ramp, nade to the other. If Sierra can find Shock. Oh, it's going to be the stick of the bomb. They've got to find the diffuser. Is there enough time? We will see Sinners post the round. But again, what is happening for Ecstatic? TMB gets the kill towards double doors. There's a low HP Peppo. It's a 4-on-3. And TMB, he wants his kind of heroic moment for no reason. Why is he swinging here? There's no promise. You're completely untradeable. You're going for your hero moment. And it costs your team the game.
Yeah, I mean, look, this pressure really does make diamonds, and sometimes players do make these mistakes in these high-pressured moments, and that feels like that's what it was there. But Sinners, they keep things alive here. Not willing to go out. He just keeps on building up this argument that nothing is separating these teams. Christy with a missed shot on the second, but no kill in retaliation from Sinner. So it's going to remain this one-man advantage from Ecstatic. Oh, timing might actually have been excellent here from Shock. And it is, but misses his chances. Sierra's somehow able to get a double. Trading's been super poor the last couple of rounds from Sinners.
Charlie, every single round, I think I've seen the mistake of the game. We just see another one.
I mean, this is the thing. I do think if Ecstatic play anything like this on Inferno, I think Sinners will take Inferno. I'm pretty confident of that now. I just think it is the question, in my opinion at least, if Sinners are able to win this, can they take this in one in a potential 2-0 fashion? Or I do think if Ecstatic win this, I think we're probably going to be heading our sights onto Ancient. Beating at least doing a bit of a BM there. Knife kill. While he's landing at one another's feet, he's just 7 HP now. Does tons of damage actually to Sierra and Team B with his own volley. And another volley coming down, and Lele fast behind. Ecstatic's time on this plane is pretty slim, and I think we're going to see the knife in response here, Fred.
Yeah, good old return. Oh, and Lele's going to be fuming. Static again taking the lead, though. I like this from Chris, too. The speed and the approach. It was this double from Sierra that just changes the round, though. Marisco has to be getting that trade.
First round goes the way of Ecstatic, though. Both teams now have had a number of chances to be able to close this game out, but
yeah,
just not able to.
Really have struggled, and Lele spotted out two here towards outside. Sends the nade of the smoke, and it allows TMB to find Marisco. Zedco, I like the attempt with the flash, doesn't blind, but still finds the kill onto TMB. So Sinners with the advantage here. Shot gonna give it up as Sierra can find that kill. 3 on 3.
Quickly down, able to find one. Great double. This is the issue. Sinners don't really feel like they've had too many of these moments where they're able to get double kills in really tough positions. But Ecstatic can do it time and time again. It does feel like if Sinners can just make sure they can at least get these trades, they would have been in a much better position in so many of these rounds.
Yeah, exactly. I think the trading really has been a problem here for Sinners. And not only do you imagine, oh, well, Sinners would have got a few more of these rounds, they probably would have won this game. You think of how many rounds players have got 2-for-1s. We've just seen it from Nut, we saw it from Sierra a couple of rounds ago. There's been far too many showings where players on Ecstatic have gone kind of 2-for-1, 2-for-0. There was that round where Sierra got the triple, where Peppo should have traded in Heart. There's just been far too many moments. Far too many. I think if Ecstatic win this last one, I think it's got to be over, right?
Oh, I mean, surely. I can't see. Look, we haven't seen a single team yet. I haven't seen a single team yet get 3 in a row in one of these halves. It feels like that should be the end point, but Zedco's not interested in letting that happen yet.
Sierra's in an excellent position. Finds Peppo. Oh, and Sierra aware of Marisco.
And again, Fred, this is what I mean. There's too many times where these Ecstatic players are able just to get 2 kills. Just sort of back to back. This is a great position for Beastic, though. With the bomb being dropped, he can flank and he will be behind 2 of them. He just needs Zedco to live long enough so Beastic can operate Slowly going down now, but he's being held, and Sierra on low HP finds Zedco needs the ace to win this round.
Great idea. This is the low
Jiggle
HP.
gets spotted. Is he ready for the round play? He spots out Nut.
What a round from Zedco so far. Can he get the final, though? Just needs the headshot. Nut peeking, but Nut will just pre-fire it. There's nothing really Zedco can do. And there's enough time for the defuse. We will see Ecstatic find all three on that CT side. Again, it's that double from Sierra, though.
And it's another round advantaged. And we see Sinners lose due to some play being able to get a big multi-kill here. I mean, look at this. It was just a 180 find Marisco, who somehow doesn't spot Sierra on the top of the bomb site.
Well, look, while you're looking there, I think the vast majority of the time, you're not going to be expecting a player up there, especially when they let you pass. And now all it takes, one mistake from Sinners, and they will lose on Nuke.
Yeah, this feels like one step too far for Sinners now.
Bristow, I like this angle. Good idea. B-Stick already in the vent, but decides against progressing down the ladder. Sierra's had a good game. I think you look at the kills for Ecstatic, everyone's kind of had their moments. Yeah, for Sinners, Shock. He's a bit of a tough time of things. Marisco, he's got to be getting that kill. Nice from Peppo, though. Gets the kill back. 3-on-3 now. B-Stick already towards the lower side. Shock. This is your moment. I said you've not had the best of games. What a shot from Nut. 3-on-2 now. Both Peppo and B-Stick out of this round. Surely got to be it. Surely got to be over. TMB does a lot of damage.
Yeah, and being low HP himself, just being able to get that damage confirmed and backing away.
All on Peppo now. Great shot. Realising there's probably another towards the back of the bomb site, but still so many unknowns. Gonna send the HE grenade. Nut has been heard. What a shot from Peppo. The bomb can just be stuck here. Surely not. How is this round? How is this round? How has this round ever gone the way of Sinners? Every single time Ecstatic have their moment, they make the biggest of mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, it really has been a game of mistakes, hasn't it? The amount of advantage rounds we've seen slip away is actually madness. And Sin is still somehow hanging in here. Another overtime could be a possibility.
What a shot from Peppo, though.
Yeah, great couple of kills there with the AWP. Not easy when there's so many angles on Nuke, but managed to make it work.
Marisco again with this fight towards outside. And Lele. Nade blows open the smoke and Zedco with an easy kill. Already a double rotation. Still, all it takes is one round for Ecstatic. Still 2 opportunities. Oh, look at Sierra's positioning. Zedco, are you going to be ready for this? Surely not. Sierra hasn't spotted him, though. Zedco, does he realise that TMB is close by? Well, now, and Zedco gets the double. What an overtime that Zedco's had.
Yeah, this cannot be one that is Static win now. Not after Zedco's super hard work that he's doing. Almost won that sort of ace clutch as well, if you remember that 1v3 he was in.
Yeah, obviously. Another flashbang here in heaven. Molotov landing. Ready, B-Stick's in a great position, and Sierra surely to be found here. What a shot from Sierra. He's another player who's had an excellent overtime. Shock will find him, though. Christu on the AWP. 1 versus 2 now. And the player's got to be off the rafters. Well done from Shock. Great positioning. Peppo taps the bomb. Well, he sticks the bomb, and Shock's just holding. Sinners. Such a tall task for them, yet they are one step away.
I mean, this game is madness. If Sinners can keep this alive, it really just is these two teams battling it out. Don't get me wrong, mistake after mistake, but nothing is separating them right now. Peepo. Going for a pot shot, not connected.
Still Ecstatic. They've got the chance to close out map 1. Steps are going to be hurt here. Sira's got a freebie. Morisco goes down. Morisco's been the first death in all 3 of these rounds. The fact that Ecstatic have been the one getting these opening kills and still losing is crazy. TMB, oh, has he not spotted the gun barrel? Well, certainly not. TMB found by B-Stick. Zedco in a great position now. Not spotted. Zero, though, dealing with B-Stick. Not finding Zedco. Man advantage here. Surely the round will go the way of Ecstatic. The final 2 players have just got into lobby, yet Ecstatic have maneuvered their way down towards B. Ecstatic. This has to be their round. Realising now it is finally the play through towards B. Nut will find them both. Lovely set of kills at the end there. Ecstatic finally put pen to paper and find victory here on Nuke. A very long drawn out series. And it's only map number 1. An hour and a half for this first game. But look, it's clear that neither team have got kind of perfect Counter-Strike. Far too many mistakes. Thoughts and feelings after that one, Charlie?
Yeah, both teams certainly struggling there at times. Both teams making, like you said, a lot of mistakes there. But it's a big win eventually that comes through for Ecstatic on their map selection. But we do need to obviously highlight Sinners there on Nuke. They have struggled significantly when they have played this map recently. Like you said, they've only had 1 win on this map. They've got 11% win rate currently. Yeah, it's not a great showing from them on this map. And yet still things got that close. Honestly, I think this shows the kind of spot the Sinners are in right now. It feels like they're having a little bit of a resurgence. And I am expecting them to take map number 2 here. I don't think it's a guarantee. I don't think it's 100%. But I'll probably say it's a bit more 60-40 for me in their favour. Ecstatic, I think it's fair to say, though, after sort of those first 8 rounds, they fell off quite a bit. Never really playing brilliant Counter-Strike. It felt like a lot of the magic that they had slowed down. It felt like they were in a bit of a slump at times, but they still did just enough to be able to bring it over the line.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, Sinners is going to be a necessary map number 2. Inferno, it is their selection. But Charlie, before we get into that, we will be jumping to a break. Welcome back. We're going to be heading back into the action here. Inferno to be underway in a matter of moments. Obviously, a very impressive performance from both teams. It seemed like neither one wanted to give up on Nuke. To be honest, though, it didn't seem as though it was kind of based on individuals. It seemed like there was big mistakes throughout. Obviously, though, for Sinners, we moved to their map pick. They have looked pretty compelling here on Inferno, but Ecstatic have also looked pretty good as well. So I think this could go either way. I think we would be favouring Sinners ever so slightly. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings as we head to Inferno?
Yeah, look, like you said, both teams aren't too bad on Inferno. They've had some pretty decent success recently as well. Ecstatic have won both their most recent maps that they've played on it. Sinners are on a 3-map win streak on it, taking down Fireflux in a very close game, taking down Gun 5 in a very close game, and then obviously Best in Paravision, which was much more of a dominant affair from them. So, yeah, Sinners are on pretty good stuff. I honestly think this is either going to be a really close game, but Sinners going to take it, or it's probably going to be a dominant Sinners one. I just don't see a world in which Ecstatic do take it. But Fred, we're going to be jumping on Inferno. There certainly is all the chances. I don't want to make it look like things are bleak here for Ecstatic. I'm slightly worried about what we saw from map number 1 on them. I was hoping haven't looked great on this map. We might see a bit more of a dominant scoreline.
There's definitely
I have got to see a lot of the Sinners Infernos recently, but they have looked really good. We'll have to just wait and see, I think.
Yeah, and I think when you look at this, you know, the last 3 months has been pretty inconsistent from both sides. We see some performances, you know, Ecstatic lost 13-4 to Iberian Soul here on Inferno, and then we see a similar kind of result, but maybe a little bit worse. Sinners lost 13-2 to Alliance. So, look, I think there are really some up and down results here for both sides. I think we're just going to have to play it by ear. Whoever kind of looks to dominate early on, I think individual's certainly going to be the name of the game. I don't think strategy is going to be the biggest of kind of amplifying factors. Nice find from Chris too, though. E-stick falling here. It is going to be a wrap through CT, and Ecstatic have got a great idea of this. TMB in an excellent position here. Shock, though, can find Chris too, and TMB finally trading. TMB in a great position. Now it's on Zedco, a 1 versus 4.
Got the bomb, got time to play with. We've got 3 defenders to contend with. All of which right now are in sort of 1v1 positions. If he looks to go back towards A, that's where Nana is just holding. He's actually repositioned on A.
Yeah, I think going to Apps has got to be the play, just in case, you know, you can look to deny a plant or get that information. Ooh, I like the idea from Zedco. Yeah.
Doesn't work out, though, on this occasion, as Ecstatic will take that pistol. Great initial shot from Chris, who maybe looks to overfight slightly, but it seemed like just a bit of a bait in some of his teammates. And it works out with TMB finding 2, yeah, and of course, and Lele finding 1 before securing his second there onto Zedco at the end. But important pistol round for Ecstatic. The thing is, you never know what version of either of these teams you're going to see.
Exactly, yeah.
And that's the thing, we like you said, we've seen a lot of inconsistencies from both rosters. We've seen Ecstatic and Sinners versions of them that just feel really empty on maps, and they feel like they lack a lot of ambition on their T size, feel like they lack a lot of chemistry on their CT. And then next thing you know, you watch another series and like, are Sinners back or Ecstatic back?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you never know what one you're gonna get.
I think that perfectly kind of showed exactly how map 1 went. There was brilliant moments from both teams, and then there was also kind of massive mistakes. And
It's like a roll of the dice sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
Just the eco here, though, for Sinners. It's not the full investment. So they are playing very slowly. Trying to burn a bit of the Ecstatic utility. Zero can be caught out slightly towards along alone, but finds his first kill without taking any damage. And Christu wanted to make money for the AWP, is actively searching. Nice tap there. Into Briscoe. And it's all on Zedco. But Christu could easily get caught out, but Zedco just biding his time.
Yeah, no, we'll find him. Look, I've got to say, we get 4 kills come through from Ecstatic here on the MP9s, but I think there's too many SMGs here. I say it every single time. When you see those triple SMGs, yes, okay, they've made a lot of money with them, but the next round, I think it's going to be difficult.
I don't think it's as bad on Inferno, though, because I do think with positions like Banana, where you're looking to get up in the face anyway, I think this is honestly where the weapons are favoured. Obviously, with some closer angles in apps, it's more if you're trying to play a bit more timidly on the bomb sites that I think you can sometimes get hindered. But even then, top orange can be great for an MP9. Towards balcony can be great with an MP9. But Christu, not a great way to use the MP9, just peeking into too many players. But Sierra, one of the only rifles with a double kill there.
Yeah, and I think as well, Sierra, he's low HP. He's going to make sure he uses all of this util. Reposition as well from Sierra. Man advantage here for Ecstatic.
That's a great reposition, in fact. In fact, Sierra's pushing through for more. Beastic should be able to get this trade. And Sierra's not even considering it.
No, not in the slightest. Brings it to this 3-on-3. And with that being the premium rifle taken down, TMB's now got some work to do. TMB has barely spotted Zedco, but still loses that fight. Nut. Elevated here, and Lele out of the action. Nut kind of has to get at least 2 kills. It's going to be the low HP Zedco going in first. Nut. Not the best of sprays, and he swings out. Beastic confined. It's all on Lele now. Retrieved an AK. He's got a smoke and a Molotov. Going to go towards apartments. Clearing out Beastic's positions. Not going to be easy, though. Does have the molly to do it, but then... where's the problem of finding shock? Information gathered. Molly landing. Beastic returns with an aid. Beastic's still in the Molotov, and Beastic finds. Great round from Beastic Sinners. A great response there.
Yeah, it certainly was the challenge, but Christu opted to throw nade down middle really late. And Sinners already took so much space towards middle. We saw a couple of whiffed MP9 sprays. TMB did so much damage to Zedco towards long through that smoke. One down to 7 HP, but he was able to fire sort of 6, 7, 8 bullets afterwards and just could not connect the final one at all. Allowed Zedco to take him down. And then as well on Nut does find the 1 bullet from Death Zedco, but takes a lot of his health in the process.
And this is my biggest problem. Look, on Inferno, you need all the util you can get, so we're going to see such a disadvantage regarding weaponry, and Beastic gets the double. Great openers here on the B-bomb side, and surely just a save for these final 3 rifles. But this is my biggest problem with opting for so many SMGs against the Eco. Well done, you can get all the money you want from them, but the problem is you need util on Inferno. You can't just opt for rifles. So that's why we see 2 MP9s on Anlele and TMB, and it just doesn't work for them. And Sinners now... they can go on a streak. I guess the positive thing for Ecstatic is they will be able to save these rifles. It doesn't seem like Sinners are opting too much for a hunt. They don't really need to.
What we just saw in that round, though, is something to keep your eye on more and more. I mentioned Beastic's T side. Inferno, in particular, he is relied upon a ton to create space and find kills for Sinners. Does it in this round with a nice double. Not as clean as he probably would have liked, but you can see Ecstatic just fumbling with utility. 1 player fully blinded, so no chance to get the trade. And yeah, it is Beastic again. We're going to see that a lot. I'm probably going to be saying his name a lot if Sinners are able to get even more rounds on the board.
Yeah, definitely. Look, when you see the amount of kills, though, that Sinners have acquired, it's 4 from the rest of the team, Beastic with 5. So, although Beastic is going to have big moments and is going to be able to provide a lot of success, the problem is if players like Morisco, like Peppo, are a little too late to come into things, that's where it could be a problem. But it's another investment here from Ecstatic. It's pretty much the same buy. It's 3 rifles, 2 MP9s. The problem is it's these 2 MP9s defending towards B. We could be seeing a very similar outcome.
Starting to come down, Beastic. Not being the one to find the kill as Zedco on this occasion, as TMB sticks around just to eat an aid.
Sinners have been going too early towards Banana in both times. I don't really know why TMB and Anlele aren't sending their HE grenades through. Oh, the timing on the nade! Bye-bye, TMB! Great utility here from Sinners. They're going to nade the smoke and push their way on through. Christy with a lot of work here. He's from CT. He spotted 1 on the cross. Nice initial spam, but just cannot connect that final bullet onto Zedco. It's just going to have to be the save again, Sinners. They take the lead now. But yeah, it begs the question, look, Ecstatic, you're looking to save utility towards Banana. I don't really know what the idea with the jiggling is. To me, it's not making much sense. And I think we need to see a third player heading towards Banana early on if Sinners are going to apply this much pressure every round.
Yeah, I think there's definitely going to need to be somewhat of a change up, because if we do keep on seeing players like Ecstatic and Zedco have sort of free range of this position, Ecstatic will just start to crumble towards this side of the map. Because this isn't a surprise to the Sinners game plan. This is very orchestrated. We knew this was going to happen. Seems like the only ones who didn't is Ecstatic so far.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I think now Ecstatic, they're in a position where they could kind of half bite. They've had 3 players save, though. Surely it's got to be the full investment. Yeah, they seemed... it was a bit of a weird kind of initial buy. It seemed like TMB and Lele were just going to play with MP9's no util, but... we finally see a third player making their way as well. It is Syrah to join the B defenders. If they send the deep nades in now, this could be perfect. Look at the positioning here. And Lele looked to get aggressive, and Lele caught off guard. The nade of the smoke, the timing for it is perfect. TMB is going to look to creep closer now. And although Ecstatic have taken this control towards Banana, they have lost a player in the process. TMB, I like the idea of him just playing anti-flash. No defensive util here. Obviously, he does have the HE grenade. The timing on this will be excellent. Still jump spotting. A nice position here from Shock. Syrah's rotated in. TMB, the timing on this nade, absolutely perfect. Ecstatic doesn't have armor. Why does he not have armor? Maybe not realizing how much util damage he's taken. Just goes to show that at every level, silly little mistakes like that can happen. Christu, the amount of rounds that Christu's given up a pick towards A, towards middle, quite unnecessarily. There's been so many moments. Nut will be able to get one important trade from Shark, but Charlie, this is certainly looking like a Sinners game. The way they're playing, the composure they have is brilliant. And again, we're seeing these kind of systematic mistakes from Ecstatic time and time again.
I mean, this is what I meant. I've been lucky to get towards a decent bit of Sinners on Inferno recently, and they've shown some really good things, but the thing that worries me is these last few rounds, it feels like Sinners have been able to control Ecstatic's rotations really, really easily.
Yeah,
and you can just see there, they're very aware that Christu could be re-peeking towards A. They've made a lot of presence towards B, but there's no actual commitment. It forces Syrah to rotate. Christu goes down towards A, and an already weakened A bomb site due to Christu's rotation becomes even weaker as it's just not that remained. And I think if Sinners can keep this going without Ecstatic having any sort of response, like I always sort of did predict, I do think Inferno is going to go the way of Sinners.
Charlie, B6 still doesn't have armor. I've been staring at the HUD. Still doesn't realise. I don't know how he didn't know. He was on 100 HP and got hit heavy with a nade. He still doesn't have armor.
I think he probably did realise, but obviously just because he's being so vocal and communicating so much, it probably is something that's literally just slipped his mind again.
Yeah. It's crazy. Surely you'd see it in the buy menu, though. Who knows? Bit of a half buy here from Ecstatic. Christu saving for the big green. He feels like for him to have perfect impact, it's going to need to have the AWP in hand. Bit of a gamble towards the A-bomb site.
It's the right decision for now, and Christu maybe contemplating getting some information for his team, but has opted against it.
Sinners are going to go into the stack. Oh, TMB just backs away. Timing couldn't be worse. As Sinners now look to creep their way out long.
Yeah, Yuto coming down with 30 seconds remaining. TMB's just realised his mistake.
Oh, great shot there from Beastick. Still Syrah and Nut in excellent positions here. Nut can fight. Gonna look and search for that MP9. Smoke's faded MP9 for the M4, but it's a man advantage scenario. Nut can just hide. He doesn't actually need to take this fight. And Lele falling to Zedko, though. That's such an important kill. Now realizing they need to try and isolate on the bomb site. Nut, he's had so much impact. TMB, he's retrieved an AK. There is a defuse kit on Nut, in fact. Zedko stepped. He's gone loud. He's so sure of a player towards balcony. Ecstatic. They will win it with the half bite. Great round there from Nut.
Yeah, and we also did see that lack of armor come into effect. Look how easy, we'll probably see in the replays there, look how easy Beastie goes down to the MP9 at range.
Yeah, exactly. At least for Beastick, he will now be buying armor.
He's probably thinking in the last round, whoa, I took a lot of HE grenade damage, and thinking in that round, well, I just got deleted by that MP9.
What an MP9 shot. It was body shots as well. How's he done that? Yeah, we do have Crystal on the AWP though now. Same with Pepper, which I think is going to be important. Look, Ecstatic, they're not out of this. I think Sinners have, as we said, had a lot of control. They certainly have kind of dictated retakes and dictated the rotations, but Ecstatic are only one round behind. Going to be our timing for Syrah's peak. Spots out Morisco. Syrah's a player that, obviously, you know, we saw his kind of ability on that Maazi NXT roster. He had a great game on Nuke. Second top of the leaderboard. Nut. He went 37 and 22. 23 had an incredible game. Peppo, though, we've seen these quick shots on Nuke. We've seen the ability he can provide. Shock finding Nut. A 3-on-3 now. Sinners were two-man disadvantage, yet now they level things up. With a lack of utility. Although they've got one of the bomb site, damage onto onto TMB's excellent.
And this is the issue that Ecstatic are going to find. They are going to be giving this one a crack, but you very easily see teams looking to save this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Molotov towards Pit will force Shock out, but Anlele spending so much time clearing this out that he isn't able to capitalize on Shock's rotation. And he's still super late to come out from apartments. Not peeking at all, waiting for his team, and the save has been initiated.
And Lele can get one, though. Obviously, finances aren't going to be too problematic for Sinners.
And this is the thing, as soon as TMB's sort of towards a long cubby just spamming and the rest of the team go down on A, I honestly thought that round was lost there, because as soon as Moto is smoked and TMB cannot have any impact on that bomb site, a 3-on-3 with so many angles on the A bomb site, the T's, I don't know the actual stats, but I don't think they lose that sort of more than 20% of the time. Like, it's so difficult to win that unless there's so much utility. I think if Anlele just actually went towards apartments rather than clearing every single angle, he could have found Shock with that molly, and then there could have been a chance. But the fact that he was so cautious felt like it cost Ecstatic quite a bit.
Again, though, Charlie, it was such a good round, though. Oh, the nades are excellent onto Christie, but it was a round where Ecstatic had a 5-on-3 scenario. It should never really go against them. As you said, it seems like Sinners have been great dictating these kind of rotations. And Lele, he's retrieved this AWP now, just playing behind the Molotov. Peppo is holding. It's all a question of who's going to peek. And Lele, a great idea, but just doesn't land. Nice HE grenade there from TMB. He's got so much work to do here. And he can't even find the first. It's B-Stick again on these entries. Great find, round over. Sinners secure 6. The fact that Sinners are in such control and they've got a player without a kill is ridiculous. Morisco's 0-6. Timing couldn't get worse for Nut.
And Syrah could follow suit pretty shortly as Sinners, they're clearly interested in taking some of these weapons away.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. You know, give nothing for Ecstatic to wield in the next. Slowly piecing together that he's got to be here towards CT. Zedco will look to go towards Arch. Obviously, the money for Sinners is very impressive, so I don't think they're too bothered. It was these double nays that just do so much. It's another round where Christie's kind of struggled to find impact. Great from Peppo there as well to take down Lele. It's lovely stuff here from Sinners. Again, we have to say they are looking pretty dominant. They are looking as though they are the team in control. We've got the AWP on Christie once again, though.
Does have to be said, though, Ecstatic do struggle a lot with their CT side.
Yeah, of course.
I think that's already evident, with them only winning a single full buy. And even then, that wasn't a full buy, it was a half buy. So many plays here. Zedco will push, not even to actually find anything, not far off taking down TMB.
I think the problem there is he hears two people spamming and he assumes, okay, well, it's this double B setup again. Oh, the spray through the smoke deals so much damage to both Peppo and B-Stick. Shock can peek and Shock can find. Again, it's moments like this where Ecstatic have the advantage. They've dealt so much damage. They don't need to take another risk, yet we see them nade the smoke.
I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, things are going well on one side, and look at this from Lele just pushing through the smoke there. Do they not realise they're not disadvantaged in this round?
Well, they are now. And Christie's missed shot. Marisco can find him. It's the low HP of TMB to defend against 3. We'll get 1. Marisco, nice shot there. Sierra now in the 1 versus 3. At what point do Ecstatic have to give rounds like this a go?
I mean, that's the thing on Inferno. Honestly, kind of never. And that's the problem with how this map is played on occasion. But yeah, look, I don't really have any praise for Ecstatic to say on their CT side so far. They won a scrappy half buy. They won the pistol and the eco that came off of that. There isn't a lot of positives to talk about.
No, certainly not.
Rounds that they've got advantage, they just give up themselves really by pretty poor decisions. I mean, that's a great shot from Peepo there at the end. But at that point, round was already all said and done. It's partial buy from Ecstatic.
Again, though, it's Ecstatic getting opening kills, getting opening damage, and it seems like, regardless of how many players they've got, it's still never a round where you're saying, okay, well, this one's going to go the way of Ecstatic, because they keep making such unnecessary mistakes. We saw it from short, where Christo and Nut look to nade the smoke, it goes against them. Obviously, we see Anlele pushing down Banana unnecessarily, it goes against them. And I think it's little errors like this from Ecstatic that will cost them a lot of problems here on a map like Inferno, because it seems like Sinners, they like to go for a bit of a default. They like to apply a pressure kind of everywhere to kind of force Ecstatic into difficult decisions. TMB lining up the deep nade. Oh, realizing the only way to safety is to jump out into the open, and Zedco spams brilliant. Nice nade onto B-Stick. And Lele wants to go through this. Can only find 1 there, though. Obviously, we're not expecting him to find 3 or 4, but you'd hope for the chances of this round a double needed.
Yeah, look, it was always going to be a favoured round for Sinners, and it is going to end that way as well.
The thing is, Ecstatic are playing for the exits, but money for Sinners is good. The only thing they're going to be hoping for is you get a kill back away, you can keep an AK. If Nut sends this smoke to me, there's no chance the teams are going to save here, but nice fine. Yeah, they're just going to save all towards CT. Sierra's forced into kind of an unwinnable scenario.
Terrorists win.
All can be saved, though, for Christo. Just means that he can drop over an M4 to TMB, and TMB can get full utility, the fuse kit, everything he wants and more. Haven't seen it yet, though.
Just drops over the usual instead, so it's going to be missing one defuse kit, but I highly doubt that's going to have any real impact on this round.
No, you'd hope not.
Like we said, Ecstatic still actually yet to win a proper full buy.
Yeah, obviously.
Maybe this could be the round to do it in the final one of the half. And Lele towards top card, the boost comes through, excellently done. But this is just what I love about this Siniside on Inferno. They're so great at finding these opening kills, really creative ways to do so.
I think we've got to praise Sinners. They've been a team that, okay, yes, have fallen a little bit out of favour, but for maybe the better part of a year and a half, 2 years, Inferno has always been a map that when I watch Sinners play, when I see a series and I see that Sinners have been allowed to pick Inferno, I'm worried for any team they face. It's been a map that is kind of a staple of their map pool. They've looked insane on it, and I think they're truly proving as to why. Obviously, you've mentioned that Ecstatic, they do usually favour the T side, but regardless of kind of stats, regardless of favouring, you know, it shouldn't be this one-sided. And as you pointed out, one half-by victory and a pistol and an eco. Nothing special.
CTs obviously are giving this an attempt, but the attempt is always going to be a tough one, and Sinners don't seemingly have any real struggles on their T side. You could even argue probably shouldn't have lost that half bite. Don't get me wrong, came very much down to the wire, but great half from them regardless. 9-3, and after this pistol victory, the setup we saw from the CTs, I thought maybe there's a chance for Ecstatic, but quickly that weak flame got extinguished as Sinners asserted dominance here.
Yeah, and I think now the kind of the biggest problem is Sinners are going to be sat thinking, well, what if we just want a nuke? You know, obviously Inferno's not over, but we're under the impression they should take it. But it's that same thing where there were so many opportunities where Sinners could have closed out Nuke. Obviously, we know that Ancient's a much closer map, a bit of a coin flip, but we said that about Inferno. We said that, you know, the win rates are fairly similar, the sample size as well, yet Ecstatic have been dominated here. Zedko's Julie, he's playing at a little bit of range, but it is a nice off angle. Found though. Nice opener from Anlele. Ooh, Christu, nice find onto Shock there, and Lele's taking a lot of damage through the Molotov. It's now B-Stick's time to shine. Been spotted though, Morisco needs to clear TMB. It's like a half check, but he still wins the fight, and Morisco, Julie's in hand, can get 2. It's a 2-on-3 now. It's a possible round for Sinners. And Lele's in an excellent position though.
Last comes out, they hear the step of Anlele. They do
Great
find
find.
Anlele.
Impossible clutch though, B-Stick. Really going to struggle. Now they're aware he's off of it. Round is done. Ecstatic. They will win said pistol. So at least there's a slight lifeline here. A beating heart remains within the Ecstatic side, but
I mean, look, Ecstatic desperately needed this. Like we said, it is their T-side that is better. There is still a chance, similar to what we said on, sort of, for Sinners on Nuke, in terms of how they started their comeback attempt. It's certainly always going to be a long, long road ahead, but it is still a possible one.
I love the idea of this stack. Kind of like not an Astralis stack on Dark, not on in Pool. Here towards a new box, and this is where the T's will be out in the open. Flash comes through. No sound made still. TMB going to be clearing, and now spots it. Great find. T's will back away towards the A-bomb site. Morisco, the only defender here. Goes down to Sarah. And Lele sticking around, wanting to find some kills with the Mac-10 here. Again, I've got to say, it's far too many SMGs. It's 3 Mac-10s. Obviously, one's fallen in TMB.
Lele wants these kills. Might be able to get them, as it is just low HP, but he's going to confirm that it will get them by swapping weapons. With Zero starting to rush his way in, but Nana also nearby with Mac-10 of his own. We'll find the kill, so all the kills found from the Macs.
You're looking at this round, though. It's, you know, it's a bonus buy. We've still got 2 Mac-10s in play. We've got the Galil, yet only 3 players sit above, you know, 3k. And even still, they've got no loss bonus. If they lose this one, players like Anlele and TMB are really going to struggle to buy. Ecstatic, they want the chance of the comeback. Probably going to have to win this one. They're going to win quite a lot, aren't they? Is there any confidence? You're very optimistic when it comes to the comebacks. Are you thinking there's a possibility here for Ecstatic, or?
Well, I certainly think there's a chance, and that's a great way to kick things off. B-bomb site has been opened up thanks to that. Rotations are going to have to come through, but their own molly is going to slow them down slightly. And Marisco's actually trying to slow it down himself, as he was rotating towards B, but it's made his way towards A again. So I think this is just going to be the save here from Sinners, as B-bomb site's been taken, the bomb can go down.
Yeah, and I think this is clearly the difference between the CT side of Sinners and Ecstatic. It seems like Sinners, the second they lose that player quite early on towards B, they realise, well, we can give this 3v4, or 4v5, sorry, retake attempt, but we don't have the util. We've just got the 1 kit on B-stick. There's no point. Let's just try and look to save. Nut. Obviously, with the Mac-10 in hand, is going to go searching, hopefully to find 1 kill. Not only does it remove a weapon, but makes use of the Mac-10's money-making possibilities.
And Nana could take down B-stick here if he's ready for this close angle. Has spotted out B-stick, does take him down as well.
The teaser hunting there. I don't mind the idea of this. Sarah will find Shock. 16 HP, realising, well, only teammate close enough is Nut. Surprised Nut isn't just going to look to fly out of apartments and try and get another.
I mean, look, the money's great for Ecstatic. They've taken out a couple of weapons and made it a bit more difficult for Sinners to actually justify this buy that we were 100% going to see in the next round. It is full loss bonus, so even if we don't see the full buy, we can see a great half buy around these weapons.
Yeah, and these are the type of rounds where if Sinners can keep things competitive, look, they've even got the chance to win it, don't they? There's still 2 rifles in play. We've got 2 MP9s, an MP9 and a 5.7. In fact, B-stick have downgraded that SMG, but an argument could be made that the 5.7 does have similar levels of impact. Timing could be worse for Shock. Nut can find him. Moresco takes down Zero, though, and now Nut might go searching. The flying MP9 will connect. It's still going to be this B play now. And I think Pepper's going to be told to rotate in. Look, their only chance they win the round is a gamble. Zedco down to 1 HP. B-stick is all about what attention he can take away. The swing comes through. Peppo gets 2. But it's all on the 1 HP of Zedco. Surely can't find much.
With the scout, he's going to need some instant headshots. Not going to peek towards him. Not even able to scope. Not even able to look in his direction before his head's been ripped off. Great 4K there from Nut. And Ecstatic slowly but surely clawing their way into this game. Still, I'm certainly not confident of either side right now. And I think I'm honestly in a similar boat to Nuke. But I do feel like either team can take this. I do still think Sinners have a lot more to show us on their CT side. It wasn't just their T side that impressed me last time out. There was also some really nice setups and some nice little pop flash plays that they made towards A, towards B, towards apartments. That we're sort of yet to see just yet.
Yeah, statistically, Sinners have a worse T side, but a better CT side than their opponents. So, I guess Ecstatic are a little bit more extreme in their favorings. I think it's certainly kind of leading to an exciting finish here, though. And from what seemed like a very dominant Sinners half. Good flip away. Great find from Christu. Takes down Peppo. Flashbang comes over. No one swinging with it. Will be a second. And Lele fully blinded. But Lele can find just as the flash dissipates. Zedko, the MP9. Could get dealt with here. Man advantage, though. And Christu's retrieved the orb. A playthrough B has to be the call here from Ecstatic. Morisco has rotated in. It's been chipped away at. This is where we might see an exchange in weaponry between Morisco and Zedko. Similarly, Morisco does have a flashbang. He might go sending his teammate in. Quick reposition. It's going to be jump right click throwing the flash in, and Zedko can swing.
Could just go contact behind it though, and it's going to make Morisco's idea of when to throw this flash near impossible.
He's going to have to go for it now. Nut turns from it. Finding Morisco in the elevation from Nut. Nut, what a half he's having. He's 17 and 6 now.
Big moments throughout. Come alive in the absence of certain teammates. TMB mentioned what a Nuke game he had. 5 and 14 here. And Lele, don't get me wrong. I mean, look, I actually think his sort of kills don't actually weigh up to his actual impact that he's had. I mean, even just looking this round, what a kill he got to save Christu's life there and keep the advantage for Ecstatic. But we're seeing some individuals come alive, very much so here. That we didn't really see on map number 1 from sort of anyone.
Yeah, and to be honest, when you try and make a comparison, Zedko with the most kills on 13. Sira's not far behind though, but Nut right out in front. He's looked really, really good. And obviously Nut was the top performer for Ecstatic on Nuke as well. And this is where we've got to say, okay, well, if it's a half buy from Sinners that we're going to see in the next, if Ecstatic win it, we're looking 9-9. And at what point do we say that Ecstatic are right back in this one? Well, I think it'll be the result of this round, surely.
Sierra seems like he's got great awareness of this as Morisco's aggressive play towards middle does get taken down. Peepo just on the USP, trying to save money for the orb, hoping he can retrieve a weapon that one of his teammates either drops from a fallen enemy. But Zedko brought down to 13 HP. Zedko loves playing this angle, so that's another position to keep Zedko on your radar for. Does get found. B bomb site is open for the taking as B-Stick just rotates away. The smoke going to keep him out of this one. Does have a Molotov that he can drop, but blinded off. B can be taken before he can even consider doing that.
Shots close to connecting, just whizzing past the T's. I think with Shock, just going to try and keep himself alive. Keep this M4 into the next. Can drop over north to Peppo, but great find from Nut. And now B-Stick. His goal will be to save this M4. Not an easy one as Christu's holding. And Ecstatic will find 9.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. A spot that I don't think either of us are expecting here. From what was a 9-3 half, has very quickly become an even scoreline.
Yeah, exactly.
And Ecstatic, who looked extremely out of this game, now, all of a sudden, we're in a strange spot where it's Sinners who are looking a bit out of this.
Yeah, look, for Ecstatic, they won what? The pistol, the eco, and a scrappy half-buy on their CT side. They did not look promising whatsoever. They didn't convey much threat. But you can see the individual performances from players like Nut, like Syrah. They have been electric here on the T side. Syrah gonna just have to hold mouse 1. He will get the trade. Shock here is aggressed in apartments. Oh, Syrah unable to find that kill. Shock repositions as well.
Yeah, so 4 on 4. As it is up to Shock and Peepo to defend this A bomb site.
Yeah, a lot of utility. Both with their sights set on shore. Oh, TMB isolated. Peepo will get one, but Syrah, a nice find. Missed shot from Peepo again. Molly to land on his position. He's going to have to elevate up. That's the only way he can save himself. Still in the Molotov. A full Molly connecting. Syrah, though, he's in the clutch. He needs the bomb. Worried about a mid flank, but it won't come through. The final players both here towards long. Syrah can maneuver to B. Is this something that Sinners are going to be ready for? Is this something that Sinners can even account for?
Certainly not yet.
I think Syrah's got to take a bit of a risk. He's got to plant kind of in the open. There's so many unknowns about Syrah's position, though. Far too many. There's no defuse kit on either player, so they're going to have to hurry things along. And Syrah's taken an excellent angle. They're going to be so sure he's somewhere towards Banana. Syrah getting a little bit antsy. One player's cross. Syrah gets the kill, and now it's the 8 HP of B-Stick. Syrah on for the ace. We've said he's had a good game, and he will continue it in this round. An ace for Syrah. Ecstatic take the lead, and Sinners sat silent.
1 versus 2, ace clutch. It all starts from this. A bit of luck, but some great trades. The kill onto Peepo, forcing him in one of the most uncomfortable positions you can be with an AWP, and ends up going down to the flames. But the 1v2 is superb. Is this kill so quick onto Zedco? And it always felt like Zedco was going to be trailing behind V-Stick, ready for the trade, but Syrah somehow peeks out with the perfect timing just to catch Zedco on his lonesome.
That's 7 rounds in a row for Ecstatic. Sinners. You know, we saw kind of nice ideas initially from their CT side. We saw kind of slight glimpses of what we could be soon to expect, yet it's yet to come. And a moment like that, a round like that, where we see, look, Peppo gets a kill, he backs away onto the bomb site, Syrah sends out the Molotov, and Peppo, it looks like he's very worried about peeking into it, doesn't have a smoke to dissipate, worried about that if he elevates in the corner, he's too predictable of an angle, dies to the Molotov. Obviously, then we see B-Stick get that kill, but he takes so much damage in doing so. But what a clutch there from Syrah. What a round. And now, this is where Sinners have a choice to make. This is a tough decision for Sinners. They are going to be having to half-buy, but a loss here gives Ecstatic 11. 1 round is going to be the, 1 full buy going to be the determining factor. And this is the decision I like. Zedco and B-Stick, if they both sell these weapons, it will allow Sinners to get back-to-back investments, which I think will be so vital for them. But we have seen few more players investing now. I would have much preferred Sinners to go for the kind of the full eco and give themselves 2 real good chances of investments here. But the fact they've gone for the half buy, it's going to be tough. Morisco's brought out a FAMAS as well. Don't get me wrong, it's a winnable buy, but oh, this could be the perfect decision. B-Stick fast in with the MP9. Christu, though, searching for all the double. Just 1 to be found from Christu. 21 points of health, but Charlie, the problem that Sinners will face is Nut and Syrah still alive in this round. And if there was 2 players for Ecstatic you'd want in a round like this, when you're disadvantaged, when you're up against it, it would be Syrah and Nut. Timing, it might have gone against him, but he still finds the kill. A ridiculous moment from Syrah, and now he's flanking towards CT. Shock, somewhat aware of it. Peppo, he's got an MP9 in hand, he can get the first and the second. Nut goes down to Shock, and Sinners deny 11. What a round there from Sinners. And you have to ask, why haven't we just seen Ecstatic back away? They can take that control towards A. Far too focused on crunching on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, that's the issue. Look, they find Morisco there, but not realizing he's the solo A defender, not realizing Shock's already in CT, not realizing there's still 2 more players on B site, and realize they're crunching onto what is a stacked position. So yeah, in hindsight, we easily say just go back to where you win the round probably, but they opt against it and make a big mistake in basically both the B players losing the round themselves, just going down to that MP9. But it's the first real fight we've seen from Banana from Sinners, and it goes perfectly there, but forced back on this one with the weapons back in hand. But Sinners finally break this 7-round streak of Ecstatic.
Yeah, Zedco, it seemed like he wanted to line up the retake utility, but because far too many Ecstatic players are already here, it seems like Zedco's had to change his mind. Molly dropped, B-stick peeking, a lot of damage onto TMB. They will find Christu posted up with the AWP. There's a big gap and a nice shot from Christu. Still disadvantaged here. Syrah, he's on these lurks time and time again, and Shock prepared for it. And Christu and Nut, they now have to head here towards the B-bomb site. Great find from Nut. Still a possibility, still an opportunity for Ecstatic. Planting in the open. Enough utility for this retake. 2 from CT, 1 from Banana.
Yeah, drop a smoke towards Banana to try to bait Shock in. But obviously this is going to delay a lot of time.
It's going to be 20 seconds until that smoke fades.
What can Christu find towards his position? No one coming from Coffins at all. It's double Coffins hold right now.
Yeah, I love the idea of this. Baits Christu in massively, and Nut! What a spray transfer! The instant headshots, and Shock just has to back away. He realizes, well, my teammates in CT are dead. There's nothing I can do to take this round. Nut, he's 22-9. But what a double! We've spoken about how, on the side of Sinners, generally every one of them are kind of similar in kills, a vast majority of games. There isn't that kind of complete star player. There isn't that person who can get you from A to B when you're in such a tough game. Yet, for Ecstatic, Nut. He's had a huge double there. A couple rounds ago, we see Syrah with the ace, but what a spray transfer. And now Ecstatic. 2 rounds is all it takes to go 2-0 in the Swiss stage.
Still money on Sinners. They're not letting Ecstatic get any easy one here.
No, certainly not.
And a bit of a glance towards mid from Risco as Ecstatic are very deep early doors.
And Marisco's 7-15.
Oh,
So
what a
tough.
find.
Things go from bad to worse. Important kill from Shock. He can escape, but he hunts for more. Gets the dink onto Christu as well. Realizing that it's probably an open A bomb site. Ecstatic can take this space. They can take this control. There's so much utility here, though. And they might be able to deny the plant. They can line up the nades, and there it is. Christu pushes into the HE thrown from B-stick. A very possible and plausible 3 versus 2 now.
Yeah, it was a great start there. Christu with the perfect fake of the bomb, waiting for that util, but just waits about a millisecond, then opts to go back in, already plays up towards short. Syrah's positioning could be excellent spots. Every single one of them. The nade is going to chip away a little bit more. Needs to find one and be able to back away. He does so. TMB's able to swing wide and playing off of one another. Look how low these 2 final players are.
Yeah, it's excellent. The nade going to be thrown. Syrah can escape it. Zedco now. It's going to be the stick of the bomb in the smoke. Not realizing how awkwardly it's been planted for, and Syrah, he connects the bullet, but the defuse comes through. Sinners, they will survive. No 12th round here for Ecstatic. A leveled up game now, all down to the final 2 rounds. We've got to say, though, Shock does so much work under balcony. He gets the double kill, he deals the damage to Christu, and when this HE grenade lines up, Christu goes straight into it. It's unfortunate timing. We pointed out, though, the setup here, the decision-making from Syrah and Nut is brilliant. The team play excellent. But the plant position, far too difficult. It wasn't planted for either of them.
Yeah, look, we see so many teams now, with the new default plant sort of changing. We see teams so hyper-focused on getting that bomb there. But it is a plant spot that is so susceptible to util damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Just take a different plant, surely.
Well, the old
Christu
default
just planted
plant,
the
sure.
old default plant there. You set the timer instantly. All plays were towards long. Look how much time it wastes to shift around from long to short. By getting that bomb down there, by the time the CTs are even towards short, there's 15 seconds at least off of that bomb timer.
Still, though, Sinners, they keep themselves alive in this one. A photo finish, potential for another overtime. I think that's what this Inferno is deserving of. Zedco stepping loud and finding frags, and Lele falling. Zedco, he's low HP. TMB without an HE though. So Zedco survives for now. Sarah here towards short. Grace flashbang. What a short setup it is though. The molly landing going to dissipate it though. Still there is Peppo atop balcony. Smoke towards long, denying vision and sight lines from B-Stick. HE grenade time is perfect onto Christu. Still Peppo, an unknown entity atop balcony. Oh, he spotted out one. He's got information on two now. Zera's still just slowly jiggling, slowly trying to gain that vital information.
It's not really going to be an easy trade for either player to actually get.
No, certainly not. If Zera can get this kill, though, we're looking at a very tough round. We've just seen B-Stick rotate towards the B-bomb site. This is all off the back of TMB's pressure. Right now, it's a 4-on-2, or 3-on-2, sorry, in the bomb site. Oh, TMB, he's taking the biggest risk of all. B-Stick, are you going to be prepared for this? Well, you back away and TMB can find you. Peppo will get one onto Zera, though. And the problem with this is Peppo, he's had a look in middle. He's calling to his team. Well, it's going to have to be a B play. Surely it's a B play. Zedco finds TMB. Low HP for Shock. The nade will find him. And Peppo still towards brackets. 15 seconds to work with. He's been spotted by Nut. Missed shots by Nut. And a low HP Zedco still surviving. A nice flash and molly combination. 5 HP on Christu. Missed seconds and millimeters away from the fire. The fight between Peppo and Nut kind of determines this whole round.
Nana just biding his time, not wanting to peek out until it's the right moment to do so. Christu falls, Banana does get the trade. 10 HP on Zedco. Has to be an instant headshot. And he's clearing the full way, but Nut connects instead. And what on earth is happening in this game? Back and forth. At the very dying stages, Fred is going to take all 24, of course, but it's Ecstatic the ones with the opportunity. From 9-3 down at the halftime score, Ecstatic somehow brought it back. Sinners started to find a couple of rounds when it felt like they couldn't, and now here we are. One map in series point.
And look at the money. It's MP9s on all. No one could afford an M4 or a FAMAS. Utility's such a priority for Sinners here on Inferno. It's a triple B. To me, this screams like a ramp rush. But with the amount of utility we've already seen, TMB and Anlele aggressing. We have got B-Stick close by. Aware of his position, B-Stick can get one. Into the flames he goes. Nut can find. Shock in an excellent position. Sira spots him, but Shock still finds. Man advantage and a low HP Nut. TMB takes a risk. He gets his first. The MP9 of Peppo can find. And we see Christu get the kill. It is a 2-on-2 with both players for Ecstatic low HP. But look at the positioning of Nut. Missed shot there with the AWP. We're going to see the flash come over and maybe a refight through the molly as Morisco. All it takes, a couple bullets here from these MP9s. The round will go their way. No defuse kit on either, and with the bomb already 15 seconds ticked, they're going to have to hurry along. But Nut positioned, posted up towards Ruins. Shock. Oh, the reposition. Christu now needs to help his team out, but Christu gets one. Smoke now on in front. The flying MP9 gets one. Nut close here. He dodges the bullets, and the no-scope of Nut gives Ecstatic the series. 27-10, he ends things here. What in the world have we just witnessed, Charlie?
I mean, look, Ecstatic were out of this game. I think everyone at home knew. I think we knew. I think, honestly, even Sinners knew. And somehow, Ecstatic bring it back from the brink of defeat on Inferno to take this series in a 2-0 fashion. But from start to finish, both these teams just could not get in edgeways. Such a tight affair. Both teams felt so evenly matched. But we saw something on Inferno, Fred, that we did not see on Nuke, that we did not see in the first half of Inferno, and that was Nut playing out of his mind and Sierra playing out of his mind. These two players just having a monster game with the rest of the Ecstatic team as well stepping up, and it just shows, look at the game we ended up seeing there. Towards the end of it, it was a bit scrappy, it was a bit dicey at times for Ecstatic. You had a 2-on-2 with both players on Ecstatic, one bullet from death, and somehow they clutch it up again, and that felt like that was the biggest talking point there of map number 2. The clutch moments, the individual moments, and Ecstatic pull off the impossible.
Yeah, look, absolutely brilliant from Ecstatic. Realistically, Syrah and Nut take a bow. You won that game for your team. It was absolutely ridiculous. You look back to Nuke, though, there were big moments from Syrah and Nut throughout. They were the two top performers on Nuke. They were the two top performers here on Inferno. And obviously, it has given Ecstatic that 2-0 Swiss stage performance. But for Sinners, it's disappointing. It's unfortunate. I think throughout the whole of Nuke, they were just trying to claw their way back in, and Ecstatic made mistakes. Yet there, very rarely on that T side, we saw the mistake out of Ecstatic. An impressive performance now, but look, I think we've already had our game of the day. That was an absolute worldie of a match, and I think for the rest of the day, you've now got to live up to that standard. But we still have some more progressing games, teams to go 2-0, with Sashi to face Zero Tenacity, and to end the day, we've got 500 against Apogee. But obviously, that isn't going to be with us. We've got 2 new faces and some big names to be on the broadcast, as we've got Anders on the mic, and obviously he's brought in a special guest in Zeus. So look, I'm going to make sure to kind of watch along. I'm sure everyone's going to enjoy the broadcast, but that's been it from us. And look, enjoy the rest of the day of Counter-Strike.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Here we go. We've got more games coming up for CCT, and I'm here with Seuss, and we're going to take you through some of these games. Wilton, how are you doing on this fine day?
I'm doing good. How are you, Anders?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty excited. You know, there's a lot of Counter-Strike. It's been a wild start to the year. Obviously, you know, we've had some big tournaments, but a lot of these online tournaments have started to really make a big difference in terms of getting people those VRS points. So actually, I think in a weird way, like CCT has come to mean a lot for a lot of teams. So I'm loving it right now.
It is. I'm especially excited for the second match of the day today, because I do think that CCT is that running up for the teams. You know, it's like the breakaway into Tier 1. We have a lot of pretty cool storylines for today to see if teams that redemption arcs, right? People that were removed from teams that want to come back into Tier 1 show that it wasn't like this. So I'm very excited for today. But what's up with the first match? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, this one's going to be really interesting. I think, for one, I actually think Sashi, we just were told, like, don't have their full lineup. So I think Alltex has been, you know, replaced by Nico, which is the third Nico that we have in the scene, more or less. So, like, the second Danish Nico, popular. Basically. He's been around for a while.
They only spawn Nikos over there. It's kind of what they do. They like it.
I know, like, it's crazy, but fair play. He's pretty good, I think, but still, it's weird. Sashi's a weird team right now. Zero Tenacity, I just know a lot less about. So that's going to be a bit of a learning experience for me too, to be honest. I will say this.
It's entertaining Counter-Strike at the very least. We're gonna get like two different clash of styles here, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? Like you know, that's all I really want at the end of the day. And there's a lot of stuff happening in Tier 2 when, you know, like when these teams are playing. It's hard to predict, and that's part of the fun. So, yeah, I don't have a strong favorite, especially with the lineup changes. I think we're just gonna have to learn and figure out how it is. But hopefully we have a veto as well, just to take us through. And you know, we'll take a look at what maps we're gonna end up playing in this battle.
I really just hope to see a brawl here. I just want to see them like battle it out. The beautiful thing about Tier 2 Counter-Strike is that's where you kind of see the most innovation comes out. Tier 1 is kind of like perfection, right? Like everyone knows a little bit about everything. Over here, we get to see a little bit of like, you know, cheekiness, playing through the smokes, running through a little bit more dangerous playing field. Everyone's at home, drink their Coca-Cola, everyone's enjoying life. So there's gonna be an interesting match to say the least. And we got your vetoes on the screen.
Yeah, let's go. Anubis being... I actually think both these maps are so dangerous to pick into. Like, both can be, you know, really treacherous if you have a bad start on Anubis on the CT side, and I guess the same for Nuke. But I'm excited. I love it. We all obviously want to see Train all the time because it's the new thing, but it does get banned out pretty often, and it's gonna be out again. So yeah, big boos. Everyone's mad.
No, I'm kidding. I actually really like this. Like, I'm same boat as you. No BS. I do not know how these teams are gonna play, but I really like Anubis and I like Nuke especially because that puggy style that I'm mentioning. This is like, these are fast-paced maps where a little bit of information and a lot of ballsy plays, it brings interesting Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think it does. And, you know, there are some mistakes every once in a while, but it's also, you get to see how these teams can evolve over a little bit of time. So I do enjoy that aspect of it, too. Like, Sashi's a team, I've seen really good sides to them, and I've seen sides to them that just don't look that good here. You could see them with Lucky, Iceberg, Cabby, Siphon, and then normally would be Ortex, but we've got Nico in there as well.
It's that Nico. I like him. Harry Potter,
Nico.
bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, I was once at a bar with him. He was just like sipping mimosas all night. That shit was hilarious.
There we go. No, but he can actually be a really strong player, right? Like I think some of the mental stuff may be something that he could improve on, but he's been around for a long time.
I think that's it. He unfortunately got the short end of the stick because he's been around for forever, but he got the part of CS where it's like mesmerizing, go spend the money, enjoy life, like, you know, that kind of a thing. But he hadn't established himself, and I've seen many players like that where that's kind of the fire that they need to actually, like, you know, buckle down and start being an athlete, not a player. So yeah. I'm curious to see. I always liked him. I thought he was interesting. And the other two names are Zyphon and Lucky, right? These other two guys, they have experience in the past. They're trying to break through into, let's say, the full tier 2 scene, like gatekeeper mentality. So let's see what they got.
Yeah, definitely. And Iceberg is actually one of these, like, I think if we get to see some cams on him, and we've seen him on LAN once as well, he's like a real leader, I would say. Like, tactically, I think there are a lot of things to fix for this team, but you can tell that there's like some real leadership going on. So I think it's...
Who's their captain? Like, I do not know. Iceberg's the guy? Yeah. All right, I'll keep an eye on him. Let's do that, a little bit of the tactical side on him.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I think it's what, like, I think, you know, probably the tactics should be better, but I think he's a good leader from what I can tell so far. But anyway, the other roster on the other side,
IGLs are worth a bang a buck right now. So let's see what the other teams got.
Yeah, exactly. Those are going to be the harder ones to get, aren't they? So yeah, AVN, Sijofo. I just don't know a lot about these guys particularly. Nemna and Simke and Brute Monster. So.
I love Brute Monster. It just has that ring to it, you know. It's like, yeah, I'm Brute Monster, baby.
That that it goes a long way, doesn't it, to have like a really strong nickname? I kind of agree. Like that's what we like to see. So yeah, I definitely am gonna be. It's gonna be a learning curve for me. Also, just watching these guys play. I have a bit of a sense of just watching through the maps and everything else, right? I think Nuke was going to be a fairly obvious pick in here, and Anubis might be the other one. I actually think there was a chance that Train could have made it in the end because both teams have played it. I guess for Sashi it's a little bit less successful, but there was a chance there. So I think it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be another potentially fun game where we just kind of get to pick up on how things are. And Zero Tenacity, I mean, just like with Sashi and everybody else, if they can make even a couple of VRS points, the chances of getting invited goes way up. So it's super important.
All right. Hey, I'm ready to see it. Mind wide open, ready to watch some good Counter-Strike or some sloppy Counter-Strike. We're here for both. And whatever comes, let's just have fun while we do it.
Yeah, that's all we need, really, you know? Especially if they're just going to be, you know, just get into it and don't hold back. Anubis is going to be the starting map here. We got Zero Tenacity on the CT side. We got Sashi on the T side, and we'll look at the buys a little bit here. I'm always interested to see what people pick up. So already a couple of smokes here on that T side. So, you know, they're going to want a little bit of an execute at least.
Let's try that. I got to move something to feed my head. Round.
Oh yeah, they're not slowing down. Nemner is here and already actually going, getting overwhelmed a little bit here. Nice entries. Bomb is going to be planted, and they've got the smoke to cover. That's where the utility was coming in from the start here for Sashi. It's a very, very fast bomb plant, and honestly, if they get one more kill, there's no kit either on that CT side. I think even one more kill could make the difference here.
Hey, I think this is pretty locked in. They had a set strat, worked out. The other team pretty much defaulted out. Let's see if they try the retake, but this is hard.
Yeah, Iceberg getting jumped on. I love the attempt. That's not bad at all. But the fact that he gets one, like you said, it probably already was locked in. No kit, no smoke, no nothing else. And they're actually doing a great job. Not even all peeking at the same time to maybe get shut down, but really slow playing this round. And they just know they're going to be able to get it. So Siphon with a couple of kills here, and it's Sashi to win the pistol.
Nice work, right? Like I said, set strat, pretty simple. Pans out, right? The team played out a little bit too spread out. That's kind of how pistols work. Really cool on the jump shot 360 there. Kind of old school, if you remember, and one. That's kind of what I felt through that.
Yeah, very, very good. And I guess that's another thing, right? Sometimes we see really elaborate stats, but this was pretty straightforward. 2 smokes and some flashbangs and just go for it. Like, they didn't think about there's no fakes, there's no really crazy stuff happening for the Sashi team. Just pretty straightforward stuff.
Yeah, we're going to trust what we built, what we have, and let's run with it, right? You got to feel the start of the game.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Now, what do you think about the spy coming in from Zero Tenacity? We're actually seeing a FAMAS and obviously a scout as well. So the second round, just forcing straight into it.
Ooh. I was going to say the FAMAS is pretty strong from what I hear. I have not watched one single match since the FAMAS update, though, just being truthful. So I think right now that 4 spy is panning out, but I don't know, man. I don't know. All they need right now is to come into A. 1-2 kills go Sashi's way. It's pretty hard still for Zero Tenacity. They got the opening kill. It's all right.
Yeah, they are probably still behind a little bit. Yeah, I still question the FAMAS a little bit. I've obviously seen some more games with it, but I don't know. I mean, it is being used to pretty good efficiency here. Running close to the 5.7s typically is a lot more scary, but somehow they're managing to convert there. Good flash, I guess, to set it up, and at the end of the day, Cabby just doing a fine job at keeping the dream alive. That actually got a bit scary, to be honest. 1 versus 3, though, for Brute Monster, and you can't imagine that he's going to be able to do too much to shut this one down, so I don't know, just hanging around outside of the bomb site here in the middle of the map.
You got a cannon, get a tag, get someone out right now. Cabby's low, but it's hard angle.
Yeah, they're actually holding it so well, Sashi, aren't they? Like, look at the setup here.
I know. This is actually really well played by Zero Tenacity as well. The setup right here. I mean, Sashi, the setup is actually really decent. They play... When you're playing tier 2, you're going to see these micro situations and macro situations be really well communicated. You normally see them live on stream. They're yelling. They're getting hyped. That's when flow zone starts going. It's when the tide turns that I'm going to be more interested. They don't tend to have the resiliency or the experience to power through it.
Yeah, that's... I mean, we unfortunately sometimes we see those big swing in these games. They come off of rounds that you don't really need to lose. Especially like a round like this one could have been easily a round where Sashi ends up losing it, and then they lose a little bit of that confidence, and it kind of all goes out the window. So yeah, I'm happy with what I'm seeing so far. Third round coming in, and you can't expect too much here on the CT side, right? They can try, but it's probably it should be a Sashi round here for sure.
Definitely should, but Sashi's showing themselves at least with a game plan to come with set strats. The round A, they now an A execute, like kind of really well set on the 45. They're decided, and they're going A again. No scare.
Yeah, and wow, again, no slowdown, giving no time for anybody to really react. I mean, yeah, like you said, set strats out the gate. They did it in the pistol round. They've done it in the following 2 rounds. A lot of speed behind it as well. I mean, that's going to put some pressure on Zero Tenacity. Like, maybe it even forces them to use some more grenades in some of the coming rounds early on, because they're like, damn, this is quick.
I think if they do something, they're either going to have to start aggressing, like as a block in the middle to get the informations, or really play for sites and hold their own waiting for those executes. And then, like you're saying, block out those entries, right? Get 1-2 kills, play for the retake, play smart, but... if they fall into the trap of start gambling now everywhere, not choosing one decisive place, and just letting Sashi run with the game, we might see a stomp.
Damn, especially on Anubis, right? Like, I don't know what it is. I've had this thing that I keep repeating in a bunch of these Anubis games where I feel like picking into a map like Anubis can just be so dangerous. And obviously, Zero Tenacity picked it, so it means that they're going to be starting on that CT side, and And generally, you know, I think it could be fine, but if they fail this first round here, if this round goes down and then they're going to be really far behind, and Sashi will have a lot of money. So I think this first one's always like the big test for me when I'm watching Anubis. Is if you can pick this one up, okay, I'm pretty happy, probably a decent map pick. But if you lose this one, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, this is where you start showing what you're made of, right? It's not been an easy start. Zero tenacity. Start strong. Want to get into the game. Show that you actually at least understand what's going on. It's not that they're walking over you. It's just that they had momentum.
Yeah, they definitely did. I do actually like the fact that they have 4 helmets on the CT side here, because there is still like a FAMAS, a Galil, even a Mac 10 on Iceberg. So if they had, you know, almost no helmet, they do have, you know, unarmored on 2 helmets there, but, you know, pretty good anyway.
Yeah.
Nico goes down.
Yeah. Oh, and I agree with you. Again, set strats were coming, right? So if they pick that up, they need that head armor. They need to play it smart. Right now, advantage. They have to close this out. Nice spam.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I think he thought he was going to fall down through the smoke and not be spotted, but somehow he was. That's a bit unfortunate. So losing a couple of players.
I've been on the receiving end of this. I remember Astralis 2018. They have it light here. They can take it.
Yeah, it can get worse. It's you know, it's worth thinking about. Well, look at this push through the middle though. On the Zero Tenacity side, they're actually going to, yeah, they're going to find Lucky. Oh my god, he's so quick. That should never have happened. Now they might be fine anyway, Zero Tenacity, but Lucky should 100% be dead.
Yeah, and Nemanja there, you're gonna get bailed from your team. That's kind of like where the goalkeeper just, like, you know, whiffs and lets one in. Hopefully this one, there was like some lineman there to save it, because ouch.
Yeah, running shot with the AK. That's, or not even the AK, with the Galil, in fact. How does he do it? Wow.
Hey,
So 2
I'm bringing a caster
bomb.
curse already, Anders.
Yeah, that's something you have to learn to control. You know, that's important. A lot of power in that. Siphon,
No, screw
unfortunately.
that. I'm using the power for my benefit. I'm rooting for friends.
That's exactly how you should be doing it. No one's ever thought about that. You know. You should,
Everyone's too nice playing that everybody's nice and perfect. Screw that. I'm just gonna always be betting against my friends so that they win. I'm gonna jinx all of it.
Okay, well now you said it. We're gonna be watching for it. You know.
We got it. We gotta test the universe. Some of that karma.
I feel like people always, you're right. Like people always end up apologizing with the caster curse. You know, make it a business instead. You know.
Screw that. Let's start doing polls. Who do you want to see as jinx? If we have that much power, let's use it. Look at that. Look at your kill from Lucky.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, so they, I mean, they end up winning the round here, Zero Tenacity, right? But it did get a bit more expensive than maybe it needed to.
It should have been clean. It should have been just clean. Like that kill Nemanja, like that closes it out right there. But you take what you get, right?
Yeah, you have to. Okay. Flash on over. He does actually spot it out. That's a very neat little trick just to get to, like, there are so many T's that hide outside of that, like by the barrels or whatever they are. Oh, and they fall off the boost in the middle.
I missed the easy. I get that one. All right, Nemanja, I see you.
That's very nice. 4 versus 5.
How you feel about the golden AKs, Xander? Sorry to cut you. I'm very new at this. I'm sorry, audience, if you get that, but I don't know what I feel about that gold Erebus.
You know what? In the beginning I was so into like all the skin stuff, right? And then now I just don't care anymore. Like I just, you know, I'm like, I feel like I don't even really notice them, you know. I don't know if
kind of the same. Kind of the same. I want to go the KNG route, like gold peripherals. Let's do the gold keyboard caps. Let's like
all right,
pimp it out. Pimp my keyboard.
I actually think if I was gonna do it, I probably would do something like that, where like I pick one style and I just make it like my own mission, you know, just to get like all the things, like all blue, all gold. You just like pick one lineup. That's actually not a bad idea, because then it's just a fun game that you're playing, right?
Dude, wouldn't it be awesome? Each tournament you come in with like new grills, written something on the keyboard. Get like diamond keycaps. That would be like the bomb, dude.
Okay.
No, dude. The players don't have creativity what to do with their money. Look at that Siphon. If he had that shit, I'm sorry.
It's not bad. I mean, you know what? Maybe there is something. I feel like there are people who care about this stuff. I bet there are people who have tried to do like the, you know, all golden or whatever it is, like 100%. Nico here, holding the line. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, big round. Siphon. They're getting this. They're coming 2v2. But they know where everything is. Come on. What are you going to do, Zero Tenacity? Advantage, balls in your court.
I feel like the fact that they, like, as soon as they get discovered here, right? They don't have the kit either. I think, no, they don't. So even if they get these early kills, this is such a hard round.
The click, yeah.
actually doing a better job than I thought they would.
That's what I said. Ball's in your court, baby.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like a lot of teams would have given up on that retake way earlier. Just in like 2v3, no kit, no nothing. He's gonna try and go for it. Down to the last second. That's crazy. He did get it at the end. That's unbelievable.
Sorry with that demonic. It's just like I just saw myself inside the server, like there, listening to the players. You know where they are. You have the information. I think that 2v3 is actually advantage CT.
Sick. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're right. They did definitely know.
No, you get
I'm
the
impressed.
Yeah, they played perfectly to me. You get the first kill, know where the other two are, click the bomb, force them to react, and you're already repositioning and taking like proactive choices. They're always on the back foot.
Nice. Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's like I said. For me, when I watch a lot of these games, I think people make this choice. They might not even like the way that you describe it is good, but I think a lot of teams almost do it automatically.
Ooh.
Okay, whatever.
All right. See, like I'm telling you, I use the Demonia curse. That's Zeus. I put that on me. I take credit for my own.
Nice. Okay, well, he's doing pretty good right now. 7-4.
Yeah. And the FAMAS, people are really digging the FAMAS ever. I know it's a money thing, but it's like, you can tell it's rotating around. It's not just one or two players holding it.
Yeah, they are loving it here. Oh, playing the anti-flash position as well. It's so smart now. I wonder who... They thought they could get like one more kill there. Brood Monster, he wanted to peek in and get it, but it doesn't work out.
I was laughing at how Lucky just noped the F out of there. He just jumped out.
Yeah, he wanted it. Oh, no! They thought the smoke was going to hold. As people once said, smokes aren't walls, and they pushed right through. Now, they will trade it, but my god. That is, that's almost losing a round, just pretending that that smoke is going to keep the CTs back forever.
In Brazil, we have a saying, like, if you have one, if you have something back there, you have fear. He had no fear right there. He's just, like, waiting for it, letting it happen. How are you doing that?
Yeah, that's scary. But, yeah, at the end of the day, it is another round. It's very, very close, obviously, but bad luck for Zero Tenacity here. I love the idea of pushing that smoke, though. That's, that nearly won them the round, but now look at the money. Oh, dear.
CS is brutal, Anders. Trust me. It's a punishing game. If there's a mistake to be made that will hurt your economy, you will make it.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, on this map, it's so hard to get CT rounds to begin with, right? So, like, it's just already kind of running out of funds here. I think that's that could be, that's where I get nervous. Maybe I'm too nervous for this map, but it is something that I've started to notice a lot. They do have one flashbang, though. That makes me happy.
Yeah, they at least are going for the team play, trying something. This map's rough. I actually, this is one of those maps where, yeah, utility's big, but you have so many proactive plays with just one flashbang, with smokes, like taking mid, jumping water, doing delayed. You can survive, you can manage, but you have to be proactive. You have to be the one in charge. If you let Sashi then aggress you and do their executes, you're not going to stop that.
Oh yeah, just holding it. Nice job with the Mac 10. They lose one, but doesn't really matter. They're gonna make a lot of money back for it, so I think it's all good at the end of the day here.
Second kill would have been like that bonus. In a dry pistol round like this, one kill is good enough. 2 is a bonus. 3, you won the round, in your opinion.
Yeah, I think that's probably I think strong consensus around that at the moment. Big question is, how do they play the next rounds here at Tenacity? Then they're gonna have some more money to work with, I guess, but this is such a hard round to play aggressively on. There are a couple of teams that are good at it, but I really feel like a lot of the time here, it's just like a lot of teams, they just end up playing really far back. They default every round, and they just get executed on over and over again. Like that's a common thing, I think, on Anubis right now.
Yeah, I mean, Anubis is really hard. Like, no economy, you're going to have a hard time holding anything. Even with full economy, let's be honest, it's one of those broken maps where if the teams just hold you out throughout the map, they're going to be able to identify where you are. You're going to be able to, like, out-execute the CTs, so it's going to be hard regardless. I think that as a CT here, it's a little bit weight off your shoulder. Play a little bit into them. Let kind of, like, chaos guide you, you know? See what's out there. Do something new. Risk it all a little bit.
Yeah, I mean... Again, you don't need that many rounds, right? So if you get up to like 4 or 5 rounds, it's probably pretty good. And then so sometimes just having the odd round should be good. I have a little bit of a tech issue, I believe. So you know, just a small break on it. Typically happens when we play these online games. So yeah, that's good. Is there anyone that's standing out to you right now? I guess speaking of stand-ins, Nico is 9-3. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I was gonna say him. I think he's a pretty good standout right now. Harry's going at it right now. What? I mean, I'm curious, Anders. What do Zero Tenacity do with this buy? They have the utility, but it's not bad. It's enough utility where you want to play safe. It's not enough utility where you can. There's no op to actually get one of the opening kills.
Yeah, that orb missing is.
The op is gigantic for Anubis. It really is. To me, it's such a gigantic like opener and holding down an entire gigantic. Like if you think about sewer, if your op can hold sewer at even half of it down with one of these lines, you have so much information as a CT. That's kind of the secret to me. You have to have sewer or mid somehow information. If not, you're gonna have to do those flash plays on the extremities. But those are pretty like stale and outdated. Let's see what they choose to do. Match is back.
Yeah, not a long time out. We appreciate that. Yeah, I do think that is a bit of an issue. Like, it's going to be easier for Sashi to move around when the orb isn't on the map. So, let's see if they figure it out, though. Smoke in the middle for the actually towards that sewer position. So, yeah, they might actually try and slow them down a little bit there. Not too much aggression happening, but they are thinking about it here outside of the B-bomb side. It's getting really close. They don't really go all the way, and I guess that's good. Like, if you keep running towards that fight, once you don't get the immediate kill, probably you're gonna die instead.
Yeah, but it seems like it's what I said. They don't have the utility to come mid and hold it, so they went for the extremities. But I'm kind of the against you. I think that they just like bitched out. That's the truth. It's like they saw it, the opportunity. It's like it's WS, you know. It's like I don't go. I don't know how I feel about this, and you end up making the wrong choice. Ouch.
Okay. I mean, so far the trades are actually not necessarily that bad. 3 versus 3.
Information though. This is the one key kill. You have to get this guy on site, block him out.
Nice Molotov.
Made it to site really well positioned in Brute Master.
Yeah, he's absolutely sure. I think he ran through the smoke and even slightly through the Molotov to try and get there.
Yeah, the Molly was in front. He did the both. That's pretty good.
Lucky should be dead, and he definitely will be.
Ooh. Well played. Well played.
Almost.
I'm liking to see the team play, Anders. This is tier 2, but it's good quality tier 2.
Yeah, and it should be. I think Zero Tenacity is one of these teams. They've been around for a minute, and most of these players, they really do play an enormous amount of Counter-Strike. So it's nice to see.
Yeah, that's easy. That's an understatement. I think Maazi has played more CS than he's drink water cups.
Yeah, I mean, for these teams, it's so like you just look at them in the last 3 months. I think they played 70 maps of Counter-Strike Zero Tenacity and 90 for Sashi. Right, 90 maps played in the last 3 months. That's just so insane.
You can't say you're bored, right? You always have something to do. Brute Monster, there we go. Oh. And I got his name right. I've been calling him Brute Master. Poor dude's gonna look at the stream and be like, "Come on, Zeus, why?"
Yeah, you know what? That's one of the hardest parts when you're doing like any kind of commentary. It's like you know, especially with names you haven't really read.
The dude went. I'm bugging out. I thought the dude went past him on the radar. I'm like, what?
It's all good. He's all good. Avian looked like he might have been able to get that kill, honestly, but they're in a little bit of trouble in this round. 4 versus 3. Oh, and the Mac 10 just doing so much damage. He's gonna keep running. Iceberg. Okay, whatever.
Gotta love it. All right. I particularly love those running guns with the Mac 10. It's so fun to watch. Like the guy always has a grenade in hand. You know, he just like second thoughts, like maybe I'm gonna block. I'm dead.
You know, I feel like for some reason I don't know why this is, but especially for in-game leaders, like think about like you know, a Chopper or a Carrigan or Boomich or, you know, Iceberg in this case, like just having the ability to pick up the Mac 10 or the and just like be more loose with it, and kind of like, you know, if you die, maybe it's not the biggest deal. It's not your star player going down. I feel like there's something going on there.
That's one thing I will say about Fury in the past. You remember Art? He was that guy. He sacrifices himself with any gun. I like seeing IGLs that do that. Like, if you're not going to be the fragging IGL that's going to, like, you know, knock it out of the park, know your role, set up your team, do your part. Like, it's part of the business. It's part of your job if you want to win. Look at Hooksy. Everyone likes to talk crap about him. And yeah, he's not having the easiest time finding a team right now, but he's actually one of the good IGLs. Snappy, same thing. Like, you want to see these kind of guys who, hey, I know where my place is. It's holistic.
Yeah, I think it does go a really, really long way. And I guess also, like, if you're the first man in like this, even if you die, you get so much information that you can, like, call behind, right? Like, you know instantly what's happening.
Yeah, great. I like seeing it. I praise it. Keep doing it, man.
It's become a bigger thing in, like, the you know, towards the end of Go, and I guess going into CS2, it's ramping up. Middle, oh, the
There
timing's
we go.
insane.
It's always with the grenade. You're just so pissed at yourself. Like, why am I an idiot and just die with my grenades?
Maazi Snake says this all the time, right? He says, so like, people underestimate just having your gun out, like how much that can make a difference in a lot of encounters. And yeah, that's true.
Maui's right about that. I mean, look at clutching. The amount of pro players that die in clutches with grenade in hands because they cannot just sit still and wait. At least last times, people have gotten better, but like up until 2021, it was the most common thing you'd see.
Yeah, a couple of flashes and even an HE left on Iceberg. Oh, nice side up here. Nico just savages them, and I think even with the kills here, they don't have the time for it. They don't have the kit, so really unfortunate stuff. Again, it's pretty impressive. They're doing a lot of damage here, but still we're coming up to 7 rounds for Sashi, so 0 tenacity. They get to steal a couple of rifles away, and they've got to make this work. I think they need at least 1 more. I'd love it if they could get 2.
Yeah. I'm on the same boat as you. 1, they're okay with it. 2, they're happy. 0 right now. They leave this sad. They literally have the entire match story in this last 3 rounds if they want to go with a positive spin on it or if they want to hurt themselves.
Yeah, it's up to them. They did steal the AK, and that's not bad at all. Round number 11. And let's see, they have some utility as well on the CT side. We still haven't seen like as much aggression as maybe you do sometimes see for some teams, but there's been a little bit for Zero Tenacity. They have a couple of tricks they want to try, you know?
In the beginning, they were trying more, but oh my god, Simki, please, what am I watching?
Trying to push in front of it. I don't think he was ready for Iceberg to push through that, and they just lost everything. Like, it's just a round where you lose 3 different fights. What do you even say after a round like this? You're like, oh, we just all died.
What do we do now, guys? Shit. That's what we say. It's like
it's over. Yeah, that's brutal. I guess the timing there for him putting down the smoke, because I think he wanted to, like, Simki, I guess he wanted to play in front of the T smoke that was behind him.
It's what you said is like, I call it out. It isn't even that bad. It's just like it's the IGL brain happening again, but it's a player that shouldn't be having the IGL brain. You can tell that he's thinking exactly what you said. There's not gonna be a guy coming through this and he looks at radar or is communicating and then like something happens that makes him look bad, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. Oh man, they're gonna get everything. They actually hunted down. What a brilliant first half for Sashi right now. Not even just winning these, like, we're up to 8 rounds now, but they've also taken away so many guns going into the last round of the half here. So super sick.
Yeah, I mean they hit their happy point. Now it's on 0 tenacity. Are they gonna leave here extra upset because 4 isn't great, but it's salvageable?
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're here to find out at the moment. You're right. Round number 12.
What? All right, we got some MP9s. Let's see some run and guns on the CT.
Okay, they're going to be in the middle. Oh, my Sash is actually running straight into this. This is crazy. So Joff just getting... Joffo actually just getting... Maybe just call him Joffo. It might be easier. Just wrecking it. And ready for more. That's a quad kill. Nobody was checking it. Like, not a single player on Sashi wanted to look right there. They just all ran in to try and fight in that mid house. That's wild.
I like spontaneous changes of pace, but on the last round where you've destroyed their economy and the entire game, and like I have seen players with like 9k in the bank, you're gonna push through smokes in mid. That isn't like appropriate play either. That's like throwing around away. You have to fight for every little kill, and gambling around like that, trying to win, not the smartest call.
Yeah, it feels like they must be able to guess the economy. They've got to know there's probably not that much to work with. So you just you give them all the advantage there.
You definitely know. Economy is one of the most tracked things. That's what I'm saying. I think it's more lack of experience than anything, because it's just about knowing. Again, you don't have to push, and you don't. Sometimes it's just about letting them make the mistake, which is what 0 tenacity did.
Yeah, really, really fortunate. So there we go. They actually get the extra round here. Huge for them. Like we said, I think 3 probably would have been. Man, it would have been a little bit on the downside, but getting up to 4, it's kind of winnable. It's their map pick. Hopefully, they've got something cool to show on the T side. We'll find out, going into this one. So yeah, this is just crazy to see the replay here.
Hey, it's fun CS. It's what we asked for, Anders.
Yeah.
We didn't get a steal game. We didn't get anything that was out of the extraordinary, but we got some nice kills, got some good team play, got some nice attempts, and yeah, now we have second half. Again, let's see what happens. I'm not gonna try and guess this.
No, especially pistol rounds, right? You know, like as much as you can obviously prep for pistol rounds, sometimes I feel like no amount of prep is going to overcome somebody shooting you like 2 USP headshots, and it's like, oh, your whole plan is, you know, like could be dead in 1 second, basically.
I agree. There's normally 1 or 2 like meta pistols that are like in fashion and people will reutilize. Those are tendency the best, but yeah, I'm with you. Pistol is pistol. It's just like a little random unless you hit the right stack or like pistol choice.
Yeah, and again, like I mean, we've seen it in the past where you do tactically everything right, but again, like that, if one player is just having a crazy day, it can kind of wipe out almost everything. Nice shot.
Yes. Oh, you can you can see it coming. You can feel it when that steady aim is just going in there.
He's been playing very well, hasn't he?
Oh, dude, the little grenade, little bounce thing. Players get so distracted with that. It just annoys me. It's coaching spirit. I can't lose this. I'm gonna be like the old grumpy grandpa in color commentating.
That's fine, you know. Like that's what you know. That's what we need you for, you know. I think it's important though. Like it's fine I think it's fine to pick up things and just kind of say, hey, this could have been done better. There's a little thing here, you know.
Oh yeah, it's in my spirit by now. I can't code it out. I hope the players see it's not gonna be out of bad meaning. If anything, take something from it and prove me wrong or learn from it. It'll be fine. No one's made of sugar.
No, you're right. I don't know. At this point, like you can't. They were at the A bomb side of the bomb and down, so I guess they're just looking for exits here.
Yeah, it is. You know, it's a little screwed right there. Zero Tenacity is gonna get their chance to get it back in this game.
Getting just a little bit of extra cash here can be kind of nice. Like if they want to force in the next round, they already have the armor, right? So if you want to buy like an MP9 or even a FAMAS or something, it's nice to get these extra kills here.
Especially after these kills, I think they're forcing for sure. They feel the confidence, they're going for it, which could be a double-edged knife or sword. I don't know what the English version of it is, but it could backstab because their economy can go to shit if they force it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, double-edged blade. I was gonna say, I don't know, but I actually forgot as well. Blade, sword, whatever. Probably sword.
You understood the intent of where it was going. I'm sure people resonated with it.
That's all that matters, really, isn't it? All right, that's 3 from us, so that's really huge. Like the fact that they saved the armor, they got a couple of extra kills. They're actually going to be fairly well equipped in this round. That's that could be a problem. Tenacity, who are just again, they're getting started here, right? They had a pretty bad first half. It wasn't amazing. If Sashi win this round early on, I think it can go a really long way. So we'll see if they're going to be ready for it.
Are you a Sashi or Zero Tenacity right here? Who are you thinking? Fast.
I think it's going to be Sashi winning this one. I think the extra.
I feel it. I feel it too.
Yeah, you could see it. Oh, but Lucky, he just gets the gun out. If that was going to be a knife, like we said, having the gun out, it makes the difference. But he got the FAMAS out in the last possible second, and there's nobody else in the middle, and he actually goes to check. I like the fact that he checks.
Yeah, he went ballsy. I like it too. And I was going to say, look at the difference. Zero Tenacity, they're spread out, whereas Sashi was ready to execute right here. Completely, like, same first kill, different scenarios.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, so now they have to sort of regroup. It's costing them more time, and they might be able to get this one, though. Simka is a very good lineup here. Nico, don't know if I like him playing like that.
Yeah, same. Once the other player couldn't stay there to help him, should have gotten out, but I think he felt he was stuck as well, pressured.
Oh, they have a flashbang. Wait a minute. 35 seconds. Here's the... Oh, it's not quite deep enough. They will get the team killed. Oh, no. The flash actually betrayed Siphon because it just didn't go deep enough. Otherwise, the timing and everything about that grenade was really sick, but it's a 3 versus 3. AVN here. Gotta be careful trying to plant the bomb, see if he can actually find a way. There is a flank coming in as well from Lucky, so we'll see how this one plays out. But once the bomb is down, it's... Especially with the AK, I guess. Do you want to risk it? I feel like they're already walking away.
No. Yeah, no. You saved this. It wasn't a good try. It was still hard, but you definitely saved that. Look at it, Lucky. 12 HP.
I think it's all in that flashbang. Oh, they had the setup for it.
Oh, it was. That flash, I mean, that's like the betrayal. You know, you look at your teammate and you're like, why did you do this to me, man? It's like not far enough to blind them, not close enough that I didn't get blind by it. So just like it's just sadness for me.
Yes, that's Yeah, it happens, but you end up selling out your teammates a little bit, you know.
Hey, to the best of us. I've seen it literally happen to the best players in the world. It's the most normal thing in the world, guys.
We'll see how this one plays out, though, because obviously that's the start of something rolling here for Zero Tenacity. And said Sashi they've let me down in the past. I feel like sometimes they play good counter.
But it blinded the first one. It did blind the first one. The guy that was like full blinding that walked to dry. It wasn't as bad as we made it out to be. Gotta give them the credit.
No, that's a good point. Round number 15, we do have the AK that was stolen. So I mean, that's still pretty dangerous, right? And they're gonna know it as well. Zero Tenacity. They know that AK's out there somewhere.
They are, but look, everyone's just like, you see how it's the same thing? It's just flash for the peak. Everyone's mimicking same ideas. Let's switch it up, people.
Yeah, they want to try and see if they could do it, but and I mean, oh, what a click! Yeah, they knew it was coming.
Look at me.
I guess Zero Tenacity, if you could, give them some credit for kind of playing this like really slow default at the start. They had a feeling that Sashi were gonna try that.
Yeah, safe default. The economy's in their favor. It's what I would have asked Sashi to do on that last round on the 8-3. Play safe. Let them they're gonna feel antsy when the time gets down. So might as well wait for them to make a mistake. And props Zero Tenacity.
What do they have left in this one? Not that much health. Couple of pistols. Would have to be, I think, a big misplay for Zero Tenacity to lose this round. Again, just, maybe not the most exciting stuff when you're seeing people waiting like this, but it does work. That's a sick quad kill in the middle.
Hey, it's not exact, but CS has gotten so good to a point where we're at least watching crisp aim, like when Simke was opening A. Right now in mid, like you're at least seeing, look, it's clean. So it's safe Counter-Strike. It's not the flashiest, but it's not ugly by any means.
It's very, very nice. I mean, I must say, I think that shows you Zero Tenacity has a bit of a sense of how to play. Like that slow style, catching them out, knowing that Sashi we're gonna push. Good work.
I think both these teams. I came in not knowing what to expect. Honestly, I'm impressed to the level where I was expecting less. Man enough to own that. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing.
Well, the flashbang is so good anyway. It didn't quite catch Lucky, but they're still making it work. This is the power of just having a really strong and fast execute flashes, and they just overpower the defense.
All right. Showing why it's their map pick. Storyline now, we're gonna have 8-8. Sashi, you had full control. It's not gonna feel really nice for you now. What are you gonna bring into the pool to mix this up? If Zero Tenacity gets in front, T-side map pick, Anders, GG.
For the ask though, like that was 3 people at the B bomb side, nearly 4. Like there was a 4th guy who was rotating from middle. Like how come they can't defend that, Sashi? Like they had more people there than you maybe normally would.
I'd probably have to watch the replay to catch the exact nuance. I'm gonna guess something very simple where, again, it's not full commitment. They're in the choke point. They're waiting for the signal. Zero Tenacity goes before, now changes it up, executes, gets in their face. It's one holding the flash. They're communicating it if they should go, if they shouldn't go. That's what happens. Back foot, like reactionary CS is not the best CS anymore. You have to be proactive. Yeah,
so just everybody on the CT side is waiting. They do all end up fighting one at a time, right? Like there's nobody's like swinging together or anything. It's just like, oh, you died and then you died and it keeps going.
I didn't see who died on the sun spot right there, but like full blind, like no one to trade. Someone needed to be anti there. And Brute Monster again.
Okay.
We see you.
Yeah, he's really starting to wake up. 8 kills. I mean, it's not overwhelming, but it'll get the job done right now. They've tied up the game as well, 8-8, and Sashi don't have any kind of money. So like, I would say right now, if I just tuned in right now and I just saw the scoreline and the money here, I'd say Zero Tenacity probably winning this map.
I'd say it looks like that. It's walking that way. One thing that I'm noticing though, we talk about Nico, but he's at 15 kills. He's trying Iceberg as well. Like. They're pulling more than their weight right now. They need the teammates to just lock in, reset. Like still the first map, but it has to be a team thing right now.
Yeah, that is probably another good point. Sometimes having just 1 or 2 people who's not feeling the game can unfortunately have a bit of a big impact. So can't be alone with an MP9. Sucks.
Hey, it's part of life. Unless you're one of the big orgs who's gonna have those star differentiators, like the visionaries who change the game by their own. lower level CS, you're gonna have either the rising star who's gonna be bought out or team play CS. That's what you need.
Yeah, that's another funny feature of the, I guess, of the circuit right now is this feeling that, you know, if you have some of the star players, you kind of know you probably can't hold on to them forever. You know, you can like mentor them and bring them up, but eventually they're gonna be going on to bigger and better things. So.
Oh yeah, and then the orgs do what they do best. They just spike up the buyout. Let's go for $1 million for this kid that's $16 and has two Twitter followers, and it'll be fine. The market works out, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh man, Counter-Strike is a crazy. Counter-Strike business is a crazy.
It's the Wild West. Like, try
is.
doing business in Counter-Strike. It's fun. It's crazy. It's exciting. You lose your hair, you buy some, you put it again, you lose it again, you put it again. It's life.
Oh, we got the leg shot as well. Cabby, he should be dead here every time. Grenade bounced around the corner. I don't even know if he could have made it out, but lucky we'll get the kill at the same time. So still a 4 versus 4, and Iberian, I think, is trying to sneak through the smoke. Actually, I kind of like the idea. If he could have made it through and got that kill,
Yeah.
I think they win the round.
I like that. That's a good feeling. As soon as it happens, you just have to make an instinct reaction.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like you got punched, are you going to fight back or are you going to run? I like the attitude. I'm going.
Would you say, like, are there teams out there where, like, you would make a rule that says you're not allowed to play that gut feeling, or would you think all teams say, okay, if you have that strong of a feeling, like, we can talk about it later, but like, you know, you should try it.
You can't. I know it's at least 50-50 on the coaches and the players who block and like snip ideas, but you can't cut creativity. You can't cut the player instincts. So no, I've never run like that. And a shout out to my boy Akinder. He's the proof. Like, I actually was a coach that was saying, no, you just need to perfect your style. If this is your style, just get better. Like, find out the weak spots and get better at it. Make something out of the chaos. Work out of this. You know, maybe could have focused on stopping. But I'd be lying to myself. I still think that kid's a beast in front of the entry. It's just like sometimes it's the mojo isn't flowing, but you can't stop players from doing their own.
Yeah, I mean, Kindo, he is a force of nature when he gets going, right? I'm kind of waiting. I'm kind of low-key waiting for his return myself a little bit, so. Nice spam through the smoke there, just Nico knowing a lineup. Oh, sick. That's an absolutely insane transfer. I don't even know how he did that. That was one of the cleanest triples yet.
Yeah, we saw tier 1 CS right there. At least tier 1 aim.
Yeah.
That's crisp. That's crisp.
Oh, my God. Like, we're going to need to see that on a replay. That just happened so fast.
And can I just say Zeus curse again? I just said, Simke, you whiff like that. What are you doing? He goes and does that.
Well, you know, gotta hold them accountable. Oh, look at this.
Oh, dude, that was sick. That was sad. Oh, and he even got the headshot on the teammates. Like, no, you're not getting out of this unfazed.
Everyone's catching bullets. Why not?
It's like walking in Rio de Janeiro right now.
Yeah, man.
I can do it. I'm Brazilian. Screw it.
Listen, yeah, that's you're right. You're right. Those are the rules on the internet. You know, does it make sense? Maybe not, but that's just how it is. You're right. You're right.
Deal with it. Let's go.
Oh, got 2 MP9s. Like again, like I said, Sashi, like, it was 8-8. Now it's 10-8. Even if they come back and win another round, like look at how much cash there is on Zero Tenacity. It's like 11,000 on Brood Monster. He's so rich at the moment. Jesus.
You wanted to call him Brute Master, didn't you?
Did.
Tell me.
Yeah, I did. You actually hacked my brain. Holy shit.
Brute Master. Let's trade it. Let's patent it. It's catchy. It works.
Yeah, we'll DM him later and say, hey, listen, can we make a change?
The people have requested. I'm sorry. It's not even optional at this point.
They're doing really, really good work. And again, so they just seem to like that slow style right now. I mean, even if they are kind of winning and, you know, maybe they could have, you know, play with more force and more confidence. Like they're sticking to this game plan. It feels like Zero Tenacity.
Methodical. I like it because, like I said, I don't think CTs can hold even if they have full economy. So I much prefer this clean, calculated style. Wear them out, punish aggression. You know, execute in the end, group up.
That is working for them, right? Even if they had some utility on the CT side, which they don't, but even if they had, like, they would have already used it, right? Like, 18 seconds left. That's maybe a bit of a problem. We're running for the middle. This is a good kill, but you got to get the bomb.
Really
they will get there. They have time, but man, if there's one CT holding on that A bomb site, what a nightmare it would have been.
You're right. Oh my God, if there's one guy just anywhere.
That, I'm gonna be honest, like we were praising them for like the slow calculated style, and it was, but like they almost overcooked that one.
that was some MIBR last second fallen calls if I've ever seen them. But I am particularly a fan. I like defending things that community criticizes. I think it's like, again, it's not the prettiest CS, but for a coach, I think it's beautiful. Just like Simke through that wall, bro.
Yeah, he's really locking in right now. Okay.
Juice curse, coin it.
Yeah, listen, it's only day one, so it's like we're not even through like one map, and already you're flexing with the curse.
My diabolical plan's working. Just wait till we get on the stage. This is gonna be amazing.
Oh man,
just wait till Liquid plays. This is gonna be even better.
The Liquid curse is gonna be in full effect. They're gonna end up signing like a letter to the TO saying, "No, we can't. We don't want to."
Not Zeus. No Zeus.
Oh, look at this. All versus all. Nice shot from Lucky. That's what they need.
That's what we're missing, the op, though. You were saying, why don't we see more peaks? Why didn't they take this? Because the op, we've been missing it.
Yeah, they haven't been able to afford it. That's my big point. Okay, now they got 2 kills. Now, 5-on-3, like, how could Sashi lose this round, right? Like, surely it's locked in.
That is the question, isn't it, Anders, at this level of Counter-Strike? How can they lose this round?
Find a way. There's always a way.
I'm going to run with a bingo card, like just the weirdest strats, and see if I can't punch it out by the end of the tournament.
Can't be easy, yeah. I mean, just... They are playing
careful,
really far back.
Careful. It's smart.
Oh, and he actually gets the little bit of fire damage on him. He's going to heal that burn.
I was going to say, but that can be deceiving.
Okay, hold on. Simka gets 1 entry. ABN. I don't even know how I saw him. They're going to be shooting through the smoke. I think Siphon's dead as well. They are everywhere around him. He's got 12 bullets left. He's going to be good for the 1 kill there. Bomb being planted in front. A little bit of an attempted wall bang. He gets it through the wall, even though the bomb did get planted. But yeah, you're right. It's AVN right here. Alone versus 3. He gets the 1. He knows Siphon's back there. He peeks against the AWP, gets the spray down. He might have this 1 versus 3. What a clutch coming out. Acquired a kill and an absolutely sick finish to the round.
Nice play. I mean, Lucky had the op shot. If he gets that 2v2, imagining a guy on plat, things like that. But as soon as he missed that, AVN clutches it out. Round was given, but that shot was the key piece.
Yeah, it was. But I can't believe they got, like, both the Simka kill and this one. They're also pretty wild, right? Like, AVN getting the first one to get in there. Oh, no.
Yeah, that second kill was pretty impressive. It's not an easy spam to do it like that. And there's the shot.
And that was like, they finally had the AWP, right? That was the first time they could really... But now we're talking about FAMAS, MP9 to try and hold on to it here. 12-8. I mean, they're in a lot of trouble right now.
It's a world of hurt right now.
Okay, well...
All right.
Just a 4-on-5 at the moment with the bomb. And again, they're back to the same slows down. They just know that the economy will not work here for Sashi, so they just wait.
Look at that. It's what? 1 smoke, 1 flashbang, 115 in the round?
Yeah.
Boy, life's not easy right now if you're Sashi.
How do they hold on to this at all? I mean, this is probably where you almost would want to try and risk it, right? And say, okay, to hell with it. Let's just push somewhere.
That's what I was gonna say. Look, if you look at the map, it's like they're choosing mid, but so if you're the A players, like A and B, you're either gonna play full safe. I like how they're playing on B, but on A, you have to spot and get out. Like you have to be in a position where you either get more than 1 or you do not die 100%.
Yeah. He's falling a little bit back instead here, Nico. So they actually have pushed Siphon through the middle. If he finds a really sick backstab here, I don't know how he's made it through without... there we go. All right, he definitely did, yeah. Maybe he shouldn't even see the first go around. Oh, that's a shame. That might have been the only way to hold on to this one. Yeah, they're going to get absolutely wrecked here.
Zero tenacity, man. Gotta give props to them. It was not an easy half for them. They ended up picking up that last measly round, and they didn't lose one since.
Yeah, well played. Simka with the 1 click to delete Nico at the end, and Zero Tenacity, they win their own map pick here on Anubis. Very well played. I've got to be honest, this is super well done. So yeah, I mean, it is their map pick, but they absolutely proved why they picked the map and why they're good on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed. I don't think Sashi was out of it entirely. Like, they had a really good first half. It's just, since it was Zero Tenacity, their style favors more this map for a T side. They knew how to make most advantage of it. They didn't lose a single round on the T side. Beautiful work by them. I'm impressed. Zero Tenacity especially, really good work right there.
Yeah, you love to see it. Well, Nuke is going to be coming up next, but that will be after the break. So stay with us, and we're gonna jump right back into it with even more Counter-Strike coming up. It is a best of 3, and there's another one coming up afterwards, so you don't want to go anywhere. But yeah, Sashi's map pick on Nuke is going to be coming up right after this. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Welcome back once again, everyone. We've got map number 2 coming up. It's Sashi versus Zero Tenacity. Amanda's with me is Seuss. Seuss, how do you enjoy that first map? Is it all right for you?
I actually enjoyed that map quite a lot. Like I said, didn't have many expectations come into it, but I like what I saw. I saw some fast shooting. I saw most of the time some good decision making, proactive, mostly in part of Zero Tenacity. So I'm happy. I'm happy. Do you think it was a good debut for a match to watch?
Yeah, actually, I mean, I have a rule for myself where as long as the Counter-Strike is, like, as long as people are playing confident Counter-Strike and you can see that they have, like, a plan or whatever, the only thing I don't like watching is when people are looking scared or they don't make any decisions and, like, you can just tell that everything is kind of falling apart. That's the stuff that's hard to watch. This was fine, I think. It was cool to see Zero Tenacity even being behind, I think, like 8-4 at the end of the half, coming back and showing why they picked the map. Like, that was a really nice story, I think. So, yeah, I liked it.
Wow, it was a nice story, and it was a really set default from them. I researched a little bit during the break. Apparently, they are like the Anubis specialist, so now we start actually seeing what they are made of, right? Now is the time where Sashi actually gets a chance to get the ball rolling, get it on their court.
Yeah, that's gonna be really interesting. On Nuke as well. I mean, like I said, Sashi, when they're good, they can be very, very good. When they're not, it can be kind of all over the place. But now they're playing with a standard as well on Nuke, and I mean, like, CT side Nuke with a stand-in. How would you feel about that?
I'd feel great because, like, the stand-in rule. Just look at the amount of teams that win with a stand-in. G2 got Stewie and they won Dallas. Stand-ins have power. Stand-ins have power, Anders.
Okay.
They are flowing right now. There's zero pressure. They're having fun. They're popping those. I'm not gonna say brand drinks right now because we don't want to talk sponsors, but they're popping that drink, just relaxing at home. Feet on the couch.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense. You're right. Like, so where would you put a stand-in? Would you just replace him 1-to-1 with the player that you're missing in Ultex? I mean, I don't know his position on Nuke. Or would you want to just put him in ramp and just say, hey, you're just going to be holding ramp, and then we can do the rest of the plan?
It depends, right? I think it depends on if they're how is the stand-in performing. If the stand-in is feeling it, let him play his spots, rush, do what you can for it. If it's more of a macro team who's very heavily reliant on actual team play, on actually having those set strats, then you're kind of screwed with the stand-in because no matter what you do with him, it's not going to be fluid.
Yeah. I mean, that's that is one of the potential rough situations you can end up in there. But I'm curious. I'm always nervous because I feel like on the CT side of Nuke, there's so much communication that involves knowing where could they be? Like, could they go secret? Are they going and if you mess up that communication, you just lose track of the T's. And maybe that's where the stand-in part can hurt you a little bit.
Depends, right? We'll see. I think right now we should be going back into the match. So if he's the ramp player or something like that, that's not going to be a big thing. If they put him on the outside rotator or the outside guy,
right,
that's going to be rough because of vents, outside smoke, to communicate everything with the team. That's going to be different.
Okay, well, let's see. They're going to be starting on the T side anyway here, so Sashi will be a while before we have to worry about their CT side. And I think for T side, like, you might be right. Having a stand-in who's got no stress, and especially someone like Nico who does have a really high skill ceiling, it's, maybe he's just here to show the world what he can still do. He's still a good player.
Nico's going to kill like 40 and not get hired. That's the other stand-in thing. Like, you destroy and win, but you don't get hired.
Yeah, fair play. That actually does happen. Well, we'll wish him good luck and see how this one plays out. They are going to be molotoving the hut. They're going to be blowing over the door and trying to see if they can flash their way through. I love all the utility, but they actually need kills, and they're not getting them right now. They're going to get absolutely crushed. Brute Monster is coming in with a couple of good headshots there, and it's just Lucky left in a 1 versus 4. And I don't know. I liked all the utility, but it felt like they missed the timing on actually rushing by maybe even just 1 second.
Yeah, they missed that traditional entry fragger, you know? The Hooksy even, the IGL who's gonna go in first, knows the timing and goes before the flash so that if he's looking, he dies. If he's not, then you get him. But no, they missed the timing. You're very correct, Anders.
That's unfortunate. But, you know, good defense from Zero Tenacity. I love everything about it. They get to win the pistol here.
I'm happy, dude. Brute Monster, you represent us, dude.
Yeah, he's doing very, very fine work at the moment. Not really slowing it down. More players coming in from the Balkan region. This guy from Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we've got some. Yeah, we got players. I think we got some Serbian players in here too. Actually, there's just so many Serbian players around the Counter-Strike space right now, which is kind of crazy.
It's amazing. I was gonna say shout out to all the entire region. I just love it there. Nico has taken me to so many amazing places. Cirque as well from there. So I love the Balkan areas. I love the Balkan people. I like the Balkan food. So I'm more for it. More than Nemanja in the world.
Let's go. Okay, that's a great shout out. Yeah, I actually love being there too. You know, I wish they would all get along more. You know, that's the only downside. But as people and you know, you're right. Like they're super welcoming. It's always a fun time. So yeah, and you know what? They play great Counter-Strike too. There's a lot of people from the region.
They do. I'm very curious. I don't know if this is like a weird topic, but what's the deal with gypsies in Europe? I hear that a lot.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest.
Just random Zeus thought, but it's like I remember being like from the gypsies. I'm like, all right, I'm curious.
I think maybe it's not a thing in Denmark so much, and maybe it's like it might actually be more of an Eastern European thing. I don't think I've heard anyone mention it since the 90s in Denmark. So you know, like that's how long ago like somebody brought it up. But yeah,
maybe it's folklore. Who knows?
Maybe it's more folklore. Yeah, or maybe you know. I'm sure somebody will talk about it. Like I'm sure it's gonna be. You know, there's gonna be someone will know more. But maybe in Denmark it's just less of a thing. Oh, Cappy and Lucky are left here.
It's just a Glock equal, not much. Yeah. In Denmark, you guys have the best open sandwiches in the world. Kaden showed me that. You guys rock with those little open sandwiches.
That is our thing, right? Like, and we don't even think of them as sandwiches, right? Like, it's just it's like something else in Denmark. But you're right, that is a kind of our specialty, for better or worse.
Tip to the viewer: if you're ever in Denmark, ask for an open sandwich. I don't know the name of it, but you're gonna enjoy it.
Yeah, get it up and bring a lot of money because it's Denmark and everything's expensive, you know. So.
And the jacket. Brazilians are not made for your weather, I'll tell you that.
That's brutal. Actually, the sun's out today, okay? It's one of the rare days, so that's exciting all on its own. Okay, here we go. We've got AKs, and they're up against, you know, 2 MP9s, 1 FAMAS, a couple of M4s, so, you know, maybe a chance here to have some early revenge for Sashi.
Big round. I mean, Zero Tenacity is kind of on that bonus right now. They keep the FAMAS MP9s.
Okay, well.
Hands out.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad of a start. They threw none of the yard smokes, which again that's the thing that everybody knows about Nuke. I feel like everybody at least should know how to throw yard smokes. Even I know how to throw yard smokes on this map. And Sashi said, no, we're going to try and fight without them, and it kind of backfired on them a little bit. Oh, looking over the smoke.
Oh, he saw it.
He did absolutely see it. Yeah, you're right.
You got it. All right, what's going to be the initiative? What do? They even up Zero Tenacity. You have to make a move. You still have outside information, but you lost it on the timing.
Okay, he was trying to bring it back. He actually got the dink as well. That's the second, maybe even the third time that's actually trying to cross out there with no utility. And they actually have smokes. So it's a very intentional choice for them not to throw the smokes and just try to go down. Jumping around with the MP9, Simkit's going to be taking down Nico, who I think is actually doing a pretty good job of trying to hold that lobby position. So suddenly 2 versus 2, and now they're going to use the utility, and they're going to be...
Do you push through it? Do you push through it?
Oh, you absolutely are. He did push right through. That's so wild. Jotho's going to come in with a couple of good kills there. Okay, so...
that was it.
Trusting in the smoke too much.
Yeah, I saw the smoke there, and I look at Raider, and I'm like, it just reminded me of the Anubis round that we saw. It's like, they're going to go for the same type of smoke plays. We've been seeing it.
Yeah, that's huge. And what a shame for Sashi, right? They don't use the smokes out here because they wanted the smokes for the bomb plant, and then they throw the smokes for the bomb plant, and Zero Tenacity just ignore the smokes. That's pretty funny.
I mean, it's smart by Zero Tenacity, right? Use your AKs, think that they're gonna be on a bonus round, and right here, actually they pulled it back pretty well because it was not easy for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah. They do. I mean, they get the bomb planted and they get a lot of kills. So Sashi just say, okay, we're gonna force into this round anyway. We're gonna buy, even if it's a lot of Galils. They will run into Brute Monster out in the yard, and they again, you know, the smoke is a little bit late. Sashi, it's costing them some stuff here.
I was trying to look at Raider. Is it Nico by any chance throwing them? Who's the guy who's throwing it? But I think it's Lucky with the op through.
Okay, yeah, maybe. Oh, that's you know, again, sometimes you can try and find the timing just as the smoke pops, right? But you know, you run into the AWP, it's risky.
That's just either uncoordinated or it's sloppy individual. You have to take care of the steps, know the timings and things like that. That falls on the player. Or if it's the stand-in thing, then understandable, but it's still, you're playing Pro CS, VCR points, everything like that, you need it.
Yeah, those points are just the most valuable thing in Counter-Strike right now. The whole space is just revolving around this. Nice timing on this one. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but you know what? It's pretty good. Gotta be careful, though. And he'll close up the door and just call out 40 seconds left here for
but he's screwed. He's screwed.
Oh, you're right. They're behind him as well. He should be dead. Oh! I can't believe it. He actually gets that shot.
That's a win. He was dead.
Yeah. He was so blocked in. Avian gets the other one and doesn't, I think, matter what Cabby does. He's got the bomb and a 1 versus 4 in 20 seconds. I guess if he can make it up to the A-bomb side and plant the bomb, which he kind of is right now. There are players nearby, and Simcare, okay, he's just going to crouch in. That's pretty good. They let go of the bomb plant. I mean, maybe that's a bit of a minus, but honestly, I don't think... Do they even care? Like, it's a 4-0 lead for them now.
You don't care, but it's just one of those small things for review. Like, why did we give up that space in a 4v1, right? We have no one even remotely in position to stop it. Yeah. But overall, no, not a big thing. That's like if you're a coach, it's a good conversation. You're like, okay, we can do better next time, but we're pretty happy. Yeah, that's one of the flybys. You make sure you mention it just to make sure that they know you're watching. Like, don't do this, or, you know, like, let's take care of the details. But that would never be a stopping point in a review unless a player fights back, and then you're just like, come on, do I have to show you why you're stupid? Yeah, don't do this to yourself, man. You know, I was like, don't put yourself in this position. It's not gonna go well. Yeah, don't raise your hand. You know, if you don't want to be questioned on this stuff. Oh man. So, just in terms of kills right now, Sashi are having a bit of a problem. They have 5 in total, and we're going into round number 5. So, you know, that can change. And now they have the yard smokes. Now they're doing, again, what I would consider the basic work that you do on Nuke. You force the CTs to rotate down. If they don't, maybe you're going to be planting the bomb for free, right? So I kind of like this. Me too. I'm interested to see Iceberg, right? You said, like, he's the IGL. He's going to be running in. Yeah. He was doing the jiggle strafe. He has to coordinate and be entry. That's not an easy thing to do. Okay. Well, he's getting a lot of information. You're right. Like, he's kind of at the forefront of this attack. Yeah. Because, like, he has to be communicating, or he just trusts his team. He already said, I'm going this, and, like, follow. Okay. See, like, he's a... Yeah. I mean, nice Jofo shots. Yeah, and outside as well, and just tapping away the M4. That's an interesting point that you raise. I don't know if I think about that too much, but I guess that is a problem. Like, if you're going to be doing the entering, your brain is going to be thinking about crosshair placement and, like, you know, how to take the next fight. And if you have to talk at the same time, I guess that could be rough. It is. It reminds me of when I was just starting, like, pro international CS, like, 14 years of career, and first event, Apex was giving us advice, and exactly what he says, like, if you're gonna IGL, you remove your brain and you press W, you know, like, you cannot be focused on another thing. And he was talking to Taco, but I remember vividly, one, what a nice guy, like, giving tips to the opponents, you know, things like that in the beginning. Honestly, genuine dude. Apex. Yeah. And the second is, wow, that actually is valuable. It's like, one, it showed Taco not to have fear, and the other is like, it's very thought out who has to have the responsibility of talking and thinking at times. Yeah. Because the other thing that we saw... Oh, wait a minute. We've got Tech-9s. 5 Tech-9s. I think that the Tech-9 is... I don't want to use the word overpowered, but I think it might be underestimated how many people... Like, how good it is right now. It's wild. People talk about the 5.7 all the time right now, but the Tech-9 is absolutely... It's cracked. Well, if you won't say it, I will. Overpowered. All right, let's go. But I enjoy it. I do enjoy it. The Tech 9 is one of those satisfying to watch running guns because you just see that guy like he has a stapler just like hurting people.
Yeah, well, here we go. They're trying to get that entry. Unfortunately, they don't get the immediate kill, and that slows the whole push down a little bit too much. So a nice couple of kills, right? But man, when that first point of contact when you do those kind of Tech 9 rushes, the first kill is everything.
It really is. Sashi, but funnily enough, I think they had a little bit better timing than even Zero Tenacity when Zero,
Yeah.
But it doesn't pan out. It just first kill doesn't. It's what you're saying. If it doesn't go your way, and they have a really good anti-rush setup or anti-explode, which they did. Guy anti-flash on silo, guy from heaven ready to trade and swing out from a cross angle. Like they're pretty well set, but it was still well tried by Sashi for the round.
Oh, look at this push. I low-key love this from Zero Tenacity. It's kind of rare you see like the double push out here with even a third man behind them. So they are risking a lot. If this was like a ramp push from Sashi, they might be in a bit of trouble here. But oh, they're in trouble anyway. Siphon unfortunately gets the team kill, but I can't believe that Zero Tenacity didn't get more out of that because that should be such a strong setup for it.
Yeah, I mean, again, it comes down to that first kill and really nice entry. But I'm with you. On the only thing I'll point out that I think is important. We had a rule in Counter-Strike, like for most of my team, is like when you see these aggressive yard plays or like overpass used to be on long, these areas that's commit. If you see one, expect 2 and 3 because like the guy's not gonna be there by himself. You know, like it's too risky of a position.
Yeah, that sucks. They have kits and it is Nuke, so sometimes people will try and drop in last second to get the defuse. It's risky, but if Sashi get a little bit careless and they decide to sort of run away as the bomb is exploding, you can... Oh, they're already... Okay, they're backing out. I was hoping that they would try and do like that last minute drop. Maybe they realized the bomb is a little bit too far away. I had another question for you, right? Because we talked about being an IGL who is also kind of doing entry work. What do you think about IGLs that obviously also AWP now? You know, which, Fallen comes to mind, but there've been a couple of them, right? Like KD and stuff like that. Like, how does that work out?
Well, I think that you can work with anything. It's never about the role in itself. It's about the player. I think roles, I will be one of the different coaches. I'll say roles are a little bit overestimated, especially in CS nowadays, and the fact that everyone knows how to do most things, and really elite players should know how to do other roles. You should like throw them around and mix them up so that they at least have the perspective from the other player's position to know what they're supporting, what they should be looking for, and things like that. So my thought is you can make it work. I agree it's not as traditional anymore, but I wouldn't put that to impede anything. It's just more about the player and the play style.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I could imagine a scenario in which, you know, if you have the AWP, you're going to be relying more maybe on the rest of your team to feed you information.
Yeah,
but that doesn't have to be a
I'll
bad
say
thing.
after this round, I'll comment on that.
All right. Well, good flashes, but Simka is doing a remarkable job. Look at him turning around, and I think they threw like 3 flashbangs, and none of them caught him. So good kills. Lucky's going to get AVN, but it's still a 2 versus... Well, it was 2 versus 5. Now it's 2 versus 4. Yeah. And Zero Tenacity should be able to slow this down and just win the round on, again, just buying time.
I mean, playing well, going for aggressions, holding... Sashi's trying to force this A, but they're hitting a brick wall.
Yeah, they really are. And remember, this is Sashi's map pick, so starting out like this, even if they got close a couple of times, this is the... and actually, there's quite a lot of money on Zero Tenacity. I was about to say, at least they've got some rounds where they got close, but not close enough from what I thought here. It's 10,000 on Joffo, and this is starting to get a bit out of control.
A little bit is an understatement. Unless this guy gets a headshot right now, which Siphon does pull it out.
Ooh. He's going to go down event as well. He does pick up the kill, but now... Oh, he's coming back out. That's so risky. Oh, they were almost weren't ready for it. 20 seconds, though. This might still be a bit... There's someone waiting down here for him. I think, yeah, Brute Monster. He's already in position, so...
Did he see it? Did he see it? Oh. It's that really close jiggle peek, you know? The one where you're just standing in the open.
Yeah.
That's
a classic jiggle.
Just the shoulder, yeah. Just the shoulder.
It's like, hey, what's up? Just your friendly neighbor here. Everyone okay?
It's like, do you see it? It's like Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? Look at that.
That's so funny, though. Oh, man. But not for Sashi, right? They're down 7-1. They're actually getting wrecked here.
I love this B start with the op. This normally wields results. It's like probably I don't know the stats on this, but it's probably in the higher 70% some for that off peak.
Yeah, it is really hard to deal. You could even see like they have because the AWP is behind him, they can just keep pushing, and the Sashi just aren't ready here. Not even like necessarily. We sometimes talk about lobby crunches, but yeah, it is just B ramp aggression, and it's sick. Zero tenacity. Look at how much they switched it up. They had the triple outside play earlier. Now they've got double ramp push. Like, it's a lot of creativity here for the CT side.
All right, it's a hard to read game plan from them, right? It is very much everywhere, and they're full advantage right now. That gives you a little bit of confidence too. Come on, we gotta be real, right? Like to pull all these pushes, you're 7-1, one map up.
Yeah. Yeah, I really think so. But I think that's the sign of a good team. Like, you know, sometimes if you have the advantage, I think it can be. You can get even more out of it if you just, you know, you really push the pedal to the metal, you know? You just give them no respect.
I am loving the jump peaks, the shoulder strays, man. This is awesome.
Just one player left here. Lucky. What could he do? 30 seconds. I mean, a bomb plant would be really nice for him, but I don't think
I was gonna say, if he goes heaven, that there was a big chance right now. This is, I mean, could happen, right? But Simk, really good positioning right here. Pretty safe. Gets the advantage. Click safe from the door.
Does he? Is he going to be quick enough the door opens? Oh, never mind.
Not even time to get that bomb back.
Oh, that's so rough. Nice. Simka, though. 10 and 3. A triple in that round. Yeah, you can see. Just devastating here.
133 in the round. They're positioning to do that hut and door pop, and they just get destroyed with grenade in hand. I will say though, setting up the grenade that early and not having someone to cover it, that's a fault. That's a mistake. You know, like that's a lower level mistake kind of a thing. That's a definitely review. Let's get that in review.
Yeah, that's a conversation for later.
Oh yeah.
So hard to fix in the middle of the game potentially, but wow, this is. I actually thought this is going to be Sashi probably picking up this map and we go to a third, but at this very moment it feels like that's not going to happen here. Siphon's going to be catching a player going through the smoke, and okay, 5 versus 3. If they win the last 3 here, they make it an 8-4, I'm still going to have the conversation. I think it could be interesting, but I think they do need 4, to be honest. On the T side of Nuke, I think 4 is probably maybe still on the low side, but you can work with it.
I hate to be the guy that throws like water on top of the dream, but Sashi's gonna have a harder time, maybe even on T side, because if they don't have this, like on CT side, if they don't know the protocols, this is one of the hardest maps that we're talking about.
Oh my god, he ran in front of the Molotovs, picks up the kill on Siphon, and they get the shot onto Siphon outside. Suddenly, it's back into a 3 versus 3 from a 5-on-3. We got under 50 seconds left, and this time they're gonna be a little bit quick with it here. Throwing down the smoke. They need another grenade here. It bounces way too deep, and Brute Monster, he actually maybe could have even got away, but that smoke was so deep, he actually had a chance.
2v2, very Sashi, you need this. You know you're going for it. You really need this if you need to. If you're gonna have any chance.
Iberian's thinking about it. He pops open the door. It's an instant kill, and it will be. Cabby goes down. Question is, what could Lucky do? All right, he's revealed himself, so now they have the information. They do have a kit on either player. Yeah, but where's that bomb planted? Is it actually planted for him, or can he see it if he stands up here? I'm not sure.
They're both coming.
Okay, they're going to smoke it off instead, so trying to see if they can find that. Oh, it's awkward. He doesn't quite know the angle, and he's going to get shot down. That's insane timing.
That was really good. That was really well played. I mean, Zero Tenacity is playing off of really good communication. You can just tell by the timings of their peaks, their counter aggression, always someone anti-flash ready to swing. Quality CS, Andy.
Yeah, that is actually the kind of coordination that I feel like, especially at this level of Counter-Strike, we do sometimes see that that's where things fall apart, you know? Suddenly, you know, one guy's defusing, the other guy doesn't really know how to, you know, he's like, oh, I'm kind of here, but I'm not doing anything to help, but it could not have been better, really.
Oh, it was thought out. It was talked about. This was planned out, and they played it to perfection, so, I mean, it just goes to show, right? Teams that work hard and try, they can get somewhere just off of the team play. They look synced. They look like they are flowing together.
Yeah, I mean, the results are certainly showing that as well. It's 9-1. Brute Monster is outside. You could say Brute Monster is mastering the yard at the moment. You know, he's got that going for him.
I won't try that tongue twister. I'm gonna say something wrong.
He's 12-4 though. That's good.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, our boys represent right now.
Wait, so here's right now. Siphon is the only one doing any real works in the kill department for Sashi. How do you change that? Like, if you're a coach, you know, watching this, like, you have 4 players that are not having any kill output. Like, could you pause the game and actually, like, is there anything you can say, or is it just one of those games?
No, that there has to be. You cannot give up. As a coach, as a player, you cannot just allow the mood to die down. Edward, our sports psychology, had a pretty good analogy. Shout out to him, to Mind Body Esports. Really cool at what he does.
Yeah, he's a nice
But
guy.
it's like, yeah, he says it's like it's a candle analogy. You have 5 candles in the team in the server. If one goes out, it's the other candles that have to relight it. You can't let like one put out the other candles. You actually have to relight that one, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, good advice. Nico trying to get something done. Cabby as well. They've actually managed to fight their way back. I can't believe it. They are very low on health here, and sneaking up out of the vent with the M4. Perfect timing. Yeah, they're playing it so well. They're gonna find a kill on Cabby as well. That's a really nice try, I think, for the last 2 players on Sashi, but it doesn't work.
It is. It's not their fault, but do you see how Nico is just swinging his mouse from left to right, like when he's on Tetris box?
Yeah.
That's clear signs of like lack of communication. Communication is not being fed or parsed really well. It's not in keyword. So he's really just like, he's in panic mode, like 360, trying to find where it's coming from.
Yeah, like you're holding like 3 different angles at once, which obviously none of those are going to be held in a good way.
Not the most likely trade out. Like,
yeah, definitely not. Okay, well, that's going to be a 10-1. We're going into the last round of the half here, and they've got AKs, but this is just absolutely. This has been devastating. Sashi really getting wrecked by the Balkan mix here. They're playing super well. I think we've got one guy from North Macedonia as well, so we've got real representation across the board here. Lucky with a good opening though, taking out AVN,
nice.
And they should be able to shut this down. Simka, he does get traded out, and if they can't win this round, I mean, they're in trouble on Nuke in general, right?
At this point, this is like much more than needed. It's necessary. But like I said, even then, this is a hard picture. They have to start with not only winning the pistol and converting, they probably need like one of those rounds that actually amps you up and gets you in. Just the pistol doesn't get you in this yet.
Here we go. Smoke coming through. Okay. Nomad, he's going to be getting the first one there. Nico. Oh, and Cabby to follow up. So they will win the last round here. Again, it's probably not that much, and but still, it's something if they can win the pistol in the second half, like we always say. It's like a caster classic, you know. You say, oh, but if they can win the pistol, you have to say it. You feel like, I don't even think they win the pistol, they're going to be winning this, but, you know, we've got to find a way to say something, right?
Yeah, I mean, if worse comes to worse, we just say get another 2 fast and let's see the next game. I'm liking the CS because this hasn't been bad CS. Like Sashi, yes, they're on, especially on Nuke right now. They were uncoordinated, but it isn't bad CS from them. Zero Tenacity is actually showing up, and then with a stand-in, Sashi's just not up to the task right now.
Oh, and I said Macedonia. It's actually Montenegro that Joffo is from. So sorry about that, but quick shout out as well. Like I said, we do have a lot of people from the region, so I like it. Yeah, the like Balkan Counter-Strike is actually it's actually better than it's been for a long time. I feel like maybe people are sleeping on it here for 25. There's a lot more of them. Partisan is out there like doing great work also in CCT. But here we go, second half, and finally a shot back with the Glock. But a nice start here for Sashi. They absolutely need it. If they have any dreams of making a comeback, it's gonna have to be the pistol round for sure. Dooley's fighting Iceberg. He's gonna get the job done, and it's just AVN left. 1 versus 4. Play cool.
Right.
Talk as a team here, you know?
Yeah, they're just not, again, this pistol, it isn't the hype that Sashi needs just yet, but it's a good start. It's a good foundational step.
It is.
And as per your point, the Baltic region, I agree. I think pretty soon we're gonna have another Nico's cousin or something showing up at this point. Like the entire family's gonna be playing, because that guy has brought the region in. Like when I started, it was basically him. Now they're taking over the high level tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Yeah, man, I remember those, like, the early iNation stuff. You know, I always try to... this always sounds, you know, silly, because obviously now Yanko and I are friends. Like, we know each other. I've worked with the guy for a long, long time, right? But Yanko is actually really good at AWPing in iNation. Like, obviously, he's always going to be outshined by what Nico went on to do. But sometimes I wish I could go back and find some old Yanko games, you know, from back then, because it actually was sick. So, shout out Yanko as well.
Oh, definitely. I'd love to see some Yanko games, too. Now, I never thought about it, but... I've played with Yanko. It's fun. He's good. He's tactical.
Yeah. He is.
Hey, so people would like to talk crap on Yanko. Yanko's very knowledgeable. When he was coaching MIBR, sometimes I'd sneak into the house just to listen. He knows what he's talking about. He's watched a lot of CS.
There's a lot of the stuff that he brought to MIBI. I actually think they ended up using like after he left, and it does work. Like I noticed that like they were doing strats that like were under him basically, which is obviously they're allowed to do, but you know, it just felt like he never like, you know, he's never gonna get the credit for that, unfortunately. But I'm gonna give him the credit. You know, I noticed Janko. I pay attention. Simka's gonna go down here.
We see you get hit. Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, that's something that you're gonna have to teach me at one point. Like, you know, I need to learn a little bit of Portuguese at some point. Yeah.
The vamos caralho. Let's go.
I feel like that'd be sick. That'd be in Counter-Strike. Like, it's got to be one of them. I mean, maybe in general, it's might be one of the more useful languages, but maybe especially in Counter-Strike, you know.
Probably. At the very least, if there's an event in Brazil, you can do like the rest of the CS community and just suck up to the region. You know, it would work really well.
That is, you know, you say that, but like that is you're onto the meta right now. You've definitely figured it out already. That's how you do it.
Yeah, wherever you go to Australia, let's put Australian hat. Let's go to Brazil, it's Brazilian jerseys. We're not even Brazilian, but let's do it.
Exactly. Yeah, let's go.
Let's represent them. Hell yeah.
Like, I like it. Okay, 10-4. This is good. This is the bonus round for Sashi. If they win this one, it's huge. But my God, Nico.
Clean.
Yeah, it's a clean kill. They are actually wrecking them. Oh, I don't know what Nico was doing in that. Like, he didn't even have the gun out. I think he was trying to throw probably a grenade to Mini or something. But obviously, when he gets peeked there, he's just so dead. And then everything collapses.
This has been the match of the grenade in hand kills, right? Because we see the rounds just fall apart. No, it's unlucky because it's that normally that first opening kill or the first opening 1-2 that falls off of that, so you don't even get a chance to see the retake normally.
Yeah, that's pretty wrecked. You know, again, this is a bonus round, so maybe they are going to be. Hopefully, they can say, okay, that's not a hiding spot apparently for Gabby. He just found out. Oh no.
He had nowhere to go. If he could dig a hole, he would.
Yeah. Oh man. This is
pretty clean. Pretty clean shooting. Pretty clean going.
Yeah. That's the thing that's like different from obviously like if we go back and you look at like in 2015 or 16, if you looked at like tier 2 Counter-Strike back then, man, like the individual shooting stuff was hard to watch, you know.
And if you look at the tier 1 Counter-Strike back then, it was hard to watch at times.
Yeah,
I won both majors in the year. I know it was like picking candy. It was.
Yeah, it's rough. You're right. But like now you've got these players, you know, they just look so clean. It's very, very awesome.
It's a completely. That's the biggest thing I noticed in my time away from Counter-Strike, right? Like the 2.5-year break that I took. When I came back, I generally was surprised at the high level that everyone plays at a base level. Look at Cabby. He's someone I wouldn't have heard of before, right?
Yeah.
Like not famously. Doesn't that look like old school tier 1 CS, like shots?
Yeah. Yeah. Like the level is so different, right? Also very hard to compete in, obviously, but look at they're doing a really fine job here. They've got not the best weaponry, but just a couple of hit and runs outside. But this is also where I want to see Sashi. You know, this is a 2-on-4. Even with the low health on 2 of the players, you have to win this round, right? Like if you can't win this round, it's so hard to imagine you're going to be able to win the map as a whole, you know.
If you can't win this round, unplug the keyboard, put it under your arm, walk away.
Yeah, just throw it away. It's over.
Yeah, or just smack green.
Okay, they're doing fine. I do sometimes. This is again like this is actually for Sashi especially. I've seen like rounds like these before from them when you think, come on, just if you talk to each other in this moment, you're gonna win, or you just have to talk.
Look. See, but look, the 1-2 combo right there, one out of the other. Joffo still predicted right now. He saw that he knew there was a guy blue and he'd be swinging off the contact, but it's just so well played. There's not much to do, and that's on the losing team, right? So,
yeah, very well done. We'd love to see it.
A lot of the first bullet accuracies aren't there at this level too, right? Like you have the time for the guy killing window for you to flick still. It's a very fast flick, don't get me wrong, but it's like normally in tier 1 you do not get that opportunity to shoot back.
Yeah, that is going to be the difference if you're running into like a Nico or somebody like that. You're right. Like there's not a lot of time for that. Okay.
Tier 1 Counter-Strike is at that high level. You get one shot, if that.
We see it all the time, right? That's the M4 AK difference, where it's like, oh yeah, they both headshot, but the AK won.
12 the famous 12 HP that just gets you upset. I dinked him. I know I dinked him, and he's alive.
Yeah, that's the worst feeling, isn't it? Well, look at this, 11-5. How many rounds does she need to win right now before you start believing in the comeback?
I think something like 8.
Okay, they get all the way up to 12, you're good to go. The 13.
No, if they reach 13, I'll believe in them. Other than that,
damn. Okay, that's a high bar to clear, but we'll see if they can. I like that. You know.
yeah. I mean, you got to challenge them, right? Shoot to be the best.
Gonna be
Random Zeus fact. Did you know that the highest winning team across all of sports in history, I think, is 73% win rate?
73 across all sports.
Yeah, I think it was 73 in a season. It was a rugby. 73 or 78 was a rugby team.
Okay, that's kind of crazy, actually. I mean,
Yeah, crazy, right? I that's one of the ones I wanted to show my player. I'm like, really, the best team across all of them was like 78% or something like that. Yeah.
is pretty high, but yeah, like you would have assumed that there would have been something more. Oh, he does see it. That's a weird angle for Cabby. I feel like
it's full commits, right? Like, I don't like that either. But Siphon, all right.
trying to bring it back. Oh, the bomb does get planted. So Iceberg, he thought it was worth. He probably knew he was going to die, but he's like, if I can slow down the bomb here, maybe it's going to be worth it in the end. 3 vs 3 incendiary. Yeah. They don't do anything. They don't spread. They don't do any damage, and as a result, they're just going down. If that's a Molotov, it probably puts a lot more pressure on Brute Monster, but the incendiary just it's an absolute joke of a grenade right now.
How about you, Anders? How many rounds do you think Sashi need to get now for you to believe?
Oh, unfortunately, now it is, it's pretty rough. I was gonna say if they could get up to 10 rounds. I think normally, if you're like a 10-11, you're within striking distance. You can probably do it, but man, that doesn't look like it's gonna happen anytime soon. In this round, Sashi they had pretty much no one defending ramp, right? Like they just let go of the ramp. That seems like is risky, and it cost them the round potentially.
I mean, you gotta try something, right? If there's a place to leave, it's ramp. But at 12 down, like at 11 down at the time, whatever call you make, it's not the perfect call, because if you knew exactly the story of the game, it would be closer at least.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Would you expect to see that, going into, the more you're behind, the more risks get taken? Is there, a correlation there?
More risk or more sloppy? Yeah, it depends. I wouldn't say more risk, because, if you look at the teams that actually tend to do those amazing comebacks, it's normally more structured than it is the one-offs.
Okay.
The teams that we call cow on trees, right? We don't know how it got up there, but they're definitely going to fall.
It's a good visual. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Anytime you need it, Anders, please call me.
Yeah, we'll do a little list of Sue-sisms, we'll get something together. 12-5 here. Yeah, I mean, they don't have anything to work with right now. Zero Tenacity are playing the slow round now. If we remember back to Anubis, that is what they like to do a little bit, right? They knew when the economy was low for the CT side on the first map, and they played it slowly. They didn't give any crazy fights up, and it kind of worked for them.
And it looks like it's going to work again, right? One smoke unlucky to block for the end. That's basically about it. 2 flashbangs. Not a big setup. How's their lower setup? It's just one guy with an MP9? Oof.
Yeah. big oof, unfortunately. Iceberg is there. Cabby's walking in to help him out now, but still, that's not a lot of defense.
All right. It's going to be an execution here. There's a chance, right, still, but this angle, if it's checked, it's GG.
Okay. Going to trade it out. Leaves just Cabby. Now, the backup is coming in really quickly from the yard, so they're going to be walking down secret behind Zero Tenacity. Are they going to be... Oh, look at Lucky. He walked almost in front of him, and they do get a pretty good job defending it. That's so wild. He didn't just walk up to him and shot him. He actually walked past him.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't a close situation where he thought other guys would be there, he could literally do the peekaboo, just pop his head in the guy.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, there's something cooking now, a little bit.
I mean, let's look at those live odds. I'm sure it changed a lot.
I mean, 6 to 12, right? Question, I guess, becomes how many more how many full buy rounds do Zero Tenacity have left before we hit overtime? And, you know, 6 rounds always sounds like a lot, but I always try to, in my mind, break it down. It's like, well, how many of those are going to be, like, really well-equipped rounds? Or you can win, obviously. You can win with Tech 9s, but, you know, just to try and make it a little bit more reasonable, I always think about that.
Yes, so let's go, right? So let's say Sashi win this round 7, break round 8, go into the other one 9. Another not break round, so 10 rounds, Sashi, depends on the bomb plant, but I'd say at 10, Sashi breaks Zero Tenacity, and then that would be a good plan. Like, that's ideal scenario for them. So that's what they should be playing for, to break them now and break them at the 10th round.
Okay, let's go. See if they're going to be able to find a way to do that. Nico, he's ready. He's already seen the foot. Yeah, he definitely knows. Good little fallback here. Okay. Well, they bet out some grenades, I guess, on the Zero Tenacity side. They don't really, it doesn't cost them necessarily that much.
Not at all. And like they're low utility. You know they're gonna explode. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, ready to try and hit the A-bomb site, but they're just getting completely shut down. Brood Monster. Okay, Tech 9. He was kind of ready for it, but yeah, the first kill's just going heavily in favor of Sashi there. So they will claim another round. They steal 1 AK to keep the AWP. And unfortunately, they don't even have that much money on the CT side. It actually does suck a little for them that they managed to lose that many rifles here. Because it would have been nice for them to come up with like 3 or 4 people.
Yeah, that third kill actually makes a difference, because if you survive with 3, you have the drops. Like with 2, it just destroys your economy even more. Like Lucky with the op there. Look at, they have the nades, right? So nothing to lose, but ooh, let's see it. Let's see it. Will Zero Tenacity back themselves into a corner, or can they just close this out?
So we're here to find out. It's been looking very, very good for them so far. So again, Nico playing inside of that bomb site. It's going to see, I think, yeah, they might have even seen the gun barrel the first time around. Lucky outside. Going to be easy to shut this one down. Okay, he does get dinked at range, but he's got backup with him, so I think they're fine. Nice clicking, just very, very confident from Siphon. He's going to keep going like that. 3 kills, 22 overall, right? Like, he was the guy that kept them in the game. I think if not for Siphon, they've already lost this map, right?
True. I mean, it's one of those. Again, I didn't see the kills, but you're right. 22. He's not even showing up like on the board too obviously, but he's hard carrying his team right now. If there's one player trying to get them in it, it's definitely him.
Yeah, you love to see that. 4 more rounds. I always feel like when you've got one player that's hitting this hard and doing this much work, like, you know, the rest of the team, like, they kind of almost owe it to him to, like, you know, to join him up there. Like, you know, he's put in so much hard work. You got to find a way to help him out.
You always feel bad for your boy, like when you see them trying and like it's just not gelling with the rest of the team. It really is just one player in flow state. You feel for him. Ooh, oh, you heard it.
Simka does go down, and now Lucky just
Let's
waiting
see if
here.
Lucky hit this one.
Yeah, full commit on that peak. Hard to know how to play it, but yeah, he just crouched right into it. So 5 versus 3 now of Sashi. I mean, this is all the steps in the right direction.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance.
Work.
I would say so. I'm starting to believe. I can feel. You know what? I'm a believer at heart. You know, I like the comeback story. So I'm always looking for it. You know.
I'm with you. I'm always down to see like comebacks and people fight out, have that spirit. So I'm with you. Let's go.
40 seconds. Oh, Siphon just finding that one. I think that might have been the chance there to do something in the 5 versus 3. Now I'm not so sure.
He got past, but he's aware.
Oh, Siphon. Yeah, he knows everything. 24 kills now. He's actually clawing Sashi back in. He just doesn't want to give up.
He's going for it. Oh, was it spotted?
Okay. Shut down.
All right. Now the break and a pause. That's what I'd guess.
It could be. Yeah, the typing is typically okay. Maybe just the tactical here.
Just a quick tactical right there.
That is
all
actually...
right. No, please go.
I was gonna say, sometimes when at this level of Counter-Strike, we do actually see that the teams tend to use those tactical timeouts really late. Now, I don't know if it's because it's online Counter-Strike or whatever, but it does feel like sometimes they just, you know, they lose a bunch of rounds and nobody ever like pulls the brake on the game and says, okay, we need to talk, you know.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a symptom of online Counter-Strike because if you're at home, like I said, I joke around with the Coke reference, but if you're at home, there's no crowd, there's no like people next to you. You're able to focus more, so you feel more in control of the game. So it isn't even a bad lack of pause. Is sometimes you're losing and you know what's going on in the game, so you don't want to call a pause and give a team the other team the chance to adapt, right? So
Yeah,
could be a
that's
part of the problem.
down to 3 rounds. 3 rounds, and we're in overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go.
do
Early
it.
smokes outside. Oh, he's blowing it open right away. That is some really good timing there. Going to be catching one of them going down. They try again, but look at it. It's just such a dangerous crossing, isn't it? Oh,
It is. I just love seeing people get spammed through that yard smoke. The timings are insane. That's such a hard one to get the timing.
Yeah, it really is. I feel like especially like you don't know when you throw those HEs, but if you do it quick like that, I mean, you know,
Double rotate.
It does kind of work out a lot of the time. I don't think Joffo had any idea that he was going to get shut down, and Lucky looking for one more shot. If he gets this one, it might be on, and it will be. AVN goes down. Now the bomb is planted, and Simka, he finds this one for free. Is there a chance that... Oh, he's lost Brood Monster, unfortunately. I was going to say, if he could have stayed alive down there, it would have been like an interesting 2v3. I think now, surely they're going to be defusing that bomb. It's actually Cabby who's taking the AWP. Nice.
Yeah, is Bogdan's Law still a thing?
It is, yeah. Yeah, everyone's still referencing that. Even all these years later.
Yeah, it's Counter-Strike folklore at this point. Like, what was the B-Hopper? Zyphon?
Yeah.
Foon.
Foon, yeah, you're right. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. Oh, there's Counter-Strike myth. For the newcomers to Counter-Strike, do Google that. There's some cool backstories about the surfers, the B-Hoppers, the actual pros back in the days. You're gonna enjoy it. It's a fun community to learn about.
Yeah, I can't believe that people the Foon stuff is kind of crazy. That was even thing. I think like that's actually so old. That's older than Bogdan's Law, right? Like.
Oh yeah, it is. The Foon, it was Counter-Strike Source. It's just a little song. It's just you know the song, you know it.
Yeah, I do. Oh damn. Okay, well, yeah. Some of you guys do a little bit of homework. If you don't know, you don't know. But check it out.
All right, look, Sashi, 10 rounds. They have money. It doesn't matter. 1 round puts them back. All right, now, basically, 0 tenacity, max loss bonus. They're gonna have one more buy, but it's not gonna be the best unless they get a bomb plant. Bare minimum bomb plant.
Okay, we've set the minimum. Let's see what they could do here. This is the map pick of Sashi, right? So, 0 tenacity. Really, really great start. I mean, it was absolutely terrific on the first half, but the second half has been a bit of a struggle for them.
It has. I mean, not ashamed to say it. I thought that they'd have more hard times on this CT side. Sashi, they're pulling through really well. Shut me up.
Oh, Lucky was there.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Just as the smoke was fading, that's very interesting. 4 versus 5. There's only Cabby. He was starting to walk down, and he's got no real grenades here. So it's like he doesn't have the incendiary or the smoke or anything to try and slow this down. If they hit this bomb site, they're going to be ready. Iceberg though, what a find! Like you see that, and there's nobody else in the lobby. You should know.
How's the timing? Big kill.
Yeah, Cabby picking up the first one. He sees the shadow of another player. 40 seconds. He's just doing such a good job, and they're not putting enough pressure on him either.
Wow.
He's not being allowed to fight alone like this.
Yeah, I mean, 100% right. They didn't pressure him. He got the round. Jofo, you have to make a miracle here, man.
Yeah, with only 22 health and about the same amount of seconds. Not sure that's going to be easy. You can see he knows the bomb's on the other side too. Trying to push in, but like they're just going to be waiting. There's absolutely no way. Yeah, I mean, try to get the wall bang, sure, but it would require a headshot like that to even be close to it, and I think he already knows. Trying to play a little game, trying to see if he can push somebody into the fight. It's going to be Cabby to pick up the round. That's 4 kills, and I think, unfortunately, that's, for 0 tenacity, they could have put a lot more pressure on him there.
Yeah. Oh, man. 11, they're back. Okay, now's the moment. Now, 0 tenacity, 100% are feeling it. Sashi is probably going through the roof mentally while trying to maintain composure. And we have the chaotic round. I love when CS gets to these rounds. This is fun CS. This is emotional.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot riding on it too, right? We're talking about VRS points and everything else, but the truth is, if Zero Tenacity end up losing this map in overtime, that's devastating going into map number 3. They're going to be spending a lot of energy on this.
Yeah, your confidence is gone if that happens. I mean, still not there yet. They're still in here, but they have to convert it now.
Yeah, oh, can't be in position. He's got backup with him too. Lucky was behind him with the AWP. They just back off. They say, no, thank you.
Yeah, it's a lack of coordination. One goes, the rest freeze. Smoke is there. It's like, go, don't go. Hard. It's hard.
Yeah, Nemana, he's actually made his way all the way down here. So that is...
Do they have presence? The guy's only on ramp. They do not know this.
Yeah, but if he opens the door, they're gonna know, right? So maybe
they're gonna break the roof.
Care.
Look, they're gonna break the roof on no timing. Gonna be an exec, and he's gonna open the door.
Okay, yeah, this is a classic play. You're absolutely right. We actually saw this, I think, in Katowice not that long ago. But yeah, you're exactly right. They're masking the audio.
He gets that ramp player. He's gonna get it. Unless the guy has like the Spidey sense tingle right now, he gets this kill.
What a sick play. Yeah, you called it, Zeus. Oh, he wants more. I don't know if it's greedy or not. There's nobody else there, so... Oh, maybe? It's close. He nearly sees it. He's actually got the setup for it. So he's going to kill this player. Lucky's going to be walking in, and he might have gone down too. This is
well played
so
still.
Scary. Down to 25
Look, fast
seconds.
fast rotation.
Yeah, but he's coming for them. He wanted that one. Iceberg still barely alive here. Nice shot from Simka. We're down to 18 seconds. Look at how low they both are. Sashi, they need this round to get it into overtime. Bomb's going to be planted now. This Galil is such a good weapon in this 1 versus 2. There actually might be a chance for him to clutch this one up.
Oh, he's on.
He did absolutely see him, but it doesn't matter. Iceberg with the headshot. My God, what a crazy round to get us into overtime.
Crazy round, and right there, Iceberg, IGLing. What a shot, surviving, smart play. Well done. We get the overtime. The Zeus Law app.
Damn, let's go. That's just absolutely insane. But what a... Like, this was a brilliant setup for the round for Zero Tenacity. Like, if we only had seen one Zero Tenacity round today and it was this one, we'd probably have a pretty good, like, a pretty good feeling about the team in terms of communication and tactics and everything. It was so well played.
It really came down to the last second because they played that super well. With the guy got pneumonia, got space, communicated with his team, they executed. He was able to get out. He was able to get the kill. Saw the second, potentially had it, but at least had information. It was that ultra fast rotate. Their protocols just weren't there fast enough, or the CTs just were fast.
Okay, well, here we go. Overtime is in effect. Zero Tenacity has a lot on the line, like you said. Your confidence is going to be crushed if you can't win this one. Pushing their way through. The flashbang's good. He actually does get Dink, and Simka, I think he was going to run into the Molotov anyway, but the trades are still going. They're just brute forcing this bomb site.
Yeah. First traditional CS round that I saw, Zero Tenacity 2v2.
Yeah.
Abby takes his.
That's really interesting. Sometimes you can just, you keep throwing people onto the bomb site. If you keep trading, it's going to work out for you at the end. Bomb.
That was actually perfect trading for them. The 3v3 is T-side advantage right there. It's just they couldn't close out from the, I think it's the post-plant just communication.
He gets down the vent here. The round is kind of back on now. If they go look, they maybe realize the bomb is gone. I think they saw it the first time.
They realize it, but it depends on the choice. I was gonna say, yeah. He chooses to go check, so it's gonna be super hard for him.
I'm surprised to see the CTs just waiting here. I felt like normally they would try and rotate more. He must be thinking the same thing. He's going all the way around the world. This is the wildest play. He's got 30 seconds, right?
Will they expect this? I mean, the timing is going to be the big differentiator. How fast he can get up there. Late round comes, the guy can't drop, because if he drops from A heaven, he's going to make sound. So this is the kill.
Yeah. One shot to try and change this round, and already... Oh, no, the timing... Okay, he gets it back. That's wild. If he would have got it, then Siphon would have been down below, and who knows what could have happened, but... I'm actually impressed that Sashi were as still as they were. That's another tier 2 Counter-Strike thing that I see. In some of those moments, where if it's like really close like this, you see the CTs, they just run everywhere. Like, they're so bad at standing still and just waiting.
It's the Anubis like on A running through the connector smoke. You feel pressured to do it just because you've seen other people do it and it works, but it's such a like, it's about doing it on the right timing with the right flashes and the team play. If you don't have that yet, but I'm not doing the same thing applies to the Nuke principle here that you're talking about.
Well, that's a lot of rounds in a row here for Sashi, right? Going into winning all the rounds in regulation and then into overtime now. It's starting to get really scary.
When I made my joke, it was what? I said they needed 8 rounds, so it was again an 8-4.5, right?
Yeah.
Because I said 13.
Yeah,
it was like something like that. So it's again 8 rounds in a row. 8 or 9 at this point.
This is kind of devastating. I'm happy to see Siphon as well. He's getting back up now, right? Like, Cabby's started to get there. Lucky's started to get there in terms of kills. It's not just one player anymore. They blow open the smoke again with that HE. And it's not even that isn't even what gets them the kill. But it does kind of force one player to go and fight there for his teammates. So they kind of make it work. Nice shot from Brute Monster, though.
But then they screwed him, yeah. And it turned back around. This is doable. Zero Tenacity needs it.
Yeah, it absolutely is doable here. Shutting down Cabby as well. But looks like they found a way to finally win around on this T side. 2 versus 4. This should be very locked in.
This has to be. I mean, it's that save where you don't even want to save because of the money, right? Like, but at the same time, what are you gonna do? That's the truth. Unless they give you a kill, there's not much you're gonna pull. You can't pull a rabbit out of nowhere.
No. Definitely true. But yeah, like you said, because of the money, they're going to be thinking, oh, you know, tell with it, let's just go. Maybe if you had AKs on the CT side, you actually could justify saving just because you obviously can't buy those. But they're going to try and go for it here. Smoke is up. They get the kill on one, but Lucky goes down. And the flash is just completely devastating there. Nico goes down. And that'll be another round. So finally for Zero Tenacity, this is the round that they needed like 3 rounds ago. And they would have won the game in regulation. But they get it at last.
It took them 9 rounds to get 1 on the board. But that's Counter-Strike in it. Sometimes it just clicks, or maybe they needed that 1 round to actually get the understanding going right now.
Yeah, that's something else that we have seen in the past where you lose a bunch of rounds, but you win 1, and suddenly the whole team is like, oh, okay. Well, now we know.
You remember how to play CS out of nowhere.
And they've got some players for it, right? Brood Monster's got 22. Simka's got 20.
Look at Iceberg's kit. Like 8 seconds into the round, he had used 3 grenades already.
Yeah,
he's like full anti-rush.
He's so worried about it. Oh, the timing is insane. They've caught them with
they're always going on they're always going on the first timing of the smokes as well, though.
Yeah.
Like variation. Fast timing is always in the first one. Like this is easily gotten by like a skybox edge or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you know, that's something else that we do see at a pro level, right? Like, or at a tier 1 level, you'll see very often teams will throw like the first set of smokes out in the yard with no one even being there, and then the CTs use their grenades, and then you throw another set, so you end up using almost like 5 grenades, like 5 smokes in the yard, and then you have no smokes for anywhere else on the map. But people will do that on Nuke nowadays.
Yeah, it's about conditioning. You have to play mind games with the other team. But if you're always going through in the timings and the other team is hitting it and you keep repeating it, the same tendency, it's like you're not gonna do different plays by remaking the same mistakes or same style of play.
Yeah, it has been maybe a little bit too predictable here. 5 versus 1, and with the low health here, unfortunately, I just don't see it happening. It's would be sick. Would be a sick way to try and get another round, but it looks like it's going to be the first 2 rounds of overtime, or 2 out of 3 rounds of overtime are going to go the way of Sashi here. So that's pretty compelling, right? Like, it's still pretty good for them. If they steal it away and get onto a 3rd map like this, that's kind of crazy.
Pretty compelling again. Like halfway through the map ago, I don't think anyone would be talking to them at the stadium how bad they were playing. Look at this now; they're about to win this map.
Yeah, doing a really, really good job of timing here. A little bit earlier. This one though, yeah, you're right. It is right when the smoke is up. Like they immediately throw the HEs and they just catch them.
Yeah, it's been like that. Like you saw, 10 seconds into the round, if you're dying crossing to a blown nade, you're using it too fast.
Okay, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 14-13. It is the first to 16 with the overtime format here, if you're new to the whole thing. But let's see what Zero Tenacity can do themselves, right? They're looking for a 2-0 victory in the series. They won the first map on Anubis. It was their map pick. Sashi coming into this one, hoping that their own map pick is going to be rewarded with a bit of a victory. I think it's Inferno to decide if we get all the way to the end here. So, yeah, but we do need Sashi to win 2 to make it through.
The cross going on? able to get through. A lot of damage right there. Like dink damage, HG damage. Zero Tenacity felt a little bit of the hit. Zyphon's low. He's on for dear life right now.
Just jiggling around the corner here. He's got the AWP right in the position, but he does miss the shot initially. He's actually sticking around, and yeah, Iceberg, he saw that coming. He realized, I'm not hearing any footsteps. Nobody's running away down here. That's a huge kill to start with. Still got a minute on the clock, and they still have the bomb making its way out by that red container in the yard. Deep nade. Oh!
Oh, what?
I think he
must have clipped something, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Either that or just the fact that he fell off the roof. I don't know. That's crazy.
But yeah, I think the fall off the roof is definitely a factor right there. But even then, I thought it would have had him.
Oh, Lucky. What an entrance. He just ran to check that one spot. That is really, really sick. And yeah, they're trying to get down here, but it's not going to be allowed at all. Sashi. Where was this Sashi for the first half when they were on the T side? This is so good.
That's true. But this Sashi right here, difference, they're committed. They chose a play. They went through secret. One, their secret has started working out well. I criticized them a lot for their only A hits. Now that they're going secret, they're getting a lot of space. And Zero Tenacity is giving them that space, right? Because I don't know if they're not thinking that they keep repeating fast plays or that they beat so ballsy at this point in overtime. Or just the fact that they had the game and now they're in their own heads.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that because in the first half it was just Siphon doing a lot of the work, and now they've actually got like more of the team to finally come online. So maybe the game just feels really different for Sashi here. Like Lucky, this kind of an entry is sick.
That spacing, yeah, it's great spacing. Yeah, he knows where the team sets him up to entry. That's his area. If he dies, the team's gonna know where he died from more than likely too.
Yeah, so well played. Okay. They're one round away. The full comeback. Listen, a lot of the time in these CCT games we talk about like the fake comeback, but this is shaping up to be the real comeback. People are gonna be blown away by this.
Man, I never doubted Sashi. Y'all can quote me. I dare you to find a clip.
Yeah, exactly. We knew. We had a feeling, you know. 15.
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. We still got Zero Tenacity. Again, one round's all it takes, right? One CT round, and it's.
This is brilliant. Such a good counter flash coming out there. They just couldn't see anything. Slowed down and ultimately shut down Cabby. He does drop down, but he's very low on health. And don't know if they heard him yet, but it looks like they are looking for him. I think Brute Monster is actually already on a mission. Yeah, he knows. They had a read. They heard Cabby, and that's kind of half the battle, isn't it? So, yeah, might be double overtime.
What are you thinking if you're Cabby or Zyphon right now in this situation? You still have match point, right? You still have overtime point, so you're pretty safe. But at the same time, you just gotta wait out this round now and talk over your plan. That's not fun.
What I'm probably hoping for is that there's a big mistake for Zero Tenacity, that they would have walked into a shot somewhere and suddenly it's like a 2v3. But honestly, credit to them. Then they're really not giving a lot away. There's the thing, but again, now it's a 1 versus 4, so it's a bit different, I guess. Like you can probably take a couple of risks if you really want to here. I don't think they're going to be absolutely fine anyway. Though there's nothing Cabby could do here with 20 seconds. So yeah, I probably would be hoping for a mistake, but when it doesn't come, then you're just like, oh, we're just wasting time, aren't we?
Oh, all right, a little burn kill right there, a little summit.
One of the rare times the incendiary actually does something. I feel like it never happens. I'm telling people now, I'm like, stop throwing incendiary grenades. Like, unless you're like doing a retake where you're like burning out a corner or something, if you're doing it defensively, nothing happens, you know. I feel like they just don't do anything.
I see a lot of people complaining about Molotov spread. CTs are screwed, man.
Yeah, it's the new thing. But this one was nice.
Huh? Look at that gigantic pool of fire.
What a way to go. Okay, here we are. We just need one more round.
Big round. Sashi, you know this. You're worth a lot of points. Worth the CCT higher up. Come on.
Yeah. Get those. Get closer. Get ranked. Get invited. It's Lucky outside. He does actually find a kill on Brute Monster, I think Brute Monster's been winning that fight a lot in the yard, right? In the regulation, I feel like it was him that had Lucky's number every time.
No, he was doing a good job right there, especially on top of Silo. He was holding down and having information. Again, a little bit of the other team allowing him to have that information pretty early on tells, but he's doing his job.
And now the whole game is slowed down here. Sashi, maybe expecting a little bit of a CT aggression now that it's a 4 versus 5.
It would be, but overtime is even more of the Wild West. Like the strat book, if it goes one more OT, it's completely out the window.
Oh, look at this. They're actually, so they're playing 2 down in B right now. What an
Nice
entry.
kill.
Insane
Nice
flashbang.
kill.
There's only 1 player left defending the bomb site right now. Oh, this might just be the 3rd map coming in here. Siphon does go down, but that only brings it into a 2 versus 4, and they still don't know that it's the B bomb site. Now I think they realize. I think Joffo just heard it. He said, okay, wait a minute. I'm hearing footsteps down here. Simka will take down Iceberg. That's actually kind of a crazy kill.
Yeah.
No, surely they're not going to be giving up. This is 2 on 5, right?
There's no way.
There should
There's
be no way. This should be where Sashi find the kill and get us onto a 3rd map on Inferno. Simka, he's really looking for it, but just nobody there that he could fight. And he's, again, 1 bullet away from death, more or less. So Joffo trying to see if he can work it on the other side, opening that door. He's all right. He's done a little bit of damage here, sneaking on in. It's a really good spray. They get the kill on Cappy, and now they're running for the defuse. Can they actually pick it up? Simka goes down, and there's Nico with the shot. All right, good work for Sashi here, and a crazy comeback into overtime. They just had to do so much work, and without Siphon, they would have never even got close. But that's actually sick.
Isn't that the story of the game, though? The grenade in hands, like it's how it has to go. And of course, after an insane comeback, we get a 3rd map. Interesting, good, interesting, fun Counter-Strike, Anders.
Yeah, we love to see it. It's what we're here for at the end of the day. And it was the map pick for Sashi. So I was getting a bit nervous because I started to feel like, okay, you're going to pick the map and then, you know, you don't even know what you're doing on the T side. But it turns out they just had a, you know, potentially a bit of a bad start. And once they got into it a little bit more, it was different. So map number 3 is going to be on Inferno. That'll be coming up right after the break. So stay tuned and we will be right back. All right, here we go once again. We're back. We're ready. It's more Counter-Strike coming up here. We've got a third map here between Sashi and Zero Tenacity. How on earth, Zeus, did we get... How didn't they just win? It should have been a 2-0 for Zero Tenacity. What are they doing?
I take full responsibility for that. It's my first day on the job, and I do not know the power that I hold in my hands, Anders.
No.
I take full responsibility for that. But on a serious note, Zero Tenacity, they had that game. They had that. They threw it. It's more on them than it is on Sashi to win. Props to Sashi, but now it's about having resilience. I think Zero Tenacity showed themselves to be a better team so far, but it's not about being the better team. It's about converting the points, and they failed when they needed to convert and close.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because they had such an insane lead, right? And now we're talking about, you know, what happens to a team when you lose that kind of, you know, lose in overtime. It's devastating. So hopefully, like you said, hopefully they have some resilience and they can come back and show us something here on Inferno, the last map. What's your thoughts on Inferno right now? Do you like the map?
I've always liked Inferno. It's very tactical. I mean, it's slow. It's not the most entertaining Counter-Strike at all times. But I think if you understand the small nuances that lead to those banana kills, to the mid take, to those last second executes, I think it's a great map.
All right. Well, I like it too. I've got some different criticisms of the map at the moment where I, things that I'm worried about with a lot of pro teams, how they play the map. But, that's why Tier 2 Counter-Strike is fun. Sometimes we learn some brand new stuff. So I'm hoping that we're going to see some creative Counter-Strike coming out here as well. I feel like we've already been seeing some fun ideas. So let's get more of that in, and we'll see how this one plays out. I guess they are going to be knifing for side. So, do you care currently if you start one side or another on a map like Inferno?
On Inferno, not as much. I actually prefer like T-side Inferno. I think you get momentum going on your side. You catch CTs normally like first map of the day or catching a little slack in it. I think it's good for you. But at the end of the day, no, I don't think there's even like maybe Nuke, maybe Ancient. You have like a strong preference, of course, Anubis, but it's even then teams have the same chance. So no, you can't choose.
Well, then we're gonna go into it, I believe, in a couple of seconds here. I do think, actually, with talking about pistol rounds, like, I think there are a lot of really potentially interesting pistol rounds on Inferno, because sometimes people gamble so much where, they'll push down middle, or they'll put, 4 in the B bomb side, 1 in A, or more likely 1 on B and 4 in A. But, like, that CT side, I feel like people try so many different weird things, and I just enjoy that.
I like it too. It's a mastery of timing and reads right here. Inferno is a map where you have full audio, full communication. So it does lead to some micro plays. I wouldn't say that the macro is the most entertaining.
We'll see here. They actually already spotted down middle, and I think Zero Tenacity is taking a look in the second mid, so they have a pretty good idea that there are no T's in that second mid position. So it might just come down. This is the 4-1 split. They got 4 people at top mid, and all of it will be down to 1 player. A boost on up, and already putting pressure on. If he throws out the smoke, they're going to come anyway. He's actually trying to find the early HE, and man, this is rough.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
Locked out.
Cabby here, just listening, said easy footsteps coming. Flashbang doesn't really do that much to him, and he's going to be good for the first headshot. Gets 2 as well. That's absolutely wild. The bomb already planted here, a lot of pressure on, but there is a smoke kit on. Oh, this actually could work out for them. If they land the smoke on that bomb, they can absolutely win it here. We've seen this many, many times, so I wouldn't be too secure right now if I'm Sashi. This could be an awful way to potentially lose the round. Here we go. He's put up the smoke on top of the bomb. Now, they should know what's coming up next. They're trying to find him inside. The knives are out. It might have actually been a knife kill, but it will be the Glock instead. So I love the attempt, though. That's pretty sick for Zero Tenacity. But it will be Sashi to win the round.
Yeah, solid attempt. Really good positioning in the C4. Small detail, but he was on top of the railing. So
yeah,
if their team doesn't lose all those kills way too early, he's actually in a really good place to actually stick that defuse.
Well then. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing solo like that on the B bomb side, what can you even do to slow them down? I mean, obviously you get a couple of headshots with the USP, that's great, but other than that, like, you can't really stop them.
You can. I mean, that first shot is super important. I think what he could have done, like, is really instantly press like whatever his quick switch key is to the smoke and drop it. That's his only chance. Because in the retake, there's not much you can do with that smoke either. Like, he was trying one with the bomb, but even then, it's not great.
Well, it puts them a little bit behind here, but they did force into it, and these force fires with the 5.7s on Inferno can be really insane sometimes. Oh, the Deagle not connecting though for Simka, But yeah, that 5-7 up close. And I mean, on Inferno, you're up close almost all the time, right? So you can really do some damage.
It could. I mean, Sashi, again, that like focused look of attack, just going straight into it. The pulse pop. If he's facing, he probably gets that guy, but he doesn't expect him to pop like that at like 25 seconds into the round.
They're going to be backing out. MP9's going to be brought into the next round, and I mean, for Sashi, there's a very, very fast round. Remember how they lost that round on Anubis at the very start of the best of 3, where they were like rushing middle, and there was just some guy waiting in the corner with a FAMAS, and they ended up losing. Not saying
the last round of the first.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. But here, it like, you know, there's a lot of speed. Like, there is an upside to it, but the downside is, man, if that 5-7 gets a couple of kills, like, you never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I've had a few of those rounds where you just do the Halls pop and you mistime the flash and it just goes down. So I'm with you. He could have done something. He didn't. At the end of the day, that's what counts, right? Hey, we got a nice little glitch there. Look at that. Bug in the Matrix, Anders. You know it's real.
Yeah, we are living in a simulation. I've tried to warn people for a long time, you know?
You were the first person to talk to me about that like 9 years ago.
Yeah.
You were ahead of your time, man.
Yeah. Well, now...
All right, MP9s, Deagles, still in it.
Yeah, enough to make it dangerous. Well, they're going to be
Actually, I like this because a lot of teams take that liberty on these gun rounds right now, where you have an advantage, just walking arch, walking lane, trying to do something crazy. I actually enjoy this.
If it works, yeah. Like if you peep this corner, you said maybe a little bit lazily. You just think, oh, we're gonna have the corner.
But even the walk, like the flash there normally is above, right? So like the god flash for that position is above them, so they're still good. It's just the smoke, and he can walk forward and see if the smoke's a little bad. I think it's good though. I will say it landed very nice.
Yeah, more grenades. Ooh, smoke. I think was meant to go in front there. So Simkin, he's actually so he just instantly recommits another one. That's a bit of a shame, right? That's like 20 seconds of the round that Sashi.
Yeah, I was gonna say they missed the smoke. He almost got that, but he'd rather play it safe. And in the end, it works for Sashi because they got what they wanted. That smoke was not a commit. It was to get utility. Flashbang, my bro? No, they had a flashbang that CT could have been really strong.
Okay, hold on. They actually are rotating people in. This could be kind of interesting. MP9 doesn't really get the job done, and Simpi's going to be going down. There's still a player nearby. Brute Monster, he's charging in. The timing was actually good, and he got the dink onto Cabby, but again, they just don't quite have the manpower for it, unfortunately. That's a shame. I think Zero Tenacity was a good rotation, and like they could have been doing some more damage in this round, I think.
They could have. I swear, to me, it's a little bit of utility. One flash, that extra smoke save. That's the round where the detail would have gotten them to position in time.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. Oh, it's rough, but good job for Sashi. They're loving life right now.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity. Not a good start after the comeback that they suffered. I'll say that.
Very curious to see how this one plays out for the for like how Zero Tenacity want to hold the B bomb side, if they are the sort of team that want to really fight for banana, or if they just kind of give it up. Because I feel like there are some different teams out there who you know, like have a strong opinion one way or another, where, you know, they either really want to fight or they just say, we're just gonna hold the side, you know.
I agree. And the problem is, for the teams that really want to fight, you really have to have utility. If you don't, like, it kills your style.
Yeah, deep nades landing onto Siphon. He's already down quite low here at the moment. Lucky sneaking a bit closer. He's got a look onto the middle. They are aware that that there could be some aggression potentially coming out. We've got Cabby smoking off towards the arch side, and Nico is clearing out the apartments as well. So yeah, Sashi maybe being forced a little bit with some of that deeper utility for Zero Tenacity. Yeah, they just threw deep grenades, but it's really slowed down the T side here quite a bit.
Yeah, but another map where sort of like Anubis, they can use that utility pretty well if they're on the T side to actually still have space at the end of the round. It just comes down to the famous fallen rounds, the rounds where it's like 7 or 8 seconds, but you can still do it as a T.
Look at the timing, it's insane. Nobody Molotov the corner, and Avian gets one. Brute Monster on the other side. He's only getting away for the one kill. He couldn't actually escape. Simka getting flashed in. Doesn't see anyone, but it's still pretty good information to work with. And somehow he's ready for that lineup. That's a very hard angle to fight at, I think. But Nico goes down, and Siphon, he's, unfortunately, from the earlier grenades, way too low on health to try and clutch this one. So, Obviously, might give it a crack anyway. I mean, if he gets another kill here, it's still pretty big for keeping the money low on the Zero Tenacity side. But, yeah, he just doesn't have the health to actually win the round. And it looks like he's given up on it anyway. So, wow, well played.
Yeah, he accepts the fate. Smart save right there. And no, not much you can do at the end of the round. Pretty good utility. Like I said, the Hall skill was good awareness. It's not even about the shot, but the fact that he was aware enough to like straight peek exactly the sliver, not forget about that angle that the guy could have posed on him, shows really good awareness.
This is, unfortunately, you know, I don't know how you feel about this, but whenever you see people they don't Molotov that corner, you always want to criticize it, but at the same time, if they Molotov the corner, it slows down Sashi too, right? Like, they want to be there with the element of surprise, you know?
It's just about having the guy posted, right? One guy had to be in brackets, hugging the right side of mid, giving the cover to that. Like, one guy at trio, one proceeding, and one guy holding left side for him. You have to have triangulation.
Okay, that's fair. I like that approach. So that if you're not going to throw the Molotov, at least have the guy holding the angle.
Oh yeah, one guy's gonna pick the upper arch or library, or second are on moto, and the other's cover, and one's anti-flash looking at their rear. Pretty simple.
Okay, I could be with you on that. That sounds like that's like a fair compromise.
It's all about just making it work with what you got. Like, there's gonna be rounds where you're gonna have to execute B with 20 seconds and there's a smoke there. You're gonna have to find an HE or run boost through it. It's about that team play, that like finding solutions and problems. That's the only issue that there is.
Well, right now they're finding I think a good solution here in taking this banana control. They've smoked arch at the same time, so unless the CTs push into middle from like that quad side, they're not going to know about this B attack that's coming, and they're going to be caught by surprise, I think.
Yeah, no, it's a good smoke. It was respected this time. They don't have the information. They're going to get executed. Molly or smoke? Smoke.
Yeah, smoke down. And they also had they actually did have the incendiary for outside. This is actually pretty good defense all of a sudden now. Zero Tenacity, they found a really sick timing here. Oh, they're getting blocked off inside of the smoke. Sick spray down coming through with that M4A1. But still, in spite of that, it's still a 2-on-3.
That always happens on Inferno. It's like you get those initials and then it just turns around really fast. This 2v3, 50-50.
Yeah, it probably is, you're right. Retaking the site, not something that a lot of teams are very good at. And they only have flashbangs as well. Double banana.
Look at Banana. Super safe. Super, like, scared.
Yeah.
Not scared. Cautious is the right word. But, whew, like, every second that goes, Sasha gets stronger. The odds go up.
Yeah, they can play for time as well. There's no incendiaries to burn them out of any corner either. Cabby, he's hearing the footsteps. You know they're coming right in front. Good spray down on the one. He wants to keep on fighting. And Lucky just has to play ring around the rosy now. Yeah, buy time. And I think Brute Monster, he knows by now, even if he gets that shot, he's not quite going to have the time to actually win the round. So, wow, in spite of a triple spray down, it's still not enough. Like, honestly, it was so well played on that B defense to begin with. I think they had the timing down for, like, all the grenades, Zero Tenacity, and they still lost the round.
They did. They were able to block it. So it was like, I was going to say, your Arch Smoke commentary was very precise, but they were still able to block it, get 3 kills, so the rotator could come in. Look, he's coming in through Arch right now. They had the timing, and then... Wah, wah, wah.
Still not enough. Oh, it's devastating. Absolutely devastating. But it does speak to the power of hitting those B bomb sites, right? It's why you see teams do it over and over again. Like, every time you feel like you have a chance, it's probably just worth going for. Oh, we've got a Zeus in play.
Okay, what am I doing?
It's a good question. I mean, what are your thoughts on it?
I love it.
You buy the Zeus every once in a while just for the fun? Just make the team laugh, you know?
Dude, not only to laugh, the investment return potential on that's amazing. Plus, you get tilted when you get Zeus. Don't lie. Everyone hates getting Zeus. It's like, no. You feel humiliated.
It is one of the worst feelings, isn't it? It's like, no, come on. Don't do it like that.
It's horrible. You just know you got played.
Okay, well, let's see if we're going to get a chance for it. Oh.
Fair duel. All right, up and Mach 10.
Not bad at all. Oh, they're putting a lot of speed behind this one, just rushing right through. And there's the Mach 10s. I actually like this speed now. We talked about it earlier, how it can be risky to play this fast, but I think with Mach 10s, it's like, yeah, why not? Even if you run into a stack, if this is a bit of 5-man stack at the A-bomb site, maybe you lose a Mach 10. Like, is that really a big deal? Probably not.
I'm with you. And the fact that they have the Mac 10, the fact that it was after a pause, so you think the other team is coming with something a little bit more set. They just readjusted, so let's throw them off the balance.
This is... I mean, we talked about it, right? You lose that second map in overtime, Zero Tenacity, and for Sashi coming into this one, they're just feeling very, very hyped up at the moment. You can kind of tell it's sort of reinvigorated the team. They're feeling great. Cabby's playing well. Nico's playing well. They've got a lot of firepower all of a sudden. They were really missing this at the start of map 2.
You're right. And Nico, right, standing in, doing his part, showing up. All right, let's not get that spot.
Look at the speed here. Oh, and he finds him right through. Simka goes down. That super meta smoke that they're throwing on the left-hand side of Banana for the T side, that they can push through like that, is hard to defeat, and you can play around it in so many different ways. It's really fascinating to me. They're actually going to come back, and I think Nemina here he's probably dead. Yeah, instantly. Even if he gets a kill, he's like, what can they even do to save the round? I think even if he gets a double kill, they probably still lose the round.
Yeah, I mean, the only shot was if they weren't going B and he gets that info. That's literally the only thing, but it's rolling the dice entirely on yourself and like you lock your team out.
That's so well played. So, saving on the other side, Zero Tenacity. We all knew that was going to happen. Everybody knows what Inferno's like. We don't even have to say it anymore, I think.
We don't. The coolest part in Inferno is exactly what you said in the beginning. That fiery Inferno and Banana. It's smoke, Molotov, flashes coming, gunshots everywhere. It's like, it's chaos, but it's entertainment.
And it changes a lot from like month to month. If people end up paying a lot of attention, like when you just look at it from like a first-person view and there's just chaos everywhere, and it just looks like it's all the same pretty much. But if you ever slow the rounds down and you go and watch the demos, like you can tell that like no, it's actually there's like real rhythm in it, and everything means something, even though it looks sort of random sometimes. It's actually kind of wild.
Yeah. That's why, to me, I think it's one of the better maps, because again, as a coach or trying to look analytical, it's like what you said. If you look at Banana, a lot of the fights look the same. I promise you, there's not. There's like 50 different variations of one flash, one smoke, one Molotov different. It changes the entire purpose of where you should be anti-flash, who's going in first, who's changing. It's like it's a lot of like technical depth that requires you to master Banana. It's kind of like intuitive Apple products. A really good Banana player, you don't even notice that he's a good Banana player. It just looks natural.
Yeah. Oh, he just found like all the right angles. He's just he happens to be dodging the flash and not stepping in the Molotov, and it's like all kind of working out. Here we go.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Okay, deep double incendiary coming out from Zero Tenacity. So like a really hard way, I think, of saying we really want this bottom Banana control. Like that's the thing for them this round. But Iceberg wants to find his way through. If that Molotov had gone to the other side, who knows what could happen. But they just clear it hard.
Oh no,
he ran into the corner shooting, and again, if you die here you might lose the round anyway, but at least he's getting out of there. Very
smart. Yeah, smart. Run, baby. Oh,
they're still on top of him though, and they will find him in spite of all that work. Like, it's so sick. They had such a great position here. Now they could still win it 3 versus 3, but it is not going to be easy.
Rotate's coming in late. They're not gonna have anyone Banana. Do they have utility? Yeah, they got 2 flashes, 1 HE.
I mean, the problem is at some point you have to go for these retakes, right? You've got to pick a round where you say, okay,
they're going. They're
going.
going.
Yeah, you're right. Here we are. I do kind of like it. Flash is going over. They haven't really forced anyone into a fight yet. There's another flashbang and a great shot cruising in. Lucky goes down. It's all on Nico. Does he have a grenade? Yes, he does.
Oh,
throwing it around the corner. Oh, I don't think it went deep enough. Oh, no. Yeah, they're going to be defusing that bomb. I think he thought that was going to bounce all the way off the wall and land on top of the plateau, but it didn't.
Still, it's huge. But still, those kills are huge. I agree with you. Could have maybe gotten it, but still, even then, it'd probably be a little bit hard for him with the 3v1. But the fact that he gets those 3 kills after, that's big.
Yeah. Keeps them very, like... I don't know if this is actually true, but, like, I feel like there are some, like, one of the big victories you can have on the T side like this is if you... Even when you lose a round, you basically make sure that the other team can't really celebrate the win, It's like, yeah, we won, but...
yeah. I'm saying, like, when you're losing that, like, when Nico's 1v3, you're like, ah, shit. As soon as he gets all 3, I swear, you leave the round like, no, that was fucking great. You just destroyed their economy. Look, there's a Famas, there's the op there, but not gonna have all the utility. They had to drop stuff, so again, not full utility. Inferno, you really need it. Op, you gotta go for some kind of, like, even if it's not a fast pick, you gotta hold some line where you can get a first kill for your team. If you play this too passive, it's gonna be rough.
Well, here we go. Let's see what they could do. If Nico can make anything of the last 3 kills that he got in that round, I mean, if they win this round, then they are going to be so broke on the Zero Tenacity side. So 6-2 right now. I mean, either way, Sashi are doing a fantastic job. I think even if this becomes a 6-6 game, they're still probably in a pretty good mood about everything. So already a nice start. And it could be so much better if they win this one, obviously.
Let's see if they're going to do the little retake, or is it just a set flash over the roof?
Oh, one player with an M4. Okay, here comes the counter utility.
Oh,
but
great
it's
shot.
A little bit too late. He does go down, and they should know there's only one player at the site here. A little bit surprised the Iceberg slowed this down. I feel like surely you just try and convert this right now before any backup is there. Okay, he's going to get the reward. Simka tries to go for it. Nice lineup through the smoke for AVN, and again, should be a winnable round here for Zero Tenacity. But as you said earlier, it's probably still like a 50-50.
Yeah, let me see utility. Flash, Molly, smoke. Oh, they have a lot of utility for T-side, but I don't think they can pull the grenades too fast here.
Yeah.
This one, I still would put CT, but oh no.
That's scary. Brute Monster decides to go and no-scope him instead. That's pretty wild. Nico, he didn't find the... Oh, never mind. He's going to get shot in the face. It's an incendiary behind him as well. And they also had a smoke, to be honest. I was going to say he had a Molotov, but the problem is they can just smoke the bomb if he throws it out. So... very nice retake here. Zero Tenacity, a critical round. They absolutely need to win this one.
That they did. All right, for them, three isn't even the greatest, but I think that given the story of the map, they'd leave happy with a 6-6. For Sashi right now, they're already in a great spot. 7, 8, or 9. They're like golden.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. It's starting to look really interesting for them here. 6-3. The money's running a bit low, I guess, on the T side. So if they can win this one, it's going to help them out quite a bit. It starts to get a bit complicated otherwise. Cabby's the first to go down. And it's Brute Monster back in action again.
There's always a time in the map where that guy has to show up. It's his moment.
Yeah, which, I mean, if you're the AWP player, right, You've got to have some impact like that. You can't. It's a expensive rifle, right? It's a big roll. Can't just disappear. So,
Rue, what are your thoughts on the ops on CS2? How they're going?
I mean, everyone's kind of saying, "Oh, hold on, wide swing."
Oh,
never mind. Okay, we can go back to talking about it. They made it the quick round. I feel like a lot of people are sort of complaining that it's really, really hard for AWP players, and I think I guess you could look at it and say, yeah, it's true. We are missing like, you know, a lot of really, you know, impactful AWPers. There are like a couple of them, but it feels like it's quite far and few between. So I do feel like there is something a bit missing, but I don't know. Like the problem with the AWP is that it's just always had this weird role in the game where if you buff it even just a little bit, it can also take over the entire game. So,
oh yeah.
So maybe I would just kind of keep it where it is and say people just have to learn to adapt. You know, I don't know if that's too harsh, but.
I do think that like Donk is teaching the Dong swing, so the rifle, it's not even that the op isn't there. I think the rifles are just, due to the mechanics, naturally better in CS2. But really good oppers, the one advantage that I'll say they have is like you don't need to be the Maazi who's doing the wild flicks.
Yeah.
But its oppers are really good at holding the line now. They should be, right? Because that's the main use that they have is for the T's to be scared of fighting an op.
Yeah.
If they're not scared of fighting an op, then you have nothing.
Yeah. Ooh. That's a nice peek coming out there. Flashed over the walls. Classic play into second mid. Oh, nice headshot. Okay. Damn.
You can feel it. I don't know how. It's like you just know it's coming.
Yeah. It's when you've been watching too much Counter-Strike, you end up with that sixth sense of what's happening.
Yeah, we're full part of the matrix. We're seeing code right here.
Yeah, that is how it feels like sometimes. But yeah, that's really sick. I think there are some
waiting to smokes, yeah.
It's like a couple of modern orbers that play like that. I think Slacks is one of them. That I think like we've got a couple of new style orbers that I think are you know, they're a bit more defensive. They're not the Modesty types, but they do have a big impact on the game. Unfortunately here, it's not the AWPs, but it's the Deagles that are really causing a lot of trouble here for Zero Tenacity. If they were to lose this round, I think that would almost be unforgivable. Sure, it's the Deagles and you get a good headshot or two, but man, What a position here for Lucky as well. He was getting checked, kind of, but AVN still goes down. Lucky. Oh,
You already got it.
God. Yeah, what a risk to take. Cabby being forced out, but because the smoke is up, they can't really punish him so easily. And he gets the headshot. Oh, it's a disastrous round. Zero tenacity. Why have they done it?
Oh, man. It's a disaster. That... You had a chance, and of course it's going to go to the Deagle Tech 9.
Yeah.
Oh, and he wasn't even on, like, Siphon's screen there. That looked like some old school Interp thing.
Yeah, Interp is back.
You remember Interp?
Oh, yeah, I do. Like, the people who like really were like the wizards of like setting the Interp just right. Like, you just back around the wall and you'd still die. Like, come on.
It just gets you. I wasn't even peeking.
Yeah. Well, 7-4. We're in round number 12. Last of the half here. Another battle for banana control coming out, and it's Siphon playing a little bit behind that smoke. Right, he's not really trying to run through it yet. So, slowing it down. Now that it's gone, we'll see. Okay.
Double molly,
Molotov.
sandbag. Yeah. Flash.
Okay. That's awesome. I actually feel like that flashbang is so much less efficient now than it was, like, a couple of years ago. But,
the phase put out the Molotov with the smoke and get yourself flashed in era. That was beautiful, banana.
Yeah. No, like, it was classic for a reason, you know? But, I feel like these days that pop flash very often doesn't get you the result that you're expecting, but this time it was dead on perfect. 4 versus 5, but I mean, they still have banana control. Might as well execute onto the B bomb side, I guess.
That's where they go again. The 4v5 execute remembers the Astralis Fnatic game for the old timers. If the last second executes, full exec coming in, HG for break.
Yeah. They're going to go right through. 30 seconds here. Trying to take a run. Missed shot. Got to be careful you're not shooting your teammates on the other side. Mind the crossfire. But you know what? They've slowed this down so well. And Sashi, when they break open that first smoke with the grenade, they have to get a couple of kills behind that. And they just don't really do that. So nicely done for Zero Tenacity here. They get another round on the board.
Fair enough. Yeah, they get another one. They're still in it. I mean, I would never say that a team down 7-5 or 8-4 is out of it. Never you'd hear something like that from me. So... good job, Sashi.
Okay, we're still in contention. We love to see it. Pistol round could be very, very important here on the second half. And again, I'm always more curious about the pistols on this map. I feel like there are some cool variations. Like, I'm already seeing Iceberg with an HE molly, and I'm already thinking, ooh, like another HE on Cappy. Could they have some funny trick to try and blow open off the team?
Yeah, there's a lot. Two HEs, two smokes, 2 flashes. This is can go 2 ways. Either a set strat or a really good default just to punish banana, things like that. See how the round pans out.
Yeah. Oh, well, there we go.
Panned out well.
Deep double grenade with the incendiary on the other side, so just absolutely wrecking them. But they keep pushing into it. This is dangerous. You could end up giving the advantage away. Yeah, Iceberg, it's time to run.
Run. Headshot angles. Nope.
Okay, a little bit further behind. He's got the great setup for it. Simka with a grenade in hand. You've already said it multiple times. This is the grenade in hand game. Iceberg landing another stunning headshot, and now he's got all the attention. No one's looking. Oh,
no,
Nico, he nearly.
No one saw that.
Yeah, it's all good. You know, he got the kill. That's all that matters, right?
Clean 1 bullet. Perfect.
Exactly. That's the story that we're gonna tell. Now he actually does have the bomb here. There's 50 seconds. I mean, if he wins this fight, you know, 1 versus 2, there's a chance for a bomb plant. And bomb plants are huge, obviously, in CS2 now. It's such a big deal if you get that bomb plant. He can't, though.
No, lucky. He really does get the clean 1 tap. But now this is the round. You know how this goes, Anders. You know the script. This is the real moment. Like, all of Counter-Strike pistols are great, but if people decide to force, it's all in this round.
Yeah, it could be a huge swing. Sashi, though, I mean, I like the early double grenade. I don't know, would you keep peeking banana after that double nade, or would you say that's good enough? Like, we're happy we're in a 4-on-5, you know?
I'd say if the team is entirely blocked up, sure, peek it. I wouldn't peek like the way they were doing, just kind of like half-ass peek it. Not sure if we're going to go or not. Not sure if they're there or no.
Okay, fair enough. Well, there is absolutely nothing to work with in this round, so... you know, if you get any kills here or anything like that, you're going to be pretty happy. There's just so little chance that you even get the bomb planted. MP9 in a good position for Nico to try and farm it up. Like we said, he's a stand-in for this team today. So why not try and, you know, make the stats look a little bit better? He's going to get 2. And the rest of the team will really clean up the rest of the round. So Sashi, they're kind of well on their way. I mean, this is starting to look pretty convincing at the moment. 9-5 lead. They're within striking distance of winning the series.
Yeah, not just striking distance. They're in full position to do it, right? I'd argue that it's their match to lose at this point. 9-5, CT side Inferno, economy's in your favor. You have a bonus round right in front of you. You're coming from one of the most insane comebacks right now. Keep the ball rolling. Don't let anything crazy happen. That's all you got to do. Sometimes the best thing to do is just not trip yourself.
Yeah, just don't be your own worst enemy here. Nice grenade down the middle. He picks up the AK, takes down Brute Monster. Cabby with an outrageous start to the round. Nobody could have seen that coming, but again, it's a sick... Oh, he gets the headshot on Avian as well. I don't know how. Avian was covering the lineup there. And Nico, I don't think Simk had even seen him in that angle, so that is a crazy round. I love the idea of pushing with the MP9s. Like, it's obviously it's a nice way to use that submachine gun, but that's getting away with a lot.
That is, but you catch the pattern. Pause happens from zero tenacity. Sashi always adapts with a fast, like something fast to break their aggression, no matter which side. They had full plan. MP9 rush down. We're waiting. They're going for the plays. If pause is happening, if someone's watching out there, sorry, Sashi. Hold after the pause, people.
Okay, well, that might be something for their, you know, review of the game afterwards. If they catch the same tendency, that's something they're going to know for the future. But yeah, that is kind of devastating. Oh. So are the HEs?
Oh. How does that taste like?
Shrapnel, I think, is the answer.
Tastes a little lead.
That's brutal. Headshot as well out there.
Zyphon was in that Copenhagen Flames team, right?
He was, yes.
That entire team had a lot of potential. Like, a lot of them panned out, especially right after their time. But nice to see that they're still hanging around. Like, each has found their way, right?
Yeah, like he's on Sprout for a while too, even though like some of those Sprout teams were kind of a bit all over the place. Like he's definitely got a lot of experience. So yeah, why not? You know, I do feel like he's a name that comes up pretty regularly when people talk about, you know, potential up and comers in Denmark. You know,
when you hear about the potential roster swaps, he's always a name that gets thrown around. Like, it's kind of one of those. Not that it's your main pick that you're looking for, but it's definitely not going to hurt. You know?
Yeah, I do feel that way. Wow, Molotov. Lucky.
Mean.
They made it
11, man. Yeah, 11. Sashi's on it. They're on a heater.
They look like a very different team, right? From, like, if you look at what you were seeing here to what we saw in the first half of Nuke, it just almost feels like we're watching two different teams.
It's hard to say, right, without knowing in there, but this is one of the clear guesses that they felt it. They definitely felt that comeback. They haven't looked the same since that half, but they also just like they're falling flat on their style. They're letting the other team dictate pace. They're not being so proactive. This isn't looking good for them.
Yeah, gotta find a way to shake themselves up a bit here. Zero Tenacity, if they want any chance, it's gonna have to be right now. Already taking a fair bit of damage to the start of the round. Simco and Avian already getting dropped. Oh, but never mind. Double kill over at the B bomb site, and the round is pretty much won here already. You could see Sashi, they're not even trying to move from this, so assuming Zero Tenacity don't get way too aggressive, they're gonna be absolutely fine. That's a way to do it, you know?
That is, but it requires too much, right? To ask of a double clean entry. Whereas you said, Sashi doesn't even rotate. That's how clean those entries were. They knew they were locked out as soon as that happened.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I've noticed there's some of the conversation we keep having a lot in different broadcasts where you say it is good to win a round like this on the T side, but the question is always going to be, could you replicate the round? Like, can you do it again? And if you can't, then you know it's still good, but maybe it doesn't give you a lot of hope for the future. You know?
Yeah, you stole a round. That's what it comes down to. You stole a round, but Counter-Strike unfortunately isn't rounds. Like, it's more economy. Yes, it's rounds, but it's about playing it smart. And I like to see just the fact that Sashi didn't move after it. Well, they lose one kill here, but it shows that they're disciplined. They have an idea of how they want to play, and they're sticking to their playbook. They're like, the decision was insta. There was no hesitation there.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, stolen round, but maybe not enough to keep it going. All right, not bad, not bad. It's 11-6. I mean, we've already seen one crazy comeback that was maybe even crazier than this one would be. So you know, why not another one? I suppose we could do it again.
I'm all for it. I want to see another overtime, man. I enjoy the OTs. These final rounds are like God-given.
It is where people really get tested. It's where teams start to panic. They make a couple of mistakes. Like, and it's also where you get to prove, I think, as a captain or as a leader that, you've got some room to really keep the troops in line. We must. Oh yeah, he's so ready. You could see. He's lining up that kill. Double HE onto Lucky. Okay. They're finding a way. I think they very nearly burned out Iceberg as well. He was trying to steal the AWP back, and he nearly died doing it. So this is actually some really, really powerful rounds here. There's still money left on Sashi. So
yeah, I was going to say 9K right there. Still on our boy.
Yeah, they can stay fighting for a while, can't they? What do you do in this 5-on-3? Like, right now, they're so split apart, Sashi. Like, do you just put everyone in one bomb site?
I actually like... No, I wouldn't. I actually like this. Look, if he gets one, if the B guy gets one here, he blocks it. Oh, shit.
Oh, hold on.
Oh!
He had the chance, didn't he?
Nice try. Nice try, yeah. I think they played it right, but the Auber had to get the first kill on the first angle.
Okay, fair play. Siphon picks up the AWP. They got the AK on Cabby, and he's so far away. Yeah, definitely going to be a save call here. But yeah, nice try. Okay, I do feel like some teams are more prone to just risking it all in those kind of 5v3s and putting everybody on one side.
Yeah, I mean it can happen, but I think it used to happen more pre-pandemic and early pandemic. I think online CS during the pandemic changed where people actually started seeing the value of not doing only those, right? Kaden brought that style very much, but
yes,
I think it also got coined out a little bit.
Yeah, that's probably fair. Yeah, you're right. Like Kaden, I think Kaden literally is the person I'm thinking about. Like I think about that heroic team and how they would, roll the dice on some of those rounds.
Overpass. Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Five CTs rushing up A, 5 CTs crunching monster and tunnels and things like that. Like it was set before.
Yeah, I think it's sick though. I really love it. But obviously the thing that made it really cool was when they did those stacks is that they didn't just like stack up bomb site and wait. They would, like you said, they stack and they push.
Right. Yeah, it would be like 2 guys go in front and bait for the extra 2 that are there that people would never imagine, or that extra 1 guy. It was really thought out. Like, it's smart team play gimmicky, but it's effective if your entire team is doing it and you know what timings you're looking for or what goals you're aiming to throw off. It's unorthodox, yes, so the other team is not going to be able to have those set reactions to you.
Oh, here we go. Lucky catching the first kill down at Banana. They just need 2 more rounds. I mean, Sashi, they have the money now, but if that money goes away on the CT side, I think that's where we should start to be perhaps a bit more careful about what we're seeing here.
I mean, it's slowly dwindling down, but this round here is big. They have the advantage, Sashi. Come on. If you convert this, pretty easy. If you don't, things might start getting icky here.
Cappy's on that corner with still. He has a flashbang if he wants to. Nico, good double spray down. Siphon, not quite ready for the second player coming out. And they do set up the smoke, so Cappy was kind of isolated from that fight a little bit. He's going to get re-smoked now again. If he goes through, I think that would be a big mistake. Yeah, I'm glad to see him wait. Like, it's a 3 versus 1. If you go through that smoke, suddenly it could be a 1 versus 2. So you should trust in this retake, right? Every time. 3 versus 1. They don't quite know where Joffo is down here, but as soon as he fires his gun, they're going to know. Nice headshot, but the incendiary right on top. And Lucky's going to take him down. It's so well played. And that'll be 12 rounds for Sashi.
All right. He had a chance. Well positioned into pit. Got the first kill. Molly's there. If he gets the kill on Lucky, it's very winnable at that point. But nope, Sashi got it. As I said, now they're in a very comfortable position. Let's see if they just don't pull the Z10.
Yeah. We'll see. There is, we've seen some wacky comebacks already. Maybe this could offer up another one. Oh man, if they didn't have the incendiary there, who knows? Maybe Joffo could keep it going. His aim is pretty crisp.
It is, and good kill by Lucky there. That's not an easy kill, even though you know the guy's in pit. That's not an easy angle to hold. Like the guy is like a rocket going from left to right there. Now, 0 tenacity. It's not too much. It's not too little, but doesn't look like it, man. You really need to step it up. Inferno, what is now? Let's see if the script goes. They need to win 2 rounds in a row, 12-9, kind of a half, Force 12-10. Sashi has to lose 3 rounds with not saving guns, or if not, they're gonna have at least 4 gun rounds out of these 12.
Yeah, it's a tall order. It's a big ask right now. Oh, and again, the utility usage, I think, for Sashi here has just been absolutely wild. Remember back to the pistol round, they got that opening kill, and they seem to just keep doing a... trying to actually run, I think, through the incendiary to catch that opening kill on the corner of the B-bomb side. I think that's really cool. That's... I mean, it's risky. You're going to lose a little bit of health, but there is a way that you could catch a CT player just never expecting that someone's going to be facing in through the incendiary.
Yeah, no, I enjoy it. It's pretty sad you have to have a spawn for it, but if you're committed, you're going to that. There's a high likelihood that you get one to get traded, but then you have the information of where the other guy is. That's actually a pretty good trade.
Okay, boost up. See if he... Oh, he almost got peeked there. That was so dangerous. Normally, obviously, they throw a smoke beforehand. The fact that they didn't throw a smoke meant they nearly had the timing to just win the fight outright. Molotov to try and block it off. Bomb being carried across here. 3 versus 4. And there is a player holding them the archway, so let's see. Oh, they don't know about the arch player yet. I don't think Sashi knows, so they could get shot in the back here. That is if that B-bomb site can actually hold the line, because they need a little bit of time here to make it work. They still haven't really peaked. Flank is coming in. This bomb is ticking, but it's that arch player that's flanking the rest of Sashi right now. Oh, there we go. Never mind that. It's the double headshot from AVN. That is absolutely crisp. And Lucky now, no escape and no chance of winning the round here. That's huge for Zero Tenacity. That's a 3-on-4 that they turn into a victory here.
Yeah, and the entry is actually really solid. Like the pathing is no fear. They're going in, they're trading off each other like buddy man system, arm to arm, believing. Sashi, the story of this game is not even Sashi, but both teams. It takes them a while to refigure out the flow of the game, actually get into the rhythm. Once both teams are in the rhythm, they actually show good CS. That's not that consistent.
Yeah, gotta find the rhythm more often. I think that's true. Like we have seen some of these calls here from both sides. But right now with Zero Tenacity, that is a really cool round. There's a lot of things happening all at once, but they managed to thread the needle absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, 4 rounds. You can't think too broadly now if you're Zero Tenacity. You think round by round in front of you, but you know they have money. Look, Lucky still has that op in his hand. It's not easy pathing, but they're going mid. They're brute forcing it again. They took bracket. No cares given.
Yeah, I kind of like it. Well, Lucky deep position here. If they face with nothing at all, they will. AVN gets that one, or sorry, gets the bullet instead. Lucky is going to be taking on Brute Monster. Joffo trying to get out. Oh! How does he do it? Cabby. He had every chance to get the job done, and somehow they find a way to a bomb plant. I feel like this should have been it. This should have easily been the round where Sashi win it 13-8, and that's the end of the story, but somehow that doesn't work out. What an insane entry from the apartments.
No words to say. Lucky did more than his part, held off. He still survived after the repick, right? 5v3. Great job coming out Halls right there, man. Those 2 kills by Jofo not only kept them alive in the game, but a little bit of timing there, I think, to catch the first one, and an insane headshot on the second boy inside.
That's just... I'd actually love to see that from Cabby's point of view. It felt like he must have been watching a player that just had his back turned, and you gotta wonder, like, you know, where is the shot? Like, surely you win that fight every single time. If he does, I think that's probably just the game right then and there, but... Yeah, easy to say when we're not in the server, but that's outrageous. 12-9. We're talking about 3 rounds, and then we're in overtime. It's getting very, very close all of a sudden, isn't it?
It is, and it's only outrageous, but we're in spectator mode with X-Ray. I know everything that's happening. I'm just going to criticize. I like it. That's kind of the point of being the crowd, being able to criticize, isn't it?
No, it is. Like, I think, you know, obviously, we every once in a while we got to remember that, yeah, you're right, they don't have all the information, but sometimes it is nice to just be backseating the game, and you're like, oh, they could have done this, you know.
Yeah, it's my time to shine. I'm about to get some peanuts and start throwing.
Oh, okay. They even run boost back.
It's stylish. It's got flair. It's got style.
And it worked. Like, it's another good trick. They decide to just boost at the top of banana. They get a little bit of an advantage in the angle looking over that half wall. And that's enough to get the kill. Really small margins. And you can see here, Nico's playing to stop the boosted the boosted smoke. If they throw that smoke that lands on the ledge, he's going to be there to block it off.
There's double hauls with the M4. No one's coming too fast into him. Oh.
Yeah, but he's not going to expect the second player, is he? Okay, now he is.
Now, yeah.
Making a bit of noise. Should be going down, and he will be. And they lose Nico on the other side. So, does leave just Iceberg at the back of the site with the M4. And he does actually get a kill, but he does get traded very, very quickly. So, Zero Tenacity looking to pick up another round here.
We got a game, man.
Oh, yeah.
Game is on. There's no way it ends in the next round.
Yeah, this is absolutely back. I just can't believe it. But both teams, obviously, Zero Tenacity had this very experience on Nuke, and now Sashi might be about to have a very similar one here, where they had a giant lead, it's looking super easy, and they just cannot find the remaining rounds.
Talk about flashbacks, right? Because both teams have seen this story already at some point now. They know it's totally possible. You can damn sure bet that it's in the back of their heads. But at the same time, Lucky's they're still playing smart. They're not giving the guns away. It's only one round that they need to find. Sashi needs one round, so it doesn't matter how they do it as long as they do it. But it's definitely not comfortable in Zero Tenacity. I think they're starting to believe again.
They've surely got to be. You're supposed to, you gotta remember, Zero Tenacity, some of the rounds they've won here already are some of the hardest ones. The round where Cabby, didn't shoot I think, Joffo in the back coming out of apps, that's the kind of round that you probably lose like 9 times out of 10. So they've already won some of those really crazy rounds. If they just can get another one where it's a, double entry on banana or something like that, I mean, we're well on our way here. Lucky is going to be sat here with the AWP. We'll see if that means they're going to be playing a 4-man defense at the A-bomb side, or if they really will keep the AWP and rifle together over on this side.
I mean, from the looks of it, Opper's got smoke, so I wonder how many they left on B for him. He's gonna be staying there a while, just himself. Come on. Why are you doing that? What if you have the op?
Yeah,
give him the space. You didn't take banana. You didn't do anything with it.
Definitely a little bit confused about that too, but okay. It looks like it will be another attack towards the A-bomb site. Siphon in a position where Cappy kind of was last time. The timing is kind of crazy. Nico goes down. Siphon back with a nice spray, but he can only get the double kill, and that might not be enough here. Cappy caught out in the open, and he's going to be dead, and you could already see, yeah, they're packing it up. They don't want to go for it. Zero Tenacity finding great flashbangs and great timings against this A defense.
True, and Lucky, his name says it all. He hasn't seen one action in the map, I think, in 6 rounds, like on his side of the map, other than the round where he got 2 kills, and then they still lost the round.
Yeah, so just living life on easy mode a little bit. Unfortunately, they're still losing the rounds, right? So yeah, he's alive, but that's about the best we could say.
Man, the pressure's cooking now. Sashi, what are you gonna do? Use your pauses, use your timeout, come up with something here. We want to see something at least attempted here.
Yeah, they do need to do a little bit more. I mean, if they have anything up their sleeves, if they have one more trick, then now is the time for it. Round number 24. It could be more overtime later. We had it on Nuke after, I mean, what looked like an easy win for Zero Tenacity, where Sashi fought their way back, and now there's balance in the universe. It's Sashi potentially giving up a giant lead here.
This is gonna be epic round, but now the mind games. Do Sashi go for a break again? 3 maps in, they've broken after almost every pause here. What do? Do you change a winning team because they've had success? Or do you already anticipate that Zero Tenacity is going to be figuring out? That's the mind games of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that's probably the conversation they're having right now, Like, it's... these, like, I think this is a classic, right? If you're Zero Tenacity, it's a classic round to lose because you overthink it, right? When it's like, we've gone this far, and now we just need one more, and now everyone's a bit nervous.
Yeah, it's one of those famous laws that happens in Counter-Strike. It's like you make the full comeback and you're gonna lose the last round.
Well, let's see if they follow that pattern here. Nice HE. But even more aggressive Molotovs coming out. They really, really want to clear this top banana position. We'll see if they do anything with it early on, or if they just make a quick call to fall back. Okay, they've pushed the CTs back, but actually Iceberg pushes in front, right? Like, he's out there to get information. This might be sick.
Yeah. This might be the Sashi round that we're looking for. He still has the information. Player seems to be holding a flash for him, but no banana info still. So
Yeah.
must commit to Molotov half wall, flash, smoke.
And now he's gonna know, but it won't help them until they rotate somebody back. Or if they really want to push down.
Ouch.
That's another nade in the middle. Ooh, that's gonna do a lot of damage. We're down under a minute here. And only 3 men at the bomb site. Now, Zero Tenacity, they've been beating this A defense of pretty much the entire half here. Maybe they just
They
want to do it
have,
one
but
more
it's
time.
been but it's been the gun duels. It normally hasn't been the strat itself. It's been some heroics on individual key members in the round. So
Well,
do with that what you will.
it's looking like it might just be another A attack here. Look at the curiosity of Sashi. They walk right into the AWP. And now it's down to a 2-man defense. They need the rotation right now. I don't think it's going to happen. Cabby alone, 24 seconds. Sure, if he gets an insane double kill here, they might be back in the round, but you could tell he's way out in the open, and he is going to go down. Unbelievable. They win just by Sashi, looking for information. They didn't know what was happening. They thought, okay, we're going to go look in the middle, and that's exactly what they were waiting for. Bomb gets planted in spite of the HE, and Siphon and Iceberg. What was a 2-on-4 is now a 2-on-3, and I don't know if they have any chance here. They're going to try and do a boost over, but I think there's no reason why anyone from Serious Tenacity should be fighting this.
And they won't. Pit guy, very super safe angle, backside, really good crossfire.
Yeah.
Hard but doable. Hard but doable. But not.
Shutdown. This time it's Joffo coming in with the triple. He's up to 19 in total, and it is overtime. I can't believe it. This round was getting out of control, right? If they don't peak this on Sashi, I think they might have had a very, very good chance of winning this round. But that's easy to say.
It's much easier to say from our privileged position it is, because even with the little rules of Counter-Strike 5v3, you don't need to repush and things like that. If you don't take the initiative, they come onto you, you're going to say you played scared. So there's no perfect, but I will say I would have really preferred if they didn't push the 5v3. They have really good crossfire. They had like bicycle and backside. Like, it's really hard for them to get overwhelmed side and not take down at least 2 players in that cross setup.
Well, here we go. More overtime. It's only the first best of 3 of the day. We do have a whole nother one coming up as well with 500 in Apogee a little bit later. So the Romanians are going to be playing the Polish squad. That's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be coming up, I think, pretty soon after this game. I don't think it'll be the longest break in the world. Iceberg pushing out, and he had the right idea. And with the incendiary there, like it's the classic utility, the smoke incendiary to try and block off the car there. But unfortunately, it is not enough. And now they've pretty much lost the round already. Wow, that is... like, everything's working for Zero Tenacity at the moment.
Yeah, this really is one of those back and forth games. Except the back and forth is 12-4, 12-5, and then the comebacks happen.
That's so crazy, isn't it? But
hey, it makes for some interesting CS. I'll say that it's better than a lot of the games that we used to see.
yeah, we don't want the stomps, do we? We like it when there's a bit more to fight for, and there certainly has been in this game.
Let me root for somebody. Give me something to root for. I don't care who it is. I just want to cheer.
Well, Zero Tenacity, they've got we know they've got some fans in the chat, and I must say right now they are building a pretty good case for themselves. Must be hard making their way back in this one, but they've done it.
They must be feeling pretty damn good right now. I'll tell you that.
One round lead.
Jofo, my man, just saw the 20 bomb.
Yeah, we keep forgetting, now that we're playing MR12, that it's, that like we used to the 30 bomb used to be the big mark, but I guess that has to change a little bit too.
20 is the new 27, 30 is the new 40.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Okay, here we go. What do they have, Sashi? Where are the CT rounds?
And like I just dislike that so much. 135 in the round, and you start with the retake. You know, like yes, they have a solid read on the situation. I think I'm more than likely wrong in this, but like you don't start in the setup.
Yeah, you're not a big fan.
No, because you have to play again. That's like yes, you're being proactive with that, but it's like such a halfway proactive. You're not actually trying to get the space. The one thing I'll say is they read correctly. Zero Tenacity would be playing fast banana. So again, I'm wrong and they're right in this. It's just like an overall philosophy that I have.
Yeah, but that might be even one of the hardest things to figure out in Counter-Strike. Sometimes you can do wrong things that kind of work, and you can actually fool yourself, right? You can trick yourself into thinking, oh, we're onto something really good here. So that's probably one of the hardest things to think about. Oh, nice smoke up on the boost. They actually had already Siphon in position, but he didn't get a chance to block it off, and Iceberg goes down anyway. That's in spite of the early kill in favor of Sashi at the beginning of the round. They still lose the B-bomb side.
Yeah, now that 50-50 again, man's advantage, but to me, you're a 50-50 here.
Yeah, probably right about that too. Cabby nearly with the timing as the smoke went away. What could they do? They've lost Nico. And now at least a little bit of a spam coming through. It's Brute Monster going down. Just Joffo and Zimka. 2 versus 3. That bomb is ticking away slowly in the background. There's no more grenades on the T side either. Grenade doesn't really do anything here for them. Siphon's going to be going down. They will find the kill. And now it's Joffo alone. Oh, he's out in the open as well. And with the kit as well, there we go. Cabby's going to be the one to pick it up. I was a little bit worried only one of them had a kit, but yeah, honestly, that felt like a super winnable round right up until the end for Zero Tenacity, but it's finally Sashi doing something.
Yeah, no, the kill came in, 3v3. They had real chances of closing it out. I think if they get the 14-12, then Sashi's out. Sashi not only keeping themselves alive, but pretty clinical retake. Other than the Miss Molly and Pool, they did a good job. They waited for the right angles for the right people to come out in order.
Really love to see it. I mean, they needed this round a long time ago, and I don't know if it's much of a relief, but at least they finally get one. CT side. Can they pick up even one more here? They had such a good thing going, and I don't know where it went. Another good grenade. The utility use has been so sick for Sashi. Obviously, you can't win whole rounds on utility, but it feels like there are so many rounds here where they should have had the advantage from the start, just from grenades alone. But obviously, when they lose the fight here at top banana, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, true. I mean, the utility war, I think, was won by Sashi. From memory, I think Zero Tenacity had more of the double HE kills themselves, like the pure effect. But damage overall, Sashi has been knocking it. Every round I've been seeing like chunks and chunks of damage.
Here we go. A chance. Boost up. Nobody's peeking that. Some utility in the middle for the CT side, right? They're really checking that top mid position. They smoked it. They threw incendiary. They flashed it. Cappy into it. So I think right now Sashi have a really good read that there's nobody from the T side at top middle. Question is, are they going to rotate anyone over to the B bomb side? Do they trust that read so much that they want to be ready? Okay.
Lucky gets his own, and now it's going to be obvious that it's B. How do you hold it?
Yeah, that's the question. Flashes are so good. Brute Monster gets the one. Iceberg in the corner. He's going to get hunted down. Not much he can do about it either. So, again, in spite of the early kills, in spite of having the information that there's nobody really at top mid for Zero Tenacity, it still somehow ends up in a 3v3. Now, there is a lot of health advantage right now for Sashi, and they have a lot of grenades as well, so there might be a way to get the job done here anyway, but you never really know.
Man, high pressure moment. Flashes.
Critically as well, they don't have a smoke to block off the AWP over in Banana, so that might be a really big issue here. Now they're walking into the crossfire. They're going to get decimated here. Cabby, unless he lines up straight for them here, there's nothing they could do, I think. AVN does get the shot, and it's another one round. It's Zero Tenacity. I really feel like they had a massive disadvantage in the start of this round. Like, it was so well played for Sashi, but it still wasn't enough.
No, it still wasn't enough, but I'll say AVN stepping up in the big moments. He didn't have a good match overall, not even a great series, but in these last key rounds, third map decider, he's had great 1-2 punches that actually kept him in the series.
Yeah, it's definitely fair to say. Oh my god. 14-13, Zero Tenacity. I mean, this could be... It's already been a pretty long game, right? Like, what a relief for them if they actually end up making it through here and winning the series 2-1. Sashi are going to get super disappointed, but I do feel like that's kind of the way that this is surely got to be tilted right now. We'll see if Sashi have more fuel left in the tank. They're running through that middle grenade and actually catching the kill. Broodmonster's going to be careful, but he's got some backup here, and nobody's ready for this one. Joffo's coming in. There's a good double spray down. I like the speed. I think it's really sick, but is it enough to win this round? That's the question.
This is a hard retake for Zero Tenacity. It's definitely doable because of the 14 HP, but still, really good repositioning here by Iceberg. Smart captain move.
Yeah, trying to see if we can find a bit of an impact in this round. Obviously, very, very low. They do have smokes. They have so many smokes, in fact, that probably going to be very, very hard for Iceberg to have a big impact if they go and try and start that defuse on the bomb. Down in the pit, it's Nico trying to stay alive and actually doing an insane job right now. Oh, they might have found a way to do this. So there's the smoke going up. Another smoke landing in front. They're just trying to obscure it. It will not make a difference. They line up for Nico. He's going to get both the kills for the triple. And Sashi win the round.
They do, and key play to me, Iceberg. Small, simple move. But the fact that he makes it up to Boiler and just crunches them from the back right there, it just like it destabilizes the retake. As soon as it's happening, you realize the player's in an area like that. Your plan goes to hell.
Yeah, very, very well done. And those are the little things, right? Like if you're the in-game leader, you're not maybe again not going to be the top fragger or whatever, but making some small, smart decisions.
Small smart decisions, and it's giving the picture. No one hauls. I'm gonna get lane. You know where to fix. Like I'm gonna try to get the first one. Okay, Nico still gets the 1-2 combo right there, but he knows that the guy's lane already passed him. So like it's fully communicated. It gets a lot of information and sets up the play to actually just unfold the way it should.
Very, very well done. Okay, well the game is back once again. Sashi recovering a little bit of their honor here at the moment. First to 16 once more. If you don't understand the format, that's the new number that you're going to be looking for. It's pretty straightforward.
Funny how CS now it feels like it's really long, right? But it used to be like 16-14 was the norm.
Yes. Yeah, I really don't think going back is a good idea either. Look at the speed here. This time it's not actually through an incendiary.
On top?
Yeah, they're just going to be ready for it. Lucky takes an extra peek. They're going to get Brood Monster as well. They found the weakness. They've decided, hey, listen, if we go fast here, you're not going to be ready for it. And they are absolutely right about that. Sashi, twice now, destroying that A defense.
Funny, right? It wasn't after the pause, like a normal pause, but it was after the round reset pause, let's call it, that they speed up.
Damn, they can't even do anything about it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like that is such a good call. Like, and that's I guess where you want you want the coaching staff, you want the IGL, you want somebody to notice what's happening in the game and say, hey, listen, I've got an idea. Now that we're going to overtime, I think we can win by just changing the speed and going. They're not going to be ready, and like that's got to be one of the sickest feelings when that call turns out to be right.
It is. As coaches, I'll say like maybe in a season we get maybe like 5 of these, 6 of these, but it's so like. It is, because you can't speak. Like, the players how are in control of the game. If your captain's doing a good job, you're going to want to let him keep his flow going. You don't want to destabilize things like that. So it's really about choosing the right moments. But as per my call before, it's pattern matching. You just have to recognize patterns, right? You have to spot something, get that little spidey sense, like, man, it feels like they're going to hit B. Like this, if something in your gut's telling you, it's because you're catching patterns.
Very well done so far here. One more round is all they need. Otherwise, gonna go into double overtime instead. A Brood Monster, he's gonna get the first one, but can he get more than that? Oh, he's got the backup for it as well. Joffo, now AVN moving forward. So yeah, Sashi again trying to be very aggressive, but this time they're fighting fire with fire on the Zero Tenacity side, and they absolutely shut it down. That's brutal.
Double OT, I'm all for it.
Why not? Means we're gonna be keeping 500 waiting a little bit. You know, they're hoping the game would have started already, but we've got to finish this one first.
That's part of the player mentality. You get ready. Oh, the match is about to end. How many times do you think they thought the match was about to end? 12-4, nuke. Oh, let's go. Let's get ready, boys. Stop doing your things. No, here. This time it's gonna go. Nope, double OT.
Yeah, it's definitely part of the mentality, and I guess conserving your energy for the right moment is important too.
It is, but I mean, players have gotten better at that. I'll give a lot of credit to that. Back in my day, it used to be just like chicken nuggets, burgers, Coca-Colas. Oh, you got a half map, like just get some nuggies and some wings, go fast. Nowadays, everything is like pro-vegan, organic, made with no natural soy, goat milk.
All right, they're like that's what's winning the games. I mean, I get what you mean though. Like, obviously, if you crash out in the middle of a game because you're like, oh, this is gonna be quick or something, or well, let's get ready, and then suddenly, it's 3 hours later because there's tech issues and everything else, and now you're like, oh, you're kind of worn down. That's pretty wrecked.
No, it's horrible. I mean, again, 2-minute pause for a half break here, so we get some stories. At least it's better than it was before. Back in our day, teams weren't there. It's not because the match was late. It's because the club last night was pretty good.
True. Yeah, very, very true. I still can't believe that, like, how many people made their way through like the early parts of CS:GO, where it's like, players and casters and analysts too, where I'm like, damn, like how do people survive,
Oh, dude, the honest truth is just like you have a lung made of gold and livers that are even better, because other than that, you're not making it in this industry.
Yeah. Some of those are...
What do you need to be a CS pro? Dude, get on a waiting list, find that liver, and go for it.
Yeah, try to see if you can make it through. It is crazy. Like, some of those are like, I remember as well, like, sometimes, people get like 3 hours of sleep, maybe less than that, and then you're up to do like another broadcast that like in the early days with like DDoSing and everything, some of those early dream hacks, like a broadcast day could be like 16, 18 hours, no problem, like doing that on 3 hours.
And you do it with this, and you do it with a smile on your face. Still.
Yeah. Everyone's happy,
That was the fun part.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff. Different times, different ages, right? We were learning what esports was, but damn, did we have fun. The losers table was always something amazing. As soon as the tournament was ending, you're just like, yo, join the losers table.
Yeah, we're ready. We've already ordered the beers. Like, let's go.
Let's see from Zero Tenacity and Sashi who's joining the losers table and who's joining the winner's circle. These points mean the world to them right now.
Yeah, it is super, super important. Like, we've already seen like a little bit of the impact that it can have for invites into future tournaments. It just does make a massive difference. So
yeah, it can make or break your season. No joke. At the level these teams are, this is make or break.
Here we are. Okay, setting up for a bit of a pop flash. Like I said, my feeling is that a lot of the time when you throw this flashbang, even if there are T's out there, you actually sometimes die anyway, because they just have the crosshair placement ready to go. So I don't trust it so much. They're not going to throw it after all. They'll start with an HE.
He's ready for it. He wants to. You can tell he wants it.
Yeah. Okay. Make the walk out now. Counter flash is coming out as well. Joffo. Okay, that's a free kill. Oh, hold on.
Oh,
he almost just ran away without finishing the shot. That's a bit crazy.
Yeah.
There was another player out there, and I don't know if you can realize that. He should be dead here, and he will be.
Yeah, I was. I mean, in Boiler, that was the fadeaway, right? He did the double check himself. He's like, did I get that?
Yeah, it's a classic, isn't it? But this is a really good start.
I was gonna say like it, but he made noise, but really good audacity to get there at least.
Smoke is up. Cabby is going to be walking through his own smoke here, and yeah, that's being held right away. Nice shot from Iceberg. Okay, hold on. He's going to get the shot on the Brute Monster as well. 2 versus 2.
Yeah, it turns around that fast. That's Counter-Strike.
It is.
One little second.
I can't believe it, because that one looked like it was in the bag for Zero Tenacity, but yeah, what a turnaround here. We'll see if they can find a way to actually win the round. Nice movement here.
Nice.
Yeah, this is so sick. Just out of line, out of sight, and gonna be able to get both the kills. That's a nice round to the show, So yeah, sometimes aim doesn't make all the difference here. Like, sometimes it's just about finding the exact right path.
Oh, it was. I don't know why I got some config flashbacks from when he knifed the guys. Like, that's kind of one of that situation. You just see it, you have the easy kill in front of you. You have to be cold to play it smartly like that.
Yeah, that is, the config knife on Overpass is...
You remember that one?
Legendary.
I don't know how Valve didn't just put like balls of steel on top of that container.
It's so insane. I remember so many other pros saying, like, man, if he was on my team, I would have kicked him from that.
Dude, if he was my player, he was out. He would have been out. That's like, nah.
Like, we're not playing like that. But it was fun. It was entertaining. Here we go. Oh, and he had a couple of bullets left. Going to try and run and pick up another rifle inside if he can. This is, once again, looking really good. Zero Tenacity. It's a free kill here as well onto Nico. They're playing a lot more forward on the map and taking the fight to Sashi. And that seems to be working at the moment. I think Brute Monster has this one for free too. And a grenade into the middle. My god, they're completely blowing it up here. Double overtime. And now it's Zero Tenacity that are in the driving seat.
Yeah, really back and forth. Zero Tenacity, they found where their balls are, I'll say. They started playing. Now they're in the game. They're actually taking control. They're the ones trying to dictate the pace, or at least they're more in sync. So a little bit better. 17-15. If they know one thing about this match is there's no match won yet.
Yeah, they got to keep the focus all the way into the end. Both teams have proven that if you give them the opportunity and they get, like, you know, just a little bit of a roll going, then they are able to do a lot. Cabby, unfortunately, he was trying to set up a grenade or something there and ends up going down instead. AVN able to find the shot. Nico sneaking close, but he gets absolutely wrecked on the other side there. It's Joffo now. Trying to see if he can hold it back. There's going to be a Molotov landing. They trade grenades, and then they trade bullets, and it's Joffo just barely coming out alive there.
Comes out with 23 HP. That's gigantic. He doesn't get that.
Yeah. Ooh, in the middle as well. Ooh. Oh! What a spray transfer that is. Takes down Lucky as the last, and Zero Tenacity suddenly with a really big lead. They win 3 in a row here in double overtime, and they're just 1 away from getting the job done. Again, like, how did it happen? They just suddenly look like they remembered how to play again. They're like, oh, here we go. We're good to go, you know?
Yeah, sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes you just not rolling. Sometimes you are. And they got rolling at the very best time for them. So, can't complain.
Yeah,
I will say, though, for the double OT, it does get scrappy. You notice how those banana fights aren't as clean and organized anymore?
Yeah, true. Yeah, we're kind of expecting that. That does happen a lot, so... You already said it. The playbook kind of goes out the window once you hit something like double overtime, and you already had overtime on the second map, so presumably as well, everyone is getting a little bit tired. Like, you can probably feel it at the stage. So...
Oh yeah, definitely. The people who say, "Oh, but you play Counter-Strike, you can't be like tired that you have no idea how mentally draining it is to play high-level CS." Yeah, I know it's one of the better jobs to have in the world, but never say it's easy. It's so much sacrifice.
Yeah, it's not about playing the game. It's the level of focus that it takes over a long stretch of time.
It's no longer a game. It's a job. I can't play Counter-Strike with friends anymore. Like that's gone, you know, kind of a thing.
You end up yelling at them too much.
Oh yeah, full on rage, self-rage.
Nice. Well, here we go. Joffo's down. Remember, Sashi needs 3 in a row here just to secure triple overtime. That's the best they can do at the moment. And, you know, it's a good start to this one. You've got to appreciate it. Peeking behind the HE is another classic, but somehow none of them really saw each other. At least Simka didn't take the shot.
It seems he got past. I mean, still not an easy favorable angle. If he goes on top, he maybe gets it, but risky. I wouldn't go on top if I'm him. Like, we have X-ray. That's why we say this.
That's easy. Cabby with a good kill. 2 versus 5, and with just 17 seconds, should be impossible. Lucky makes absolutely sure.
Oh,
so it's a nice, pretty comfortable round here.
A little consolidation prize right there, nice little kill. But I mean, Sashi, 2 rounds, 1 by 1. You've done it before.
They definitely have. All it takes, I mean, I think for Zero Tenacity, you know, remembering back, I think that big strength really was just winning the fight at the B bomb side. Like, even if they ran into a lot of nades and started with low health or lost a player or 2, I felt like they kept doing that. Surely, you just try that one more time. All you need is 1 good B entry, and it's GG.
Yeah, they need to find a round somehow, but Lucky, I will say, I'm impressed with him right now. He's doing, like, more than his part, and he isn't being the flashy opper. The op is having effect from just playing smart.
Yeah, I do feel like that's kind of his
style. Look at that. Look at AVN. Wow.
Yeah, just have an impact. I think you mentioned it earlier, this idea that it's just about making sure that the rifles on the T side can't find so much space, but oh, they can this time. Avian's pushed up. Joffo with a long, crazy spray as he was sort of crouch strafing to side, but it works. Gets the job done. They've got the bomb site, 3 versus 3. And Sashi surely going to be trying to do something.
Yeah.
Are they really not?
No, they have to. They absolutely have to.
Yeah, I'm just confused because I feel like they've taken a really long time to start to rotate over. Maybe they thought it wasn't going to be that that A plant after all. Maybe they were a little bit confused. But regardless, they're in position now. Jump up is scary. Oh my god, if he'd kept peeking there, I think he might have had a chance to spot him as he was jumping. Bombs planted, and this is not going to be an easy retake by any means. Nice headshot. I think that might be enough to shut it down. Cabby's already low on health. Iceberg's going to get the one, but Cabby goes down. If you can find the bomb right now, you're going to have to try and go for it. Oh, USP headshot, and there we go. Zero tenacity.
Right,
they found a way through. That's a really long best of 3, but a great job as they defeat Sashi.
It is. It's entertaining CS. It's back and forth. Both teams had moments. Most of their players had some highlights. A little bit scrappy CS, but in the end, entertaining and zero tenacity. Come out with the win here. I don't know if they were the favorites before, but they did impress me more as a team than Sashi. I was saying from the beginning, I felt they were better. I just think that they shook themselves like on that comeback.
Yeah, maybe you are right. Like I must say there were a lot of individual moments where it just looked to me like Zero Tenacity had a high level of understanding of the game, and that was a lot of fun to watch, like for sure. A lot of things that could be fixed too, no question about it. But yeah, shout out to the guys here. The Balkan CS once again showing that there's a lot of talent in the region, which is cool.
Yeah, it's damn cool, and it's showing that you don't need to be these orgs that are doing insane money moves. You can build. You can just build.
Yeah.
Be smart about it.
Absolutely. It's really, really well done. So, yeah, a long series to start the day with for our third best of 3 of the day. We do have one more coming up for you guys here, at least for the European region. Of course, it's going to go on to NA and also for South America. So there's plenty of Counter-Strike here for CCT, but for the European side, we've got one more best of 3. It's 500 up against Apogee, and that is going to be the next game coming up. So not sure how long the break is going to be. I doubt it'll be very long because, again, both these teams are going to be ready. It's probably be like a 5-minute break or something, and then hopefully we'll get right back into it. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back after the break. So don't go anywhere. All right, here we go. Once again, we're back with another game here at CCT. I'm Anders. With me is Seuss, and we're going to be watching 500 versus Apogee. Yeah, another best of 3 coming at you. We're not gonna be too delayed on this one, so I enjoy it. It's the Romanians versus the Polish. What do you think, Seuss? What kind of game are we going to be watching here?
I think we're going to be watching 2 extremes. We have a really tactical team in 500 where they like to go a little bit aggressive. We'll see ships going crazy. They're heavily reliant on Cirque. Cirque has been a rising back to form, right? Rainwalker as well, the guy who was there in Liquid with me, also trying to prove that he didn't deserve what he got. So I think we're going to have a really solid team structure from 500 and some scrappy CS coming from Apogee liking to take duels. I think we're in for entertaining CS and probably a big brawl that we're going to be seeing if Apogee are what I think they will be in trying to search for those fights.
I hope so. We like scrappy Counter-Strike like that. Yeah, I mean, there's so many interesting storylines. Like, Spellan, who's going to be the captain of the 500 team. Like, he's been around for such a long time. In Romanian Counter-Strike, he's got like all the knowledge. He's been there for a while, right? But you mentioned Cirque and that sort of comeback. I feel like watching. Like, getting AWP players back from playing badly is so hard. But somehow in the last couple of months, like Woxic's been doing it, Circus kind of doing it here. Like, it's interesting.
It is. I agree with you. I think Oppers, once they lose their mojo or their flow, belief, whatever you want to call it, it's a lot harder for them to get back on. It's kind of that gun where you need the confidence. You do only have one shot if you make it, because if you miss, you're dead. I mean, most of the time, Oppers, they get in their heads because they are so heavily relied on, so they'll have their own ways of doing things, their beliefs, their systems. It's just about fitting into the system. Cirque, I think, has been able to be on that uprising coming back because he found a system that he likes. When I used to coach him in EG, he always used to talk about ships, the Bulgarian players. I think he feels at home in Woxic. Same thing, right? He's back in Turkey. He's back in home territory. I think that's the main cause that we get equal from them.
I think so, yeah. And yeah, I mean, the funny thing about this team is, even though Ships is he's the kind of player that you would say, if he has a good game, he probably takes over the entire series. But I've noticed a lot of 500 games, they actually are not won by Ships, just one man, fighting everybody. Like, it is actually a more interesting team than that. Like, they do, you're right, like, they do have more strategies. They are playing more reasonable Counter-Strike,
I agree. I mean, I didn't watch too much, but what I did watch to prepare for this match, I saw a well-structured team, a team that tries their best to play off each other, tries to play correct CS, and I think they are favorites here. I think that teams that have that overall structure, that know how to position themselves against all opposition, not necessarily just one team or something like that, they tend to do better in these middle tier, let's call dog fights, right? Where you don't have a clear winner, no world favorites, nothing like that, but they do have more experience, right?
Yeah, no question about it. On the Apogee side, of course, we got the Polish lineup here. Again, I don't have a ton of experience with these guys, but I do know that Jacob is one of these people that a lot of people have been bringing up as someone who's worth watching for the future.
Someone to keep
I'm
an
definitely excited. Yeah, I and this is one of the things that I love about watching this tier of Counter-Strike is that sometimes there just are these players there, and you watch them, you get to watch them like 6 months, 12 months before anybody else does, and that's really fun. I enjoy that part of it. So I do think 500 should be the favorite team here, but as we always have to remind everybody, it is tier 2 Counter-Strike. You never know what could happen.
I'm anxious for some good CS. I'm anxious for quality CS that we're going to watch, more specifically with an eye on the 500 team. I'm very curious how they are going to able to maintain their consistency. And I'm very curious on the 2 players that I mentioned. Ships, I want to see how he's going to be opening, taking those guys very aggressive, not so consistent. And Cirque, even though he's on rising form, love my boy, the team is heavily relying on him. So if he doesn't show up, I don't think 500 is going to be having a really good map. Then Apogee can roll it. If not, Cirque's going to take it. Let's see the maps. Maps actually make a pretty big difference for this.
Yeah, I'm down to, again, said we were always hoping for Train, but like more often than not, it gets banned out. It's out straight away, so no chances for that.
What are we getting, right? I remember that 500 used to like Vertigo. They don't have that. They used to like Overpass. Don't have that. What do they have left in their pocket?
Turns out the answer is Mirage. So definitely also a map that they're kind of known for playing. And honestly, for Apogee, that might be a bit tough. That could actually be I think a fairly one-sided game. So curious to see how that one played out. For a second map though, the question sort of is like, I think for if if a map like Ancient were to sneak through here, that'd be a big W for 500. But if not, the question is, how many more maps are there left that haven't already been banned out that they feel comfortable in? And it's going to be Nuke. And that does kind of worry me a little bit. Like, sure, it's a map that 500 play. It's not a map they win a lot.
I'm not going to BS some stats here because I don't know. Thinking it, just logically approach, Mirage does seem very heavily favored for 500 because more structure. It's a map that's more repetitive. They're going to have more variations, more likely more repetition. Nuke is interesting pick because even though it can go horribly bad, it is one of those maps where if you do YOLO a little bit, they're a little bit more aggressive. If they try to play through smokes, do a little bit of pops, catch the economy off guard, maybe they do something.
Yeah, and it's also hard sometimes when you're comparing just raw stats and raw win rate. Those don't always account for what kind of teams are you playing against, right? And the truth is, if they're just going to be shooting a lot harder, then you could overcome a lot of deficit with that alone. So I'm not going to rule anything out here, but I could see just from the selection alone, it could be that we actually do end up on a third map. And I guess we'll see how this one plays out. I think we do have a little bit of break before we get into the actual game itself. So just bear with us, and we'll be right back with the game as soon as we're through this one. All right, here we go. We are back
We
in
live?
action.
We live, boys. Let's see some Mirage. Let's see some Cirque going here.
Yeah, we want to catch some good Counter-Strike action, and yeah, a little bit of a delay, but we've got everybody back on the server, so we're all happy about that. I'm quite curious how this one's playing out.
Hold on, hey, let's go.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Really, just, you know, no doubting, no slowing it down. They do have one Molotov onto Rainwaker, so okay, they're gonna use that for Shadow, so they don't have to worry about it. They can just fight everywhere else. Nobody has to check it. That's a nice little luxury to have. Jacob here is getting pushed a little bit, and it's Spellan who's out in front. The bomb is going to be planted behind. They did get the bomb planted. A nice trade from Cirque. He'll take down Jacob. A nice 1-for-1. You definitely want to take that one. Nobody's watching for this Cirque. That is so crazy. What? Why not take a look at the other side? Sure, he wanted to jump in the window, and it would have been an absolutely sick move if he got away with it. Hyvex going to go and take a look here, and he will take down Oxygen, and just like that, it's Ships and Rainwaker, and never mind, actually, just Rainwaker alone versus the world, and he's going to get run down. Kid is right there, and that's going to be the round for Apogee.
500 got space. They just didn't take any one specific area of map control. Smokes are good. Could have taken jungle. Only Ships was there, I believe. Let the retake come from CT. They didn't have a smoke to block it off. So while it's a good execute to get space, the coordination towards the end lacked. They didn't have one big goal.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
And Cirque. Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't really ideal, was it? So, you know. But still, like I like the initial setup for 500 was obviously super good. Like that's what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, let's see it. Let's see it right now. Full on buy round. We got this game going. Oh man, Cirque's a little chubby. I can tell he's gonna kill like 30.
Okay, he's he's in that kind of mood. Like he's.
Oh, dude, you just know it. Once players start gaining the weight again, it's because they're in full nerd mode. There's no other reason. That is you know, it is a thing that people have been theorizing a lot about, you know, in the past, right? Like it's been, and then we got the bald buff too. You know, there is something there. Yeah. You know, every team needs a fat guy and a bald guy. I used to do both on the team, and then I changed and I screw up. Brazil never won again.
Oh no, you're revealing the secrets too. That's sick though. I like it. Now we have the real secret sauce. Oh, what a shot from Spellan. Well. Takes down Heffa, I think. We're not quite sure how to pronounce the name, but I'm going to go with that for the minute.
Heffa seems about right. I like that. And really well executed by 500, right? They forced up. They lost the pistol, but they go for the second round. Really methodical through connector. Smoke behind. Spacing correct. Well played.
Yeah, so far so good. And stealing away one of these rounds. I mean, we talked about it already, but you know, these are some of the problems you really suffer in Tier 2 Counter-Strike, where you end up losing these rounds, and it's devastating to the early progress. Right now, this is 500 map pick, so I think Apogee in general are gonna have a really hard time on this map. But it's obviously only gonna get harder when you win the pistol, and then you kind of lose the following round.
Yeah, it doesn't set a good pattern, right from the beginning. You already get forced up on. You're already going to be a little bit on edge, not only at your teammates, but now wondering if they're getting close to you. It just puts you on edge. It's not a good position.
No, definitely not.
Spellan, right?
Yes.
Name of the start.
Yeah, I mean, so far he's he's been around for a really long time, but I would say again he's not just the kind of captain of the team here who is. You know, he's just a caller, but he's kind of an anchor around the team in terms of the kills. I actually think he still does a pretty good job on the frags. Like, maybe not as impressive as some of the other IGLs, but you know, he's not a complete anchor here either, I think.
No, yeah. I mean, again, fragging IGLs are hard, and I'm not going to go full-on excuse saying that you can't frag as an IGL, but it is understandable, the IGL brain, all that happens. He just needs to be good for his team and set them up. Thank God that was quiet.
I was gonna say. Why is he just
at least no one heard.
Careful now. Okay, but we've got some mid control here for 500. The bomb is going to be picked up far back. I mean, if this is going to be like mid window, like connector and window push, this forward push for Apogee onto the A ramp. Do you like that?
They have to. They don't have any more connector control, right? They don't have the smokes to keep holding it. So most common play is that A ramp aggression, but. Again, look, it's halfway aggro.
Okay, maybe it actually is going to work out. Yeah,
Oh,
this is
see,
sick.
but that works. Connector came up. They know about the second guy.
Yeah, but still, I mean, pretty good. Honestly, considering what they had there, Apogee, I still think that's a very, very nicely played defense. They give up the middle. They give up connector, and it just absolutely works out. Ships.
It does. I said I didn't like the ramp play, but they were both there. They did correct.
Yeah, they really were. I mean, it's a very fine job. Bomb planted. Cirque in a 1 versus 3. Now, we talked about him being back a little bit. We'll see how much that is. And you said, you know, he was looking in fine form potentially. So, oh, they bait him out. This is such a nice play. This Prism eventually to take the kill.
Well played by Apogee. Agree with you. I said I didn't like the setup, but it actually turns out to work well. So yes, I kind of like that. They go. I guess it's the most obvious play for a reason. It's because it's the one that's most likely to succeed in most situations.
Oh, yeah. Well, so far so good here. The Apogee bringing it back early on. Again, you know, tug of war to start with. And so the Polish team just with a step ahead. Now, we do still have a couple of AKs in play on the 500 side for this one. It's going to be some early mid smokes, but it seems like right now, Apogee, they're playing in front of the smoke, so they're going to know. Listen, all this mid control is fake. There's nobody here. Let's see how quickly they get back to the A-bomb site, because that's obviously where the real action is going to be at the moment. And Oxygen goes down right at the start of the round. They know what's coming, Apogee. They know that there's nobody in middle, so they should be able to rotate in. They're trying to push through the smoke and almost getting crushed by it. Cirque very nearly getting that headshot. If he had, that round would have been on right away.
Oh, so close. It's doable, but oh man, made noise. They know where you are.
Not
He's
necessarily
going
easy.
for the around the world. He's trying for it. He's going.
I mean, it's a bit of a classic play, right? But when they have the kits as well.
You got to try something. Look, it was just a click, so.
Okay, they faked it
Yeah,
once.
but no.
Now they're
No,
defusing. Oh, it's a very nice idea. Could you imagine if he'd been there like a second and a half earlier? Maybe there actually was a way to get the line up there. That would have been sick. Nice try.
Yeah. Definitely nice try. And as I said, I saw he didn't even hesitate for a second. So that's why he even almost got a chance. It's because he just straight up W'd it, made his decision. And look at it. Like you said, half a second, he gets that kill. That becomes a round that's hard to lose for him.
Well, this is an unexpected start, right? They get to save the AK, they get the bomb plant, so they have a little bit more cash to work with, but not enough to really be competitive here. A flash to set it up. Ships actually gets dinked through the smoke somehow. And there's a chance on Lord of Apogee. I mean, again, given the fact that Nuke is the second map, you've got to say, if somehow 500 mess this up and lose the map, that's actually probably a really big deal.
Yeah, it does. That changes the tide a lot because Nuke is a swing map, right? Like momentum. They're trying to pop B. Do they have to? Oh.
Okay. They're going to lose a couple of more players here. Nobody from the Polish side actually goes down. So not just are they winning some of these early rounds, but they're actually keeping quite a few people alive. Like, look at their money is skyrocketing at the moment. They've only got the one AK stolen, which I guess is a bit of a shame, but you'll still take this. Very, very nice position to be here. I'm surprised. I thought when 500 won that second round, I'm like, oh, here we go. This is going to be the beginning of a huge spiral for Apogee, but maybe we're, not having enough faith in them here.
Maybe not. I mean, I've heard about Prism before, but Hypex is starting up strong, so a little bit of individual performance. If Prism does what he's supposed to be doing for this team, 500 can snowball out of control for it in the bad sense really quickly here.
Yeah, so far so good. Molotov or Incendiary into the HE. What a perfect combination. You throw the Incendiary to force him out from behind the cart up there, and then you, as he runs away, hoping that the smoke is going to cover him, that smoke is gone.
Yeah, but the HE blow on smokes, people are getting really good at those timings.
Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely sick, isn't it? Demo. Yeah, it's just, playing maybe a position that's a little bit too forward. It's a 4 and 5, right? So you could say if he's that far forward and he dies, maybe that's a bit of an issue. But actually, he's already fallen back. He's already thought the same thing, perhaps.
Okay, the only bad part is him dying halfway. If he's like full advance or full back, both are good.
All right. 45 seconds. Slowly peeking into the AWP is Oxygen. He's going to end up going down. And Demo down here. 37 seconds. Just crouching in. That's all you need. That headshot's good enough. And they're playing some very, very strong rounds. Again, you look at the win rate alone. The picture being painted was probably one of Apogee having a real hard time of it. Maybe they still will, but I must say some of these early rounds are pretty impressive. That, however, was not exactly ideal.
Oh.
Ibex goes down. They still really should be winning the round, and they will. Jacob with a nice peek there. Halfway through the wall, taking down Cirque. And yeah, they lost a couple of players, but you know what? They recovered 2 AKs and the AWP. I think they're going to be fine.
They're more than fine. They got over 10K on their Opera right now. Like, things are flying. Not their map pick. Lose the pistol, 5-1 up with this economy. You're glowing.
Yeah, this is starting to look really sharp.
Cirque has been doing his movement. He's been doing his part. Unfortunately, he's been left in a lot of the clutches towards the end, so I don't know if it's just his positioning or if it's supposed to be set up like that for the Opera to be left in those situations. But Apogee, I give it more to them than I take away from 500 right now.
Yeah, and that's probably fair. Round number 7. They've got Tech9s. They've got the 1 AK on Ships, who hasn't been having any... Nobody's really having any impact. Circus got 7 kills, but everyone else is kind of sleeping their way into the start of the game. Nice headshot from that defensive AK. Spellan going to be going down, and he will get one more onto Oxygen. That does make a big difference. His Ships straight killed. He wanted to see if he could beat the timing there. That would have been super fun, but we're not going to get to see how that round plays out. And I don't think the bomb here is even likely to go down. It's just Rainwaker slowly peeked by that AWP. This is a brilliant beginning. I must say, I'm really impressed.
This is. They're taking them apart. And this, like I said, is not 500 playing bad. Look at how he played side. First headshot, tucks, crouches, does not give a chance, is waiting for the flash or for the teammates to be around. Playing every advantage. It's simple CS, but it's being effective right now, and they're hitting like the shots that they need to. It's not even the insane shots.
No, it's really not. 6-1. Okay. I mean, how much do you give weight to something like saying sometimes the team just has a slow start? Like, is that an acceptable excuse, or is that just cope, you know?
You have to deal with it while the match is live, but at the end of the day, it's cope, right? Like, you practice pistols, you know that the first 2-3 rounds are the most important to setting the tone for the game, so not acceptable, but what are you gonna do? Gonna like break down in the middle now?
Yeah, I just feel like there's some games where we do end up watching them and we think, okay, it was a bad start, but once they got started, then, you know, then they were kind of a little bit more ready. So I guess I want to extend, some faith in 500 here and say, let's see if they can't get, you know, like get up to 4 or 5 rounds here in the first half. If they can do that, then maybe, maybe they're going to be okay.
No, they still are in the series and even this map, but they got to start soon. And I said they weren't hitting shots. Look at Jacob. You mentioned him.
Yeah, absolutely correct. At the moment, Demo is going to take down Rainwaker. But yeah, I mean, another round where it feels like for 500 to win some of these rounds, we're talking about big clutches, you know, big 1v3 rounds to try and win it. Not a lot of bomb plants either to really make good of this one. Oxygen maybe a bit far out in that moment when you don't have any smokes or anything else. And yeah, you're right, Jacob, just very nicely done. These are, you know, we were a bit delayed starting. This is a quick first half. 7-1 already. What's going on?
I hate that scoreline, and yes, it has been very fast. It's been fast because of the way the rounds are played, right? Even in the split defaults, it's full house coming down. It's not like, oh, we're getting all these trades. Yeah, maybe one round, but Apogee, they're dominating.
Yeah, they really are. This is unexpected, but in a cool kind of way.
It is. I've been noticing Circuit has always had the hero AK and things like that. They seem to trust him a lot on this team. I mean, like I said, they rely heavily on him. But
yeah,
he isn't the main rifler. He's not supposed to be, at least.
No, but I mean, yeah, you should give him some trust, right? Like, he's been playing such a high level of Counter-Strike for a long time, so I don't mind it. Unfortunately, that trust is, you know, for these rounds where they've had the hero AK, whether it's been on Circle or on ships, like, they've done nothing with it. They're absolutely getting no kills in these rounds. I don't know what I'm seeing. Apogee just looks so ready and fired up. This is one of those things I think when you're just watching the game sometimes that can be, you know, hard maybe to understand. You know, how does a team like Apogee show up for a game like this? And it feels like, you know, the wheels are already like fully spinning when the team touches the ground. They're like, oh, they just take off immediately, you know?
Yeah, no, they came out flying. I don't know what they did in their pre-routine, but do it again.
Yeah, keep it up. It's sick when it works like this. It really is. Try to blow open the smoke in the middle with the HE, but it didn't really work out. Like, there are so many different ways to smoke that window now that tries to stop people from using different kinds of HEs to blow it open with. So that's like it's like a science unto itself. It's like, how do we actually blow open the smoke depending on what kind of a smoke it is.
Yeah, how do you block it? How do you use it? At what time do you use it? It's just it's chaos, and it's one of those positions. If you don't start there, you don't have that information. So even that little mini gap window before the smoke, it's a lot of information that you're gonna have. Look at that, we're playing retake. Yeah.
I mean, what are they actually going to do here? Rainwaker, I think he was hoping to just walk up the ramp. Now, are they just going to commit to the B bomb side? I guess they have to.
Yeah, it looks like it. They just put... Is it Cirque propped up in mid? Seems like...
Yeah, I think it is.
Cirque mid? I mean, they have to get at least that
ships.
2-4-2.
I think it's ships in the middle. But yeah, regardless, they're falling back now, and... It's because that smoke went up, right? They don't want to run through the smoke with like 10 seconds left into the bomb site. So, gonna try and see if they can face Jacob. Not working out so well. And he's gonna get a couple of kills there. Still a 2-on-3, so they do at least get him down. But there's a player on ramp, and they don't know about that just yet. Ships here, trying to shut it down. The bomb being planted in front. Okay, they've actually somehow turned this, and it's quite unlikely, I must say. Nice kill for Demo, and HF is gonna be coming in with another one, so... That's probably one of the closer rounds, to be honest, but even that is not enough.
We have to find hype somewhere.
Yeah, we have to, like, find a way to say, come on, let's go. This is, you know... But I feel like they shouldn't even have been close to winning that round. I'm surprised that got into a 2v2 with the bomb planted, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, same. I don't think they should have gotten S cleanly, but Apogee's still in good trading position, right? That CT player guy, he's there as a contention. He's fast. So they probably don't expect him as fast. Decent enough, not great, not bad. For Apogee, they're gonna, even though you're winning, this is something that happens too much in teams. Sometimes you get overcritical of one round. Let's see if they just let it slide. Forget it. You won.
Nine to 1. Zeus, what's happening? This was supposed to be 500 showing up, and at least, especially maybe on the first map, just having a great time. But again, like, Cirque had a bunch of kills in the first 2 or 3 rounds, and then they've had almost nothing since. Like, they have so few kills on the board going into round number 11 here. And look at Jacob.
Oh,
he's just so ready. That's 2 kills, no response. He sticks around, almost allowing them to get the kill on return, but if he just falls away, there's nothing you can do about it. Hypex here, taking out oxygen, and it's just getting worse. Oh my god. What a shot. Rainwaker, alone versus the world. A 1 versus 5. Gonna set up a smoke, but I mean, the more time passes, the more rotations are gonna be coming in, and he knows it as well. And they're gonna be absolutely everywhere. Shut down by Prism. This is
something else.
Cool to see.
Yeah, this is something else. I don't think anyone's expecting this, not even Apogee, so.
Yeah, they're surprising themselves. More power to them.
But doesn't 500 look lost? And it's not trying to, like, downplay them at all. But it's disjointed, it's disconnected, and Apogee, not only do get first kills, they just look like they're better positioned every time.
It really does seem like that, doesn't it?
It does. Oxygen maybe dropped? Yeah. Looks like we maybe have a tech on our hands.
Okay. He needs a big break. He needs a break. He's got 2 kills in the round so far. So in the half.
I've seen worse.
Yeah.
What's
You
the worst
mentioned
scoreline you've seen?
Oh, man, we've had some brutal ones. I guess I think we must have had some like 0 and 13 type scorelines where like somebody really just has nothing, you know, in like in the first week. I don't remember like a specific player.
I don't
but,
remember the specific. I remember one that turned the half. He was -1 and 12.
-1.
Yeah,
and 12.
there was an unlucky TK even, but then he picked up after. I don't remember who it was.
Oh. That's really hard to deal with. Like, how do you mentally come back from that afterwards? You're like, oh, okay, you know, you have to, but
you know you have to, but it's so hard. I remember being in the finals of New York, and it's not even something as crazy as this. It was just like the Chris J, I think it was just spamming us through the door on mid, and it tilted us off the face of the earth just from getting spammed. Imagine like when shit's really going down bad.
You mentioned the 7-1 scoreline. You're not a fan of that? That's still is that still a big thing in Brazil?
It'll always be. It's a number that's stuck. It's horrible. If you're Brazilian, like they say the Chinese skip 13, we're skipping 7-1 now.
you know, by random, like I don't myself watch a lot of football, but by random chance, I was actually in Berlin when that game was happening. You know. Trying to do business with German people, and like the whole business thing just went off the rails because, you know, they were watching football instead.
Man, because they put their game against us on Pornhub.
Yeah, that's brutal, isn't it?
It was rough.
Yes, and the comeback will be good, right? There's gonna be a future game, right? So
let's go.
They'll beat that.
Hiffa?
Here we go. Oh, Spellan, yeah, he was like, I'm running it. The wallbang actually nearly worked out, and Rainwaker is going to be taking on Jacob, so I do kind of like the idea. It's a bit of a wild way to try and entry onto the A-bomb site. Ships is going to be going down Prism. He was in the right position. He was ready for it, and you could see him almost setting up the angle for the swing here. So 4 versus 3, and this is the last round of the half. So Apogee, I mean, like, win or lose this one, you're going to be feeling great.
They're great, but it just shows now it's starting to get to the point where yes, Apogee's playing well, but 500 is disjointed. You saw it. I think it was Ships in mid. He was like panicking, trying to go up connector. Circus falling back and walk, not ready to go. The other guy's behind mid. It's really just what's bad is going to worse.
Okay, there's one for Oxygen. Gonna be able to find that kill. Not quite sure where to find the next player. He's on the site somewhere. Because he did get the opening couple of kills, so yeah, he's checking it. It's very nicely done.
Nice awareness. And very good positioning by Surf. Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. That should make a big difference here. Demho taking a couple of shots. Oh my god! How on earth did he get that headshot? That's totally crazy, and he gets the kill off Oxygen. I can't believe it.
I thought to God that was gonna be who was it? Demho? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that was definitely an "are you kidding me" moment.
Dude,
There's no
Cirque
way.
was perfect. Cirque was perfect. You know he punched the table after that. I would have.
Yeah, of course you got to. That's how do you even account for something like that?
Will it show it on his screen? That's the one thing I want to see.
Oh, that is a nuts way to lose a 2 versus 2. Everything.
Look at
this is just. He hardly Cirque must have been thinking like this is an easy kill. You'd love to see that from Cirque's point of view. Timeout being called here. Apogee 11-1. Like they are
that's just rubbing it in the face. This tech pause right here, this tack, this hurts. This is moral. You know what they went for with this pause. That's the hurt.
Yeah, just basically saying like, LOL, you want this game to be over, but it's not.
Yeah, no, they're alphaing 500 right now. It's like, this is my server.
I love that. They do have pretty elaborate. I think there's 2 Molotovs, 1 smoke on Apogee. Like, to me, that does just seem like an A execute. Like, you smoke. I mean, you can throw the Molotovs a bunch of ways, but like Molotoving, you know, sandwich and maybe shadow, or you know, and just kind of throw the smoke to a CT spawn or something.
I'm gonna guess Molly jungle, Molly sandwich, as you said, smoke connected. That's my guess.
All right. Well, let's see. they're like right now 500 are playing away from the A bomb side, so they should be allowed to at least do the execute before they run into too much trouble.
Yeah, all right.
Here's the one. It's Molotov, and the other Molotov did actually land. It didn't actually go into shadow, so just a Molotov in the close position there, up on the high ground. Smoke is pretty good, but Oxygen still lands a headshot, and they'll get one on Prism too. So the bomb is not even planted here. It's already a 2 versus 3. There is a smoke as well on the spell line, but there's no kill in the round. So it should be fine because they're getting so many headshots at the moment. So I don't think it's even going to... Oh, my God. That's very crisp. He's just... Oh, he almost tried to pre-fire it. How sick is that? But yeah, 1 versus 5 here. Just not much you could do with the P250. Even if it's a 10-second defuse, they are all on top of him. Nicely done.
I believe. After what I've seen today, I'm starting to believe. I'm calling it now. 500 full comeback. Or my name isn't Pedro.
just a full... Imagine if we did that, you know, on like we already had 2 ridiculous comebacks on the last 2 maps there. If we have another one here, it's too much. It's too jinxed, isn't it?
It would make for some pretty cool CS, I'll say that. If we see an 11-1 comeback right now.
500. I mean, they have the firepower to do it, right? But man, they need to be on a roll. And Apogee just need one clean opening, especially at the start of the game here, and they're going to be good to go. Smokers up. I'm sure at this stage, if you get a kill on the bomb plant, you're so happy for Apogee. That's all they need.
I mean, most of the things they're going to be doing, they're pretty happy. I'd like to see that they're playing this smart. They're not throwing their lives away, trying to get the utility out, trying to get a little bit of money. Every $200 that you take away, it's one less flashbang that maybe will be used to hurt you. So I prefer a team that'll take it seriously like this.
Oh, and it kind of was rewarded a little bit here, right? Get a couple of kills for it. Demo showing up. Okay, he's actually good for the people. That's 2 kills. That's quite good.
Yeah, that's like baseline happiness right there. You're fine. You're not overly ecstatic, but 2 kills, you're like, that's fine. We hit blocks. Little bit of switcheroos going around. 500 cannot play around with too much of a bonus round. Only 1 MP9 left. Money's gone. They're using it all. They know.
Round number 15, and at this stage, for 500, it's a classic mentality. You know, 1 round at a time. Don't worry about the scoreline. Don't worry about how bad of a start this was. Just focus on, you know, every round that's ahead. Ships with just 3 kills is so uncommon. We've got to keep pointing it out here. Oxygen,
wow, nice.
Extremely well played round, yeah, and he is a sharp player for sure. He's got 6 bullets left, which at this level is plenty enough to get some more kills. You could see he's not even worried about it. Conserving those M41 bursts is really important. This one he's going to fully commit to, and that is a quad kill, leaving Prism alone. That is absolute shutdown.
Full gun round, too. It's not like he just got those eco kills. No, he actually just played really well. That second kill is not easy. Those up-down kind of shots, they're hard.
Yeah, when you have to, like, almost look underneath you, it just feels like...
What's harder, the guy from behind or when you're top down? Top down is so hard to like crosshair position. He's just trying. Oh, Prism.
Man, the timing for him to turn around and get the first kill was just crazy. 35 seconds. I mean, the bomb is really far away, so all he's trying to do is save the AK here. There's nothing else to really win, but just kind of keeping them in their place a little bit. But still, 500 will win another round, so 11-4. I mean, I don't know.
Is real.
Yeah, it kind of is, right? Like another couple of rounds like this, and it's not even that much of a funny conversation anymore for Apogee, because suddenly, you know, 500 could be. I would say if this goes up to like a 7-11 type scoreline, I mean, it's totally on once again, right? Like they can win.
They can't. 7-11. That's very doable. The way Apogee's playing, though, RTS. Not overdoing it. They know they have the rounds, they have the economy, they have everything to play with. It's gonna take 500 pulling a rabbit. They have to pull it because Apogee just has too many rounds here to play on. T-side and Mirage, it's not even one of those maps where it's like it's so CT favored that there's no way around. No, T-side gets plenty of rounds with Mirage.
Yeah, it's doable, 100%. And, you know, even that 7-11 score, it's a little bit of wave, you know, it's not, don't have to have the conversation just yet. They throw the smoke to window, they also throw the smoke to top mid here, and that particular smoke I think is very interesting because, again, it's one of those multi-purpose smokes that you can use it to swing wide with and flash, but you can also yourself blow it open, which is, I think, is one of the funnier way to do it now when like the T's themselves blow open that smoke to push the CTs that might be behind it somewhere. That's always really fun to see.
That is. I like those kind of, because it's pure outplay, right? Like, you're conditioning him to do something and you just get him. You feel good with those kind of plays.
Oh, Demo, he's going to be visible here, right? I think if Oxygen takes a step to the right, Demo is just dead.
Will he, won't he?
Yeah, this is super scary. Oh, yeah. Instantly sees it. The angle does not favor him, unfortunately.
And it doesn't even break anymore. Like, the team doesn't even get, like, the sound cue.
So that's what, 3 to be hallways and 1 in the palace. Oh, never mind, 0 in the palace. I was gonna ask if you like this kind of a setup, but now that he's dead, it's not much of a setup at all.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets the kill, that's the one chance in this round. The moment he dies, round goes with it. 11-5.
Yeah, they're kind of waking up, right? Rainwaker, Oxygen, and Cirque all at 12 kills. It's better than ships that are in a little bit of trouble. Hopefully that will change, right? Ships is a big impact on the team. They do need him right now.
It's what we were talking about. Probably the biggest fighter on 500, the guy that likes it, but inconsistent right now. And if he doesn't get flowing, it's hard. You need that guy who's creating chaos.
Into the middle we go. It's Rainwaker testing the smoke. Doesn't actually blow it all the way open. So sometimes if you get a bit shallow on the HEs, it doesn't really work out. But there's Ships doing what he's known for. Gonna be winning that opening fight here. And Apogee kind of getting, you know, they're getting pressured enough in the middle that they're not just allowed to take the mid control. So I like to see that from 500, kind of, you know, making them pay for trying to get some of this early control.
Agree. At the very least, they're making Apogee fight for mid, use their utilities, reuse them, do all that. The fact that they're coming out with kills on top of it, that's even better.
Oxygen, nice position to be in. Doesn't really have a lot of teammates, but that's, again,
he died to the flash.
Insane. Oh,
to the molly. He died to the molly.
He actually got bottled. You're right. That is incredibly rare, and the timing of that must be insane. So he took just enough damage from the bullets so that the Molotov that they'd already thrown connects with him even after they're dead. That's completely crazy. Bomb being planted here. Ships. Oh, he stops it. So bomb not being planted after all. And just 1 player left versus 4. Okay. We know these Polish guys are good at shooting. Unfortunately, he wasn't ready for Cirque in that position. But that almost got a little bit scary. It's another round for 500 though. And you know, we said 7-11 could be interesting. I mean, now it's 6-11. They're getting close.
Yeah, they're going. They're doing their part. They're not worrying about the game. They're getting the small rounds. I like that they're not cowering away from making the plays. Ships, we said he was 3-12, but start of the round, underpass. Right now, he goes out the window, goes to get the bomb, doesn't shy away. That's what you need to do. If you're not having a good game, keep playing your game, man. It's gonna fit in. If you try to adapt too much, it's gonna be bad. So even in the bad times, pretty good for 500 that they're able to at least maintain what is their identity.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point, right? That I guess sometimes when you see teams that they seem to sort of stick to the plan, I feel like sometimes people say like, oh, why don't they try something completely different? You know, they're just doing the same thing or whatever. But I guess you're right. Like if it's too different, maybe you lose confidence in what you'd spent like months, you know, practicing for.
Yeah, it's a lot about styles, right? You can go for that difference, but most teams, I'll say, they prefer to stick to what they're doing. At least they're in their comfort zone. It's more about, I know I'm saying it's not supposed to be reactionary CS, but there are a lot of set protocol reactions already in there. So that's why you normally want it. You normally have a good set of protocols.
Well, this game just got a lot more interesting. Again, the money's not looking good on Apogee. Ships starting to wake up. You could see he's absolutely ready to take these kind of fights. That is what makes him such a scary player. I really feel like there actually is a chance that Apogee lost their window to just win this game in a, in a more of an easier fashion. Because if Ships is gonna start to wake up too, that's just very bad news. there's no hiding it.
It is. I mean, unfortunately for 500, they don't have many rounds to play with, but they're winning quite cleanly now. Chips is starting to get back in the game. As I said, twice now under pass. He's still making the plays. And clean tap.
Yeah, he's such a monster. He really is. Quad kill for him in this one.
That's what
Probably
you
won't
said.
be the last.
If you're Apogee, do you start feeling it at this point? Would you, Anders?
The problem is, like, if I was coaching a team, like, yeah, I would do my hardest to try and remind the team that, we still got a pretty good lead, or we need a couple of good entries, and that's it. We can put this map behind us. But if I was playing in the game, yeah, I think I would start to have this sinking feeling of, man, they are playing so much better than they were at the beginning of the map. Like, you must be able to feel that. It's like you're sort of arm wrestling somebody, and suddenly you feel like, okay, now they're putting like real strength into it, and I'm not winning so much anymore.
Yeah, you try to take it down, that arm won't budge. You're like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, there's never a good it's never a good feeling, is it? Might be what they're experiencing a little bit right here. It's like, oh no.
That
These
might
guys.
be. All right, 115, still the 5v5, just defaults. Let's see what Apogee is gonna take out of their pocket here. As for 500, if you give space, they will take it.
Yeah, I think normally when the T's are in this position, that always makes me incredibly worried for the CT side. This is a great jumping off point for attacking this A bomb site. They do have a lot of players here. Smoke is going to go down towards that A ramp. That's going to slow them down even more here. Spellan playing this forward position is absolutely sick, and unfortunately I think that might have been a team flash too, so not the best start to the attack. Ships are showing up and getting more headshots. That wasn't even like the best angle that he could have had, because it kind of almost looked like the other guy ducked in behind the wall, but it just doesn't matter. Another triple for Ships. He's sick of it. He's back to winning.
Yep, just click back on, just like that. Wasn't finding anything for the life of him. All of a sudden, fully back in. Nothing ever happened.
Yeah, devastating. Absolutely devastating. And Apogee, I mean, again, I think positionally, it's a big advantage having people like that really close to like the A-bomb site in connector. But when you don't get the kills to open up the round with, it doesn't really matter. So, 8-11, and round number 20 is coming up. They don't have the money to sustain the buy on the Apogee side. They're falling behind really quickly. They've smoked up top mid on the T side, and I think they're just going to go for an execute right onto the A-bomb side if they're allowed to.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. Will it pan out?
We're going to see Spellan missing a little bit of a spray here, but alright, he's got the job done. That's probably all you need. Smoke gets blown open. Spellan, I think even if he dies here, he's done a pretty good job just staying alive, buying time. And that's the bomb rolling into the CT spawn area. Oxygen comes in. Like between him and Ships alone, you can just see like the mechanical skill is so hard to stop.
I was gonna say exactly that. Oxygen surprising me crisp, pretty damn crisp.
Yeah.
I think Prism on the other side, someone I was expecting to see a little bit more. Hypex putting up his demo, even though the scoreline doesn't show, has been playing this decent. And Jacob, as you mentioned, I think his aim does remind me kind of like a twist, something that's different, that's better, He does have that it factor. It looks crisp.
Yeah, I think they have a couple of players like that, and it's really, really fun to watch. And also it's fun to watch them do it after a bad start, I think. I don't know if it's just me, but sometimes I feel like, well, watching a player play really well when everything is working is just not the same as, watching somebody dig their team out of a really bad start. I always enjoy that a bit more. Now, here we go. Another attack onto the bomb site. Spellan going down early. This is actually really, really great start. And if they can find Ships, which they will, he was only able to get one here. It might be enough to get that 12th round finally on the board. Prism nearly getting caught there. Yeah, Rainwaker was up there, but now Oxygen's on the other side. Can he get the spam through? He can, but they still will lose him at the end of it. Rainwaker, 1 versus 2. Bomb is delayed, but they have a minute left to try and take this fight with. So let's see if they can find a way to do that. They don't have any more grenades on the T side, and honestly, one little shot here coming through the box, and Demo is dead, and then it's absolutely on. So gotta be really careful. They're waiting him out, trying to see if they can find a way to maybe get it into a bit of a better position. All right, they peek him. Scary stuff here.
Smart.
Okay, he's just going to be all the way back towards the window. So I think he was thinking about relocating. He's picked up, I think, maybe a flashbang or something along the way. He's got the kit as well. Making a bit of noise, trying to get out here. He's got no idea that there is actually, or still, Demo is just hiding behind this box the whole time. And you can actually see that he's not really on his mind yet. So he might just end up going down, and he will. Rainway could have dropped, and that's finally around for Apogee. They waited so long.
It takes a while, but they only needed that one. They're pretty safe now, right? OT guaranteed. Now 500. You still have momentum. It's not one round that kills you, but no more space for mistakes, guys.
Yeah, this is it.
Make or break, do or die. Your map pick.
I feel like it's got overtime written all over it. I know it sounds ridiculous. Where's the flick? There's the Cirque that we all love. We said he had a bit of a resurgence, and we weren't lying either. Jacob, he sort of peaked it once, but there was no smoke for the top connector position, so he's hoping that no one's going to time that against him, but they absolutely did. And ships...
5v3. 5v3.
Yeah. Did he need to go take that fight, or...
Oh,
this is the
no.
problem.
No.
This is the... Like, I agree he doesn't, but the problem is, like, somebody like Ships, you're like, I don't know, how do you put a leash on someone like him? That's the problem, I think.
You got it. That's just like team. You on the 5v3, the way things are, you just got it. You don't give the chance. Brazilian saying, every round like that you're 2 up, that you lose, it starts with the first idiot.
Fair play, that's probably true.
It is. It always are, because you got to make up for him, right? You're like, oh, he messed up. Let me just get died. Like, you know how it goes.
Yeah, that is actually probably the worst aspect of it. You're absolutely right. Like, it tempts other people into doing even dumber things. You know, it's like, oh,
It's a pure snowball effect. Stupidity leads to stupidity.
you hate to see it. Now they are boxed in here, and you know, speaking of mistakes, I think Apogee are just praying that there is one right now. Like, if there's a big mistake here, then they actually can get back into the round. But without a mistake, I doubt it.
No, yeah, Apogee is playing for the save already.
Yeah, I mean, why not? So little time left.
They're boxed in, right? But let's see if they will be able to capitalize. If 500 get these guns, amazing. If they get it after time, 9-10, that would be awesome.
Yeah, and that's got to be the dream, but it doesn't even look like they want to hunt that much either. Which is interesting. I feel like they had the money to do it, right? They're not going to need more money in the bank later, because if they lose a round, they're going to lose the map.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, sometimes you just don't see it that clearly in the moment, I guess would be the only thing. Because other than that, you're 100% right. This is one of those where there is not even a choice other than maybe the op.
Yeah. Speaking of ops,
you can't even say a case.
They've got 2 of them.
Hey, I personally love the double op. It's something we don't see as much, but this is something I feel is like hella impactful. If you're able to choose the right round to do it, or if you're able to do it better and pull the Ziwu and actually don't even buy yourself the op and start just picking it up from the floor from the other team so that you have that double op, then it becomes amazing.
I mean, at one point in time in early CS:GO, it was even the thing that people picked teams on, right? Like people specifically wanted the double up capability, which was interesting to think about, you know?
Yeah, I remember. I used to love that time because then game was so tactically repetitive. The double off was kind of one of those few angles that actually brought some like surprise to the game.
Yeah. Suddenly you could turn like a losing streak, and obviously it's high risk, high reward too. But I agree, it was something different for sure.
Yeah, we want to see a little bit of different, right? We want to see players with styles, not have always the same thing.
Oh, they're boosted up. No, are they boosted up in the middle? I think they are. Yeah. So the grenade landed on both of them there, and that's pretty devastating. Nice HE.
Man, Apogee's gotta be feeling it.
Yeah, like if you can't win this kind, like the kind of half that they have, like what can you do to win? That's got to be one of the questions they're asking themselves. If this isn't
11,
enough, then
was
what
it
will be?
11-1? Was it or 10-2? Now I'm forgetting.
Yeah, I think wasn't it 11-1? I want to say that was. I
think it was 11-1. Yeah, I think so. At 10-2, best case scenario.
That's obviously devastating if you can't put that together. So a lot of waiting around here. Again, they don't have a lot on the Apogee side, so this is maybe not the most expected round to try and win, but they're going to give it their all anyway. 40 seconds here, and Ships just decided to shoot right over the smoke. So a really good job. Jacob's going to be going down, and so far so good. 30 seconds left. Demo, he steals one. If he can win this fight, and he absolutely can. Spellon goes down. Oh, but he's not ready for Cirque being at the back of the market there. So unfortunately, I think for Hypex here, 20 seconds left, trying to make the jump down. That was always going to be a very, very hard round for him to win alone, no matter what. He knew where Cirque was. I don't think he knew where Rainwaker was. So that's going to be one more round. We're a round away from overtime. Let's go.
Again, who would have seen this coming? Solid, Cirque. Solid. Like to see that.
Just a roller coaster of a game. Like I think we were wondering, we were asking, like, where is 500 at the start of this game? Where's Ships? Like, why are they? We know they're better than this, and then they just weren't showing it. And then suddenly, you know, here comes the second half. They suddenly pick it up, and now they just look completely unstoppable. Ships with the early grenade, practically pre-firing Demo. I don't think that's a chance that Demo could even win that fight. And he's just dead instantly.
Ships was 3-12. He's 19-16. That's a hell of a run.
It's so ridiculous, isn't it?
3-12 to 7-16. That is nice. That is a 14-4.
He was just having a bit of a little vacation at the start of the game, you know.
And they didn't need him. Look at that. They're still 5v3 to tie up the game, take it to OT.
Absolutely absurd performance here. Oxygen, new position, somehow always very, very hard to clear out. Like you see this all the time, and it makes you think, oh, it should be easy, but it never is when you're coming in on the T side. Rainwaker with a good double spray down, and we're in overtime. I can't believe it was 11-1.
We're here, baby.
11-1.
And it was it was a fast OT somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, we just speed running this game. Can't believe it. Apogee, they've got to be so confused. Like, they on some level, it's almost like, why are you trolling? Like, if you can play the map this well, why let us have the rounds to begin with? You know.
At some level, it's trolling, but I cannot explain the day of Counter-Strike we were witnessing in terms of these comebacks. Every map we've seen so far was supposed to be a stomp, and it's just been like nail biter after nail biter.
Yeah, you're right. Well, we're getting our money's worth for sure, right? He's ready for the boost.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you what,
Circuit.
when there's no smoke in the window like that, you are going to be suspicious on the CT side, right? That is a big sign that something is going to happen in the middle when the Ts don't throw the smoke from T spawn. So either they're going to blow open their own smoke at top mid, or they're going to boost like that. Like, there aren't that many other options. So I understand why Soak was ready. But now, Apogee, there's another Counter-Strike Classic. They might actually get the round that they needed all throughout. Ships walking right into them, though. Ready for one. He does get the thing on a second.
Close. Got the info. Know the bomb's late. Just the big positioning right there. Cirque, are you smart? He's aware.
Okay. So far, so good. Dooley's out. He might know. Yeah, he knows the Prism is low. Ships would have called it out, so he's thinking about the Doolies instead. Jacob here, not so low, though. AWP comes back out. Nobody really knows about Prism yet. Spellon, did he see it on that peak? I don't know, but the timing is insane. And that's the bomb on the ground. 40 seconds here. I don't know.
Wow.
One Cirque to peak. That was a very nice tap from Jacob. 1 versus 1. Jacob should have the advantage in this just in terms of like the raw aim alone. Spellon, like I said, he's not necessarily a bad player, but yeah, there's a lot to deal with. It's going to be Jacob with an absolutely critical clutch coming out here, and Apogee finally went around on this T side.
Overall, well played over there by Jacob. You're right. I don't think that Cirque, like, even though it was a nice shot, I don't think Cirque should swing there, considering he knew the guy was Farcat. His teammate could get an angle of first contact, something like that. But this, I do think, is one of those where even though looking on paper and looking at X-ray, he shouldn't have swung. He shouldn't have peeked. I actually kind of see this one like he's trying to gamble. That not gamble, but smartly predict that the guy's gonna be hyper aware, looking at both sides, and you can get a time.
Oh man, let's see. 500, losing ships at the start. It's very aggressive. It's straightforward. It's not a lot of messing around here. Going up the A ramp and just trying to see if they can hit it really hard and fast. You know that it did work earlier in regulation. That's actually how they won one of the few rounds they did win in regulation. It was exactly like this. They just overpowered the A defense and managed to get a good conversion. And they're kind of going back to that same well.
All right, it's not an easy round to cross the site, right? You don't have that much utility, but
I think it's a friendly Molotov that almost burns out one of the players there playing in Sandwich. That's a bit that's a bit weird. I mean, it
didn't catch it, but oh man, look at that! Just freeze, wait, oxygen. You're gonna push.
Prism's making a lot of noise here, but doesn't even matter. He's just so ready for it. Sick stuff. Cirque's going to be taking him down 40 seconds, and yeah, they've waited a while, and now they're recommitting to the A bomb site, hoping that maybe somebody's walked away, but they absolutely haven't. Oxygen's still down there, and if nobody really clears this one in a hard way, that's an easy way to lose a round like this one. Oxygen going to go out, gets the kill. They know there's someone up top as well. Oh, it's nearly a leg shot. It's going to be the USP to finish it off, and Hypex is right down below. They don't know about it. Otherwise, I think they just peek him at the same time. They will anyway. It's going to be fine. A big victory for 500. I think they were like in a 4-3 there, and they turned it around.
Big round. Cirque, no cares given. Just kept repeating with the USP, drawing attention. It started off hard right there. Look, both A players fell. Like, they just didn't commit behind it. Apogee and 500 make it back.
Well then, this is starting to get real interesting. The fact that we're in overtime at all to begin with is just it's completely out of control. I really can't believe it, but it's real nonetheless. Look at it again. I think they're just going back to the same thing over and over. Fast towards the A bomb site, and it's actually working.
Hey, keep going at it. Sometimes it's gonna fall, but nice pace there.
Smoke gets cleared open. I mean, it doesn't have to be complicated, right? If it's working, then why not? Jacob with a very sick spray. He's taking out Oxygen, and Cirque falls with the smoke as well. That's how you do it, I suppose.
Good luck, Rainwaker. I believe in you.
Yeah. Listen, he was a big thing in international Counter-Strike at one point, right? Like, he was supposed to be, he was supposed to be making that big step into it, and I don't know why it didn't work out. I still feel like he's got some nice moves on him.
Was it the pre-liquid area when he was like flying?
Yeah, I mean, well, even coming into Liquid, I remember a lot of people were saying like, "Ooh, this guy's kind of interesting," like this guy might have something to show. But yeah, it just, maybe moods just changed a little bit too quick. I don't know. I still think I feel like he didn't get a lot of a chance. It felt like it was pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, I can't share what I didn't personally live. But from what I heard, he's a player that has the potential. It was same thing as he mentioned, first international experience. It's a different world, different reality.
Well, another crash spell on this time, so we're going back on the server. Good timing, I suppose, for it to happen, but Apogee finding actually 2 out of 3 rounds on their T side in overtime. Don't know how, because they couldn't win a T round to save their life when it was in regulation, but they've done a good job.
Fools Apogee 12 times in a row.
Exactly. That is like shifting the goalpost, Is that a thing? Is that a thing that happens in a lot of Brazilian teams? Like you say, that, they're not going to get more than 13 or whatever. Like they're not going to get more than 10. Like,
yeah, we say you might as well put the goalpost at midfield for them.
Okay, nice. Just to make it easier, Well, 14-13.
It's a scoreline.
It's one hell of a scoreline. Like, Cirque still has 23 kills, right? So he is still ahead of everybody else in the server, which is kind of nice to see.
It's kind of nice, and it's not something that he popped off out of nowhere. It's been a consistent thing. He has, again, my big thing was when looking at Cirque is this team relies heavily on you. Are you going to show up? There was not one moment where Cirque wasn't showing up and like doing his own thing at least. So he's there. Unfortunately, Spellin didn't have really good map right there. Everyone else kind of picked up. We said they were really slow in the beginning. Let's see if he could just pick it up. He just needs to put one round in the board here, help his team out. He'll be happy.
Yeah, the slow start. I mean, if not for that slow start, we don't even have this conversation. Like we're already talking about the second map, right? Which I believe is on Nuke. So yeah, I don't know what I'm seeing. This has been a very confusing day, but you know, some of the individual performances here, even from some of the players that we don't know too much about. Like we said, we had an inkling that Jacob was going to be worth talking about, but I must say, even the rest of the Polish squad here, like individually, they do look really sharp. So that does make it a bit more fun.
No obvious weak link, right? Like it's not a team that you're, oh no, this guy's overperforming. No, everyone's putting up their own. They're doing their parts. Yeah, someone's gonna have like Jacob gonna have a little bit flashier right there. Hypex with the op is gonna have some impact, but overall, they're all playing team CS. I'm not gonna say it's the prettiest from either of these teams, just because one half destroyed both teams. Like none of them were able to even like show it that they were alive on one half. So that's the only point where it's not amazing for either team to take away from here, but the match is not over, and at the end of the day, you don't care if you win 16-14, 13-1. You just want the points, man.
Yeah. Get the VRS up and running. Put the VRS in the bag. We're still waiting for news for when Spelland's going to be back, so hopefully that's going to be fairly soon. What do you have any strong opinions about the VR system that it works now? I mean, it could be a bit hard to, like, I guess, see through like how all of it works, but do you like the general idea of the system?
I like the intent. I don't think it'll work. Like when we used to talk back in the day, like Louvre agreement, all these kind of partnerships, I dislike that, but at least it was a model that functioned. Right here, it says it promises spot, but as we're seeing, it's not real. Teams can drop out of a tournament supposedly to take advantage of the system. Nothing against the women's teams, but the fact that they're getting the invites, it isn't the reality of what PS is right now, like based on pure merits and things like that. Not that they shouldn't get a chance. I mean, they almost fucked Furia. So it's like, at least it's putting on good shows. They're doing their part, but it just shows that it's a flawed system, right? Like it's not just the VRS. Look at how the RMRs used to be, how the qualifying, all the different regions points, and then Swiss with best of ones for a major that's supposed to be the biggest thing in the world. It's a messed up system overall. It's a holistic screw up, in my opinion.
I mean, there definitely are some like really, really, really big things to iron out at the moment, and it does feel like it could have some serious impact on a bunch of teams, and I guess tournaments too, to some extent, right? Like a lot of tournaments also maybe didn't understand the system well enough the first time around, and they had to forfeit their tournaments at the start of the year here. So yeah, it's been a really, really bumpy ride to begin with. I think I can see a way in which it could work in the future, but I guess we'll see if we ever get there.
Yeah, my one curiosity regards same as you. I want to see. I give them 1 year to 1.5 years.
Yeah,
if the system is shit after that, then it's not just we don't accept it. Then you have to criticize because there's been enough time to think of this, for this entire change. How we've been doing a little bit more communication with the people who actually play the game is always nice. I used to really love that about Counter-Strike in the beginning, but I still think it's better than it was in CS:GO. I do.
Yeah, there's a lot riding on it too. I think it's going to be exciting. But yeah, hopefully we'll iron everything out and it's going to be better in the long run. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're back.
We're back.
Apogee versus 500 here. If you're just joining us, this is CCT EU20, and it's the final best of 3 of the evening, at least for the European side. There's going to be more Counter-Strike coming up for NA and South America too. So it's going to be, it's got a lot of action all the way through. But yeah, it's the first map on Mirage was picked by 500, and they almost lost it, and they still might, but at least they brought it back into overtime, and it was kind of a really wacky way to get started. I'm not gonna lie, nobody could have seen this coming, but it's happening anyway.
Yeah, if not even we know what we're doing, how can the other team predict us?
Yeah, very smart. Cirque just set up for the middle. Nobody gonna give him a chance just yet. Demo suddenly thinking about it. Does he want to do something? I mean, he's got a teammating connector, but no, he's going to go for the shots instead. There's nobody there. If they find this out, it's a nice little grenade down on the ships. Actually does make a bit of a difference to even out the M4. Even if it's not a lot of damage, it obviously will make him a one-shot headshot here, so...
very, very slow played. None of these teams want to give the first kill in this round. They know how big the impact is.
Oh, look at
It's
Jacob.
gonna come down to this end. Yeah.
He's so far pushed down. This is a crazy play, but can he get here in time? They shouldn't be able to expect it, right? This is a really fast rotator. Cirque, huge opening, but I still am going to be watching Jacob on the minimap. I think that's going to be the big deal here. Prism gets a kill onto Oxygen. That's going to slow it down. Ships just ready and waiting. Take down Hypex. There is another player rotating in there, but there's... Oh, my God! Cirque with the 180 spin to shut down Jacob. That's actually critical. I think that should have been the round-winning play right there.
1,006 cents and fast flick.
Yeah, he is really back. Like, Cirque is... He was gone for such a long time from this kind of Counter-Strike. It was so miserable to watch. We were all very sad to see it, but this is exactly why people have been talking about it for such a long time. Now, gonna tap the bomb here. There's no kit on Prism. That's on Demo instead, and that's really bad news. Oh, missed shot here. Gotta try and reposition, but he's got ships with him. It's not just Cirque that has to take this fight. Nice headshot, and I think time is essentially gonna run out here. He's got 20 bullets, and he doesn't even need anywhere near that much. Nice round here from 500.
Well played. Ships and Cirque, end round duo, played strong. Well fought round. Nothing too special about it, but the fact that they got past ramp without Jacob seeing might have caused that early overconfidence and stairs.
I can't believe it. That's just so wild.
Cirque, it's flashy though, right? Cirque has always been amazing at that.
Yeah, it's rare. It's rare to see somebody hit a shot like that. Okay, here we go.
It's beautiful, right?
Yeah, I mean, it does. It's the kind of thing that wakes you up a little bit. You know, you fall in love with Counter-Strike all over again whenever you see a shot like that. We're looking for the first team to 16. So, well, you know, there's still a chance for double overtime, but we'll see 500. Again, their first half regulation, like on the T side, they just did nothing. They just did nothing at all. So we need to change that. Hopefully, now that more are alive, I mean, Ships was practically asleep for the entire first half. Maybe they can do something more here.
Let's hope so for their cause right now. They had a really bad start. The fact that they're in this is already kind of a miracle. If they pull out this W, Apogee, GG.
Yeah, it's got to be right. Okay, setting up for a late split towards the B bomb site. If Prism dies towards this position, that is going to be very hard to deal with. Spellan is going to get flashed in, but doesn't really get anything for it here. Ship's walking out. He sees it coming. He knew the peak was going to be happening. Demo again, but the problem is he's a little bit alone. Nice headshot. Oh my god, he's absolutely cracked. Getting a couple of good kills. Oxygen with a nice little one tap there, but still in the 1 versus 4. Gonna put out the Molotov. That's nice to put a bit of pressure on, but it doesn't get him any kills right away. And he's only got 20 seconds here. The more they slow it down here, the worse it's going to be for him. And they just have to hold the line. They don't have to fight him at all here. I think it's a very, very smart play. And they will get the kill on them at the end. But honestly, that entire round is down to Demo. And just very, very good spray with the M4.
14-14. Demo makes that kind of play. Feels good, but that was not an easy B-hole to have. 500-man pressure, boys. You know what this is worth. It's your map pick. Really bad start. You came back. You have to convert this or you will be upset.
Yeah, can you imagine if this is where you end up losing it?
Unfortunately, I can't.
Okay, forward position. Honestly, pretty good damage onto that second player. Jacob, not afraid to take the fight. So ready. You could see that's what it means to be a young player who's just trusting in their aim. Cirque still found the kill somehow, yeah. 3 versus 3. Chance here for double overtime, no question about it. Ships walking into a bit of a grenade. Gotta take it easy here, 500. This is where you want the protocol to be ready. Cirque is going to be taking on Hypex, and again, yeah, it's on the Apogee to try and retake this one. Takes the fight anyway, Cirque. I don't know if it's needed, but it doesn't matter. They are so confident here, the Romanians, that when they get up and running, you can't stop them. Cirque is up at 28 kills, I believe, and it's going to be double OT.
Yeah, double OT, Cirque, standout performance. Movement on him is just beautiful because he actually positions really well, but it's just like that clean actor movement where he just gets away with the perfect angles, nice bunny hop. It looks clean. It looks like you're watching those surf maps.
Yeah. It is sick, isn't it?
It's awesome, yeah. Happy to see our boy Cirque recovering. One of the nicest pro players in the scene.
Yeah, he really is. And I mean, I've got to reiterate again, one of the roles with the AWP, I think it's totally true what you said. You lose the confidence with that rifle, it's very hard to bring it back. And somehow he's found a way. I don't know if it's you know, playing in a Romanian squad. Maybe that's part of the feeling here. Is like you're like, oh yeah, this is really sick. You know, you're just happy.
Oh,
Oxygen going to be going down early on Prism with a couple of good shots. And it's going to
break double kill. Wow.
2 versus 5 here. They are getting slapped down hard. But again, it's a round too late for Apogee, isn't it?
Oh, this is critical, sir. You need to save your gun. You don't need to save your gun because you got money, but not much else you're going to be able to do.
Yeah, shouldn't really be a win of a round here, should it?
He burned one more. I mean, starts there.
I mean, if they go at him, he can win the round, right? But
that's the only way, right?
That is the only way. Which, you know, speaking about like old school Counter-Strike, that is how people lost a lot of games were lost in like the 2013 to 2016 era, right? Before teams really started to figure this out and say, you know, stop losing these rounds. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, but early CS:GO days were chaotic, is to say the least, right? If you watch some old demos, you would not believe that's pro play.
Yeah. No, it's crazy, isn't it?
The old NIP 87-0 run. It's because the rest of the teams just weren't shooting back. No disrespect. They were great. They were the first team that were great at this, but it's like it was a whole different game. No, I remember people used to just bitch about the Molotovs, like, oh, this is useless, this is horrible, blah blah blah.
Smokes up. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, obviously nobody knew better at the time, but it is fun to go back and look at. Nice setup. Ibex going to be taking on Spellon. They were trying to boost over on the other side, but instead get knocked out from under them. 16,
back against the wall right now.
Yeah, this is starting to get a bit interesting here. Suddenly, 500 not winning the early fights, getting slowed down a bit, and now on the back foot once again.
What was that start? As you mentioned, if they have a little bit better start, Apogee doesn't even take this anywhere close.
Okay. I don't know. Rainmaker, you had to try something, right? And if he could have got into the back line, like snuck through towards CT spawn, might have been a way to do it here. Ships found out. Kind of throw away the AWP. Not that it matters. They don't even need it. But it's still kind of funny. Or at least he's going to try to. So, Apogee up to 17. This is getting really scary. Polish team looking real strong at the moment.
Yeah. Shout out to Poland. They used to be one of the powerhouses in Counter-Strike. It's been a while since we've had like great Polish teams. Would be nice to have one at least showing up, see some players going through. All their promises kind of fell through, didn't they?
Yeah, it is kind of true a little bit. Like now what we have instead are like individual Polish players that are out there that you know that look interesting and look good. But you're right, they're not necessarily all in one squad. And
yeah, you do.
I guess that's true for a lot of European Counter-Strike. It's like people just get scattered across from different, you know, international teams.
Yeah, no, we're full international right now. Everyone's very creative about how they build their team. They see what works for one and copy. Cool.
Very nice. Huge kill coming through. There's no escape there, unfortunately, and they're going to be getting a couple right through the smoke. Okay, Spellon, like we said, maybe not the best map for him yet, but having an impact in this round, which is another classic thing that we love to say. You know, if you're having a bad game, just, you know, find that one round that's yours.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That's what we get.
Can we do it again? Flashed around, but unfortunately, Cirque, he saw it coming. He knew it was coming. Demo. What do you do? 1 versus 4. He's going to get the first one. Yeah, just making sure of it at the very least, you know? if you actually want to try and win the round, you're going to have to be very, very quick here. And he does isolate a kill on the Cirque, but the grenade actually got him, so Cirque himself got revenge. That's kind of sweet. Okay, so they do win a round here, 500.
Yeah, they're back. Team Romania, back at it. Bulgaria, sorry. Team Bulgaria. I said Romania, but it's Team Bulgaria back at it.
Yeah, it's because I've been saying Romania. I'm sorry, it's a really silly joke. It's because...
It's okay.
it's just because some of the other CCT games we keep, like, you know... Like, people keep messing up Romania, Bulgaria just for the memes. So you know,
just to troll them.
It's my fault. I'm sorry. It's your first.
No, it's okay.
It's your first day on the
Beastmaster.
broadcast, and I'm already throwing things at you.
No, I like it. I like it. Let's see how the Romanian team gets along at it.
Exactly. You have to, to pretend like you just don't know any. You can't tell any of those countries apart. That's the whole point, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil, Argentina, that's what they say the same. I know how I will know how the Bulgarians feel if they're upset about it. Some people asked me if Buenos Aires was our capital. I was quite upset.
Yeah, it's like, but that's what it is, right? Like, you don't live in the area, you don't know.
I mean, when I lived in the U.S., people thought I'd lived around here, like going to school from branch to branch too. So.
There we go. Okay, well, here we are. We're into the second half of the second overtime. And Jacob is going to be getting a nice kill on the ships. 500. Gotta be careful here. Never really know how this is going to be playing out. He's ready in case anyone else wants to peek him, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
Oh, look at that Molly.
Yeah, that's pretty... Could have been even more dangerous, I imagine. Doesn't quite work out for them. At least for the kill. 45 seconds. Bomb's going to be picked up once again. Oh, and with this opening demo, that's so good. And jumping up on the bench. Surprised Oxygen wasn't ready for that fight. It looked like he should have had, maybe even had an advantage. But yeah, this is very cleanly navigated.
Yeah, I mean... Rainwaker, they know where you are. Ship, Cirque dead.
Oh. Doesn't get any cleaner than that, does it? Just a statement one tap saying, I don't even need more than one bullet. Here you go.
Yeah, and it's not even that last kill one tap that everyone hypes up, but it's just because the first bullet hit. You know that one?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Where the game actually ends, so it's like...
Yeah, everyone's like, oh, what a sick one. No, that was going to be a spray. He just hit the first bullet. This one, no. This is just like the true scream.
This is the real one. Yeah. By the way, we do also have a Romanian team that actually does play a lot here, which is Nexus. So if you get a chance to see those, that is the real Romanian team. But these are the only...
All right.
Oh. He's done it. He's just clicked him away. All of these players on an individual level are just absolutely cracked. It's taken some of them a while to warm up, but my god. Apogee did 4 kills away from taking the first map here. What a wild ride it would be. And again, it is 500's map pick. It's not a map that Apogee necessarily have the best win rate on, but none of that seems to matter right now.
Hey, you just gotta get that one win, right? One map win doesn't matter.
Oh,
they're taking away a big map.
I don't think they know that somebody made it into the window. They were trading positions on the CT side. I don't think they realized that there's somebody here. I think Rainwaker might be pretty much auto-dead in this position. If he peeks it, I just think there's no... He's also low on health, but I just don't think he has any idea that someone's actually there. Demo, though, getting actually peeked instead, and he ends up going down. That's a bit crazy. 2v3. It's not looking good right now for 500. They're down a man, and Rainwaker is low on health. They know exactly where he is. Oh, they nearly line up, but it doesn't matter. Spelland's going to go down, and Rainwaker, his position already revealed in a 1 versus 3. There should never be a chance of it. The Molotov is going to be interesting, but it doesn't actually land on anybody. Not enough to kill anyone. It doesn't force anyone out either. And you can see Jacob just ducking down, trying to make it very hard to spot him out. Oh, yeah. They are playing it very well. And there's the headshot to finish it off.
Tab.
Yeah, nicely done. All right, Apogee. They end up winning the map in, I'd say, an easy fashion because it really wasn't. But, man, they were shooting hard on this game. That was crazy.
I liked it. I mean, even though it was like the reverse stomp to stomp, got to see the game going. Wasn't as crazy as we thought it would be. It was actually pretty structured still. So I liked it. I think 500 is not happy about how it went, especially given their horrible start. They know they started off badly in this, but they came back like they should have had it. They should have had it if they just got a little start. Apogee, congrats.
Yeah, super sick. Okay, that's map number 1. We do have another map coming up, obviously, potentially even 3. I could definitely see, 500 with the way they woke up. Maybe they're going to want some revenge, but it is Apogee's map pick on Nuke. It's coming up after the break, so stay tuned, and we will be right back.